This is Audible.
Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Stalked by Flames by Susan Illene, narrated by Marguerite Gavin. Chapter 1. Bailey. I should have known the day was going to be bad when I stepped outside and saw vivid purple and red northern lights in the sky at 9 in the morning in Oklahoma. Checking my water bottle, I didn't find anything suspicious in the clear liquid. Then I caught other people staring upward too, gawking. Thank God. I'd begun to wonder if the hit of acid I'd dropped 2 years ago had come back to haunt me. The lights faded and the sky turned dark and ominous shortly after that, which should have been my next clue to stay inside and wait it out. Not to mention it was a Monday and doomed by default. But I didn't, so I only had myself to blame when the clouds unleashed bucket loads of rain on me while I loaded all my personal possessions into the back seat of my truck. That wasn't the end of the troubles, though. Not even close. Right after turning in the keys to my apartment, I discovered my truck had a flat tire on the front. Someone had slashed it, leaving the poor thing to look like an undercooked souffle. I spent the rest of the morning at the shop getting it replaced. Then, right as I was about to escape Norman's city limits, my friend Trish called to remind me I hadn't turned in my library books yet. It was almost as if fate itself intervened so I couldn't leave Oklahoma any time soon, though I suspected she'd wanted to say goodbye one last time. Another storm approached from the west as I balanced a high stack of books in my arms, heading for Bizzell Library. With the semester over and graduation just 2 days ago, there weren't many people lingering on campus. Just a few students lounging on the grass and a guy feeding the squirrels. Most people had gone home for the summer, much like I hoped to do. The ground shook and 2 of my books tumbled to the sidewalk. Damn earthquakes. They were getting more frequent with every passing month, and the experts couldn't explain them. Oklahoma had a reputation for tornadoes, not earthquakes. A few dozen other places around the world were experiencing similar problems: extreme weather, earthquakes, and an unsettling sense of doom that left everyone feeling the end was nigh. Of course, I didn't buy what those crazy guys on the street corners shouted. I leaned down and grabbed the fallen books and put them back on top of the others before resuming my walk toward the library. Now that the tremor had passed, there wouldn't be another one for at least 30 minutes. At least that's how it usually went. None were on the scale of the big California earthquakes, but they were strong enough that you felt them when they struck. The constant shaking was beginning to take its toll on structures. I kept waiting for a building to come crumbling down. A student exiting the library held the doors open when I reached them. I mumbled my thanks to the guy and kept going. 5 minutes tops and I'd be out of there by noon. Texas wasn't having all these problems. I couldn't wait to get home to my parents' working ranch where I could put my shiny new business degree to use. The paperwork alone had become a mess since I'd left, and I had a lot of plans to help increase profits. Trish, my best friend, stood behind the checkout counter. We'd been roommates during our freshman year. I'd never been good with people except those closest to me, but she'd poked and prodded until I let her into my inner circle. If not for her forcing me out of my reclusiveness, my college experience might have been limited to classes and my dorm room. I still didn't like interacting with people much, but she'd helped me improve my social skills a lot. Trish had graduated on Saturday, too, but she planned to stay on for her master's program. Her boyfriend, Justin, was chatting with her. I wasn't surprised to see him there. If you looked at them, you wouldn't think they were a good match. She had wild, curly red hair, pale skin, and a curvy figure. He had brown hair and a military cut, tanned skin from a lot of time spent outdoors, and a toned physique. Trish wore bright, colorful clothing to match her personality. Justin stuck with earth tones. He never joked and took everything seriously. Even their interests weren't the same. From the time they'd started dating 2 years ago until now, I'd never understood how they stayed together. Neither of them noticed me walking up, not even when I cleared my throat.
"I'm telling you, it's fracking causing the earthquakes,"
Justin said, his tone serious. She rolled her eyes. "Maybe we should frack later and really shake things up."
"You're just trying to change the subject."
He let out a sigh of exasperation.
"The way they're drilling these days, it's important we do something about it."
Justin was an environmental science major who really got into his studies. Before college, he'd served in the Army for 6 years in the infantry and had done 2 tours overseas. Now he was enrolled in the Reserve Officers Training Corps, ROTC program, with only 1 year left to go. The guy was all about serving his country in whatever way he could. Now he thought he could do more as an officer. It made him an interesting choice for Trish, considering she took life a lot less seriously than he did, unless she counted books. Whether they were fiction or non-fiction, she practically lived in them. Probably the reason she'd chosen to major in library science. I dropped my stack of books on the counter in front of her. Am I interrupting something? Oh, look what the earthquake shook up, she said, giving me a once-over. Bailey, you look like crap. I tucked a stray strand of my black hair behind my ear. Whenever it rained, it fell limp and lifeless. Cutting it to shoulder length for the summer hadn't given it any of the body the stylist had promised. I suspected my makeup was ruined, too. It was definitely one of those days. There's another storm approaching, I explained. Trish sighed. Great, it'll probably strike the moment I head home.
Not to worry, I brought an umbrella.
Justin reassured her, patting his backpack. He was always prepared for anything. So, you really out of here? Trish asked, drawing my attention back to her. The truck is packed and the tank is full. I'd even loaded up on water and snacks so I wouldn't have to stop before the state border. She scanned the books into the system. Make sure you call me when you get home. It would only take a little over 4 hours to drive to my stepfather's ranch southwest of Dallas. I'd arrive well before dark and maybe even in time for one of my mother's home-cooked meals. After eating like a bum since Christmas break, I was ready for some real food. A rumble of thunder sounded above our heads. Yeah, I will, I said, glaring up at the ceiling. Trish came around the counter and gave me a hug. I had to admit I was going to miss her and all the fun we'd had together in the last 4 years. We planned to meet again at the end of the summer, but that seemed a long time away. Too bad she couldn't come live on the ranch with me. I could use a buffer against my brothers. Are you sure you don't want to wait until the storm passes? She asked, pulling away. It's not raining yet, and the radar showed it clear to the south. I'll be fine. The ground jerked beneath our feet. Our eyes widened, and we grabbed each other for balance. Then it started shaking faster, sending us tumbling down. Screams rose up around us, and books spilled from nearby shelves, crashing to the floor. Was this it? Was this the earthquake that would finally do us in? Maybe those folks preaching on street corners had been right after all. Trish and I huddled against the counter as more than a minute went by with no sign of letting up. Justin kneeled next to us, muttering about fracking, but unlike his usual bravado, he looked worried this time. We'd had some earthquakes recently, but nothing bad enough to send my heart racing into overdrive. It had to be at least a 6.0 on the Richter scale, maybe higher. About the time I thought the roof would surely come down on top of us, the shaking stopped. A moment later, a loud roar came from somewhere outside. I'd never heard anything like it, but the angry sound sent chills down my spine. What the hell was wrong with this place? It had been fairly normal when I'd first arrived on campus. Now a day couldn't go by without something weird happening. I stood, dusting myself off. The ceiling had cracked and bits of plaster had spilled down, but the library didn't appear too bad. After all that shaking, it could have been a lot worse. I've got to go, I said. A few other students had the same idea and were already heading for the doors. Trish gripped the counter as she rose up. Are you sure this is a good time to leave? Yeah, this place is falling apart. You should go too. She shook her head. The library was built to last. It'll be fine. Trish was the one who worked here. I had to hope she was right. A part of me wanted to grab her and force her to leave with me. With everything that kept happening, it couldn't be safe to stay here. She was stubborn, though. I could see it in the tilt of her chin that she wouldn't go anywhere. Crazy woman. Just be careful, I warned. The next earthquake could be bigger. I will, she promised. We hugged one last time, and I hurried toward the doors. Outside, a cool blast of wind hit my face, and more thunder rumbled to the west. A handful of people were grouped together in front of the clock tower. I was in such a hurry to get to my truck, I didn't think anything of it until one of them pointed at the sky.
Holy shit! Is that for real?
A guy asked. I swung my head in the direction of the football stadium and nearly stumbled. Are those? I couldn't bring myself to finish. Dragons, a young woman next to me breathed out. Her words were followed by the snapping of pictures from people's cell phones. I blinked, unable to believe it. Bright flashes of light lit the sky and more of them appeared. They were fearsome green creatures with wingspans that could rival a small jet. I counted at least 10 of them flying in every direction. Several of us moved closer to the bike racks to get a better view as one swooped low, heading for Owen Field. There wouldn't be any football games today, but the university bookstore was in the stadium. Students starting summer classes today would likely be going by there. One of the dragons paused midair and flapped his leathery wings as he stared at something below. His jaws opened wide, and he let out a stream of fire aimed toward the ground. Another school building blocked our view of what he targeted, but terrified screams erupted from that direction. They cut off abruptly a moment later. My stomach twisted. Had he just killed them? Had I stood there and watched as helpless people burned to death? None of this should have been real. Dragons didn't exist. I felt a measure of relief when a group of people came running from that direction. Maybe most of them had escaped the flames.
Look! Another one is coming this way!
Someone yelled. I jerked my head to the right. Just beyond Nielsen Hall, another green dragon flew straight toward us. His massive hind legs stretched out and his claws caught on the roof's edge, wrenching it apart. Bricks and mortar crashed to the ground. The dragon was less than 200 feet away and coming toward us fast. "Get out of here!" I screamed. By this time there were about a dozen of us who'd gathered by the bike racks. People ran in every direction. I pivoted on my heels and almost tripped over a young woman sprawled on the ground. Tears streaked down her face as she struggled to get up. There was no way I could leave her like that. I leaned down and grabbed her arm. The dragon swooped right over us, letting out a stream of fire that struck several guys farther down the sidewalk. The girl made choking noises as we watched the men's bodies disappear in the flames. I covered my mouth to keep from gagging as well. By the time the dragon moved on, there was nothing left but piles of ash. Even the pavement had been scorched partway through.
Oh, dear Jesus, save us all!
I turned to find a woman who appeared to be in her 50s standing there. She clutched her purse close to her chest and had an expression of horror on her face. I could totally relate. She looked a lot like I felt. The younger girl whose hand I still held gripped me harder. "He's coming back!" I swung my gaze around to find the dragon circling for another go at us. Good grief, did these things not give up? What the hell had we ever done to them? They acted like rabid beasts who'd escaped an animal sanctuary, except even bigger and more deadly. Taking hold of both women, I pulled them with me through the maze of sidewalks that made up the campus grounds. The library entrance wasn't far, but I didn't think that was a good idea. The dragon knocked pieces of one building down with only its claws, and its fire could burn through cement. Who knew what it would do if it saw us going in there? Trish was inside. I couldn't bring the danger to her if I could help it. I headed around the library to where the path narrowed between buildings. It would make it harder for the dragon to follow with his massive wingspan. But he was closing in too fast. With every beat of his wings, the air stirred around us. It was like a slow drumbeat that would end with our deaths. If I didn't buy the other two women time, none of us would make it. With a heavy heart, I released my grip on their hands. "Go," I urged. "I'll catch up." The older woman's eyes met mine. She knew what I was doing. It was written all over her face. But there was also the understanding that one of us had to make the sacrifice. With misty-eyed gratitude, she took the girl's hand and pulled her along. I spun around. The dragon still focused on them and hadn't altered his flight path. I had to do something to catch his attention. A quick plan formed in my mind. "Hey, jackass! Over here!" I screamed. No reaction. I gazed around, searching for something useful. A book someone had dropped lay on the ground. I scooped it up and tossed it in his direction. It went high enough to reach his line of sight before fluttering down about 100 feet from him. His beady red eyes narrowed on me. He swooped lower and headed my way. I screamed and flailed my arms at him one more time for good measure, pushing back my rising fear, then dashed for one of the pillars that ran alongside the library. It wasn't much cover, but it was several feet wide and made of brick. Surely he couldn't burn through all of that. The ground shook with another earthquake just before I reached it. I lost my balance and stumbled the rest of the way, falling just before I reached the pillar. My hands and arms scraped the cement as I dragged myself behind it. Heat like I'd never felt before suffused my lower legs where they stuck out. I cringed and tried to pull them closer to my chest. Flames licked the ground on the other side of the pillar, almost reaching my face. It was all I could do to make my body as small as possible. I caught sight of the dragon swooping back up as bricks started falling. A chunk from one hit my arm and another grazed my leg, sending rivulets of pain through me. I frantically rolled away as what was left of the pillar started to crumble. My shoulder hit the library wall, stopping me. I wasn't far enough yet. Before I could move, another brick crashed in front of my face. I winced from where a piece of it had cut into my forehead. I dragged my body along the wall, unsure if the overhang above me would hold with the pillar gone. Unless I wanted to risk being buried alive, I had to get up. Slivers of pain shot through my legs as I pulled them under me. They were bare to my mid-thighs, but my jeans had run to my ankles before. Had they been burned in the fire? The dragon was coming back around again in the distance. My breathing came out ragged as I got to my knees. I needed to get down the corridor where the women went and try to make it inside another building before it returned. I'd barely made it to my feet, which were oddly lacking shoes, before a roar filled the air. A second dragon had entered the scene, coming from Elm Street. For crying out loud, couldn't I catch a break? How many of these things would I have to fight off before I could get to safety? The new dragon was different from the first, in that his scales were a deep red color. His shoulders were more defined so that he had human-like arms coming from them, and long fingers. He also had small horns on his head and back. To my surprise, he didn't head for me. As the first dragon swooped down from the north, the two collided, tumbling to the ground. The red one sank his teeth into the neck of his opponent. He was smaller than the green dragon. I estimated his body to be about the size of a cow, while my initial attacker was more like a small elephant. As they wrestled across the sidewalk, it appeared the red one's size worked to his advantage. All the larger dragon could do with his neck caught was flail his legs. I couldn't help but watch the fight. It was like seeing a fantasy version of National Geographic. With his wings folded tightly against his back, the red dragon rolled until he came out on top. He clawed at the green one's belly with his front arms, raking it with deep gashes. Guts spewed onto the ground. The green dragon struggled, but in a matter of seconds his flailing slowed to a stop. I could only guess losing half his organs had done him in. His legs fell to his side, and his head slumped. The winner unlatched his teeth and climbed off his opponent. Then he turned, swinging his red tail around. I discovered another difference between him and the green dragon when his gaze met mine. This one had yellow eyes, and they showed signs of intelligence I hadn't seen in the other creature, as if I was looking at a human inside an animal's body. He was assessing me, rather than just leaping in for the kill. My back hit the library wall. Searching to my left and right, I couldn't find an easy path away from him. How was I going to get myself out of this? He was going to act any second. Chapter 2. Bailey. The dragon stomped toward me on all four legs, steam puffing from his nostrils. His nose was as big as both my fists put together. I grabbed a brick off the ground and clutched it in my hand. Maybe I should have tried to run. A normal person would have. But being attacked by dragons had spiked my adrenaline. Whenever that happened, it was as if another side of me took over. I became someone who fought and stood her ground. More than once my stepfather had marveled at my ability to compartmentalize fear and think clearly when in danger. My mother hated it. She feared it would get me hurt or killed someday. I grew up on a ranch outside of Dallas where we had a lot of land. When I was 10 years old, I decided to go out fishing by myself. Along the path to a nearby pond, I stumbled across a rattlesnake. Most people would have run screaming, especially a girl my age. I chucked a heavy tackle box at the thing. That didn't kill it, of course, but it immobilized the snake's body long enough for me to beat it to death with my fishing pole. That's how my stepfather had found me, hovering over a mangled snake and pondering whether to get my tackle box back. It had blood and guts all over it. Killing a poisonous snake was one thing, touching icky stuff was another. Now I had an honest-to-God dragon coming at me, and once again I refused to panic. I needed to weigh my options. With my back against a wall, there was nowhere to go before he'd reach me, but there had to be a way out of this mess. Did the dragon have a weakness I could exploit? Something to buy me time until I could get to a safe place? I glanced at my brick. It was all I had. A heat-seeking missile would have been preferable, but no one had told me we were about to get invaded by mythical beasts, so I didn't have one on hand. I looked up at the sky and wished a bolt of lightning would strike my opponent. The storm wasn't close enough to make that a possibility yet. Not that I'd get that lucky. The red-scaled dragon lumbered closer, less than 10 feet away. His gaze still didn't show any signs of wildness or rage in it. The tilting of his head made me think he was curious more than anything. It's what stayed my hand as he lowered his head to sniff at my legs. The heat emanating from his breath warmed the skin on my calves. I stared down and noted once again that my jeans had been burned off to my upper thighs. The sandals I'd been wearing earlier were missing too. How had I lost half my clothes? There weren't any signs of burns, only scratches and bruises. The dragon inspected all of this as his head inched upward. His hot nose tickled the skin of my thighs, and he let out a puff of steam near my crotch. Okay, that was just a little too uncomfortable. I smacked his nose. Back off! He shook his head and let out a snort, then reared onto his hind legs. Flames licked up his body, consuming him. Standing only 3 feet away, there was no escape from the heat. I scrambled along the wall sideways, putting as much distance between us as I could. What had just happened? Did smacking dragons in the nose trigger some weird reaction? The flames narrowed and became brighter. Then a dark shape emerged within them that had me tripping over my own feet to get away. It looked demonic, like something straight out of hell. There was standing my ground, and then there was being stupid. I spun on my heels and took off down the sidewalk that lay between the library and the building next to it. A growl echoed down the corridor, a really angry one. I passed by bushes and benches that provided no cover from a menacing dragon and kept going. There were plenty of paths to take up ahead if I could just get past the library. The damned building seemed to extend forever. Through the racing of my heart, I caught heavy footsteps behind me. They didn't clomp the same way as the dragons, and sounded more like boots on pavement. Glancing back, I saw a man with feral yellow eyes wearing strange clothing. The red dragon was nowhere to be seen. Shivers raced down my spine as I realized this guy's attention was focused solely on me, and he was racing toward me fast. Where had he come from? I gripped the brick in my hand, amazed I still had it, and slowed down. It took a couple of deep breaths for me to find my calm place. All the while, the boot steps came closer. When the man couldn't have been more than a stride away, I spun around with my arm held high. I launched the brick at his face, but he jerked his head to the side at the last moment. It grazed his chin instead. My momentum kept me going into a spiral I couldn't recover from before the ground came rising up. The brick slipped from my grasp as I crashed into the ground. Damn, I should have planned that better. The man flipped me over and straddled my waist with his thighs, using his weight to keep me down. Get off! I tried to shove him away.
Hold still,
he commanded. I punched him and slapped at him to no avail. He blocked every move I made. No! He grabbed my wrists, forcing them to my sides.
I'm not going to harm you,
he said, enunciating each word slowly. There was no getting myself free. The man himself wasn't overly large, but he had solid definition in his muscles that he used to keep me pinned in place. His form was lithe, and he looked like he could move fast and strike hard. Had I just gotten myself into even deeper trouble than with the dragons? What do you want? I asked through clenched teeth. He had short black hair, olive skin, and yellow eyes that slit like a cat's. I shuddered. His appearance both attracted and repelled me. He wore tight-fitting black pants and a matching vest. I didn't recognize the material, but it seemed sort of like leather, except the texture was rougher where it rubbed against my skin. There were no buttons or zippers, only laces.
To talk to you.
He spoke slowly again, as if he was testing the words. His tone was deep and guttural. There was a distinctive accent in his voice I couldn't place. I studied him, finding no hint of malice. Why? One corner of his lips curled up.
You are brave, for a human.
Romanian? His accent sounded sort of like that. Wait, did he say human? Like he wasn't one? I narrowed my gaze to study his features more closely. He had thick brows, a long nose, and sharp cheekbones that all appeared normal enough. It was only his eyes that stood out as different, animalistic. You're not the dragon, I said, after taking him in again.
Am I not?
He sounded amused. No, I shook my head decisively, as if that alone could settle it. He pulled my hand toward his face. His touch was hotter than any human's I'd ever felt. I tried to jerk away from him, but he didn't let go. Instead, he lowered his mouth to my palm and blew a light stream of fire over it. I felt the heat, but it didn't burn. What the? I stared at my hand in amazement, then at him. He could blow fire from his mouth, and it didn't burn me. This couldn't be happening.
Does that convince you?
He asked. His English became more fluid each time he spoke. It was like he knew the words, but hadn't had many opportunities to use them. I'd met a lot of foreign students who talked like that. I stared at my hand again. This isn't real.
No?
He let go of me and stood up.
Then what is it?
I rose onto my elbows. A picture in my mind flashed of all the people who had burned to death in front of the library. That had been real. As real as all the cuts and scrapes that pained me now. There was no need to pinch myself to check if I was dreaming. But how had I escaped being burned like the other people? First my legs had escaped the flames, minus my pants and shoes, and now my palm. The guy reached a hand down toward me.
I am called Aiden. And you are?
I stared up at him. Every instinct cried out that I couldn't trust him, but I also recognized he hadn't killed me. He certainly could have if he'd wanted. Instead, he claimed he didn't want to hurt me. A glimpse at the sky revealed dragons flying in the distance, a lot of green ones. Whether this was real or a dream, I'd play along with it for the moment. I'm Bailey. As soon as my hand met his, he pulled me up to my feet.
You are smaller than I expected,
he observed, running his gaze up and down my body.
Almost puny.
I jerked my hand from his. Did you know you have eyes like a snake? I've killed snakes.
Good.
He squeezed my bicep as if testing its strength.
Perhaps there is hope for you.
Hope? What's that supposed to mean? He gave me an odd look.
You do not burn.
I got that. I glanced at my palm again, still surprised to find it whole. So?
I have enemies, worse than humans,
he replied, as if that explained everything. I'm still not getting it. He nodded toward the sky.
Those are not my friends.
Was that why he'd attacked the green dragon? Was there some sort of rivalry going on? He did appear different than the others, both his dragon shape and his coloring. Why did you guys come here? And how? I asked. His expression darkened.
We were in a different world. The wall that has separated us from you is weakening.
I searched for a term that might relate to what he meant. Like another dimension? I cocked my head. He mulled that over.
Perhaps. We were sent away from Earth long ago.
How long? A red dragon appeared in the sky, flying toward us from the same direction Aiden had come. I stiffened.
Do not worry,
he said, glancing at the new arrival.
This one will not harm you.
It landed next to the dragon Aiden had killed earlier, folded its wings, and sniffed at the carcass. The man in front of me didn't seem the least bit concerned. In fact, he took hold of my arm and made me walk with him to greet the new arrival. I considered running, but I knew I wouldn't get far. Besides, he had saved me from the last dragon who'd attacked. It would make sense for him to let this one finish me off.
Ja,
Aiden said in a commanding voice.
Didagerik niman.
For a second, the dragon just stood there. Then it turned around and left, spreading its wings to take flight into an ever-darkening sky. The storm clouds were much closer now, and lightning flashed at regular intervals. What did you tell him? And would those words make his kind go away if I said them?
I ordered him to go and that I will join him soon.
Aiden turned to face me. He's your friend?
He is from my Torik.
He paused.
My clan.
Can he shapeshift to human form like you?
Yes, all of those from my clan can do so,
he replied. And the dragon you killed?
No.
Aiden shook his head.
He cannot.
At least he was giving me information, though I didn't know if I could trust what he said. I felt compelled to find out all I could. It could be useful later if they stuck around. Does it have something to do with your different color? I asked. He nodded.
Those who have red scales can shift, but do not trust any other dragon. Only me.
Why? Thunder rumbled and a flash of lightning cracked nearby.
I must go.
He turned and began walking back down the sidewalk.
I will see you again soon. Do not talk to other dragons.
Okay, he seemed to be really stuck on that. Like I was going to run out and find another one to chat with after he left. But I had 1,000 more questions.
Soon,
he called back. Aiden reached the open area away from the other buildings and trees where his clan member had landed before. Flames erupted, covering him completely. Seconds later they widened, and a large dark shape became visible through them. When the fire died down, he reappeared in his dragon form. He really could shift. His leathery wings spread wide, and he took off into the air. Yep, that settled it. This day really had been doomed from the start. Chapter 3. Aiden. Taking to the air, Aiden searched for Donar. His cousin wouldn't have gone far, especially since most of their clan hadn't made it through the fracturing walls in their world yet. They might be strong fighters, but they were severely outnumbered at the moment. The Shadowin and Thamaran dragon clans, who couldn't shift to human form, could be ruthless. It was only the sight of more humans than they'd ever seen before that kept them distracted. They wanted revenge, and he couldn't say he entirely blamed them. Humans had taken this world for granted while the dragons suffered in a barely hospitable land for all these centuries. They'd nearly starved by the time the veil separating them from Earth started to weaken. Only then did things begin to change, and their hopes for a better life returned. Using his strong sense of smell, Aiden found Donar waiting on the rooftop of a nearby building. He spread his wings wide and sailed down to land next to his cousin. They greeted each other with snorts of steam. It was traditional among dragons in this form.
Why were you talking to the human?
Donar asked, speaking telepathically in their native tongue.
She is the dragon slayer I told you about,
he replied. His cousin's eyes widened.
You are certain?
Aiden had chosen not to tell Bailey about herself yet. She needed time to adjust to her new reality. He and the other dragons had been able to see through the veil separating their worlds for nearly 2 decades, preparing them for what would come. It had been murky at first, but with each year that passed, more sections of Earth became visible. That advantage had only worked one way. While humans could accidentally cross into their world, they couldn't get back. They were left trapped and waited to return as well. On the Earth side, humans saw a rise in earthquakes and extreme weather, but they didn't know what was happening. The dragon world experienced the changes to a lesser extent. They did suspect early on it was a side effect of their worlds converging together. They'd been planning for the day when they would finally cross over and return home after being banished for so long. It was only a year ago Aiden had caught sight of Bailey through the veil. He'd kept track of her as best he could, somehow sensing she might be a dragon slayer. Her features appeared similar to another slayer he'd seen, one from his world, and she'd had the mark on her wrist that looked like a star. It was faint, but he'd confirmed it was the right shape when he'd blown fire onto her palm.
It is her,
he replied with confidence.
Do you think you can win her to our side?
The tone of Donar's voice in his head sounded skeptical. Aiden couldn't blame his cousin. The dragon slayers who'd crossed over to their world would never consider working with the enemy, which was why he had to act quickly before he lost his chance with Bailey. There weren't many of her kind, and he needed her if his plan was to succeed. He'd been plotting it ever since he'd realized dragons would be returning to Earth soon.
Come, we must find shelter from the storm before it arrives.
He took flight from the roof. The last thing he wanted was to get struck by lightning. It couldn't burn them, but it had been known to stop a dragon's heart. Donar caught up a moment later.
You didn't answer my question.
Aiden didn't respond right away, preferring to focus his attention on finding a good place to take shelter. The pure dragons were fleeing the area as well, heading north, but Aiden didn't want to go the same direction as them. Instead, he and his cousin went east. The storm would eventually reach them this way, but they'd be safely under a roof by then. A lake came into view ahead. He knew humans had a tendency to put homes close to bodies of water. It was an instinct most forms of life had. He passed one house after another until he found one with no signs of occupancy. Landing next to it, he listened closely and sniffed the air. No humans had been here in a while. He shifted to his other form. His cousin did the same, turning into a man who appeared to be in his late 20s by human standards, though he was much older. Donar had the same olive skin color and short black hair as Aiden, but he was larger and had a square face. His cousin tended to move stiffly, as if someone had fused a sword to his spine. It was only when Donar fought that his movements became more fluid.
"I will give her some time,"
Aiden finally responded, speaking aloud.
"The Slayer must witness for herself how difficult getting rid of the pure dragons can be without training. Then I will approach her again."
If she survived long enough. If she didn't, then she was not the right one for his needs anyway. Donar grunted.
"That may only convince her not to work with you. You think I can't convince her?"
He lifted a brow. His cousin was one of the few who knew Aiden, and how conniving he could be when necessary. It kept him alive. Each day he continued to breathe was a testament to his skill at making others see him the way he wished. It wasn't often a third son survived as long as he did, when his father was the Pendragon, the clan chief.
"Even for you this will be difficult,"
Donar said, following him into the cabin.
"Every one of her instincts is going to tell her not to trust you."
Aiden settled onto a musty couch and put his arms behind his head. Human furniture was far more comfortable than anything he'd ever sat on before. Dragons had ways of building things to be durable and resistant to fire, but not very soft. It was a luxury to sit on something with thick cushions.
"I must make her trust me."
Aiden glanced over at his cousin, who remained standing.
"It isn't just my survival that depends on it." "That's what has me worried,"
Donar said, beginning to pace the room.
"I suspect things could get worse for us once the rest of the clan crosses over. Your father is growing weak and won't be able to lead much longer."
Aiden's jaw hardened.
"I know. Believe me, that is all I think about. The Slayer is small, perhaps too small."
He had already considered that.
"Perhaps, but with the right training she could use her size to her advantage. We could search for another—" "No,"
he said, leaning forward.
"This is the one." "How can you be so sure?"
Donar gave him a frustrated look.
"Because it's in her blood to be one of the best."
Chapter 4. Bailey. I examined the dead dragon's body, skirting around crumpled wings the color of oak leaves in the summer. His eyes were closed, and he had one massive paw stretched out with claws larger than my fingers. He was huge. Even lying on his side, his body came up to my waist, and he had to be about 10 feet long, not counting his tail. Looking at him up close, I estimated him to be about 1.5 times the size of Aiden, making me wonder how the shapeshifter had taken him down so easily. The fight hadn't lasted more than a minute. Flies were beginning to swarm around the area where guts had spewed out onto the sidewalk. The dragon's blood was dark red and pooled beneath him. Would there be anyone to clean this up? Something told me animal control wouldn't be coming out any time soon. I gazed around the area and didn't see anyone nearby. Droplets of rain started to fall, making me think I should get inside. After checking the sky to be sure no more dragons were around, I headed through the library entrance. Had it been less than an hour ago when I'd come through these doors before? How could the world have changed so much in that time? It was eerily quiet inside. I searched around the checkout desk where I'd last seen Trish, but no one was there. Just piles of scattered books behind the counter where they'd fallen from the shelves during the last big earthquake. Where was she? Please don't let her have run outside during the attack. I hadn't seen her, but there'd been so much chaos I could have missed her. I gripped the desk counter. No, Justin would have made sure she stayed in the building. The charred remains of the students who didn't make it to safety fast enough were still outside. He would have seen that and taken her somewhere safe. I doubted they'd go to one of the upper floors either. That left the basement levels. I ran to the stairwell down the corridor. The doors were closed. I yanked on the handles, jerking hard, but they didn't budge. On the other side, I caught hushed whispers. I lifted my fist and pounded a few times. "It's Bailey! Let me in!" I demanded. Metal slid as the lock unlatched, followed by one of the doors opening.
"Hurry, get inside,"
Justin urged. As I rushed past him, he poked his head out and did a scan of the library before shutting the door again. He slid the lock back into place. There was another guy standing in the stairwell, a student I'd seen working around the library before. He and Justin must have become the designated guards. "Is everyone okay?" I asked.
"Those who stayed inside are. We weren't sure if you got away or not."
He rubbed a hand over his buzz-cut hair.
"Trish has been driving me crazy with worrying about you."
That didn't surprise me. "I'm all right, just a little shaken up." He circled around me.
"Looks like more than that. You've got blood and ash all over you, and your clothes are a mess."
I glanced down. My feet were bare, my legs covered in scratches and bruises, and my arms had their fair share of cuts and scrapes. Lifting a hand to my shoulder-length hair, I found it tangled and wild. I'd have to hit up the bathroom first chance I got and clean myself up. It all happened so fast. I mean, I felt it, but my adrenaline kicked in, so nothing has hurt that much. Except my arm where the brick had cut into it deeper than my other wounds. The pain from that was returning with a vengeance.
"Weren't those jeans before?"
he asked. Yeah. It's a long story."
"Trish has a first aid kit downstairs,"
Justin said, giving me a grim look.
"You'll find her in the coffee shop."
"Thanks." I started to walk away.
"Wait,"
he called as I reached the steps.
"What was it like out there?"
I gripped the handrail and glanced back at him. "Bad, but the dragons are gone for the moment. The storm sent them north." He shook his head slowly.
"I still can't believe those were dragons."
"There's a dead one outside if you want to check it out."
"Seriously?"
His eyes rounded.
"How did it die?"
"Another dragon attacked it. That's how I got away," I explained. No need to go into the full details. I still needed time to process everything for myself before sharing with anyone else, especially the part about Aiden and my immunity to dragon fire. I didn't know what to think about that.
"We'll check it out,"
Justin said, glancing at the guy next to him.
"Maybe find a way to get rid of it, too."
I made my way down to lower level 1. As I came out of the stairwell, I found dozens of people gathered around the coffee shop and study areas. This section of the library had been decorated in a modern design with cut-out ceilings and recessed lighting. It appeared clean and inviting compared to what I'd seen outside, but the mood was something entirely different. 2 guys sat in foam chairs in the corridor, chatting in hushed whispers with stunned expressions on their faces. A few more people were gathered nearby crying. Others paced the floor talking frantically into their cell phones. While they all appeared worried and frightened, none looked injured. I felt like a zombie as I made my way through them. My own shock was beginning to settle in now that the danger was no longer immediate. Trish rushed over and gave me a bone-crushing hug. "So glad to see you're okay." "Barely," I winced. "Watch my arm." "Oh, sorry." She pulled back and checked me over. "Oh my God, what happened?" "The end of the world, apparently." "I was so worried about you. It was only a couple of minutes after you went out that the dragons showed up. As soon as we saw them burn those guys, Justin made me come down here." She paused and tears pricked her eyes. "I had no idea what happened to you or if you made it." I rubbed her arm. "I'm right here and I'm okay. Did anyone else get hurt?" "A few came in from the south entrance with minor wounds." She looked past me, plus a wounded security guard. "He was burned badly and probably won't make it, but there's an EMT here taking care of him in one of the offices. This is just awful." "Yeah, it is." I dropped my gaze, trying not to get too caught up in the misery surrounding Trish. Down the corridor, more people gathered inside the learning center. There was a row of windows on the far end overlooking the lower-level courtyard, where the ground had been hollowed out. It provided a small nook with trees and natural light. If you stood next to the glass and angled your head up, you could view the walkway above that led to the West Library entrance. A lot of students like to study in there, but no one would be using it for that today. "Let's get you cleaned up," Trish said, taking my hand. We went into the women's restroom across the corridor. She wet some paper towels and began dabbing the blood off my face. I sat on the counter and closed my eyes. Deep breaths, in and out. This wasn't a dream, and I had to face the reality that the world had just become a very different place. My stomach nodded. Humans had technology on their side, but I'd studied enough history to know it only took one major event to bring civilization crashing down. We were always a heartbeat away from pure chaos. It was only during peace that we managed to maintain a veneer of civilized behavior. If troops didn't get here soon to defeat the dragons before they did too much damage, we might not recover. I could only hope this problem was restricted to Oklahoma. Trish sucked in a breath. This one is deep. She was referring to my bicep where one of the bricks from the pillar had fallen on it. Just clean it and bandage it, I said, opening my eyes. It'll heal. Trish pulled out an alcohol swab and went to work. I tried my best not to wince. The gash probably needed stitches, but I had no desire to go to the hospital or university clinic. Those places were probably packed already with people more seriously injured than me. How close did you get to the dragons? Trish gave me a concerned look. Enough to feel the heat, I answered. If I told her the full truth, she'd probably freak out on me. Trish had become remarkably calm since she started cleaning me up, and I didn't want to ruin it. She wrapped some gauze around my arm. Their fire, it, burns right through people? Yeah, I said, hesitating. It doesn't leave anything except ashes. She turned away to grab some paper towels, probably more than she needed. All that was left was my legs. They only had minor scratches and scrapes, plus some dirt and ash on them. Do you think there's a way to stop them? Trish asked, wetting the paper towels. The military has plenty of weaponry that should do the trick. We just have to wait for them to get here. Please, God, let that be soon. A faint smile touched her lips. It feels like we're in a movie right now. No shit, I agreed. Trish gave my legs a confused look. The edges of these are singed. Weren't you wearing jeans before? How did you not get burned? Yeah. My mind raced to come up with an explanation better than what I gave Justin. They caught on fire, but I rolled on the ground to put them out. They were so damaged, though, I had to cut the pant legs off. You weren't kidding about being close enough to feel the heat, she said, frowning as she worked on my calves. It's too bad the fire couldn't have at least singed off these leg hairs. I kicked at her. Hey, I've been busy packing, and before that it was finals week and graduation. I didn't have time to shave. If you say so. We finished up and headed back out into the corridor. Justin had come down and was hovering over a guy who had a laptop in front of him. He glanced up at Trish and me as we approached.
We've been checking the news on the internet. Reports are coming from Oklahoma City and several towns north of here that dragons are attacking them. They've showed up in a few other states, too. This doesn't appear isolated.
His jaw tightened as he said that last part. Is anyone fighting back? I maneuvered around to see the screen. They were staring at pictures people had posted of the dragons. One showed a wall of flames shooting out at the Devon Tower, the tallest skyscraper in the city.
The cops are reporting bullets don't seem to hurt the dragons much. We're still waiting on the military to launch an offensive, but I'm willing to bet missiles will work better.
I'm sure they will, Trish said, putting an arm around Justin's waist. He pulled her closer.
Wherever these things came from, I'm sure we'll take them out in no time.
It had been less than 2 hours since the dragons showed up. I imagined it took a little longer than that to gather big weaponry, but maybe Justin was right and this would be over soon.
Oh, boy, that's some crazy shit out there,
a loud voice said from the stairwell. I stepped around the table and saw a familiar black guy coming toward us. He was wearing khaki cargo pants and a white t-shirt that were soaking wet with splashes of mud on them, and he had a backpack slung over his shoulder. A gash on his forehead oozed a bit of blood. He hadn't had an easy time getting here. Conrad James had been in an elective class on photography I'd taken during the last spring semester. He was the type of guy who drove professors crazy, smart and obnoxious. Not a single lecture went by without him interjecting his opinions on the subject. I'd tried to avoid him, but we'd had group projects that made it impossible. Much like Trish, he'd grown on me. Did you just come from outside? I asked. He looked down at himself and back up.
Nah, I discovered a secret mud wrestling pit at the other end of the library. Come on, girl, what do you think?
Let me rephrase that. I put a hand on my hip. Where exactly were you when the dragons showed up?
Riding the bus on Lindsay Street, heading here for class. One of those freaky creatures came along and started burning up every car on the road. I got out of there before it reached us.
I'd forgotten he'd planned to take summer classes. He'd only finished his freshman year, but he was working to graduate as fast as possible. Take a seat, Trish said, waving her arm at a nearby table. I'll get that cut on your forehead cleaned up. Conrad touched the gash.
Damn, didn't even know that was there. No wonder folks wouldn't let me in their houses.
Trish guided him to the seat before opening up her first aid kit. I waited until she finished dabbing at his wound with alcohol pads before throwing more questions at him. So this wasn't the first place you stopped?
Hell no.
He shook his head, then winced. Nobody would let me in, and the other campus buildings were locked up. Wherever he'd been along Lindsay Street, he must have crossed through the nearby neighborhood first before reaching campus.
Did you see anyone else out there?
This came from Justin. Conrad shrugged.
Just a few running around, but I didn't stop to talk to them.
My cell phone rang. I was amazed it still worked after everything that had happened. Pulling it out of my pocket, I checked the screen and saw my mother's cell phone number. "Hey, Mom," I answered, walking away from the others to talk to her in private. The basement was huge. I headed toward the back section, passing row upon row of bookcases. It smelled familiar and musty in this part of the library, sort of comforting. "Bailey, thank God. I tried calling about 20 times, but the lines have been busy." The relief in my mother's voice was apparent. "Are you okay?" I brushed my hair out of my face. There was something about hearing my mother's voice after going through one of the scariest events in my life, a poignant reminder that said she cared what happened to me and worried. Since leaving home, I'd enjoyed getting out from under her watchful gaze and working to become an independent woman, yet there'd always be a small part of me that saw her as a symbol of love and safety. It had been too long since I'd last seen her, Christmas break 5 months ago, in fact. She'd wanted to come to my graduation, but she'd been ill and couldn't make it. Mom had been sick a lot lately. I worried about her and couldn't wait to get home to see her. "Yeah, I'm fine. Some of us are holed up at the university library right now." "Have any of those dragons come near there?" she asked. Yeah, but they went away when the storm started." A few seconds of silence passed. "Then you need to come home. It's safer down here." "Don't worry, Mom, I'm planning on it," I reassured her, "as soon as the storm clears." "If the storm is keeping them away, then don't wait," she urged. "Grady thinks more of them are going to come. Dragons keep showing up all over the world. Even China and Russia are having problems with them. Germany, too." That wasn't reassuring at all. Hadn't Aiden said something about the barrier between our worlds weakening? If that was the case, there could very well be more arriving in the coming days and weeks. Other than Trish, I didn't have any reason to stay in Norman, and she had Justin. They'd be fine without me. I really needed to be home with my family. Plus, my stepfather, Grady, was the doomsday type who was fully prepared for an apocalypse. Along with my brothers, we could hole up on his ranch for a long time. "All right, I'll be there as soon as I can, Mom. I love you." "Baby, I love you too. Just be careful and drive safely." A crack of thunder shook the building. A second later, the lights flickered out and the room went dark. I couldn't see anything. "I will. Just have dinner waiting for me when I get there," I said, hiding my nervousness. "Of course." I could almost hear the smile in her voice. "Fried chicken and mashed potatoes. Your favorite." "Sounds great. See you soon." I hung up. Now I just had to keep my promise. Chapter 5. Bailey. Using the light from my cell phone, I made my way back to the coffee shop. Everyone was packing up and moving toward the learning center. I followed them and went to stand by the windows where rain pelted against them. The trees in the lower courtyard made me a little nervous. They were tall enough to reach up to the ground level and swayed back and forth against the high winds. When I checked the weather this morning, there'd only been a 30% chance of rain. Now we were being hit with our second storm for the day, typical for Oklahoma weather predictions. The windows had wide couches underneath them. Trish and I took our seats there near a guy who tapped furiously at his laptop with a frustrated expression on his face.
"The internet just went down. I can't get an internet connection from anywhere," he announced. "Not even through my cell phone network."
Everyone looked at each other, the tension ratcheting up another notch. We were heading into an information blackout. Every time I thought it couldn't get worse, it did.
"Let us know if it comes back up,"
Justin replied, nodding toward the computer guy. He stood next to a high, circular desk set in the middle of the room across from us. A couple of guys who worked in the library leaned in to whisper something to him. It looked serious, but even with him only about 15 feet away, I couldn't hear anything over the other people chatting nervously around us. As soon as Justin finished his discussion, he came over to Trish and me. "Do you think it's the storm or the dragons causing the power outage?" she asked him.
"Probably the storm," he replied. "The last news report we got said the dragons were wreaking havoc up in Oklahoma City. None of them are down here right now." Maybe my mother had the right idea to take advantage of their absence while I still could. "How long until the weather clears?" Justin shrugged. Maybe half an hour.
If I'm going to get home, I've got to try for it now. I stood. Conrad walked up.
Where are you going?
To a ranch outside Granbury, Texas.
That's near Dallas, right?
He asked. Southwest of it.
Cool.
He adjusted his backpack.
Can you drop me off at my grandma's house in Dallas? Better than sticking around this crazy place.
Yeah, sure. It was probably better to take someone with me anyway. Anyone else want to ride along? Trish gave me a concerned look. Are you sure leaving now is such a good idea? We don't even know if the roads are clear.
And visibility is going to be low in this storm.
Justin added. Yeah, but that's what makes it the best time to go, I pointed out. It'll be harder for the dragons to see us.
Conrad nodded. And they have no problem burning up cars. I can vouch for that.
Okay, Trish said, embracing me more carefully than last time. But call me as soon as the lines are back up and be careful. I will, I promised. Conrad and I headed for the stairwell. When we opened the doors, I was surprised to find the lights on. I glanced back, but it was still dark in the corridor we'd just left. What the heck? I frowned at the lights.
They've got backup generators. Only works for the stairwells, though.
Conrad explained. How do you know that? He took the steps two at a time.
Heard one of the librarians say something about it.
We stopped when we reached the doors at the west entrance. Conrad pulled an umbrella from his backpack and got it ready while I stared outside. The ashes of the students had been washed away. I blinked. There was no sign of them left.
Where's your car?
Conrad asked. He didn't know what had happened out there a short time ago. I cleared my throat. In the garage down the street.
Good. Then the dragons probably left it alone.
He put his hand on the door.
You ready?
I shook myself out of my dark thoughts. Yeah, let's do this. He went out first and lifted the umbrella for us to get under. With the rain being blown in sideways, it wasn't going to help much, but it was better than nothing. I just wished I had some shoes to protect my feet. We took off, winding our way through campus grounds and following the sidewalks until we got to Elm Avenue. Then we ran along it until reaching the garage on the opposite side of the street. It wasn't until we got under cover that we slowed down. I parked on the first level toward the back, I said, stopping to pull a pebble from between my toes. At least there were no cuts or scrapes.
You got enough gas?
He asked. Full tank. I wiped my hair from my face. I was planning to leave town this afternoon anyway.
Cool.
As we walked toward my truck, I dug my keys out of my pocket. It was a miracle I hadn't lost them while fighting with the dragons earlier. I hit the unlock button and the lights flashed on my black four-door Chevy Silverado.
This is yours?
Conrad gave me an incredulous look. I grew up on a ranch. Trucks are pretty much all we drive.
But you're so tiny. Shouldn't you be driving a toy car or something?
He climbed into the passenger seat. I dug out a pair of sandals from the back where I'd loaded my bags that morning and slid them on. It was nice to finally have footwear again. Very funny, I said, starting the engine. You're just saying that because of my looks. People were always guessing I was from one Asian country or another. He grinned.
You can't blame me.
You shouldn't stereotype. I glanced at him reprovingly before backing up the truck.
What race are you, anyway?
He asked. I'm sort of a mix. My mom was born here, but she's half white and half Malaysian. I paused, my shoulders tensing. And according to her, my dad was part Cherokee, but I never met him. That was a rather sore point with me. I didn't like talking about my real father, not that I had much to say about him. My mother only knew him for 6 months before he ran off.
So whose ranch are you going to?
My stepfather, Grady, owns it. He married my mom when I was 2 years old. They had a son together after that, and I've got 2 older stepbrothers, so it's like one big happy family when we're together. Conrad snickered.
So a lot of fighting and shit?
Oh, yeah. That's why I'm so thin. The boys always ate all the food. We reached the garage exit. I thrummed my fingers on the steering wheel, debating which route to take. If Lindsay Street had been hit by the dragons, that probably wasn't the best way to go. The pouring rain wasn't helping matters either.
Stay in the neighborhoods as long as you can, Conrad suggested. Those seemed pretty clear when I was running through them.
Good idea. I turned south, heading for Highway 9. We only had to go a couple of miles until we'd reached the interstate. As we passed through the neighborhoods, there didn't appear to be any burned houses or major damage along the way. No people out either, at least not from what I could see through the pouring rain. It wasn't until we reached the I-35 on-ramp that we ran into problems. A huge pileup of vehicles blocked most of the bridge, all of them burned with only parts of their shells remaining. A tire here, a truck bed there, and in one case the front engine compartment of a car.
Damn,
Conrad swore under his breath. I didn't say anything. The sight of what must have been dozens of cars was horrifying, yet I couldn't afford to get emotional right now. I didn't have the time or the luxury. If we managed to get to safety, I could think about it then. I guided the truck around the graveyard of cars, eventually reaching the ramp. As we made our way down, we came upon the shell piece of another car, the trunk and back tires. It blocked most of the lane. "I'm going to nudge it out of the way," I said. Conrad nodded. "Go for it." I inched forward until my bumper connected with the trunk piece, then steered it to the side. The sound of metal grating on cement had Conrad and me wincing. Once it was out of the way, I continued on and joined a line of cars heading out of town. Guess we weren't the only ones trying to leave here. The driving rain kept movement to about 40 miles per hour, but some of the tension in me eased just by knowing we were finally making progress. Conrad put his hands behind his head.
Ain't this some shit out of some B-rated movie?
I passed a car with several kids in the back seat. Oddly, they were playing on their tablets and smiling like nothing major had happened. Had they missed the carnage, or had video games dulled the effect for them? And was that a good or bad thing? "If it's a movie, I'd like to press pause now," I replied. "Or better yet, rewind."
"Gotta find the remote first."
He looked around like it might have slipped between the seats. Yeah, right. We drove for a while in silence, the windshield wipers and beating rain making the only noise. Traffic jammed about 5 miles out of town where a collision had taken place. Not one caused by dragons, but probably road conditions. Everyone had to move to the left lane to go around it. There weren't any cops or emergency vehicles there yet. Would they come?
"The rain's letting up,"
Conrad said after we got clear of it. "Check your cell phone and see if you can get a signal," I suggested. He glanced at it and frowned.
"I got 1 bar.
"That's better than nothing. See if you can reach your grandma." He dialed and pressed the phone to his ear.
"Hey, Gramps, this is Conrad. You doing okay?"
I caught the sound of an older woman's voice on the other end of the line, but couldn't make out her reply.
Yeah, I'm fine,"
Conrad said, frowning.
"Hey, you're breaking up."
He checked the screen and put his phone back to his ear.
"I don't know if you can hear me, but just wanted to let you know I'm trying to get back that way. Hope to see you soon."
"Bad connection?" I glanced at him.
"Yeah."
He stuffed his phone in his pocket. "Try turning on the radio. Maybe they've got some news." I should have thought of that before, but I hadn't used it much since I had Bluetooth and music playlists on my phone. Conrad switched it on and scanned the stations. We couldn't get anything on FM, but one of the AM channels worked. For a few minutes we listened, the tension between us mounting.
"Damn, they're tearing up the city,"
Conrad said. "No kidding. I only saw maybe 10 or so in Norman, but now they're hundreds? That's crazy." And the dragons were on a rampage like they'd just escaped the zoo or something. Except, maybe, Aiden. The jury was still out on him.
"At least they aren't in Dallas."
He crossed his arms.
"It's all right there."
So far, but who knew how long that would last? The ground buckled beneath the truck. As the shaking continued, I gripped the wheel and slowed down. A car ahead of us swerved into the station wagon next to it, sending both of them off the road and into a ditch. Red brake lights went up on all the cars ahead of us as drivers tried to control their vehicles. This was another big earthquake, maybe the largest yet. I veered the truck over to the shoulder and fought to keep it straight until I could stop. A van darted in front of me, screeching its tires. I almost slammed into it. With only a few feet to spare, I managed to bring the vehicle to a halt. I was fairly certain my heart had lodged in my throat and would take a while to get back into place. The sound of metal crunching into metal came from behind us. Conrad and I turned, watching in gaping horror as vehicles piled into each other. Then a billboard on the side of the interstate fell to the ground, sending a herd of running cows in a nearby pasture in another direction. "This is bad," I said, gripping my seat to keep from swaying too hard. Conrad snorted.
"Oh, shit."
By the time the shaking stopped, so had the traffic. It had lasted for a couple of minutes, longer than any of the previous quakes we'd experienced. The first thing I noticed after I got my heartbeat under control was that the radio had gone out. Then shouting from where the pileup had happened behind us. A couple of guys rushed over to help a woman get out of her crumpled car. Traffic had been going pretty slow, so at least it didn't look like there was anything too severe. Mostly fender benders. "Should we go back there and help?" I asked. A gunshot went off. We both jumped in our seats. I couldn't be sure where it came from, but the angry shouts rising from a few cars back told me it wasn't far. People scattered as they raced to return to their vehicles.
Hell no.
Conrad shook his head.
Let's get out of here.
He was right, though it felt wrong to leave injured people behind. I put the truck into drive and got back on the road, following others who were doing the same. A few mangled cars blocked the lanes ahead of us, but we were able to veer around them. For the next 3 hours, we slowly made our way south. We passed the occasional wreck and avoided cracks in the pavement where the earthquake had torn it up. There were people walking alongside the interstate as well. They held their thumbs out, hoping for a ride, but I kept going past them. That gunshot had been a stark reminder that in a situation like this, I couldn't take any risks and end up stranded. A trickle of cars started appearing on the other side of the interstate, heading north. They flashed their lights at us, and some even waved their arms out their windows. Why would they be going that way? I asked.
No idea,
Conrad replied, his tone just as baffled as mine. We'd passed Paul's Valley a few miles back, and were getting close to the Arbuckle Mountains. Maybe some rocks fell onto the interstate during the earthquake? Even if they had, there were smaller highways people could use to go around. Traffic slowed even further as we continued driving. More cars passed us going the opposite direction, also flashing warnings at us. A cold pit grew in my stomach. We tried the radio to see what could be going on, but none of the stations worked.
This is beginning to freak me out,
Conrad said, watching the other side of the interstate. Me too. He heaved a sigh.
There's an exit ahead. Maybe we should take it.
We need to get to Texas. It'll be safer there. I wanted to get home to my family and put all this behind me. Whatever was up ahead, we'd find a way around it.
Okay, he said, drawing the word out, but don't say I didn't warn you.
About half the cars in front of us took the exit when we reached it. Traffic moved a little faster after that, so the next few miles passed quicker than before. I kept looking for the Arbuckle Mountains ahead. Millions of years ago, they'd stood tall and proud, but now they weren't much more than jagged hills. Still, I should have seen some sort of rise by now. Traffic slowed again. Conrad rolled down his window and peered out.
There's a bunch of cars stopped up there,
he said, ducking back inside.
Couldn't see anything else.
After going about another quarter mile, traffic came to a standstill. The flashing lights of a police car reflected through windows, though I couldn't see the cop from our vantage point. A steady flow of vehicles drove onto the median, using a gap in the highway divider to turn around. Then I noticed people walking along the interstate with shocked expressions on their faces. Others were hugging each other and crying. What the heck had happened up there? Someone pounded on my window. I jerked in my seat.
You've got to turn back,
a wild-eyed man said. Why? I asked, not rolling down the glass.
The road, there's no way around it.
A woman yelled at him and he ran off toward her. I considered what to do. My curiosity burned too much for me to leave without at least checking on what had people this upset, and we couldn't go anywhere yet anyway. We'd have to wait until some of the cars ahead cleared out before we could get far enough up to turn around. I pulled the keys from the ignition and opened the door.
Are you crazy?
Conrad shouted, giving me an incredulous look.
It could be dangerous.
If it were dangerous, people would be running around screaming. They're not, and the police are up there, so it should be safe.
Fine,
he said, getting out as well. We weaved our way through the cars, trucks, and campers filling the interstate. They seemed to go on forever, but eventually we saw a thick crowd of people gathered at the top of a rise. They filled a space between police cars that had been parked sideways across the road. Whatever was beyond that, I couldn't tell. I squeezed my way through them, working to get closer to the front. When I finally made it to the spot where police had strung yellow tape across, my body turned to cold.
I don't think we're making it to Texas today,
Conrad said over my shoulder. Chapter 6. Daily. I looked down, ignoring a growing sense of vertigo. A giant chasm stretched before us, running east and west as far as the eye could see. There was no going across it. The other side had to be about a half-mile away, and it was at least a few hundred feet deep. It was like Oklahoma had just gained their own Grand Canyon. How could this have happened? I breathed out.
At this point? Conrad muttered behind me. Why not?
The ground opened up during the last earthquake. The woman standing next to me answered. I saw it and barely stopped my car in time. Not everyone was so lucky. She wiped a tear from her eye. On the other side of her, she held a little girl's hand, probably her daughter, if their similar features were anything to go by.
This shouldn't be possible,
a middle-aged man said.
That earthquake wasn't big enough to cause something like this.
In my shock over the chasm, I'd avoided the usual anxiety that came from being crowded near too many people. A problem I'd had since I was a child. It was starting to creep up on me now, but a few deep breaths helped keep it at bay a little longer. I looked at the chasm again, and an idea began to form in my head. It took a moment to voice it out loud. What if it was caused by two dimensions colliding? The dragons have been popping out of the sky from nowhere, and even more keep coming. Maybe they were just the beginning, and now we're going to see a lot more of this. I waved my hand toward the ground. Of course, all I had to go on was what Aiden told me, but it seemed logical enough. I turned to find Conrad rubbing his chin. Dimensions colliding? Why not throw that one in the mix along with time travel and hell? Magic could have done it too.
Why do you assume they're coming from another dimension?
The question came from a guy in a black suit who appeared to be in his mid-30s. He'd been standing a few feet away, but moved closer to me. There was a vibe about him that made me think he worked for the government. Everyone within hearing distance turned their gazes toward us. I swallowed. Where else would they have come from? I didn't see any spaceships. No way was I going to point out that I'd had a conversation with a dragon. These people would never believe me, and even if some of them did, they might react badly. Speaking my mind in front of a crowd was difficult enough. I wasn't about to risk riling them up.
You have a point,
the guy in the suit answered, giving me a doubtful look.
I'm not sure if that's the answer, but one thing I do agree on is it's going to get much worse before things settle down.
Everyone cast their gazes at the chasm and then back at each other. How much worse? The woman next to me asked. His expression turned guarded.
Enough to reshape Earth and life as we know it.
Murmurs rose from the crowd. Seeing their attention had turned from me, I got out of there and fought my way through the throng of people.
So where are we going?
Conrad asked, following close behind. We reached the truck and I yanked the driver's side door open. Back, I guess. Where else can we go? He hopped in and put on his seatbelt.
Well, definitely not Kansas. With our luck, a damn tornado would blow through, and we both know how that would end.
At this point, Oz might be a better place to be than this. He snorted. Up ahead, enough cars had moved off the shoulder to clear a path. I angled the truck around the vehicles in front of me and drove toward the highway divider, crossing through the opening. As soon as I was northbound, I picked up speed. Traffic was lighter now that we didn't have to deal with the congestion near the chasm. Check your cell phone, I said after a few minutes. Maybe it will work better this time. Conrad pulled it from his pocket.
Nothing?
He tossed it on the floorboard. Then check the radio. He scanned the stations. This time, one of them came up.
I'm sorry for the interruption in our broadcasting, folks. This has been one hell of a day, but we are back now, the announcer said, and we have updates I'm sure you'll want to hear.
I turned the volume up.
More dragons have arrived and are swarming all over Oklahoma City. They have managed to burn nearly all of the buildings in downtown to ash, which shouldn't even be possible, but that tells you how hot their flames must be. We even had a brief scare at our own station. Troops and helicopters were sighted in the city less than an hour ago. The last I heard, they're gearing up for a counterattack. Stay inside, people, and let them handle this.
Conrad and I exchanged looks. Maybe they'll take care of the dragon problem, I said hopefully.
Yeah.
He rolled his eyes upward. If they don't get burned to death first. He had a point. And as far as I knew, I was the only one immune to their fire. As if reading my thoughts, he glanced down at my legs.
How did you manage not to go up in smoke?
I got lucky, I guess. I stared at the road. He snorted.
Sure looks like you came close. Like, really close.
I didn't say anything.
What was that dimension theory you proposed back there?
He asked, staring at me.
You sounded sure of yourself.
I hadn't meant to, but it had come out that way. It's just an idea that came to me. I shrugged. Maybe I watched too many movies, but it sounded good. Wish I got farther in college before this happened. I was studying for a physics degree, but none of the basics I took my first year do me much good in this situation. No idea when I'll finish now. Conrad sighed. Poor guy. I had to remember it wasn't just my future that may have gotten ruined today. So I'm thinking we head back to campus, I said, changing the subject.
If that's what you want, I ain't got no place else to go.
Me either. Which left me with an unsettled feeling. We couldn't risk driving around for days trying to find a way to Texas. Who knew how far that chasm stretched, or if another earthquake would hit? Not to mention I could only go so far before I'd run out of gas. Maybe some service stations would be open, but then again, maybe not. Also, if life on a ranch had taught me anything, it was that predators were more active at night. We needed to get to safety before the sun set, which was just over an hour away. It was a lot easier getting back to the city than it was leaving. Less traffic and fewer wrecked cars to get in the way. Seeing the exit for Highway 9 up ahead, I breathed a sigh of relief. The sun was going down just over the trees, and it was starting to get dark. I'd worried we wouldn't make it back to Norman in time.
Is it me?
Conrad said, leaning forward.
Or are those mountains up ahead?
As soon as I lifted my gaze to follow his line of sight, I let out a gasp. Yeah, those are definitely mountains. Big ones. If I hadn't been watching the road so closely for cracks and buckles, I would have noticed them sooner. There was a haze over the peaks, but I estimated they started about 10 miles away, probably just south of Lake Thunderbird. They didn't appear to be a wide range of mountains, rather just several jagged peaks, as if they popped out of the ground in the midst of the mostly flat landscape that made up the southern Great Plains.
Looks like the earthquake did more than open up a giant chasm, Conrad observed. If they can get rid of the dragons, this state might actually get more tourists.
Think the mountains are high enough for skiing? I asked, playing along. We needed something to break up the tension.
Maybe,
he said. Then his gaze ran past me and he cursed.
Stop the truck.
I hit the brakes and pulled over. What?
Look.
He pointed to the northeast. Dreading what I'd find, I turned my head. Though the sky was getting darker, I could make out the shape of 2 green dragons blowing streams of fire at a neighborhood. It was maybe a mile away. And now that I was paying attention, I heard gunshots as well. Were people shooting at them? A moment later, an explosion rocked the area. Flames shot upward, obscuring the dragons for a moment before they flew through it. What the heck? Conrad leaned closer to me so he could get a better view out of the driver's side window.
All these earthquakes probably ruptured some of the gas lines. Their flames might have ignited the fumes.
Oh, that's just great. I hadn't even thought of that.
You hear that?
He asked. The gunfire? It had been coming from several locations, though there was a break after the explosion.
No.
He shook his head.
Listen closer.
I rolled down the window an inch. Oh, yeah. Helicopters. A moment later, 2 of them came into view. They headed straight for the dragons, who'd moved on to the next neighborhood. I could only guess the military had put troops there to defend the place because it sounded like machine guns were going off on the ground again.
Those are Apaches. They must have sent them from Fort Riley for them to get here this fast,
Conrad said. I gave him a surprised look. How do you know that?
My parents are in the Army.
Huh. I wouldn't have guessed. The Apache helicopters opened fire on the dragons. The creatures jerked wildly as the bullets tore through their bodies and wings, but neither of them fell. Lifting their heads, they roared out thick red and orange flames into the sky. One helicopter swerved to avoid the fire, but the other one didn't move in time. Its rotary blades were incinerated, sending them plummeting. I winced as it crashed and burned into the ground. Those were our troops we'd just lost.
Now I really want to see those fuckers die,
Conrad said. We both leaned closer to the window as we watched. Please, God, let the other helicopter hang in there and do some damage. I wasn't sure if it would stay in the fight as it sped away, flying faster than the dragons could follow. Then it turned back, letting loose a missile before banking away again. I held my breath as the missile sailed toward the dragons. It struck one. The light from the explosion was almost blinding in the dark sky, but there was no missing the fall of a large body. Conrad pumped his hand in the air.
Take that, you fucking bastards!
Why didn't they do that in the first place? I was still mourning the loss of the first helicopter. He gave me a grim look.
On short notice, I doubt they have more than a few missiles to use. They were probably ordered to try bullets first.
A chorus of roars filled the air. 4 more dragons entered the scene, coming from the north. The Apache sent missiles out toward them, but this time its targets were ready. They blew flames in front of them, incinerating the projectiles before they could do any damage. There wasn't even an explosion. They spread out to surround the helicopter. It didn't have a chance to get away before one of the dragons got close. I dug my fingernails into the door panel as I watched it let out a stream of fire that engulfed the body of the helicopter. When it was done, only the blades were left to fall to the ground. I clenched my eyes shut, wishing I could wipe the memory of what I'd just seen away. The men in there had to have died instantly, but it must have demoralized their comrades on the ground. The shooting had stopped. After giving myself a mental shake, I opened my eyes again.
Damn, I thought that helicopter had them,
Conrad said, settling back in his seat. At least they got one dragon before they went down, I said, rubbing my face.
Yeah, but you saw what happened. It only took one time for them to see how a missile works before they figured out how to defend against it. They're smart, and there's nothing that can get around that fire.
He balled his fist.
We're up shit creek without a paddle.
The dragons flew off, heading to another part of town. Maybe the military will find another way to take them down.
Keep telling yourself that.
He gave me a pitying look. I started the engine and continued toward campus.
You'd think a new mountain range would have caused more damage to the surrounding area,
Conrad said a few minutes later, after we got on Berry Road. Maybe not if it's two dimensions coming together, I pointed out.
I think I'm going to go with the magic theory. It's growing on me,
he said, pasting a serious expression on his face. I let it go and concentrated on driving through the dark neighborhood. There'd been no sign of electricity returning since we'd gotten back into Norman. I had to resist the urge to turn on my headlights. So far we hadn't seen any more dragons, but that didn't mean there weren't any around. I wasn't taking any chances after what we'd just seen. For once, having a late 90s model truck where the daytime running lights had stopped working came in handy. I could drive through the streets without attracting too much attention. We moved toward the university at a snail's pace. Conrad kept a lookout while I watched the road. When we reached the intersection of Berry and Lindsay, I eyed a gas station at the corner. It was shut down and all the lights were off. No one was around to stop us if we just walked inside and grabbed what we wanted. Things were going to get a lot worse before they got better. We'd need food and supplies to survive, and while a gas station might not have much, it was better than nothing. Too bad we couldn't get fuel, too, but the electricity had to be on for the pumps to work. I pulled into the parking lot. Let's grab as much as we can.
Good idea.
Conrad took a look around.
This place will probably be emptied out in another day or two.
I stopped the truck right next to the entrance and we got out. Our shoes crunched on broken glass when we reached the door. Both of us peered through the dark to see if anyone was in there, but nothing moved or made a sound. Conrad and I exchanged glances before going inside. The place had been trashed, but there was still a lot of stuff left. Whoever had been here before must not have stuck around long. Maybe the dragons hitting the nearby neighborhood had scared them off. I moved behind the counter and took a handful of plastic bags, handing them over to Conrad. Fill these up with drinks. I'll grab food. He nodded. We spent the next 10 minutes clearing out everything we could and transferring it to the truck. All I could think about was that the library would have a lot of people inside, and they'd need to eat. The more supplies we had, the better. I also grabbed soap and tampons. No one ever considered feminine hygiene products during apocalypses in the movies, but the last thing we needed was a bunch of PMSing females running around without the basic necessities. By the time we finished, my truck bed was almost full and the store half empty. I wished we could take even more, but we couldn't stick around any longer. It had been risky to stay as long as we had. Just as I was pulling out, a group of young men entered the parking lot on foot, carrying bats.
"Hey!"
one of them called out. I headed for the street. "Stop!" they yelled and began running toward us.
"Get us the hell out of here,"
Conrad urged. My heart was pounding. Right there with you. I sped the truck up and crossed the intersection, racing up Berry Road. Through my rearview mirror, I saw the guys had stopped running. We were about a mile from the parking garage. Once we got on campus, we'd hopefully find Trish, Justin, and the others to help us unload, and keep any crazy people away. Chapter 7. Bailey. It was fully dark when we pulled into the parking garage. I took the nearest available slot, using my running lights to see. It was a risk, but I couldn't see anything without them. I turned the vehicle off and realized my hands were shaking. The keys jingled in my hand. I'd managed to stay calm through everything so far, but now that I'd reached relative safety, all the fear and uncertainty rose up. I was trapped in Oklahoma with no easy way out. People were dying every time I turned around. My parents were expecting me and I couldn't contact them. All these thoughts and more came crashing down, threatening to suffocate me. I like to think of myself as strong, but I couldn't imagine even the most seasoned veteran could be handling this turn of events well. The world? It was like someone tossed it in a blender and mixed it all up, adding some crazy fantasy crap in there as well. Why now? Just this morning I'd had my whole life ahead of me, dreams that I'd wanted to follow, but not anymore. There was a loud bang on the vehicle and I jumped.
"What happened?"
Justin asked, appearing next to my door. I rolled down the window. "Where'd you come from?"
"I was just coming out on patrol when I saw you drive by. What brought you back?"
Taking a deep breath, I let it out. "Long story, but we'll tell you all about it."
"Looks like you raided a store."
He nodded at the back of my truck. "Yeah, we did." I turned my attention to Conrad. "Can you help Justin with that stuff? I need to change out of these clothes."
"Yeah, sure."
He hopped out of the truck. I overheard Justin tell him they should grab some more guys to help carry the bags. Apparently some of his veteran and officer training buddies had come to the library while we were gone. We'd filled up the truck bed with bottled water, soda, and snacks. It would take a lot of trips without more people to haul it all. As soon as they were out of sight, I rested my head on the steering wheel and let out a shaky breath. One thing I'd learned while living on a ranch was that you had to remain clear-headed during a crisis. Most of our problems had been related to working with cows and horses, but the same basic principles applied. You couldn't panic when a horse went wild in its stall during a storm, or when the cows broke the fence and started a stampede. It was a matter of seeing the problem and doing whatever you could to fix it. I couldn't make the dragons go away or stop two dimensions from colliding. That was well out of my area of expertise. What I could do was take in the situation and do my best to protect myself and others. In less than a day, the world had completely changed. I could bemoan that fact and let it freeze me up, or I could do my best to act decisively. Straightening my shoulders, I sat up and lifted my head. I was Bailey Monzak, and as long as I still breathed, I would survive. An apocalypse would not be the thing to break me. Having given myself that little pep talk, I felt a bit better. I reached back and dug through my bags to grab a pair of jeans, a tank top, and a pullover. The night had turned cold. The smart thing to do when faced with no electricity was dress in layers. About the time I'd finished zipping up my pants, the guys returned and started pulling supplies from the truck bed. Conrad must have warned them I was changing because they were polite enough to avoid coming near the windows. I found a pair of my running shoes and put them on last. They'd be the most practical, assuming I didn't get them burned off. I hopped out of the truck and found half a dozen people grabbing the bags of food. Justin gave me a nod.
"If you've got any clothes or blankets you want to bring with you, grab them now. The dragons are circling closer. Once we get inside, we need to stay in there if we don't want to draw their attention."
He had a point. If they saw even one of us going into the library, they might decide to burn the whole place to the ground. They'd already proven they could do it at other places. All right. I pulled open the back door and stuffed whatever spare clothes I might need for a couple of days into a backpack. After that, I grabbed a pillow and comforter. There were 2 extra blankets that people could use, so I handed those over to guys to carry. Then I took a few bags of food. Once we had everything, we moved as a group toward the library. Justin went a little ahead of us to scope things out along the way, but no dragons showed up before we got inside. There was a guy and girl waiting at the entrance who opened the doors for us. They locked them up once we were inside. It wouldn't stop the dragons, but it would slow looters down if they showed up. Down in the basement, I discovered our numbers had grown since Conrad and I had left. Some of them were students, but there were a couple of families from the nearby neighborhood as well. I saw a few kids running around. Justin leaned toward me.
"Most of the library staff went home to check on their families, but we picked up some strays while out scouting for food and supplies earlier."
"That was nice of you," I commented. We continued down the stairwell to lower level 2 where the library had an employee break area. Trish was in there with piles of bottled water and food around her, instructing another girl on where to put things. They had a battery-operated lantern sitting on the table, casting a soft glow over the room. Her eyes widened when she saw me. "Bailey, you're back. What happened?" She ran her gaze up and down me as if she expected to see a fresh set of wounds. "Interstate is closed. It appears the earthquakes are causing some terrain changes. I explained. Oh, wow. You're going to have to tell me all about it later. But you're okay? She asked, concern in her voice. Yeah, it's just been... I searched for the right words. A long day. Let me take those bags from you. Trish scooped them from my hands. At last count, we had 40 people to feed, so we need everything we can get. Where'd all this other stuff come from? She set the bags on a table. Most people brought what they could with them from home. Some is from the library employees' stashes, and there are leftovers from the finals week study room. Oh, and a couple of people who work over at the student union also joined us, so they helped us find what we could from there. We'll probably have to make another trip tomorrow to get the rest, though. At least that was a start. Water is going to be the biggest problem, I said, wishing I was back on my parents' ranch where we had a well to draw from. With the power out, is it even running anymore? Justin nodded.
It is. The water towers are probably empty by now, but the water treatment plant has backup generators with enough fuel to keep them running for 2 to 3 days, as long as the pipes don't burst.
I gave him a startled look. How do you know that?
Research for a paper.
He shrugged.
Anyway, I've got people filling up every container we can find with water so we can start stocking up now.
Nice of you to take charge. I elbowed him in the ribs.
Somebody had to do it after most of the staff left. Speaking of which, we have a meeting upstairs in a few minutes. Everyone needs to be there.
Probably a good idea. We headed up to lower level 1 and gathered in the learning center. I found a free spot near the wall to put my backpack and blanket and took a chair. A bunch of other people filed right after me.
Okay, listen up,
Justin said, getting everyone's attention.
I know this has been a tough day for all of us, but we need to recap what has happened and figure out what we'll do next. The best way to survive is to have a plan. Who appointed you leader?
An older guy with a balding head asked. Justin gave him a patient smile.
Good question. I chose to take charge because no one else did, and I've had leadership positions in the military to give me experience. If anyone else thinks they can do a better job of handling everyone in this room and keeping them safe, please stand up now.
There were some murmurs, but no one stood. Everyone just stared at the guy who'd asked. He looked a little sheepish at the attention.
I only thought the topic should be raised. I'm fine with seeing how you do,
he said, sitting back down.
Now that we have that settled, we need to go over a few things.
Justin moved to the center of the room.
First off, what do we know about the dragons?
They blow out fire that can burn through anything, a blonde girl offered. Justin dipped his chin at her.
Good. What else? The fire doesn't spread, it only burns what it touches,
a guy near the windows said. I hadn't thought of that before, but he was right. If it could spread, the whole city would be up in flames right now. The only exception was when it sparked the gas leak, but otherwise it always went out as soon as the dragons stopped blowing it. Justin paced the room, being sure to catch everyone's eyes.
Excellent points. Keep them coming, because they might help us in the coming days. Thunderstorms drive them away.
They're mostly green ones, but I saw a couple of red dragons flying around too. Bullets don't kill them. And the comments kept coming. I still didn't think it was a good idea to mention my encounter with Aiden, but I was worried I'd have to be the one to tell everyone about the helicopter attack, since that was important. Then Conrad stood up.
They're all so smart,
he said, stuffing his hands in his pockets.
On the way back into town tonight, a couple of Apache helicopters attacked the dragons with machine guns and missiles. They only took one dragon down before the rest figured out how to protect themselves. After that, they used their flames to burn up anything the helicopters sent their way. I ain't never seen a creature learn that fast. Don't underestimate them.
Justin didn't appear surprised. Conrad must have told him what happened while they were outside.
Anyone else have anything to offer?
Justin asked. No one spoke up.
Okay.
He clasped his hands together.
Over the next few days, we'll be asking for volunteers to go out on patrols. Those of you who go should keep an eye out for anything else we might learn. No matter how insignificant you think it is, report it. We need to learn everything we can about our enemies if we're going to get through this.
A few people murmured. Justin waited until they quieted down before continuing.
We've also learned that there are terrain changes occurring.
His expression darkened.
Mountains have risen near Lake Thunderbird, and there's a giant chasm down I-35 near Paul's Valley, blocking our way south. There have been some theories bandied about, including the possibility of 2 dimensions colliding. Bailey, do you want to elaborate on your theory?
As soon as he looked at me, everyone's gazes swung my way. Great. Conrad must have told him while they were outside. Justin knew I hated talking in front of large groups of people. It was my biggest weakness, and I'd already done my fair share of that today. I slowly stood up. It's just a theory, based on how the dragons appeared from nowhere. I think they came from another world, and with the new terrain appearing, it could be part of their home is joining with ours. A young woman snapped her fingers. It might be something related to string theory, which could account for alternate dimensions. I mean, from a scientific standpoint, it's still difficult to prove, but that doesn't mean it isn't possible. We just don't have a precedent for it.
Yeah, but why now?
A studious-looking guy asked. Conrad snickered.
Someone could volunteer to ask the dragons.
Apparently he wasn't going to offer up his own magic theory, or anything else useful.
Very funny.
Justin narrowed his eyes in warning.
Why this is happening is just one more thing on our list to figure out. For tonight, we'll work on sleeping arrangements and guard shifts. I'm not so sure I'll make a good guard,
a guy with shaggy brown hair said. He was skinny and pale with wire-ring glasses. Justin shook his head.
There will be 2 guards on the main floor and 1 in the stairwell. All you have to do is to raise an alarm if dragons are attacking, or if any people from outside our group show up. We don't expect you to fight anyone right now.
One of Justin's friends, a guy named Miles, stepped forward. He had blonde hair that was a couple of inches long, tanned skin, and a stocky build. Trish had told me he served in the Marines for 4 years and started going to college as soon as he got out. I'd only met him in passing, but he'd always been polite, if a little distant. Miles held up a clipboard.
I'm going to bring this around for everyone to fill out their information. We'll use that to assign duties and rations. Except for children, everyone has to help, or else they'll need to leave. That's the one rule if you want to stay here.
The guy sounded like a drill instructor or something. I resisted letting out a yawn. As long as they let me have a few hours of sleep first, I didn't care when my guard shift started. Conrad glanced over at me with the same tired expression. We'd both been taxed by the long drive today.
Man, they better hurry and get this over with,
he grumbled. Over an hour later, I discovered I'd evaded guard duty for the night. The library had numerous side rooms set up for study sessions and tutoring. Trish and I found a private one for ourselves on the other side of the stairwell. Justin planned to be up most of the night and had already told her she should stay with me. We fixed it up with some furniture from the Learning Center and laid our blankets across the couch cushions. Her gaze met mine as we bedded down. Do you think we're going to survive this? We're sure going to try, I replied. She rested her head on her arm and gripped her flashlight close. I hope tomorrow is better. You and me both. Chapter 8. Bailey. A crack of thunder woke me the next morning. I sat up, confused by the total darkness around me. It took a moment to remember I was in the library and that the electricity had gone out. I reached down to the floor for my cell phone and turned it on. Good thing I'd thought to charge it in the truck on the way back last night. More rumbles of thunder filtered down to the basement and hail pinged off the windows nearby. Using my cell phone as a flashlight, I discovered Trish wasn't in her makeshift bed. That didn't surprise me. It was 8 in the morning and she was an early riser.
Tornado!
Someone screamed. I rushed to put on my pullover and shoes.
Go to the stacks!
Justin shouted from the hall a moment later, telling people to move toward the back where the bookcases were located. I hurried out of the room, took one look at the windows down the corridor, and decided to follow his advice. The glass might be below ground level, but the trees in the courtyard were swaying so hard it appeared as if some of the branches could break through it. No tornado siren went off, but that wasn't surprising under the circumstances. With the power grid down across the city, and most people staying home to avoid the dragons, there wouldn't be anyone to sound them. We'd have to make do with our guards. Following the crowd through the corridor, I headed toward the stacks. They were on the opposite side of lower level 1, far away from any windows. Lights bobbed erratically along the walls and floor from people's flashlights and cell phones as we hurried deeper into the library. The sun's rays couldn't reach this area. Some of us headed toward a row of mesh cages that ran from the floor to the ceiling against the side wall, while others went farther back to hunker down between the bookcases. I'd always been a little creeped out by cages, though some students used them as private study areas, but they seemed like a safe place to hide now. I got inside one by myself and shut the mesh door. It might have been even better to go to the lower basement level, but there was always a chance we could get trapped if the library was hit directly. Better to stay closer to the first floor. Other than a few people whispering, it was quiet, unnervingly so. The sound of the storm didn't reach us from where we waited, making me feel like I was in a tomb. I shut off my cell phone, not wanting to waste the battery. Just as I began to relax, figuring this whole thing was a false alarm, a loud roar rose up. It sounded like a freight train. Glass shattered down the corridor and the ground shook. I ducked my head to protect it with my hands like we were taught in school during tornado drills. A child began to cry. Wind rushed through the library, rattling chairs and knocking down anything loose. Someone began praying loudly. Justin shouted for everyone to be calm and that it would pass soon. He was right. A few moments later the winds calmed, and he announced we could come out. I got out of the cage and turned on my cell phone again, using the flashlight feature to get a look around the room. None of the bookcases had been knocked over, only the small stuff. Justin sent Miles and another guy upstairs, while the rest of us checked out the damage on our floor. The learning center was in a state of disaster. People's personal items had been blown around, chairs and tables were knocked down, and everything was sprinkled with broken glass. 2 of the large windows gaped open, and there was a branch sticking through one of them. I checked the room where Trish and I had slept and found everything was okay in there. The door had been closed, so the wind didn't get inside. Back in the learning center, people gathered their things, and one industrious woman already had a broom in hand to sweep up the glass. Justin sent someone else to search for a dry erase board or something to cover the windows. Miles and the guy who'd gone with him returned from their scouting mission a few minutes later.
What did you find?
Justin asked.
The library has some minor exterior damage, but nothing major to worry about.
Miles answered, his tone deep and serious.
We narrowly missed the tornado here, but the nearby buildings and neighborhood are in bad shape.
Justin asked everyone to gather around him.
I need 8 volunteers to form 2 scouting teams. We need to make sure no one is out there who needs our help. Also, since the storm should have scared the dragons away for the time being, we need another team to go out and gather more supplies.
Several of us raised our hands right away. Miles came around with his clipboard and wrote down the names of the volunteers. I'll go on the scouting team, I said when Miles reached me. Sitting in the library would drive me stir-crazy. I preferred to get out and actually do something, rather than stick around for busy work in the library. Trish could have that responsibility. He nodded.
You're on team 2 with me. Go downstairs and grab a bottle of water and something to eat. I'll meet you there.
My stomach rumbled. I hadn't eaten dinner the night before and hadn't realized I was hungry until he mentioned food. Leaving the learning center, I made my way down to the food supply room and found Conrad already there. Which team are you on? I asked.
Team 2.
He took a bite of his donut. I grabbed one for myself. Then we'll be going together. Miles arrived a few minutes later with a backpack full of supplies he'd slung over his shoulder. He appeared ready for anything.
Let's go.
The campus grounds were a mess when we stepped outside. Trees had lost their limbs and the flowers were stripped of their petals. Looking up, I saw a few of the library windows had been blown out and patches of the facade had been chipped away, but that was about it. We took the sidewalk going north where the worst of the damage appeared to be. The tornado had skimmed past the 12-story physical sciences building, causing only cosmetic damage, but the smaller structures next to it were a pile of rubble. My jaw dropped at the destruction.
Damn,
Conrad said, shaking his head.
I'd class in one of these buildings.
I felt a lump rise up in my throat. I did too. It was tough to see that kind of devastation under any circumstances, but especially when the place was familiar. How much more would I have to see in the coming days and weeks? I didn't even want to consider it. We spent 20 minutes walking around calling out in case anyone was trapped, but no one responded. The tornado's path came from the neighborhood to the west and continued east over to the north oval. It had been narrow, probably not more than a couple 100 feet wide, but the winds must have been extremely high. Miles called us together.
Group 1, check out the rest of the damage on campus and search for survivors. Group 2, we're going to head into the neighborhood and see if anyone needs our help.
Conrad, myself, and another young guy from our group followed Miles across Elm Avenue. The health center was along the destruction path, but it looked like only the roof had been torn off. The tornado must have lifted for a moment for it to be still standing. A few people milled around outside the building, staring at the damage. I glanced up the street and was glad to find the parking garage still intact. Barely. I'd have to check on my truck later to make sure it fared okay. Miles walked up to the people in front of the clinic.
Need any help?
An older man shook his head.
The place isn't usable anymore. We sent the wounded out to the hospital already. What about the medicine and other supplies?
Miles asked.
Some of it is still usable.
The man glanced back at the building with a resigned expression.
I was going to send it on to the hospital, too, but we can share with your group if you're willing to take a few refugees in. We can do that.
Conrad turned to the fourth guy in our group.
Stay here and help them. We'll meet you back at the library later.
We crossed a couple more blocks before reaching houses that had been mostly flattened. I didn't think there was much hope of anyone surviving in those, but we called out numerous times as we made our way around the debris just in case. We got nothing but silence in return. I told myself the people living in them had been away on vacation or fled the area already. It helped a little. We continued through the neighborhood, heading in a west-southwest direction. I caught the sound of faint cries coming from a house where the left side had caved in, and the other half didn't look like it would hold up for much longer. "Over there," I said, pointing toward it. The cries got louder as we hurried toward the house.
"Is everyone okay?"
Miles called out when we reached it.
"How many of you were there?"
"Just me and my daughter," came a woman's muffled reply. She was somewhere in the middle of the house, close to the area where the roof had collapsed by the sound of it. Conrad examined the structure.
"If we're not careful, we could bring the rest of the house down on them. 2 of us will go in while the other waits here," Miles replied. "That window will make a good point of entry."
There was no sign of the front door, but the glass on a tall window had been blown out. "I'll try it first since I'm the smallest," I offered. Miles frowned.
"Are you sure?"
"It'll be easier for me than anyone else." He sighed.
"All right, go ahead."
I walked up to it and found a twig to push away the remaining glass on the ledge. After I was done, Miles came up and gave me a lift as I swung my legs over. I squinted at the debris-filled living room. Toward the back, a large shelf had fallen across a door with books and other things piled around it. "Call out again," I said. "We're here." The woman's voice came from behind the door, just as I'd feared. Miles' feet crunched on the floor where he came in behind me. We walked toward the fallen shelf, both of us stepping carefully. As we reached down to lift it, the house groaned, and the roof above us sank down a little farther. There wasn't much time. Giving each other nervous glances, we pulled the shelf aside, trying hard not to brush it against the walls. Once it was clear, we set it on the floor and moved the remaining smaller debris out of the way. We opened the door and found the woman and her child huddled on the floor in what appeared to be a coat closet. I reached out a hand and helped her up. She clutched the girl in her arms, who couldn't have been older than 5. The house groaned again. I was sure that any minute the roof would come down on top of us. "Hurry," I urged. "We've got to go." We guided the woman and her child out first, handing them to Conrad. Miles gave me a lift through the window next. Cracking noises came from over our heads as support beams gave way. I cleared the window, spun around, and grabbed Miles's arm to jerk him out. He barely cleared the window before the roof came crashing down behind him in an explosion of dust and debris. We hit the ground and rolled away. That had been a little too close. Miles and I got up and brushed ourselves off, giving each other commiserating looks.
"Are you ladies okay?"
Conrad asked, kneeling in front of the little girl. They both had cuts and scrapes, but I didn't see any serious injuries. "We're fine," the woman replied, picking up her daughter and hugging her close. "Thank you all so much for helping us. I wasn't sure if anyone would come, under the circumstances."
"Do you have someplace you can go?"
Miles asked. The woman had a crestfallen expression on her face as she glanced at her home. As if a dragon invasion wasn't bad enough, now this. "Yes, my aunt lives about half a mile north of here." She jutted her chin in that direction. "As long as she didn't get hit by the tornado, we should be fine at her place." "The tornado went east," I said, indicating the path of the damage. "I'm sure her place is okay." Conrad picked up a doll from the ground and offered it to the little girl. She'd been crying silently in her mother's arms, but the doll brought out a grin. She took it and clutched it close to her chest. Conrad made some funny faces at her, and she giggled. I didn't think he realized we were all watching him.
"I can escort these ladies if they'd like,"
he offered, turning his gaze toward us. Miles looked at the mother.
"Would that be okay?"
"Yes, actually, I'd appreciate it." She gave Conrad a grateful smile. I was seeing a whole new side to him that he'd never shown before. It was funny how the most difficult times always revealed people for who they really were, good, bad, or something in between.
Meet us at the library when you're done,"
Miles instructed Conrad.
"We should be back there in an hour."
We watched him go with the mother and daughter before the rest of us fanned out through the neighborhood. Several houses had taken as much or more damage than the one we'd just left. I saw people sifting through the wreckage of their homes, but none needed help. I'd just crossed Lahoma Avenue when I heard a loud roar. Glancing up, I caught sight of a green dragon coming from the east with several more trailing behind him. Crap! I searched for cover and only found flattened houses. Miles and I had split up to check different parts of the street, and now I couldn't see him. I raced through a backyard, skirting around debris as I tried to find some kind of hideout. I came out onto Flood Avenue and saw an elementary school across the street. The tornado had clipped a few outbuildings on the south side of it, but I didn't see an easy way inside, and all the doors would be locked. I checked the sky and saw two of the dragons hovering over something southwest of me. Their large wings flapped heavily as their eyes searched downward. I hoped it wasn't people they were after. The other two dragons who'd been with them had continued their flight path going south. Cruise Street was just up the road. There wasn't any damage to the houses over there, so I raced toward it. I passed the first couple places until I reached a house with a car in front. I pounded on the door desperately, but no one answered and the door was locked. No luck with the next place either. The dragons were on the move again. I couldn't stay out in the open much longer or they'd notice me. Just up ahead there was a bike path with plenty of tree cover. I knew that area, and a possible place I could hide for a while. With a last glance to make sure the dragons weren't looking in my direction, I hurried that way. The path went between a couple of houses and ran alongside a fence. I followed it toward a small bridge that went over a drainage ditch. As soon as I reached it, I heard the familiar sound of a shotgun being pumped. I stopped right before getting to the bridge. A man who appeared to be in his early 60s with a long, graying beard stepped out from underneath and pointed it dead at my chest.
"Halt!"
he said in a gravelly voice. Well, I'd definitely come to the right place. Chapter 9. Bailey. I lifted my gaze from the barrel and narrowed my eyes at him. "Earl, put that away." It had been almost 2 years since I'd last seen him, but he didn't look that much different. I recognized the faint scar on his left cheek that he'd earned while serving in Vietnam. It had come from a piece of shrapnel hitting him. According to my stepfather, Earl had been wounded in a few places and barely made it out alive. He lowered the shotgun a few degrees, blue eyes squinting as he examined me.
"Is that you, Bailey?"
"Yeah. What are you doing out here?" He and my stepfather were good friends while I was growing up, but Earl moved to Oklahoma 6 years ago after falling in love with a woman from Norman. The last time I saw him was at her funeral. Heart disease took her away from him, and he didn't handle it well. From what I'd heard, he'd gone a little crazy after that, so I'd kept my distance. Earl's gaze lifted up, and I followed it. Through the tree foliage, I could make out the silhouette of a dragon in the sky a little south of us.
"We better get inside."
He lowered the shotgun.
"I ain't got nothing that'll take those damn things down. Yet."
I nodded. "It's good to see you again."
"Don't bullshit me, little girl."
He paused to light up a cigarette.
"If you really wanted to see me, you would have come sooner."
Earl had a tendency to call things as he saw them. I didn't take any offense. "Hey, you're the one pointing a gun at me when I do finally come over." He scrunched his nose.
"These are bad times. I thought I'd prepared for anything, but I didn't see this coming."
We left the bike path and headed toward his home down the street. It was a brick house with white garage doors and tall trees in the back. Nothing too fancy, but he kept the place looking good outside. There was even a small flower garden in the front. As soon as we made it through the door, he shut and locked it behind us.
"Can't be too careful,"
he muttered.
"Looters will be coming around before too long."
We passed through the living room, still decorated in the contemporary furniture his wife chose, and entered the kitchen. It had outdated appliances from the 80s and beige linoleum that was peeling on the floor. They hadn't had time to remodel it like they'd planned before she passed, and I doubted Earl cared enough to do it himself.
"Want something to eat?"
he asked. "Yeah, sure." I took a seat at his rickety table. The donut I'd eaten that morning hadn't been nearly enough. I figured I might as well get a decent meal while I could. Rations were going to be small with such a large group back at the library to feed, and most of it was probably going to be junk food. Earl moved to the counter where he had a propane camp stove set up. He hunched over it and took a few deep, raspy breaths. The walk must have worn him out, but I didn't dare bring up the hazards of smoking. The last person to do that got a mouthful of tobacco spit on her. I still felt sorry for that nurse. After he lit the stove, he pulled out a package of hamburger meat from the freezer. My mouth watered at the thought of having meat for lunch. Never mind that it might be a long time before I got it again.
"Gotta cook this before it goes bad,"
he said, tearing the package open with gnarled fingers. "You won't hear any complaints from me." He made quick work of cooking the hamburgers. I helped by grabbing tomatoes, onions, lettuce, and mayonnaise from the fridge. He also had some sandwich bread we could use. As soon as it was ready, he encouraged me to dig into my meal.
"Still wrapping my head around those dragons,"
Earl said, taking a seat across from me.
"Damn near shit my pants when I first saw 'em."
I paused from taking a bite of my hamburger. That wasn't a visual I needed while eating. "I'm fairly sure no one expected it," I replied.
"What I want to know is where in the hell did they come from? Thelma down the street thinks they're aliens from another planet. That just don't sit right with me."
He popped a slice of tomato in his mouth. "Maybe another dimension, or my friend Conrad says it could be magic." He shook his head and let out a heavy sigh.
"Well, I suppose those guesses are as good as any."
I finished the burger and wiped my hands with a napkin. There was an awkward silence I didn't know how to fill. The blinds were closed on the windows, so I got up to take a peek out. There hadn't been any roaring from dragons for the last few minutes, or any other noise for that matter. Looking out, I didn't see them either. Maybe I should get going. His bushy brows knitted.
"Where to?"
"I'm staying on campus with some friends. We were just out checking for survivors from the tornado when the dragons showed up." He stood and came to peer out the window with me.
"You could stay here. I got plenty of supplies to last for months."
Though I didn't think Earl would ever hurt me, I wasn't comfortable with the idea. It just felt too awkward. Plus, I preferred to stay close to Trish and the other students on campus. Half the people in the library were too scared to leave, so they'd need everyone they could get who didn't mind scouting around for supplies. It made me feel useful in a way staying with Earl wouldn't. Action suited me better than talking or sitting around. "Thanks." I gave him a grateful look, "but I really should get back." He studied me for a moment, indecision in his eyes.
"Are you certain?"
I nodded. "Yeah, really, I'm fine." He let out a grunt and turned toward a closed door at the corner of the kitchen.
"And you're gonna be needing some protection. I imagine this isn't the only time you'll be roaming the streets alone, and it ain't just dragons you gotta worry about."
Earl popped open the door and lumbered down a dark set of stairs. I hadn't known he had a basement in this place. At least he could get to safety if another tornado came, or something else just as bad.
"If I recall, Grady taught you to shoot real good,"
he said, referring to my stepfather as he came back up the stairs. "He did," I agreed. At our ranch, we went out at least once a week to either hunt or do some target practice, depending on the season and how much time we had. Earl handed me a Glock he'd put into a holster and a box of 9mm rounds. I fitted the holster into the waistband of my jeans and stuffed the ammo in the pocket of my pullover. Justin and a few other guys at the library had already brought in their own guns, but I liked the idea of having one for myself. "Thanks." He rubbed at the leathery skin of his arm.
"It ain't much, but if any human gives you trouble, then you give them trouble right back. We can't rely on the authorities to protect us anymore. Some of us are setting up a watch round here because it's going to get worse as supplies start running low. You come back round if you need anything and give my name if someone else stops you. But don't bring no one else. Outsiders ain't going to be welcome." With the way my group continued to take in stray people we found, I hadn't considered neighborhoods might start closing ranks. It made sense, though. If the dragons were here to stay long-term and the military didn't take them down, it was going to get a lot rougher. People were already scrambling to hoard what foods and supplies they could, myself included. "I'll try to stop by in a week or so and check on you," I promised. "Stay safe until then." "Same to you, little girl." Earl drew me into a bone-crushing hug that barely missed my arm wound. "Your stepdaddy was always a good friend. You need anything, you come here." I pulled away from him. "I will." He stepped outside with me, and we waited a few minutes on the porch, watching and listening to be certain it was safe. Only once we were sure did I head back out, using the trees for cover as much as possible. Chapter 10. Bailey.
I ran the wet washcloth down my leg, scrubbing away a couple days' worth of dirt and sweat. One of the glow sticks we'd gathered from scouting around kept the bathroom lid in a green hue. After 2 weeks of sponge bathing, I already missed taking showers, but even this was a luxury. We'd run out of the tap water we'd saved and had to collect rainwater in whatever containers we could find. There'd been a storm yesterday, or I couldn't have bathed at all. "Hey, are you about done?" Trish asked, coming through the door. She carried a flashlight in her hand, making it brighter in the bathroom. We'd been roommates in the dorms long enough that I wasn't embarrassed by her catching me in my bra and underwear. Hell, these days modesty mattered even less. We had a lot bigger issues to worry about. I scrubbed at my feet, the last part of me I hadn't washed yet. "Almost done," I answered. Trish perched herself on top of the counter. I couldn't speak for the guys' restrooms, but the ladies had been keeping theirs clean since there were still plenty of supplies in the janitor closets. We needed that small bit of normalcy, especially in a library full of survivors who were beginning to stink up the place. In the part of the basement where we stayed, the musty smell of books was being overpowered. "We need medicine and bandages," Trish said, tucking a loose strand of red hair behind her ear. "We're just about out of everything I can use to treat people." We'd pilfered all the first aid supplies we could on campus, including the tornado-damaged health center, but other scavengers had been hitting many of the same spots, too. It wouldn't have been so bad if there weren't so many people staying in the library. The numbers fluctuated between 40 and 60 daily as folks came and went, but nearly everyone who arrived needed some sort of medical attention. As long as they didn't appear to pose a threat, we didn't turn them away. "You should tell your boyfriend. Isn't it his job to organize teams to get things?" There may have been some bitterness in my tone. I hadn't been allowed on another off-campus scouting trip since the day the tornado struck. He didn't like that I'd disappeared for hours, or that I'd refused to tell him where I'd gone. Miles, my team leader that day, hadn't been happy either. They were annoyingly overprotective, especially of women. Trish's face scrunched up. I tried talking to him, but since the last team didn't come back 2 days ago, he's been too paranoid to send out another one. That was how we'd lost 5 people. Some others had just packed up and left during the early hours. I'd overheard a few of them talking and knew they'd decided to take their chances elsewhere. Our food rations were pretty small, and we had a ton of rules, resulting in a lot of discontentment. "I'll talk to him." I wrung out my cloth and dumped the basin of murky water into the sink. It wasn't my thing to get involved in the myriad of disputes going on in the library. I was trying hard to keep a low profile. I'd never been a good team player and preferred to keep a small number of friends. If not for the safety and numbers factor, and my best friend, I might have left like some of the others. "Thanks," she gave me a weak smile. I grabbed the fresh set of clothes I had on the counter. My jeans were the last clean pair from the luggage in my truck, though I still had a few shirts and shorts left. We needed more containers to collect water during the next rain if we wanted to wash anything. "Where is Justin at now?" I asked. "With some guys getting rid of the trash. You missed the big debate on where to dump it." Trish rolled her eyes. I pulled a tank top over my head. "I'd say go put it in the middle of the South Oval and lure a dragon over to burn it." "Very funny," she snickered. "Good luck finding a volunteer to do that." "It'd be more environmentally friendly than just leaving it out to rot," I pointed out. Not that pollution was at the top of anyone's concerns at the moment. "They're dumping it in the rubble left from the tornado, so they should be back in a few minutes." She hopped off the counter and headed for the door. I finished lacing my shoes and followed her out. "Be nice when you talk to him," she pleaded, pausing in the corridor. "This is really important. The last thing we need is for people to start getting sick around here with no way to help them." "I'll try," I promised. Trish might have been planning to be a librarian, but her mother had been a nurse. It seemed she was starting to follow in her mom's footsteps. Other than a new arrival in our group who'd been a combat medic while she was in the Army, we didn't have anyone with medical training. Trish had been filling in whenever the need arose. Seeing Conrad sitting in the coffee shop, I headed over to him. "Hey, would you mind going on a trip with me?" I settled in a chair next to him. His dark brows furrowed. "Where to?" "We need first aid supplies and, well, pretty much anything else we can grab." He gave me a skeptical look. "Justin doesn't want any more people going out." "I'll talk to him. But even if he doesn't agree, it's not like he can stop us." Conrad appeared to mull the idea over. "I'm in. I'm sick of sitting around here anyway." I caught a glimpse of Justin and Miles coming out of the stairwell. They appeared ragged. Most guys hadn't shaved, and no one had washed their hair. There wasn't enough water for that. "Give me a minute," I said to Conrad, then headed toward Justin. He had a wary look in his eyes as I approached. Since he'd refused to let me out on any of the scouting teams, I'd stopped talking to him except when absolutely necessary. He must have known if I was coming to him now it was because I wanted to ask him for something. "No," I amended. "I wasn't asking. I was telling." "Conrad and I are going out on a supply run in my truck," I informed him. He shook his head.
"It isn't safe."
"Did you see any dragons while you were out just now?" I put a hand on my hip.
"No, but they'll be back."
He was standing in front of the stairwell door as if he planned to physically block me from leaving. "Then we'll be careful."
"It isn't just the dragons that are a problem,"
he said, pulling me around the corner away from any prying ears.
"Other people are out there scavenging. We found the bodies of our missing scout team in the middle of the street. They were shot, not burned."
I lowered my voice. "Then I'll shoot back if it comes to that."
"How?"
I lifted my jacket and showed him the gun I had tucked in my pants. Only Trish and Conrad knew I had it. Justin's face hardened.
"Where did you get that?"
"I've got my resources."
"We could use more guns for the scout teams,"
he stated. There was a gleam in his eyes. "No, this is for my protection when I go out," I said emphatically. He was quiet for a moment. If I'd been anyone other than his girlfriend's best friend, he might have tried taking it from me. Tried being the operative word. In the end, he gave me a resigned expression.
"What's your plan?"
"Conrad and I will take my truck to the grocery store down the street. It's only a little over a mile away, so it's not far and shouldn't be too dangerous." Justin rubbed his face.
"You can go in my SUV and I'll send a couple guys with you."
"No." I jerked my head. "They'll just take up space we could use for supplies and be that many more people to worry about."
"Are you sure you want to do this? Even with a gun, it's going to be dangerous."
There was genuine concern in his voice. Whatever I thought about him, he did care about people and wanted to protect them. "It has to be done. We're running low on everything." His shoulders sagged.
"Fine, but be careful and check in with me as soon as you're back."
I nodded. "It'll take a few hours, but have someone on the lookout to help bring things in when we return." His expression said he wasn't certain he'd be seeing me again.
"We'll be watching for you."
I left to get Conrad. We pulled into the grocery store parking lot. Conrad and I searched for any potential dangers, but there was no one in sight. Other than a few empty cars toward the back and scorch marks in the pavement, I didn't find any signs of recent activity, unless you counted a mangy-looking dog sniffing around the dumpsters at a fast food restaurant across the lot. The burns and the cement varied in size, telling the sad story of both living creatures and vehicles being targeted by dragon flames. I avoided driving over the smaller ones. Somehow that felt like I'd be driving over people's graves. I stopped the truck next to the west entrance and shut it off, taking the keys with me. We waited a moment just to be sure no one came running up to us waving a gun or something. When they didn't, Conrad and I got out and headed for the doors. They'd been broken by previous visitors. I pulled my gun out and checked it for the third time that morning before going inside. My ears strained to listen for even the smallest sound. The interior was dark, but with no clouds in the sky, the sun was able to shine through, making it a little easier to see. We also had flashlights with us to help. The place had been ransacked and heavily looted. A few shelves were knocked over and various grocery items were scattered across the floor, but there was still plenty of stuff to grab. Conrad and I each took a grocery cart and headed toward the side of the store with the pharmacy. My cart hit a bump along the way. I'd been busy scanning for anyone who might be hiding around a corner waiting to attack. It wasn't until I checked the floor in front of the cart that I found what I'd hit. A small shriek escaped my lips.
"Jesus!"
Conrad muttered, coming up behind me. I shined my flashlight down. "I don't think he's been dead for long."
"Nah, I don't think so either. He doesn't smell yet."
I tapped the toes of my shoes against the dead man's leg. It was stiff. "Let's just grab what we need and go," I said, veering my cart around.
"Sounds good to me."
We didn't have time to deal with the body, though a part of me did feel guilty about just leaving it there. The pharmacy was at the front of the store in the corner. When we reached it, we found it had been picked through pretty well, but there were still a few aspirin bottles, packaged bandages, and other supplies. Conrad went into the back where the prescription meds were located and found some antibiotics. All the painkillers were gone already. The produce section turned up a scattering of potatoes, onions, corn, and fruit. We took everything we found, even if it had fallen to the floor, as long as it wasn't rotting or squashed. After that, we went aisle by aisle, grabbing anything we could find that might be edible or useful. We'd just filled up the second cart in the cereal aisle, and were headed toward the entrance when a roar came from outside. Conrad and I stopped in our tracks, glancing at each other. Then we crept up to one of the empty checkout lanes to get a semi-safe view through the windows. A loud scream tore through the air next, filled with terror. I ran my gaze back and forth but couldn't find where it came from. Then a man and woman came running across the parking lot into our view. Unwittingly, I took a few steps closer and caught a glimpse of a green dragon flying overhead. He was closing in on them fast. I couldn't say what came over me in that moment, but there was a driving need to go out there and protect them, an instinct I couldn't understand. It wasn't until I felt Conrad's hand close on my arm that I realized I'd almost made it to the doors. "You can't go out there," he hissed. The dragon swooped down with his claws extended. "He's going to kill them. We have to do something." I jerked from his hold. He grabbed me again and wrapped his arms around me this time. "Then he'll just kill you too." Conrad wasn't a big guy, but he was strong enough that I couldn't get free of him easily. I knew he had a point about the danger of going out there. Why I had this overwhelming need to save the people outside, I couldn't explain. What the hell was wrong with my survival instincts? Ever since the dragons showed up, I'd had a tough time fighting the urge to go after them, to kill them. Never mind that I didn't know how to do that. Still, I struggled as I watched the dragon come down. He didn't breathe out fire like I expected, and instead grabbed the two people with his massive claws. They struggled and screamed, but couldn't get loose. In the next moment, they were up in the air with him. We watched in shock as he took them away. Conrad let me go. "That was unexpected." "I don't get it. Why would he take them alive?" A crunch of glass drew our attention to the east entrance of the store. "Because Mirk enjoys the taste of humans. He hoards them in his lair and eats them when he's hungry," Aiden said, walking toward us with a purposeful stride. I froze. A part of me had hoped I'd never see the dragon shapeshifter again. Chapter 11. Bailey. "Aiden," I said, resisting the urge to step back. Why didn't I get the same driving need to kill him in this form that I did when I saw him as a dragon? Sure, my alarm bells were ringing at the sight of him, but not to the point I lost control of myself. With Aiden appearing mostly human, my feelings were more cautionary, like anyone would feel when a dangerous man approached them. "Do you know this guy?" Conrad asked, giving me an incredulous look. "We met once." Conrad grabbed my arm and yanked on it. "Let's get out of here. There's something wrong with this guy's eyes." "Leave, human, if you wish to remain alive." Aiden was now only 5 feet away from us. His right fist was clenched as if he was about to use it. I pulled out of Conrad's grasp. "Go put the groceries in the truck. I'll meet you out there in a few minutes." "No way!" He shook his head. "This guy looks crazy. I'm not leaving here so you can end up like that dead guy in the back." I let out an exasperated breath. "I'll be fine. Just go." Conrad didn't move. "You test my patience, human," Aiden growled. "Don't mess with me." Conrad lifted his arms and one leg like he was going to kick out. "I know karate." Sometimes I had to wonder if he had a death wish. Aiden lunged forward and took Conrad by the throat, lifting him into the air. The younger man clawed at the shapeshifter's hands, but couldn't get free. An acrid scent reached my nose as if something was burning. "Let him go, Aiden," I demanded, pulling on his arm. "You're hurting him." He turned his yellow-eyed gaze on me. "This human is disrespectful and weak. You have no need of him." I pulled my pistol and aimed it at his head. This was the first time I'd ever pointed a weapon at a person, or at least someone that looked like a person, but I couldn't stand by and let him hurt Conrad. I gave him a cold look. "I said let him go." "Try it," he encouraged, flashing teeth with pronounced fangs. I swallowed. It was easy to pull a gun, but harder to pull a trigger. Conrad made choking sounds, and the stench grew worse. My nose twitched. It smelled a lot like skin burning, and there appeared to be steam coming from Conrad's neck. Did the dragon shapeshifter's touch burn flesh? Let him go. Aiden's eyes turned cold.
No.
My hand shook, but the barrel wasn't more than 3 feet from his head. Even this nervous, I couldn't miss. I sighted on his nose and pulled the trigger. The bullet struck his forehead and jerked his head back before zinging away. Glass from a light fixture over a cash register shattered. When Aiden looked down on me again, there was nothing but a small gash on his head. What the? My jaw dropped. With his free hand, he rubbed the wound, smearing blood across his forehead. He hardly winced. How could he still be alive?
Tough skull,
he answered. I aimed at his chest and fired several more shots. Aiden jerked and grunted, but he didn't fall or let go of Comrade. What the hell kind of clothing did the dragon shapeshifter have on? Other than some indents in the material, it appeared unharmed.
Are you finished?
He asked. I glared at him.
Put your gun away, and I'll let your friend go.
What if I don't believe you? I asked.
He's got minutes before I'll burn through his neck. Are you willing to take that chance?
I hesitated, but lowered it. His eyes narrowed.
I do not wish to see it at all.
Gritting my teeth, I tucked it into the back of my pants. Aiden released his grip, letting Conrad fall to the floor. I rushed over and kneeled next to him as he crouched on his hands and knees, gasping for air. His throat hadn't been burned through, but his normally dark skin was pink with pus from where Aiden had gripped him. The burns looked similar to touching a hot pan for too long. It took Conrad a minute to catch his breath. I rubbed his shoulder, not knowing what else to do. Was that really necessary? I glowered up at Aiden. If only I could have shot daggers through my eyes and killed him where he stood.
This was your first lesson,
he replied, digging into a black pouch hanging from his belt. My first what? Aiden withdrew a vial and held it out. I ignored it.
Never hesitate to attack an enemy if he's threatening you or your friends, he said in a cold voice. And bullets don't work on dragons. Don't waste your time shooting at them.
You couldn't have just told me that? I felt my temper rising and stood up. He is my friend.
And you risked his life by hesitating.
I poked a finger into Aiden's chest. If you ever touch him again, so help me God, I will rip your balls off and shove them down your throat until you choke on them. See how that works out for you. He lifted his brows.
I'm a dragon. How can you be certain I have balls?
I took a step back and almost stumbled into a row of shopping carts. My mouth opened and shut as I searched for a response. Well, you're in a human body, so I'd assumed... He laughed. The asshole almost doubled over, he laughed so hard. The sound of it echoed through the cavernous store, mocking me. Glad I could amuse a dragon at my expense.
I'll just leave you to wonder about that,
he said, after he regained his composure. I was being serious.
I'm certain you were,
he said, a hint of humor in his voice. Note to self, come up with better threats for dragons. Your English has improved a lot in the last week, I remarked.
I've known your language for some time, but rarely used it until recently.
He shrugged.
And I'm a fast learner when I choose to be.
Remind me to give you a gold star the next time we meet. What is that? I indicated the vial.
A cream that will help your friend heal faster. We keep it around in case one of our humans gets burned.
Your humans? I gave him an accusatory look. What were they doing with humans?
Do you want it or not?
This better not hurt him, I said, swiping it from his hand. Poor Conrad was starting to get control of his wheezing, but he was still on all fours on the tile floor. Aiden snorted, letting loose a puff of steam from his nose.
If I truly wanted to make him suffer, I wouldn't have let him go.
Maybe, but I didn't want to take any chances. I popped the cork and dabbed a bit of the gel-like substance onto my fingertips. It was thick and brownish with no discernible smell to it. What's in this? I asked.
You don't trust me?
I lifted my brows. What was your first clue? Conrad pushed off the floor while keeping one hand protectively over his throat. His legs wobbled and he grabbed a nearby checkout stand for balance. An almost unintelligible croak came from his mouth when he tried to speak, but I was fairly certain he'd meant to say motherfucker. He glared at Aiden as if he plotted the shapeshifter's demise and it would involve something very painful. Did I take the chance and put the cream on him? So far it hadn't hurt my skin, but neither did Aiden's touching me. Maybe the gel substance wouldn't either. What if I put it on Conrad and it made him worse?
I do not have time for this.
Aiden jerked the vial from my grip and stepped in front of Conrad, baring pointed teeth.
Put the damn cream on your neck if you know what's good for you. You,
came Conrad's mangled response. Aiden cocked his head.
Scared. I'm disappointed after your little show of bravery a few minutes ago.
Conrad flipped out his hand. Aiden dropped the vial into his palm and took a step back. Keeping a watchful eye on the shapeshifter, Conrad popped the cork and put a dollop on his fingers. He muttered a few more garbled cuss words as he examined the cream. He looked at me with a question in his eyes, and I shrugged. Neither of us could know if it was a good idea or not. He let out a ragged sigh and dabbed a bit on his throat. His eyes widened in surprise. He started rubbing it all over the burns as fast as he possibly could, arching his neck to reach the hollows easier. His eyes closed with pleasure. I moved closer, trying to spot any visible changes.
Give it until tonight,
Aiden said next to me.
He'll be fully healed.
Conrad finished, the pain gone from his eyes, and let me take the vial from him. Will this work on other kinds of wounds? I asked, examining the cream with renewed interest.
No, only burns.
Damn, it would have been nice to have a miracle cure on hand. How are you feeling? I addressed Conrad.
Better?
He answered in a hoarse voice. I'm sorry about this. I gave him an apologetic look. Do you want to wait for me in the truck? I should be out there in a few minutes. He shook his head.
We got all these groceries. Might as well load them up.
Are you sure you're up for it? I asked. The burns on his neck were starting to lose their redness, proving the gel really did work, but I hated to let him do anything strenuous right away.
I can handle it. Just be careful around him.
Conrad jerked his chin at Aiden. He might be talking like he'd smoked for 50 years, but at least the fight hadn't gone out of him. That had to be a good sign. I will, I promised. If all else fails, I'll smack him in the nose. That hurt him the last time I saw him. Hesitating for a moment, Conrad headed toward the carts we'd filled earlier. More than once he looked back at us as if he thought Aiden would attack me without anyone around to stop him. Finally, he grabbed the first cart and wheeled it out of the store. I had to hope no more people or dragons showed up while he was out there. I moved closer to the windows to keep an eye on him. Why are you here, Aiden? I asked, keeping my gaze trained outside.
I'd hoped you'd survive this long. When I caught your scent, I came here to speak with you.
He replied. He caught my scent? I resisted the urge to sniff at my armpits. I'd just taken a sponge bath that morning and couldn't have smelled that bad. What do you want? He brushed up next to me. Together we watched Conrad slowly load the groceries onto the back of my truck. I really needed to go out there and help him, but until I got rid of Aiden, that wasn't going to be possible.
I wish to train you.
Train me? I cast him a sideways glance. For what?
You're a dragon slayer. You're unskilled, but you have the potential to become a great fighter.
I backed away a couple of steps, laughing. Have you looked at me? There's no way someone my size can take on a dragon. I'm not any kind of slayer. Aiden turned to face me. From beneath lowered lashes, he ran his gaze slowly down my body in a way that made me think he saw past my t-shirt and jeans to what was hidden beneath. I crossed my arms, pretending to be cold despite the rising heat from the afternoon sun pouring through the windows. If his undivided attention happened to have sent a thrill through me, I would have died before admitting it.
Yes, you are a slayer, and size isn't everything,
he said in a husky tone.
It's how you use what you have.
And that's what she said. A few seconds of silence passed, then his lips twitched.
At least you won't be boring.
Yeah, because my secret goal in life was to amuse him. I still don't see how I could possibly take on a dragon. His expression turned serious.
Allow me to teach you, and you'll find it's quite possible.
Why would you want to teach me? I threw my hands up. Wouldn't that mean you'd have to give away the secrets for how to kill you, too? Aiden turned his head to stare out the window.
Our coming here has changed things. There are power struggles among the dragon clans you don't understand, but they will affect humans as well. If you allow me to train you, then you will learn about them and learn why it would be wise to work with me.
Give me an example, I suggested. Might as well get a few tidbits of information out of him. It could be useful on the chance we never got rid of the dragons.
You just witnessed what Mirch did with those people out there. He is among the worst of the pure dragons, but there are others who enjoy humans as well. The only clan you do not have to fear eating humans is mine. Shapeshifters would never do such a thing since we can take your form as well. We are meat-eaters, but we are not.
He paused, brows furrowed as if in thought.
Cannibals.
I mulled that over. What you're saying is you want a dragon slayer who can side with your clan against the others?
More specifically, I want you to ally with me, but we can get into the reasons for that later. The important thing to remember is I can help you in ways you cannot help yourself.
I studied the ceiling and tapped my chin. And how would this work? Would your clan just allow me to come stay with them while I train? He cleared his throat.
No. Other than my cousin who you saw at our first meeting, none of my people will know we are working together. We will train you away from anyone who may see us.
I frowned. What was he up to if he didn't want his clan knowing about me? And Conrad? I indicated the man wheeling out the second grocery cart.
You must swear him to secrecy if you wish him to live. Neither humans nor dragons can know about our alliance for now.
He paused.
It is too dangerous.
And where will we train? I caught the faint outline of a green dragon flying through the clear sky. It was too far away to worry about yet, but Aiden's shoulders tensed when he saw him.
This road here. It is called Lindsay Street,
he asked, waiting for my nod before he continued.
Follow it east. There will be a point where it ends, veering to the north, but it begins again along 84th Avenue. Keep going east toward the lake until the road ends with a red sign. Wait for me there. I will check each day around mid-afternoon to see if you've come.
You can read English too? Did you learn that from your humans as well? I asked.
Yes, they live and work amongst my clan.
I put my hands on my hips. And where did they come from?
We did not steal them, if that's what you are worried about,
he said, his yellow eyes narrowing.
They began crossing into our world more than 2 decades ago. We merely offered them sanctuary from the pure dragons.
Maybe they did, maybe they didn't. I had no way to disprove anything he said, for now. I decided it was best to get back on topic. You do realize the place you want to meet has got to be at least 9 or 10 miles from here. Even driving, there's a chance I could be attacked along the way.
My clan has claimed that section of the lake and the area around it. There is still some risk until you reach our territory, I admit, but that is the safest place for us to train. I suggest you go by foot, so that you might stay under cover as much as possible. You'll need the exercise to get stronger anyway.
No, forget it. I shook my head. I don't know you or trust you. There's no way I'm going to a secluded place outside of town to train alone with you. He was crazy to even think I'd go along with the idea. A look came over his eyes, almost like he pitied me.
It's your choice, of course. The amount of training you require means I need you willing, but I hope you will consider it. Every day the pure dragons will continue to destroy this city and kill its human inhabitants. There is nothing that can stop them except my clan and born slayers such as yourself.
I studied the tile floor with its dried mud footprints covering it. Some people must have looted the store soon after the last big storm. There weren't employees around to clean it up anymore. Probably never again. There's no way I can make that big of a difference, I whispered. Aiden clasped his fingers around my arm. His touch was hot, but it didn't burn me like it did Conrad.
I'm not saying my plan will be easy. In fact, it could take a long time to execute fully, but it will work if you follow me.
He let go and stepped away.
I'll give you time to think about it, but don't wait too long.
He turned and left, exiting the store without a backward glance. As soon as he made it out to the parking lot, he lit up on fire. In another minute, the flames died down to reveal a solid red dragon with wings spanning 8 to 10 feet on either side of him. He took off into the air, veering west. I watched him leave, not knowing what to think of him.
So that guy really is a dragon?
Conrad said in disbelief, coming up behind me.
How in the hell did you get mixed up with him? They've been here for what, a minute? And you're already friends with one?
His voice wasn't hoarse anymore. I glanced back at him and noticed his neck burn was hardly noticeable. Guilt still ate at me for getting him hurt in the first place, but I needed to impress on him that he had to keep this incident to himself. He's not a friend, and nobody can know about this.
Oh, I ain't trying to tell anybody what I just saw.
Conrad shook his head.
Can they all shift between being a dragon or human?
No, only the red ones. The green dragons can't change. We started walking toward my truck.
Why didn't you tell me about this before?
He asked. For one, I wasn't sure if anyone would believe me, and even if they did, they might freak out and think I was in league with them or something. Second, I didn't want the attention because it's more complicated than you know. We reached the truck and settled inside. Conrad was silent until I pulled onto the road.
What are you not telling me?
Aiden says I'm a born dragon slayer. He laughed, looked at me, then laughed some more. It had been funny when I'd first heard it too, but the more I thought about it, the more I wondered if it was true. The willingness to take on dragons when they first invaded, and again when the man-eater showed up in the parking lot were indicators Aiden didn't lie. For the last 2 weeks, I'd been trying to figure out why all my self-preservation went out the window when I saw one. Now I had an answer, if I chose to accept it. Conrad finally calmed down.
What made him think you're a dragon slayer?
Their fire doesn't burn me. His eyes widened.
No shit!
Yeah.
That's what really happened to your pants that first day, isn't it?
He paused.
Was Aiden the one who tried to burn you?
It was a green dragon that tried to burn me. Aiden came along and killed it, I explained. And that's when I first met him.
I think you're going to have to start this story from the beginning.
This was going to be a long drive back to the library. Chapter 12. Aiden.
How did it go?
Donar asked, flying toward Aiden.
She's not ready yet, but she will be.
Mirak's timely display would leave an impression on her. Not that Aiden condoned eating humans, but if anything could convince Bailey to join his cause, a cannibalistic dragon would be it. Donar angled his head.
She doesn't trust you yet, does she? We have met twice. That's hardly enough to inspire confidence.
His tone came out disgruntled. The dragon spirit inside him stirred, joining in Aiden's displeasure. He dropped down low to skim above the trees. It required more concentration than flying in the open, giving him an excuse not to speak to his cousin. He'd known bringing Bailey to his side wasn't going to be easy, but with each day that passed, the danger grew. At best, his father had a year left. After that, chaos would reign within his family. He needed time to train Bailey and push out the pure dragon clans before that happened. The Clan Talbot fortress came into view up ahead. It had crossed over from the other world a week ago during one of the ground tremors, most of his missing brethren coming with it. The castle arrived intact, but the outer walls and a few small structures inside were damaged during the transition. The stonemasons had been working day and night to make the necessary repairs. Already, Aiden could see an improvement. It sat at the foot of the mountains on a hill of green grass with dragons flying patrols above. Dark gray walls rose 30 feet high and surrounded the fortress. Along the ramparts, there were a series of jagged spikes designed to tear into a dragon if he flew too close. 4 guard towers, one at each corner, provided a full view of the surrounding area and any incoming enemies. They could launch assault weapons capable of tearing dragons' wings at a moment's notice. The castle, also dark gray, was set in the center. It rose higher than everything else around it, with spirals and spikes protruding from every rooftop. All the windows were tall and narrow, but there were walkways at the top of the 3rd level where the Pendragon and his family could come out to enjoy the view in human form. The entire clan lived inside those walls. There were over 200 smaller buildings, including barracks, shops, and homes. They all had pointed rooftops and spikes jutting from them, similar to the castle. His ancestral home was designed so that no one could enter it safely by air. They had to land outside the walls and walk on foot through 2 sets of sturdy gates made of fireproof metal they called Zephyrium. It was impregnable to pure dragons. They'd attacked the fortress enough times to test its strength. Aiden caught sight of his sister, Phoebe, in a clearing outside the fortress. She held a Zephyrium sword in front of her, slicing it through the air and giving instructions to the next generation of female warriors. From the looks of it, this was a 2nd-year class. Male and female shapeshifters who wished to undergo training volunteered once they reached 20 years of age. They had to pass a brutal trial that tested their physical strength, stamina, and prowess. Only about half made it. The process had served their clan well for thousands of years by helping them select the best candidates to become warriors. He'd made average marks on his, little more than enough to pass. Except for Donar and his sister, no one knew Aiden could have scored higher if he'd wished. Phoebe wore her long black hair in a tight braid. Only one strand of silver was left loose to fall on her cheek. All the female members of his family had a few silver streaks in their hair. They passed the trait down generation to generation. She'd also inherited their height and large bone structure. Aiden was only a few fingers taller, and perhaps a stone or two heavier than her, though to be fair, he was the smallest of his brothers. She was the first female in their family to become a warrior. He'd heard stories of when she was a mere 5 years old, they'd had to hide all the weaponry. Too many times they'd found her in her room practicing with Zephyrium knives and swords she'd pilfered, often the ceremonial ones hanging on the walls. Her wooden toy dragons were forever littered with stab wounds. He had to wonder if they might have represented her two older brothers. Aiden was born 60 years after her, and didn't witness those days for himself. All he'd known was the fierce warrior she'd become. Seeing her now in her fitted black cambrium attire, she appeared as if she could fight off a handful of opponents at the same time. Her top was in a halter style that showed the well-developed muscles in her shoulders and arms, and her pants fit like a second skin on her legs. Donar landed next to Aiden in the clearing. Flames covered them as they changed to their human forms. In the beginning, shifting could be quite painful, but after a few decades one barely noticed the discomfort.
"I'm off to see my father," Donar said, glancing toward the fortress gate. "Are you going to help him?"
Aiden asked.
"From what I hear, the Masons have more than their fair share of work."
Donar grimaced.
"I promised I'd assist him for a few hours." "Good. The sooner the repairs are done, the sooner we can breathe a little easier. Save the speech. I've heard it enough times before."
His cousin shook his head and walked off. Donar's father came from a line of dragons who could generate two types of flames, one that could destroy anything it touched, and another that could fireproof stone, metal, and a few other materials such as the cloth they wore. The rare ability was highly valued within his clan. Only about a dozen mastered the skill, and most specialized on one type of medium. For Donar's father, it was stone. Aiden turned to observe his sister and her 5 female students. In their first year, they would have learned hand-to-hand combat, but in their second they began working with swords. Though they'd all be 21 or 22, they appeared younger. Shapeshifters aged slower than humans. Their dragon form developed at an even more gradual rate. One of the girls appeared to be having greater trouble than the others handling her blade. He rarely assisted in training warrior candidates, but he could use the practice if he wanted to help Bailey, assuming she accepted his proposition.
"Put your hips into it. Your body is too stiff,"
he said, walking up to the girl. "Okay," she said, drawing her brows in concentration and trying once more. "Like this?" Her eyes were dark gold as she looked up at him, and her brown hair had the faintest hint of red as it glinted in the sun. She was from one of the low families, but if she worked hard, she could earn prestige as a warrior.
"Not quite."
He gave her a stern look.
"You must twist your hips more."
She made another attempt, improving a bit.
"Good. Now do it 100 more times,"
Aiden ordered. He left to join Phoebe. She stood with her arms crossed as she watched her students from a distance. It was a method of giving them space to become familiar with their weapons. When he reached her, they clasped arms in their human form of greeting. Aiden indicated the girl he'd just left.
"That one will need a lot more practice if she hopes to pass her sword skills test."
"I know," Phoebe said, sighing. "To make matters worse, most of her family hasn't crossed over yet, and it's affecting her training." He arched a brow.
"I thought the last of our clan arrived 2 days ago."
"Not quite. We're still missing about 10, including her parents and sister. Right now all she has is a younger brother. He is a 5-year-old handful and takes all her attention when she's not here practicing." Dragons could be hard-hearted about many things, but families tended to form tight bonds, except his own, of course. He hoped the girl reunited with hers soon.
Who is caring for the boy now? Aiden asked. 2 human women are keeping watch over clan children while their families work. Ah, yes. It explained why he'd seen so many young ones running about the Great Hall. That's where the humans spent most of their day doing tasks the dragons would rather avoid, such as cleaning and preparing meals. It had only been a little over 20 years ago that they'd started appearing 1 or 2 at a time in Kaderaween, the dragon world. Somehow, they'd crossed over from Earth and couldn't get back. It had only worked going one way until recently. Any humans the pure dragons found first, they killed. It was only the shapeshifter dragons who provided refuge for them. Over the past 2 decades, his clan alone had acquired over 100. Between the 12 total shifter clans around the world, they may have saved thousands of humans. His people didn't keep them as slaves, but they did require them to work if they wished to stay in the fortress. Most chose never to leave again once they were settled. Even since returning to Earth, the humans who'd gotten used to living among the shifters chose to remain. The pure dragon threat still existed, and only the ones who missed their families enough to take the risk left. Phoebe pulled Aiden to the side, farther from the trainees. So where have you been today? Out patrolling. She gave him a skeptical look. Since when are you voluntarily going out on patrols? Aiden had cultivated a reputation for being lazy and apathetic. Sometimes he wondered if he might have done too good a job of it. He shrugged. There's a whole new world out there, and even more humans than we saw through the veil. You should see them run whenever one of us comes near them. They scream and flail their arms about like small children. If he discounted the ones with guns, of course, they could be quite annoying. Bullets striking his scales were a lot like mosquitoes biting into his skin. It didn't hurt much, unless they hit the small bones in his wings, but it was uncomfortable enough he preferred to avoid it. You should stay close to home where it's safe, she cautioned. He kept his amused smile in place. I always take Donar with me. Not to worry. That's a small comfort. She snorted out a puff of steam. Donar was actually a very strong fighter, but like Aiden, he didn't show off his skills. Will you mourn my loss if something happens to me? Aiden asked. There was a brief softening of her eyes. If only because you'd leave me behind with Zoran and Ruari. Speaking of Zoran, our eldest brother is coming now. Phoebe stiffened. Did he hear me? She whispered. No, he is just leaving the gates. Aiden reassured her. But he looks like someone has been pulling on his tail. She took a deep breath and turned to face Zoran as he came their way. Even in human form, their brother was massive, with muscles bulging from every part of him. It was almost unnatural. Aiden was convinced he could feel the ground shake when Zoran walked. He had straight black hair kept at shoulder length, and yellow eyes that never showed anything except hatred, distrust, or anger. It was as if he'd been born with nothing but the darkest emotions. I need to speak with Phoebe alone, he growled when he got close. Aiden clasped both Zoran's upper arms and smiled broadly. It was the highest form of affection he could give his brother in human form. He only used it now because it was clear the 450-year-old shapeshifter was in a bad mood. Aiden would do what he could to soften his attitude for Phoebe, even if it irritated his inner dragon to do it. It's so very good to see you, Zoran. He lied. I trust you are doing well. Well enough, his brother answered, pulling away. Aiden was always thankful Zoran wasn't the brightest of his siblings. The repairs on the fortress are going smoothly. Throm, the pendragon, had let his oldest son take charge of restoring the walls. Aiden might not have much respect for his brother, but Zoran seemed to be doing well at this task. He'd organized crews for quarrying rock from the mountains, masons to shape and fireproof the stones, and others to put the completed blocks in place. Not 1 minute had been wasted since the project started. Zoran must have found a good foreman to keep things running smoothly. The walls should be finished by tomorrow if the masons work through the night, his brother answered in a gruff voice, then gave him a distrustful look. What do you care? Aiden lifted a shoulder. I'm merely concerned for the safety of our clan. Zoran's eyes turned to a dark gold. You'd better go, whelp, before I lose my patience with you. Aiden must have overdone his praise. That was the problem with his brother. Regardless of how you behaved toward him, you could set him off.
Aiden had to ignore the growling inside his head that demanded he strike Zoran down.
"I'll see you later."
He gave Phoebe's arm a squeeze. She gave him a warning look. "Stay out of trouble."
"I always do,"
he said over his shoulder as he walked away.
"What a worthless whelp,"
Zoran said before Aiden got far.
"When I become leader of this clan, I'm going to have him hauling stones for the Masons day and night. That'll teach him some respect."
Aiden's steps faltered for a moment. It took everything in him not to turn and challenge his brother, give in to his dragon and prove he wasn't weak. It would be satisfying, but it would ruin his long-term plans and make him a target. He needed to avoid bringing attention to himself right now. He took several deep breaths and kept going. Zoran wasn't worth it. Aiden would head into the fortress and find something to distract him from beating his brother into a bloody mess. Chapter 13. Aiden. Aiden entered the keep and followed the cobbled road that made up the main thoroughfare. It was crowded with humans and dragonfolk, all of them searching for ingredients for the midnight meal that was a handful of hours away. One could find a variety of foods, including fish, chickens, fruits, and vegetables, more types than they'd ever had back in Cadarween. Shopkeepers had scoured the nearby countryside to gather it all, or paid others to find the food for them. He couldn't remember his clan ever looking happier or healthier. He stepped around a few human children attempting to kill Petros with large sticks. They were fire-breathing insects that crossed over from Cadarween with them and looked like miniature dragons. It was the juices extracted from the Petros' dead bodies that could heal burns. He wondered what Bailey would think if she knew that was what he'd rubbed on her friend's throat. Probably better she didn't find out, considering her low opinion of him already. Then again, she wasn't immune to his charm, if her reaction to his studying her body was any indication. She might distrust him, but she was curious about him. Perhaps there was hope for them to come to some sort of understanding with each other. Aiden worked his way toward the far corner of the keep where the mason and blacksmith shops were located. There were 6 tall stone buildings in a row near the fortress walls. Each stood 2 floors high and had an overhang at the front, providing shade against the hot sun. They served as living quarters and workshops. He found Donar and his father, Illene, at the first building. Both were in their human forms, blowing blue and purple flames at gray stones. Slowly, they turned them into the darker gray that indicated they were now fireproof. The process also made them stronger and more resilient against blunt force. Donar finished his and straightened, eyes lit up with hope.
"Did you need me to go somewhere with you?"
"No." Aiden leaned against a post.
"I'm just here to enjoy the sight of you working."
Donar snorted.
"As if you know what that means."
As the Pendragon's son, Aiden wasn't required to do anything except maintain proficient fighting skills and serve his father. He could take on another job if he chose, but no one expected it. His brothers certainly hadn't. The taxes his family collected on the clan ensured they didn't want for anything. Over the years, Aiden had visited most of the shops and learned the basics of nearly every trade they had in the fortress. It had given him a better understanding of the clan's inner workings, but his older brothers had laughed whenever they caught him out. He hardly cared, since knowing how to do things for himself made him less reliant on others.
"Would it make you feel better if I helped?"
Aiden lifted a brow. His cousin's face reflected surprise.
"You would do that?"
It had been a long time since he'd last offered.
"For today. I'd appreciate it if you would."
Illene joined their conversation.
"We'll be up all night otherwise. There is a space inside for you to work if you don't mind the heat."
No one in Aiden's immediate family knew he'd inherited the gift for blowing both types of flames. There were stories about his mother's father being able to do it, which was the side Donar came from, but neither she nor her eldest sons had gained the ability. Aiden hadn't even known he had it until around the time he turned 60. One day he'd been watching Donar practice, and for some inexplicable reason decided to give it a try. At first, his flames had come out red and orange, destroying half the stone. Then they'd turned to purple and blue, hardening the remaining half. Illene had seen it as well, and encouraged him. Over the next decades, he spent at least a few hours a week perfecting the skill until he could do it almost as well as his cousin. Next, he'd found a blacksmith willing to keep his secret and teach him. That had been even more useful, since it meant he could forge his own weapons. He was still working on perfecting the art with cambrium cloth. It required thinner, lighter flames since it was more delicate. So far, he'd only made one set of clothes successfully.
"Come on," Donar said. "I'll get you set up inside."
They passed through the open doorway. It was dim in the workroom and much warmer, but a light breeze coming through the windows helped keep it from being too stifling. They passed a set of stairs leading to the living quarters and went to the back where there was a smooth stone work table. Donar picked up a large chunk of rock from a broken boulder and set it on top. Aiden looked it over.
"What size do you need it?"
His cousin pointed at a row of lines cut into the table.
"Each side equal, going from here to here."
Aiden studied the lines Donar indicated. The stone would need to be about the length of his forearm. It wasn't for one of the outer walls, then, but likely for a workshop or home.
"Very well. Enjoy yourself."
Donar clasped his arm and left. Aiden would have loved to work outside, but he couldn't risk being seen by anyone close to his family. If his brothers found out he inherited the skill, it would cause a greater rift between them. As it stood now, they didn't see him as competition. Once the Pendragon died, there would be a contest held to decide who replaced him. 3 noble families were eligible to participate, with a total of 20 candidates who were of right age, between 200 and 600 years old. From among them, the elders would choose 5 to compete, usually the oldest sons. Aiden's brothers had been working hard in recent years to prove themselves as the most obvious choices. They fought in every battle, took on any task the Pendragon asked, and befriended the right people. Sons from other families were doing the same, though 2 strong contenders had died under mysterious circumstances in the last few years. Aiden had his suspicions about who'd done that, but couldn't prove anything. Zoran and Uruari didn't see him as a threat yet, but there had been precedents set in the past for a younger brother to be chosen over an older one. Usually, it happened if the younger one proved himself more worthy or had other more desirable traits. It was up to Aiden to continue appearing harmless for as long as possible. He kneeled down and blew a stream of yellow and orange flames onto the stone. His aim had to be precise, or else he'd burn away too much. It required all his concentration to make each side as smooth and even as possible. Once he had a perfectly sized stone, he changed to blue and purple flames, engulfing one whole side. The fire needed to reach deep within if he was to harden the inside as well as the outside. After it was dark gray, he flipped it around to work another angle. Aiden couldn't have said how much time had passed when he finished the 5th stone. His inner dragon had been soothed and lay quiet in his head. There was hardly any light streaming through the window anymore, so it must have been at least 2 hours. He stretched, trying to work the kinks from his back. Just as he dropped his arms, a loud, booming noise shook the workshop, rattling tools and other loose objects. This was not a ground tremor, but something else. He rushed outside and nearly stumbled into Donar when another boom struck. This one just across the keep. A plume of smoke rose from that direction, along with terrified screams echoing through the air.
"What is going on?"
Donar looked at him with a stunned expression.
"I have no idea."
Shards of rock exploded from the castle. What was left of a spire fell, tumbling into a parapet before continuing its way to the ground. He'd seen the cause this time. A missile. A few days ago he'd witnessed the human military striking some of the pure dragon lairs up north. Even from the sky he hadn't been able to discern the missile's point of origin. He'd tried telling his father about it, but the Pendragon hadn't been concerned. The fortress was more than strong enough to handle an attack in his mind.
"We must burn the missiles before they strike,"
Aiden yelled, attempting to be heard over the rising cacophony. Donar nodded.
"Let's go."
He and his cousin raced for the gates. Dragonfolk and humans alike ran in every direction, slowing them down. No one seemed to know what to do. Then he saw his father up ahead, standing tall amidst the chaos. He didn't so much as flinch when another missile struck nearby, with a concussive effect strong enough to make people cover their ears. Humans would guess Throm of Clan Taugut to be in his late 60s, though he was really over 1,100 years old. The Pendragon had broad shoulders and only a bit of softness in his stomach. His gray hair was cut short and his face was clean-shaven, revealing coarse skin that had seen too many centuries of sunlight. A shapeshifter didn't show such signs of aging until near the end of his life.
"There's no enemy out there, my lord,"
a guard informed him.
"We searched, but these projectiles are coming from somewhere beyond the horizon."
I don't want to hear excuses. Find a way to stop them,
the Pendragon commanded in a thunderous voice. For Zoria's sake! Were Aiden and Donar the only ones who'd traveled farther than the small territory their clan held? It appeared none of them had seen the missiles before or learned how to counteract them yet. But Aiden knew. Whether he liked it or not, he'd have to be the one to do something about it. He didn't slow to speak to his father and continued toward the gate.
"Get in the castle!"
he yelled to those he passed. A few heard him and began running that way. The thick walls of the castle would protect them against the missiles. It was only the slim spikes and spirals on the roofs that weren't holding up well against the impact of the explosions. Just before Aiden reached the gate, he stumbled into several burned and disfigured bodies on the ground, many of them missing limbs. The scent of burned flesh permeated the air around them. Rage rose inside him, along with a roar from his inner dragon. He'd never expected to see such a sight in his ancestral home. They had to be humans, since dragons could not be injured in such a way, but they were under his clan's protection. It was their responsibility to keep them safe. He clenched his fists. The idiots were sending missiles that were killing their own kind. One teenage girl with tangled red hair was still alive. She held her scorched arm and rocked back and forth, crying. Her leg was burned, too. Aiden hesitated. People were running past her without bothering to help. Unable to leave her for the next missile strike, he scooped her up, taking care only to touch the girl where her clothes protected her skin. He didn't want to add to her injuries by burning her further. Aiden found a human man and handed her off to him.
"Take her to the healer."
As you wish."
The man gave him a respectful nod. Finally, he and Donar made it through the front gates and into the clearing where they could shift. He let his inner fire engulf him, allowing him to change into a dragon. There was a moment of intense pain while his body expanded and reshaped, but he'd long since grown used to it. As soon as the fire subsided, Aiden spread his wings and took off into the air, with Donar joining him a moment later. 2 more missiles came over the trees in the distance. He and his cousin flapped their wings to hold their position. The missiles sailed closer, giving Aiden an idea of their trajectory. He let out a stream of flames into their path. One of the missiles flew straight into it, and Donar's fire caught the other. Both were incinerated right before they could reach the fortress. He felt a small surge of victory that they'd protected their people from this round of the assault. 6 dragon guards joined them, lining up in a formation on either side. A few minutes later, 4 more missiles soared through the air straight for them. As a team, they blew out a stream of fire that destroyed them all. He wanted to feel victorious again, but something bothered Aiden. There was a constant buzzing noise coming from above. Lifting his head, he caught sight of a flying object high in the sky. It wasn't a bird, but neither was it large enough to be one of those crafts humans used for air travel. There was some resemblance to them, though, with its fixed wings that did not flap. He left the formation, which had enough dragons to cover the next assault, and flew up to investigate. The closer he got, the more he was certain that it had to be human-made. What sort of beast was it, and what was its purpose? Aiden had almost reached it when the buzzing beast fled away. Could it have seen him coming? The thing flew too fast for him to keep up, but he tried for a short distance before turning back. Looking down on the scene below, he watched for more missiles. Long minutes passed with no more coming toward the fortress. He sailed down and joined the formation, noting his older brothers were there now. They both gave him scornful looks.
"Where have you been?"
Zoran asked telepathically.
"I was checking on something,"
he replied. Ruari turned his head toward Aiden and snorted out a puff of steam.
"The next time there is an attack, you better be here right away, little brother." "Of course."
He dipped his head, ignoring the beast inside who did not care for his submissive attitude. It was just as well Zoran and Ruari didn't know he had been there before them. Aiden didn't want to take credit for coming up with their defensive measures anyway. They stayed in the air waiting for the next round of missiles. When nearly an hour passed with no more coming, Zoran ordered 3 guards to remain on patrol. The rest of them headed back to the fortress to assess their losses. Chapter 14. Bailey.
"I'd kill for some ice cream right about now,"
Conrad said, letting out a loud sigh. I scanned the grounds outside, looking for any trouble. A shower would be even better.
"Yeah, it would."
We were stuck on guard duty at the West Library entrance. The sun wouldn't rise for another hour, but even without it, the air was stifling inside with no air conditioning. All we could do was share a canteen of water between us while we waited for our replacements to come at dawn.
"I've been wondering about something ever since that day at the grocery store,"
Conrad said, leaning against the wall. I gave him a skeptical look. Just one thing. It had been 3 days since he'd found out about me maybe being a dragon slayer. Every day he had new questions, most of which I couldn't answer. It was all new to me, too.
"I've been putting this one off,"
he admitted. I frowned. Why?
"Well, it's just that I've been thinking. If you're immune to dragon fire, are you immune to regular fire, too? And if you are, wouldn't you have noticed that before they showed up?"
That was a good question. I've never actually touched an open flame, but I can vouch for hot pans burning my fingers and sparks from campfires hurting like hell. He was quiet for a moment. Then he dug into his pocket and pulled a lighter out.
"Check and see,"
he suggested, holding it out to me. "Are you crazy? I'm not burning myself."
"Come on,"
he said, waving the lighter.
"It's not like I'm asking you to burn your skin off. Only do a quick wave or two over your hand to see if it hurts."
I rolled my eyes. This reminds me of how my brothers used to dare me to do stupid crap all the time.
"Did you always do it?"
he asked. Not every time, but sometimes. When you're the only girl and you have 3 brothers, you're always trying to prove yourself. My medical records would reveal a broken arm, a concussion, and a total of 30 stitches I'd gotten over the course of my childhood. Life on a ranch gave us a lot of choices for getting into trouble.
"Just try it."
"Fine." I took it from him. It wasn't that he'd convinced me so much as piqued my curiosity. It would bug me to no end, and I wouldn't be able to sleep later if I didn't at least try it. Shooting him an annoyed look, I flicked the lighter. I stared at the small flame for a moment. This was stupid. It was going to hurt, and then I'd regret doing it. Slowly, I lifted my hand. It shook a little as I moved it closer to the flame. No matter how this went, I had a feeling I wouldn't like the outcome. If I did burn, then I'd be disappointed that I wasn't immune to regular fire. If I didn't, then something fundamental about me had changed since the dragons showed up, like they'd flipped a light switch. I edged my palm closer, feeling the warmth from the flame. Then I moved it all the way over until only half an inch separated my skin from the top of the fire. Nothing happened. It felt hot, but it didn't hurt. I lowered my hand until the flame touched my skin, holding it there with the same results.
"That's badass."
Conrad came closer to watch. "If you say so." I let the flame go out. He grabbed my hand and turned it over to look at it. There wasn't a mark or even a little redness. A headache began to form near my temples. I didn't want this. I wanted to be a normal person who didn't have some weird destiny to fight dragons. Was this some cruel cosmic joke? Conrad saw my expression and gave me a conciliatory smile.
"It's all good, girl. There are lots of people who would kill to have this ability. You have a fighting chance of surviving this shit."
If I really am a dragon slayer, I paused and swallowed hard, then that means I have an obligation to fight dragons. How am I supposed to do that? He took his lighter back, then almost dropped it. I'd left the flame on too long and overheated the metal at the top. Somehow, even the heat from that hadn't bothered me.
"I don't know what to tell you, but we'll figure it out. I've got your back, whatever you decide to do,"
he reassured me. "Thanks." I gave him a weak smile. "That means a lot." He made a dismissive gesture with his hands.
"Don't thank me. I'm just making nice with the toughest girl on the block."
Yeah, right. If only I had as much confidence in myself as he did. Once a dragon came around, all my fears went away, but in the still morning hours when they weren't around, the prospect seemed a lot more daunting. "So, I guess the military stopped their bombing campaign," I said, hoping to talk about something else. Conrad gave me a knowing look, but he backed off and returned to his spot against the wall.
"Yeah, it's been quiet for hours."
For the past few days, different parts of the city had been getting hit. Most of the explosions seemed to come from the north, but we'd noticed some strikes southeast of us the previous evening. There had been sightings of drones flying overhead recently, too, probably scouting out potential targets for the missiles to hit. The last radio report we'd heard confirmed some dragons had been killed in the bombings. No accurate estimates on how many, though. "Think they'll start up again soon?" I asked. He shrugged.
"Now that just about everywhere in the country has dragons, they'll probably have to move around and help different cities."
"True. And this is the longest they've gone without bombing since they started." They might have already moved on to somewhere else. The prospect sort of relieved me. We'd been living in fear of them hitting us, and had been staying in the basement as much as possible, other than the guards posted at each end of the library. Shouts from down the corridor drew our attention.
"What the hell?"
Conrad said, looking that way. Gunshots fired next. Shit, they're getting attacked at the other entrance. I pulled my gun from my holster. Go warn Justin. I'll stay here and watch the doors.
Got it.
Conrad, holding the gun he'd been given for his shift, took off at a sprint. After seeing him disappear inside the stairwell, I turned my attention to searching the dark grounds outside. Nothing moved that I could see, but that didn't mean no one would come. Justin had made a point of telling us never to leave our posts empty. He had said that sometimes attackers would strike one side first in order to divert attention that way, then enter from another. More shots rang out. It killed me not to go help the 2 guards stationed at that end. What if one of them was hurt? I didn't know the man and woman stationed over there very well, but they seemed nice enough around the library. Movement outside caught my attention. A group of 5 men and women holding an assortment of weapons ranging from handguns to bats ran toward my doors, coming from the north. All the fear and uncertainty I'd felt earlier about being a dragon slayer shut off. It was as if ice water had been poured through my veins. These people were trying to move into my territory, and I had to stop them. They were still about 100 feet away. I unlocked one of the doors and propped it open. Swinging into full view, I opened fire on them. A man went down first, and then a woman fell. Another woman raised her gun, and I backed up against the wall out of her line of sight. She sent a couple of shots my way, hitting the door I hadn't opened. Glass shattered and fell to the floor. Their footsteps came closer. I crouched down low and took a quick peek around the corner. 3 of them were still coming and would reach me in seconds. I pulled back just before a few more shots zinged past me. They were too close. I fled the entryway and raced for the checkout desk, scrambling over the counter. They didn't follow me inside, but I could hear them whispering near the doorway. From the corner of my eye, I caught a handful of guys coming out of the stairwell. I got their attention, pointed at the library entrance, then held up 3 fingers. Justin nodded. He and Conrad moved behind the information desk, while the rest of his group headed to the other end of the library. There weren't any more shots coming from that direction. I had to hope they'd fended off their attackers. A sizzling sound came from outside, and then something went sliding across the floor on the other side of the checkout desk. It wasn't until loud popping sounds went off that I realized they'd lit up a bunch of firecrackers. I ignored them and aimed at the 3 people rushing through the door, firing a couple of times at them before ducking down. More shots rang out. Coming from their direction and Justin's and Conrad's position, I heard someone on the other side of the counter grunt and another cry out. At least one of them had to be down. I crawled along the floor until I reached a spot where I could pop up out of their range of vision. Taking a deep breath, I stood. Only one was left, and he was shooting at Justin in Conrad's position. They'd had to duck down and couldn't return fire. I aimed my gun at the guy's back and pulled the trigger. He went limp and fell to the floor. No one else moved. For a moment, I stood there, hearing only the ringing in my ears from so many gunshots being fired. Was it over? Just one of the attackers showed any signs of life. A guy Justin or Conrad must have shot was groaning and clutching a wound on his leg. Justin came from behind the desk, holding his pistol at the ready, and walked toward the man. He glared at the guy on the floor.
"It's over. Let the gun go." "Jackass, you killed my girlfriend," the man on the floor said.
He raised the pistol, aiming it toward Justin. He didn't get it halfway up before a shot rang out. His arm fell back to the floor and the weapon fell from his hand. Even in the dim light of pre-dawn, I could see there was a bullet hole in his head. I ran my gaze up to Justin and saw a cold look in his eyes. He'd shut off all his emotions until there was nothing left but the trained soldier. His foot swept out and kicked the guns away from the bodies. They all looked rather dead, but better safe than sorry. As he kneeled down to check their pulses, more people came racing out of the stairwell. Conrad, who was closest to them, directed a few to head to the other end of the library and sent the rest toward us. I doubted we'd have any more trouble tonight, but our job wasn't over yet. Justin stood and directed his attention at the new arrivals.
"You 3, load these bodies onto library carts and haul them to the pit. Make sure you cover them up."
The group consisted of 2 guys and a woman. Only one middle-aged man didn't turn green at the prospect of hauling dead people away. I didn't feel that sorry for the other 2, considering all they had to do was clean up the mess. That was easier than having to do the actual killing. The fact I'd shot people and taken lives hadn't quite set in yet. My rush of adrenaline was still up. I hoped my emotions stayed clamped down for a while. There should be a dead man and woman outside, too, I added. You'll see them on the sidewalk on your way to the pit. We'd been dumping all our trash and refuse in the area where the tornado had struck some of the campus buildings. The close proximity made it convenient. Justin picked up one of the attackers' guns and checked the magazine before reloading it.
Take this,
he said to the middle-aged man.
If they aren't entirely dead, you might want to make them that way.
The guy gave Justin a curt nod and walked off, the other two in his group following behind him.
Bailey,
Justin addressed me.
You did a good job tonight. Your shift is over if you want to head downstairs and get some rest, but I suggest you talk to Trish first. This isn't something you get over easily.
Our gazes dropped to the dead bodies. I blinked and looked away first. Who's going to guard the door? I asked.
I'll stay until the next shift comes. They should be here shortly.
Yeah, okay. I hopped over the counter, not feeling like going around to the door. Conrad followed me downstairs, holding a flashlight to light our way. He didn't say anything, and looked about as numb as I felt. I wasn't sure if he'd killed anyone or not. Everything had happened so fast. But at the very least, he'd taken part in it. We'd both have to come to terms with what we'd done. Trish was standing near the coffee shop when we made it to the lower level. She rushed toward us as soon as she saw us. Her eyes were round and panic-stricken. "Are you okay? Is Justin?" she asked, grabbing hold of me. Her fingernails dug into my arm so deeply she almost broke the skin. I'm fine, and so is he. I don't know about the people who covered the south entrance," I answered, my voice coming out lifeless. She drew me into a hug. "The gunshots woke us up. They went on for so long I didn't know what to think." When she pulled back, I noticed the people gathering around us, most of them still half-dressed from getting out of bed so suddenly. I wished they'd go away. They were making me feel claustrophobic. A set of sluggish footsteps came from behind me. Turning, I saw one of the men who'd gone to reinforce the south entrance come out of the stairwell. His eyes were red and his face was drawn with grief.
"The other 2 guards from the night shift are dead,"
he said, choking on his last words. My vision started to blacken. The walls I'd put up to protect myself collapsed so quickly I could barely draw in a breath. Emotions bombarded me, ranging from horror to sadness. My knees felt weak and bile threatened to rise up my throat. I grabbed hold of Trish. "Can we go to your room?" "Of course." She helped guide me through the throng that had surrounded us. I'd been sleeping in my own room after that first night we'd stayed in the library. She and Justin had taken one of the back offices where employees used to work. I stopped in the doorway and took it all in as she lit several candles. We usually visited in my room or the common areas, so I hadn't seen it in a while. There were piles of books lining one wall and a bookcase filled with more. A couple of couches had been pushed together into a makeshift bed, and there was a desk in the corner. It was cozy. I ignored the furniture and sat on the floor, leaning my back against the wall. It felt cool through my t-shirt. Something about that comforted me. I desperately needed to feel grounded. Trish kneeled in front of me. "I'm here if you want to talk." I'm not sure what to say," I replied. She rubbed my arm. "Anything you want?" "I miss my family." "Yeah." She settled down cross-legged. "I'd miss mine too if they were like yours." Trish had been down to my parents' ranch a few times between semesters. She was originally from Muskogee, Oklahoma, but her mother had moved to Florida a couple years back. With Trish's father dead, there wasn't much reason for her to return to her hometown. She hadn't been close to any of her other relatives, not even with her mother, since they didn't get along well. "Do you miss your old home at all?" I asked. She shrugged. "I have some friends there I'd like to see again, but that's about it. I feel like I've let my family down by staying here." It was a feeling I'd been pushing aside for weeks, but with what had happened tonight I couldn't hide from any of my emotions. It was like I'd been torn apart and laid bare. "I'm sure they know it's not your fault." "Maybe, but something is wrong with my mother." I took a shuddering breath. "Before all this happened, I tried asking about it, but she swore she was fine. I know she was lying. Now I can't even go home to find out." Tears misted my eyes. Trish leaned close and wrapped her arms around me. "Let it all go, Bailey. Better to get it out now so you can be strong enough to face whatever tomorrow brings." She was right. Things wouldn't be getting better anytime soon, and she didn't know half of what I faced. I was glad to have her with me right then rather than anyone else. She still saw me as plain old Bailey and not the dragon slayer. I needed that. Chapter 15. Bailey. 2 tense days passed in the library without any more attacks. We buried our fallen guards next to a flower bed on the south oval. Justin sent out a scout team for supplies. They came back with enough to set us up for a week, if we included what we already had in our stock. Our population had dwindled to about 30 after some people chose to try life elsewhere. I wandered into the learning center and found about a dozen people gathered at one end, some of them holding Bibles. An older woman led them in prayer. I'd never been much for organized religion and preferred to keep my talks with God between me and him. It seemed to help others by joining together, though. An excited shout echoed down the corridor. I followed the noise past the coffee shop and up the stairs toward the stacks. A group of 4 men, including Conrad, and 2 women sat around a table. They each held a set of cards in their hands.
"I'll raise you 5 chocolate chip cookies," Conrad said, sliding them forward. "Damn!" The guy across from him folded his cards. "Too rich for my blood."
Conrad grinned and gathered all his winnings to him. He had quite a pile of food. They were betting with their rations. It was a game that had started up not long after we'd taken refuge in the library. "All right, ante up," a woman said. 2 pretzels each. Everyone slid their offerings forward. The sight of all that food made me hungry, and I figured I might as well get breakfast. I headed downstairs to lower level 2. There was an armed guard outside the room where we kept our food stored. Justin only trusted a few people with the job. This particular guy was one of his veteran friends who had dark skin, a shaved head, and a black mustache. He looked to be in his early 30s. He nodded at me and pounded on the door.
"Bailey's here for morning rations."
The door unlocked from the inside, and Miles opened it.
"Come on in."
He moved out of the way so I could enter. There was another woman already there munching on a honey bun. I knew her as Danae, a former combat medic who'd gotten out of the military a year ago. We'd acquired her after the university clinic was hit by the tornado. She had shoulder-length blonde hair she usually wore down, and an incredibly toned body like she spent a lot of time in the gym. I always felt short and small whenever I stood near her. "Are there more of those?" I asked. She stuck her hand into a box on the table and tossed one to me. "Eat them while you can. These things are going to go fast." I caught the wrapped honey bun and grabbed a bottle of apple juice from a stack against the wall. She waved at me to take a seat next to her. I shifted on my feet. Normally I preferred to take my food back to my room, but she was always so friendly I hated to blow off her invitation. "Come on, Bailey," she urged. "You can sit with another human being for a little bit." I almost flinched at her wording.
"Sign this first,"
Miles said, handing me a clipboard. I scrawled my signature on the line he indicated, providing proof I'd gotten my share of food. It was a daily occurrence that barely registered with me anymore. "Oh, yeah," Danae said. "You don't want to miss signing one of his stupid check sheets. He'll tackle you to the floor if you try to escape without doing it." I couldn't help but snicker as I went to take a seat next to her.
"That's not funny,"
Miles growled out. "I'm not saying anything that isn't the truth." Danae finished off the last bite of her food and took a swig of water. I ate in silence while she and Miles traded barbs at each other. It was the most amusement I'd had in a while. I'd never seen anyone get under the former Marine's skin the way Danae could. "Well, I'm off to join the poker game," she announced a few minutes later. "You want to come, Bailey?" "No, I'm good. I've got something else to do," I said, having already decided how to spend the rest of my morning. "Suit yourself." We parted ways at the stairs, and I continued up to the first floor. There was still a few hours left before the dragons would be out, and I needed to visit Earl. I was way overdue to check in with him. The guards questioned me at the West Library entrance. I told them I was going to my truck for something, and they let me out. Not that they had orders to stop me or anything, but they were supposed to ask. Along the way to Earl's, I didn't see anyone on the streets. So much of the neighborhood west of campus had been ravaged by the tornado that there weren't many people left. I suspected some were still around, but none of them showed their faces to me. A man and woman hopped off their porch with rifles in hand and stopped me when I reached Earl's Street. Other than being a little grungy and carrying weaponry, they looked like normal, middle-aged people. Maybe they'd even been professors at the university. I put my hands up. "I'm Bailey. I'm just here to visit Earl." "At 9 in the morning?" The woman frowned at me. "It's the best time." I gave her a friendly smile. No dragons are out yet. She glanced at the man. She's right, I hadn't noticed that before. He muttered something I couldn't make out. So, can I go visit Earl?
Yeah, he told us you might be coming.
The man answered.
Go on.
I dropped my hands. Thanks. Oh, just one thing, the woman said. Yeah? There's a church a few blocks from here. They asked us to spread the word that they're taking bodies if you've got any that need burying. All they ask for in return is a little food or useful supplies. She shrugged at my astonished look. It's their way of providing a bit of community service under the circumstances. I shifted on my feet, not knowing what to say. Despite everything, this wasn't a topic of conversation I'd expected to ever have. It was 2 days too late for our fallen guards, but I had a feeling the church might be useful in the future, assuming the woman's story checked out. How do I find it? I asked. They got flyers posted along the way. Just look for them on stop signs and telephone poles. I'd have to let Justa know and hopefully never have to deal with it myself. I nodded. Okay. They waited until I'd gotten halfway up the street before returning to their porch. I knew because I looked back once to check. Walking away from people with guns made me nervous. As soon as I reached Earl's place, I pounded on the door. It cracked open a few inches, and the barrel of a shotgun came through the opening. For crying out loud, this was getting old. It's just me, Earl.
Why didn't you say so?
He withdrew the gun and opened the door wide.
Come on in. I was just fixing some breakfast.
Good, I'm starving. That honey bun had been sweet, but not all that filling. He grunted.
Of course you are.
The radio was on in the living room, playing a Beach Boys song. How do you think Hank keeps broadcasting? I asked. Hank was the guy who operated the only radio station that had stayed up and running. He reported news 3 times a day, and the rest of the time played music. Most of it was oldies songs, which didn't surprise me since he sounded like he was in his 50s or 60s.
Yeah, he's got some sort of setup in his van. Keeps moving around, picking up whatever news he can, and reporting it to the rest of us.
Earl replied, lumbering into the kitchen.
Some of us have been communicating with him on our CB radios.
Huh, I hadn't thought of that. Are those eggs? Earl had a camp stove on the table with a pan of scrambled eggs on it.
There's a lady down the block who's got chickens. I traded her some toilet paper for 'em.
He replied. He dished the eggs onto a plate and added some sliced apples and toast. It had been a while since I'd had a hot meal. My mouth watered just smelling it. A part of me felt guilty for taking half of his eggs, but the practical part of me didn't care. My body needed every bit of food it could get. Thanks, I said, taking the plate and sitting down.
What took you so long to visit again?
Earl dished up his own plate. Between the dragons and looters everywhere, do you have to ask? He shook his head.
It ain't getting no better either. Next street over, folks were out in their yard a couple days back. They didn't see a dragon flying overhead until too late. Burned them and their whole place down.
My gut twisted. If I'd been there, could I have stopped it? Would every death caused by dragons be my fault if I continued to ignore my strange abilities? The idea of meeting Aiden had seemed too crazy to contemplate at first, but the longer I put it off, the guiltier I felt for not doing anything. People were going to keep dying unless we found a way to restore law and order. Getting rid of the pure dragons would be the first step. Did you know some dragons eat people? I asked.
I ain't seen it for myself, but I ain't surprised.
He bit into an apple slice.
They gotta eat, too.
The eggs I'd finished sat like lead in my stomach. Maybe I shouldn't have brought that up. Has anyone figured out a way to fight them yet? Perhaps I could learn on my own without Aiden's help.
Afraid not. According to Hank, plenty of police and National Guard have died trying. They get lucky sometimes, but not enough to make much of a difference.
He wasn't telling me anything I didn't already know. Oklahoma City had it worse than us. There was a lot more fighting up there, where Hank reported, than down here. I finished the last bite and put my fork down. There has to be something we can do to hurt them.
When you figure it out, be sure to share it with the rest of us. At least then we might stand a fighting chance against them.
Earl said gruffly. He curled his fingers where his fist rested on the table. I worried he might pound on it. It must have been hard for an ex-soldier to sit around feeling helpless while an enemy took over his territory. It's too bad missiles usually don't work. My memory of the helicopter fight on the first day they arrived still kept me up at night. He wiped his hand down his beard.
The damn creatures just burn them up before they get close. I gotta wonder how hot those flames get to disintegrate everything they touch.
I looked at my hand, feeling a trace of guilt rise up. They didn't burn me.
Oh, got some good news for you.
Earl grabbed our plates and carried them over to the counter.
I managed to reach Grady on the satellite phone last night. Him and your mother are doing fine, though the dragons are down there now, too.
I knew from radio reports that just about everywhere had dragons. Oklahoma wasn't the only place to have terrain changes either. Texas had some new mountains near the border with Mexico, and Arkansas had gained a lake that took up a third of the state. Back at the library, we'd speculated that there were more, considering the earthquakes had also spread across the region, but it was hard to get updates on places farther away. Are my brothers doing okay, too? I asked. Earl nodded.
Yep, they're doing all right and helping your stepfather prepare for the worst. He's got enough supplies to last him for a while. It was you they were worried about.
Do you think we could call them now? I needed to hear their voices and confirm for myself that they were okay. He shrugged.
We could try. Depends on if there's a satellite nearby we can connect to or not.
The satellites themselves had to be safe from dragons, but the companies who maintained them were another matter. How long could they keep them going before that avenue of communication was cut off as well? And would they bother to worry about people paying their bills for them until they went down? Earl pulled the phone from a drawer and handed it over.
Ran the generator earlier, so it's charged up, but you need to step outside if you want to catch a signal.
Thanks. I gave him a grateful look and followed him out the back door. His backyard was full of trees. It provided great cover against the dragons, but made it hard to get a line of sight to a satellite. I walked around until I managed to get a couple bars and dialed the number Earl gave me. There'd never been any reason to memorize Grady's sat phone number before. It was too expensive to use often.
Hello? Hello?
My stepfather answered after a few rings. Relief filled me at hearing his familiar voice. It's me, Bailey. A pause.
Who?
It's Bailey, I almost shouted.
God, darling, how have you been?
Grady came through the line clearer.
We've been worried sick about you.
I'm fine. Don't worry about me. How's everything there?
We're doing all right, but your mother's been at her wit's end since you didn't make it home. Hold on a second, I'm putting her on the phone for you.
The sound of muffled voices followed. Earl moved away to give me some privacy, but he kept his eyes on the sky looking for any signs of dragons. I watched for them, too. Bailey? Are you there? My mother's voice came over the line. Somehow she managed to sound both relieved and worried at the same time. A lump rose in my throat. I'm here. How are you, Mom? You know Grady is taking care of us. I just wish you'd made it down. Her voice was still beautiful, age notwithstanding. She could have been a singer if she'd wanted. Just listening to her reminded me of the times when she'd sung while doing the dishes. I closed my eyes. I know. If I can find a way, I'll get down there, but it's too dangerous right now. There's a huge chasm in southern Oklahoma, and I'm not sure how far I'd have to go to get around it. We heard about that. She sighed. They're saying it stretches from Arkansas to the Texas Panhandle. I'd heard that from Hank on the radio as well. There was too much open ground to drive that far around, especially since I didn't know where all the dragons were concentrated. Never mind finding gas to make the trip and dealing with any people along the way who might try to attack or rob me. Grady says you need to stay where you are, my mother said. He'll work on finding a way for you to get here. Okay, I agreed, not really believing he'd find one any time soon. My mother gasped. I have to let you go, honey, but please check in when you can. What's going on? The loud roar of a dragon came over the line, answering my question for me. I gripped the phone hard. Please don't let it hurt my family. I love you, my mother shouted, a catch in her voice. I love you too, I began, but the line cut off. My hands shook as I pulled the phone from my ear. Earl walked over and gently took it from my numb fingers. I couldn't seem to move or speak. No, that wasn't right. What I was really doing was fighting the urge to run all the way to Texas, leap over the damn chasm if I had to, and save my family.
Dragons?
He asked. I nodded. He gave me a reassuring look.
They've got their tornadoes shelter. There have been reports that going underground can protect you from the flames. Grady will make sure everyone gets to safety.
I knew he was just saying that to make me feel better, but he had a point. For some reason, dragon fire didn't burn dirt like it did everything else. It was the only other thing I knew of aside from myself that seemed immune. I hope so. I replied in a dubious voice. The shelter at the ranch was only about 20 feet from the house. They could have made it there in time. But even if they did, the dragon could wait for them outside. Supplies would only last for so long down there, and my mother wouldn't be able to get her blood pressure medication. More than anything in the world, I wanted to go home right then. I hated that I was stuck in Oklahoma where I felt helpless to protect my family. Sure, people needed to be defended here too, but my mother and brothers came first. I paced the ground, kicking up dirt in frustration. There has to be a way back. Earl's hand gripped my shoulder, stopping me.
If there is, we'll find it. For now, you need to sit tight and stay safe. It's what your family would want.
He was right, whether I liked it or not. But feelings of helplessness led me to other thoughts. Maybe there was a way for me to work it out so I could get home safely. A deal I could strike with a certain dragon shapeshifter. I gotta go, I said, pulling away from Earl. He gave me a disapproving look.
You're not going to do something stupid like trying to head down there, are you?
No, I shook my head, but I need to get back to campus. Earl stared at me as if he debated whether to let me go or not.
Well, I ain't going to stop you, but you better be careful. It's dangerous out there. I don't want to be the one to tell your parents if something happens to you.
You can find me at the library on campus, I said, giving him a reassuring look. If you hear from my parents, let me know. He relaxed a little.
Yeah, I'll do that. But you better check in with me again soon.
I will. I rushed off. Chapter 16. Bailey. I had about a quarter tank of gas left in my truck, enough to make the trip there and back with a little left over, but I'd have to think of ways to get more fuel soon. It was frustrating passing gas stations, knowing they were useless to me. That wasn't the worst part, though. All along Lindsay Street I saw crashed vehicles, the remains of charred houses, and the occasional dog or cat roaming around. Sometimes I caught people moving between buildings. They took one look at my truck and ran. Whatever was going on in this part of Norman didn't look to be any good. Tires squealed and gunshots rang out, coming from a cross street up ahead. I turned on the next road and parked in front of an empty house. Sometimes hiding in plain sight was the only thing you could do, and there were plenty of other cars around the neighborhood to help me blend in. Hunkering down low in my seat, I only kept my head up high enough to see out the window. A minute later, a car full of men sped down Lindsay Street. Two guys hung out the back passenger windows, shooting pistols into the air. They were carrying on and laughing like they'd just robbed a liquor store. Who knows? Maybe they had. A few minutes later, I started my truck and got back on the road. Staying alert for any potential danger, I drove as fast as I could. Eventually, the road led me out of town and into the countryside. Small and large houses dotted the landscape. I caught sight of the occasional cow or horse, but no people or dragons. It was a relief to be away from town for a little while. After a couple of miles, a house up the road caught my attention. It was a single-story brick home with a small front yard, a fence running along one side, and an outbuilding on the other end. None of that was what interested me, though. It was the middle-aged woman tending a garden out front. She didn't appear to have a care in the world. I couldn't help but slow down to get a better look at her. She wore khaki shorts, a white sleeveless blouse, and a straw hat on top of her head. It covered straight brown hair that reached just past her shoulders. She didn't turn or acknowledge my truck coming her way. Her hands worked to pull weeds from the dirt where a beautiful rose bush grew. I couldn't remember seeing more vibrant red buds in my life. Without even realizing it, I pulled into her driveway. It wasn't until I put the truck into park and pulled the keys from the ignition that I realized what I'd done. Why'd I stopped? I didn't even know this woman. She turned and smiled at me. "Oh, good. I'm glad you're here." Her voice filtered through my half-open window. She sounded friendly enough. I found myself opening my door and stepping out to meet her across the grass lawn. Aren't you worried about the dragons seeing you out here?" It was all I could think to say. She lifted her gaze to the sky and gave it a look of disgust. "No, I'm not. They won't come to this place." The woman had a faint Irish accent, as if she'd been born and raised in Ireland but had moved to America a long time ago. There was a sense of utter confidence about her, yet there were also secrets in her hazel eyes. It made me think she had answers to questions I didn't even know to ask. "Okay," I said in a hesitant voice. "Look, I don't know why I'm here." She held out her hand. I'm Verena. And you are. Against my better judgment, I shook it. Her palms were rough but warm. She tightened her grip on my hand for a moment before letting go. I had the urge to rub my palms on my pants, but managed to refrain. I'm Bailey. I'm not sure why I stopped here. Verena cocked her head. I suppose it's because you wanted to. Where are you headed? My mind turned hazy, as if my thoughts were somehow being clouded or directed. To the lake? Ah, you've made your decision then. I'm glad to hear it. Decision? She couldn't possibly know anything about me. You're going to train to be a dragon slayer. A wise choice. She nodded approvingly. How could you? We'll meet again soon. She smiled. Next time I'll have a gift for you. This was some sort of twisted dream. I was sure of it. What will you have for me? You'll see. She waved me away. Now run along. You've got a long day ahead of you. Before I could ask anything more, I found myself heading for my truck. Though I tried to stop, my feet wouldn't cooperate. In less than a minute, I found myself back on the road, driving east again. The fog in my head lifted about a mile after that. When I looked in my rear-view mirror, there was no sign of the house I'd just visited. I couldn't even remember what happened there. Chapter 17. Bailey. Lindsay Street ended with the road turning north, just as Aiden had said it would. I worked my way over to where it started again, off of 84th Avenue, and continued until I reached the end of the paved road where a solitary red sign stood. Beyond it, there was nothing but thick bushes and trees. A couple of gravel roads branched off to the north and south, but closed gates blocked them. I'd come to the right place. The only problem was I'd arrived a little early. I pulled the truck off the road and parked it under a row of trees, shutting the engine off. The stillness around me was almost unnerving. Birds chirped nearby and insects buzzed around, but there were no signs of people. It had been a long time since I'd felt this alone. I looked up through a break in the trees and caught sight of a dragon flying in the distance. It was red like Aiden, but a little bigger and the coloring was darker. When it continued south, I relaxed in my seat. With every minute that passed, the heat grew more oppressive. Sweat beaded on my forehead, and no amount of fanning my face helped. The rain had stopped about a week ago, and it had been getting hotter ever since. Yesterday, someone found a temperature gauge. We were reaching temperatures of up to 120 degrees in the mid-afternoon. Oklahoma could get hot in the summer, but not that hot. It had to be the latest side effect of the dragon world colliding with ours. My eyes drifted shut as I thought of better times, days when the heat got to be too much back on the ranch. When it was really hot, my brothers and I would go out to the creek, swim to cool off, and take naps afterward under the trees. Sometimes we'd speculate on how it would be when we grew up. All of us had planned to live at the ranch forever. We loved it there. Back in those days, I never imagined life would become this complicated or dangerous. Please, God, let my family be okay. I'll get to them soon if you'll just watch over them for a little while longer. A loud bang woke me up sometime later. I gripped the armrest and sat straight up. Everything around me was shaking and there was a tree limb on my hood. The earthquake wasn't as bad as the ones that struck around the time dragons first invaded, but enough to bring me to full wakefulness. When it ended, I took a deep breath and let it out. Sometime soon I hoped the extreme weather and regular earthquakes would stop. Movement down the south gravel road caught my eye. Aiden was in his human form, wearing the same black outfit as the last 2 times I saw him. He walked toward my truck with the grace of a predator who knew he was at the top of the food chain. As he drew closer, I noticed his expression was stormy. Maybe he'd had a bad day? I was half tempted to start the truck and take off, but I resisted the urge. Aiden came to stand next to my open window, appearing more intimidating than ever.
You've decided?
He asked. There was something in his stance and voice. It was like he was almost feral. With conditions, I replied. His jaw hardened.
What conditions?
When this is over and your clan has control of the area, I want you to take me home. His brows furrowed.
Home? Where?
South to Texas, I said, speaking in a firm voice that meant business. My family lives down there, but there's a huge chasm between us now, so I can't get to them. I've been stuck up here ever since you crossed over from that other dimension. A few seconds passed.
Your dragons rule down there. It would be better if you stayed here.
I don't care. I gave him a determined look. My family is in danger down there, and I can't help them if I'm up here. He shook his head.
It's impossible.
Then we're done here. I reached for the keys in my ignition. He reached out and grabbed my wrist.
You don't understand. What you ask is too dangerous for both of us. The clans down there are large, and they patrol the chasm regularly. No matter how well I train you, there is no way we can face that many. It would be suicide.
Maybe he was right. I hadn't been down to the chasm since it first opened up. A lot of dragons had crossed over since then, but I couldn't give up that easily. Then give me another option, I demanded, jerking my arm free. Some way to help my family. His face turned stony.
You will train with me, and we'll think on a solution. It will be months before you're ready to fight. More before my clan will hold this territory. Other possibilities may open up for us by then.
Thinking of my family, and how even now they might be dying, made me desperate. I didn't know if they'd make it out of the dragon attack today, but I had to do whatever it took to reach them, if they did survive. I need a promise, Aiden. You have to swear you'll do everything in your power to help me return to my family. I can't do this if I can't see some kind of light at the end of the tunnel. He let out a heavy sigh and turned away. His back was rigid. I could see defined muscles where his leather-like clothing didn't cover the ends of his shoulders. Though I didn't doubt his strength, it still amazed me a man of his size could turn into such a large creature. Where did the rest of his mass go when he was in human form? Long minutes ticked by. The only sound was of bugs swarming around. The birds had turned silent, and no other wildlife came close. Aiden's presence must have scared them all off. Hesitantly, I opened the door and climbed out of the truck. The fact he was even considering my plea told me he needed me more than he was letting on. Somehow his plans hinged on me. I could use that to my advantage, so we both got something out of the deal. I touched his shoulder lightly, and he turned around. "Do you have family?" I asked. He studied me for a moment, then nodded. "Do you care about them? Enough that you would protect them?" He worked his jaw.
There are some I would die for.
"Then you have to understand how I feel." His eyes blazed.
You ask a lot.
"No more than you're asking me," I pointed out. "Before you and the other dragons showed up, I had just finished school. I was about to go back and help manage my stepfather's ranch. Now you're asking me to become some kind of warrior woman who faces down creatures up to 10 times her size. Bigger if you counted their wings and tail." He looked up at the sky.
In the old days, you would have been raised with the knowledge of your heritage. It runs in the family, and they would have taught you.
It couldn't have been my mother. She didn't have a fighting bone in her body. That left my father. He'd already proved he didn't want anything to do with me by leaving soon after my mother got pregnant. Where are the others of my kind? Why choose to work with me? That question had been running through my mind for days. His gaze turned guarded.
There were some of them living in the other world. I know not whether they've crossed yet, or where they may have gone, only that none of them are near here.
I wished I could have met another dragon slayer like me, and even if they were near here. I crossed my arms and gave him an accusing look. They wouldn't work with you, would they?
Does it matter?
His tone was implacable. Yes, because I still don't think I can trust you.
And what would it take to earn your trust?
He took a step closer, gazing down at me.
I have not harmed you in any way, and I'm willing to teach you secrets for how to kill my kind. There is as much risk in this alliance for me as there is for you.
The top of my head barely reached his chin. Considering I was 5'4", he had to be about 6 feet. I felt rather insignificant standing in front of him. Aiden wasn't bulky, but he had a way of appearing bigger when he stood close. I wanted to back away, but I didn't. "Swear to me that you'll never hurt me and that you will do whatever it takes to help me reunite with my family. That would be a start." He muttered something in a foreign tongue under his breath. Then he drew a dagger from his belt with a blade about 6 inches long. The metal was black with red veins running through it, unlike anything I'd ever seen before. Aiden held it out to me like an offering.
Take it.
Okay. Reaching out slowly, I grabbed it. The handle was wrapped with smooth black material and fit well in my hand, I barely felt the weight of the weapon. Aiden pulled at the laces binding his top. I blinked and almost looked away. There was something very intimate about watching him work his fingers down the vest, loosening the garment. His chest was serious eye candy, better than any guy I'd dated. Why couldn't his human skin be rough and ugly, rather than smooth? I backed up a couple of steps. He was a dragon, and I couldn't let myself see him any other way, even if the package he presented was easy to look at. I might make a deal with him to train me, but that was it. "What are you doing?" I asked. He finished unlacing the vest and set it on the hood of my truck.
"You asked for my oath. We do not give such things lightly or without sacrifice."
He took a knee and looked up at me.
"Now you must cut your finger."
"What?" His expression was devoid of emotion.
"Only enough to draw a little blood."
His request was more than a little strange, but if it meant I could get his promise, then I'd go along with it. I aimed the tip of the dagger and cut a small slice across my left index finger.
"Give me your hand,"
he ordered. I held it out and he took it, using my finger to smear my blood across his forehead. After that, Aiden held my hand between his palms in front of his face.
"In the name of Zoria,"
he said in a reverent tone,
"I swear that I will never harm this woman, and I will do my best to assist her in reuniting with her family after she has helped my clan take control of this region."
He let go of my hand. "Who is Zoria?" I asked. Aiden's brows knitted.
"The dragon goddess. She was the first of our kind who we've worshipped since she ascended many thousands of years ago. I can assure you no dragon would swear on Zoria's name unless he plans never to break his oath."
"Oh, I hadn't considered they might have their own religion. Are we done then?"
"No, there is more."
I stiffened. "What do you mean?"
"For an oath to be binding, there must be a show of faith and trust."
He hadn't moved from his position on the ground. "What do we do now?" I asked, suspecting I wouldn't like it. He dropped his arms to his sides.
"You will use my dagger to strike me, and I may not defend myself."
"Like a cut?"
"No."
A muscle ticked in his jaw.
"It must be much deeper than that."
"But that's barbaric." He grunted.
"It is dragon tradition."
Great. I had to follow his brutal way of doing things. "How vulnerable are you in this form? Where should I aim?" I didn't want to hurt him, and yet some primal part of me did want exactly that. Was the dragon slayer part of me surfacing? In his human form, he didn't trigger my instincts as much, but they weren't gone entirely. I could still see him as the enemy if I stared into his animalistic eyes. That brought out the urge to hurt him in any way I could. Aiden hadn't moved a muscle, but he was watching my face closely. I could have sworn he knew what I was thinking.
"Avoid my neck. I can handle a strike in my gut and heal from it within a few days."
My hands tightened on the hilt. "Are you sure?"
"Get it over with, Slayer, before I change my mind."
He growled. I eyed his stomach. It was flat and lined with muscle. If he'd been human, I would have been tempted to touch him instead of stab him, but he wasn't. I'd seen his true form. He only took human shape for convenience. As soon as he left, he'd go back to being a big red dragon, a monster capable of killing people. Thinking of him that way helped. Still, I hesitated. It was a lot easier to attack someone when they were trying to kill you. He kneeled there, waiting for me to hurt him. There was no indication he'd fight back. The dagger shook in my hand. He saw it and his eyes blazed. Aiden let out a roar, releasing a stream of fire that singed my tank top. It left a hole right where my belly button was located. "Asshole, I liked this shirt." Without thinking, I grabbed his shoulder and shoved the blade into his stomach. He grunted as I slid it into him almost to the hilt. Then I pulled it back out and stepped away. He leaned forward and put his hands on the ground in front of him, breathing through the pain. Blood flowed freely from his wound. Despite his baiting me and knowing he was a dragon, I felt guilty over what I'd done. I went to my truck and dug through one of my bags for a t-shirt. The black one I found was worn and faded, but clean. I walked back toward Aiden with it. "Here." I kneeled down next to him. He glanced at me.
"He will be fine in a few moments."
"Sure, but I imagine blood loss isn't much easier among your kind than it is with ours." I shifted closer and pressed the shirt to his wound. Let me help. He let out a snort.
This isn't part of the ritual.
How many oaths have you sworn to dragon slayers? I asked.
None.
Then who's to say what's the right or wrong way for us to go about this? Now hold the cloth to your stomach as hard as you can, I ordered. It will help stem the flow of blood. He did as I asked, but only for a few minutes before staggering up to his feet. When he pulled the cloth away, I was surprised to see the blood already congealing around the wound. Dragons really did have speedy healing. Seeing my expression, Aiden explained.
Our skin can knit back together quickly. It's the inside that will take a few days. You struck deep.
I'd say I'm sorry, but I was just doing what you told me to do.
And you did well,
he said, giving me a respectful nod.
I'd worried you'd give it a half-hearted attempt that would not do the oath justice. Now I will not feel as guilty when I return the favor.
I took a step back, still gripping the dagger. What do you mean?
Not now, but someday when you're stronger and more resilient.
I don't think I'll ever be strong enough to take a wound like that and not die from it. I looked down at his stomach. At least, not without a working hospital to go to right afterward. Last I'd heard on the radio, the medical facilities in Norman were over capacity and not taking any more patients. That was days ago. Who knew what kind of shape they were in now with no new supplies and limited fuel for their generators? Aiden gave me an amused look.
If you pass the Dragon Slayer ritual, your healing abilities will become as strong as mine. I won't ask for your oath until then.
That's very generous of you, I said, sarcasm in my voice.
I'd like my dagger back now.
I glanced down and realized I was holding it up in front of me. Flipping it around to hilt first, I gave it back to him. He handed over my shirt. It was covered in blood, but I planned to keep it. Proof that he'd given his oath and had to uphold it.
Now it's time to begin your training.
But you're wounded, I argued.
There's still plenty of daylight left, and I don't plan to waste it.
Chapter 18. Bailey. A sword appeared in Aiden's hand, from thin air.
Take this,
he ordered. Where did that come from? I asked, frowning at it. And how in the heck had he produced a 3-foot sword from nowhere? It had the same black metal as the dagger he'd let me use earlier. When this blade reflected the sunlight, though, it shined like silver. How strange.
We are able to keep a few items in Shigara, such as weapons and clothing. I can draw the items out as needed. Dragons have little magic, but accessing Shigara is one of the few abilities we gain when we become old enough to shapeshift.
I took hold of the sword. So Shigara is like a place of stasis where you can store things?
You could say that.
This is a one-handed blade, I said, testing its weight. One of my stepbrothers collected swords and loved to show me the different ones he got. Wouldn't it be better to use a 2-handed sword against a dragon? Aiden came to my side and guided my arm, showing me how he wanted me to hold it.
The best weapon is the one you can use most effectively. That varies with each person. You will learn how to use them all before selecting the one you prefer. It is to your advantage to be versatile in battle.
What about the metal? I've never seen anything like this before. It sort of reminded me of obsidian, except for the deep red veins.
We call it Zephyrium. The ore can be mined in the mountains there.
Aiden gestured to the south where the peaks rose above the trees.
But it is a long and complicated process to make it into a strong weapon that cannot be burned by dragon fire.
Do I get to keep this? I asked, looking up at him hopefully. Aiden's expression turned amused.
You can't train properly without it. Considering your size, I brought this one just for you.
Wow, he'd been confident I'd show up. Not that I was complaining if I got a fireproof sword out of the deal. Okay, what comes first?
Strength and muscle memory exercises.
He took hold of my wrist.
Cut the sword forward, then bring it back.
For the first couple of times, he continued to hold on to me until he was satisfied with my form. There was nothing intimate about it. Aiden was surprisingly professional when he went into instructor mode. I found it easy to cut down, but more difficult to bring the blade back up. The Zephyrium sword wasn't heavy. My muscles just weren't used to the maneuver.
Don't twist, he instructed. Keep the blade straight.
Like this? He nodded, stepping back.
Now do it 100 more times.
I blew out a breath and continued. The sword probably didn't weigh more than 6 or 7 pounds, but the longer I held it, the heavier it felt. My forearm was already tiring before I hit 50. Such a simple maneuver took a lot more strength than I would have guessed.
Now switch to the other hand and do 100 more,
he said when I'd finished my count. I glanced over at him where he was leaning against a tree. He'd moved over there while I practiced. His face was a little ashen, probably from blood loss. I'm training both hands? I asked.
Yes, it would be foolish not to.
I began the cutting motions again, using my left hand this time. It grew tired faster than my other one had. By 70, I was in pure agony. He let out a loud sigh.
I can see getting you into shape is going to take longer than expected. You're as weak as a hatchling.
That isn't funny. I shot him a dark look. I was in better shape when I lived on the ranch, but other than jogging a few times a week, I haven't done much since going to college. There was no sympathy in his eyes.
I've never seen a dragon slayer in worse physical condition. I'm almost embarrassed for your kind, and believe me, that's difficult to say. I'm not particularly fond of slayers.
I can see this is going to be the beginning of a beautiful relationship, I said, my tone dripping with sarcasm. His eyes narrowed, but I ignored him. I forced myself to finish the cuts, pushing past the pain. It irked me that he could think of me as weak. If I was going to commit to being a dragon slayer, then I wanted to be a good one. I just have to train harder and prove I could handle it. What now? I asked after I finished.
Switch back to your right hand and make circles with the tip. Smaller ones first, then larger, then smaller again. I'll tell you when to stop.
I stretched my arm for a minute before beginning. It was a different motion. At first it didn't seem too bad, but after a couple minutes I began wearing down again. Wax on, wax off, I muttered under my breath.
What's that?
Nothing, you wouldn't get it. My muscles were beginning to burn, but I continued the circles with relentless determination. I could handle this. Aiden would not break me with a couple of simple exercises.
Explain this wax thing to me,
he demanded. Ugh, I should have kept my mouth shut. It's from a movie. There's this young kid who wants to learn martial arts, physical fighting. He convinces this old guy to teach him, but at first all he gets to do is wax cars, which is basically shining them with cloth by making circles. The kid gets frustrated after a while because he's not learning any actual fighting moves. Then his instructor shows him how all the waxing was a form of muscle conditioning, and he was learning a defensive move the whole time. That's sort of what you're having me do now, except with a weapon instead. Aiden was silent for a minute.
Perhaps I should bring you some of this wax back next time.
I'm not shining cars during an apocalypse. He stretched his legs.
The world is not ending. It is simply changing.
My circles slowed and my arm began to droop. No matter how hard I tried to keep it up, it wouldn't cooperate. How much time had passed since he had me start? I don't suppose you have water in your shigara, do you? Sweat poured off me and my mouth felt completely dry.
Switch to your other arm. When you finish practicing the circles, I will give you water.
The damn tyrant. Didn't he feel how hot it was outside? I desperately wanted water right then, but I didn't argue. Something told me no amount of begging would help and might make me look that much weaker in his eyes. I switched arms and started the circles again. How old were you when you began training with a sword? I asked.
My cousin Donar and I began secretly practicing together when we were 14. It wasn't until we were 20 that we began training in earnest.
I worked the sword into bigger circles. Why bother? Wouldn't it be better just to fight in your dragon form?
Our ability to shift begins between age 7 to 10, but it isn't until we are fully grown around 25 that we gain full control of both forms and master the ability to fly. Until then, we are more vulnerable and must learn to fight by all methods to survive. It is also useful to keep up our sword training when we are older, in case we are caught in our human bodies and cannot shift in time.
Wait. I shifted my stance so that I could see him better. How long do your kind live? And how old are you? Amusement lit in his eyes.
I've lived for 215 years, and I'm considered young among my race. There are some in my clan who were born more than a millennium ago. The oldest I've known didn't pass until he was 1600 years old. The pure dragons can live even longer.
Huh. I can't imagine living that long. I dragged my left arm back up where it had been sinking. Listening to him had distracted me.
If you pass the Slayer ritual, you won't age anymore.
I dropped my sword arm. What?
The only method of death left to you will be in battle.
He gave me a pointed look.
Get your arm back up.
I started the circles again. How long does the average Slayer live?
Few make it past 30, but the oldest I've known made it to 60.
Aiden shrugged.
He was feared by old dragons. It took 4 of us to kill him.
You helped? I glared at him.
He killed one of my uncles. Of course I helped.
I suppose I couldn't blame him for that, but it didn't exactly comfort me to know I was being trained by a guy who had killed one of my kind.
You have my oath I will not do the same to you, as long as you hold your end of our bargain.
I'll probably still die young, I said, sadness weighing me down. My arm grew so weak I couldn't keep it up high anymore. Was I doomed before I even started?
This is true,
Aiden agreed.
But at least you'll die in battle. It is the best kind of death.
Well, that's a comfort.
You can stop now.
He came toward me, holding a canteen of water. I traded the sword for it and took several gulps. The water was clean and surprisingly cool. I slowed my drinking down, not wanting to make myself sick. When I was done, Aiden took the canteen back from me. It disappeared a moment after it reached his hands, off to Shigara.
Now we will work on your stance. Put your feet shoulder-width apart, and then bring your right leg back.
He demonstrated how to do it. I followed his directions. Okay?
This is a basic stance. You must always keep your body positioned so that you can't easily lose your balance or be knocked over, unless you're thrusting forward. Try to keep your steps small.
He showed me examples of basic footwork. I copied him, moving as best I could in the same way. It didn't come easily. For a few minutes I practiced with him guiding me. Once he thought I had it, he stepped back. It came as a complete surprise when he leaped forward and pushed me. I hit the ground with a thud. What the hell did you do that for? I asked, glaring at him.
At any given time, expect me to test your balance. You need to be prepared so that I can't easily push you over. Take every step as if I may try knocking you over as you do it.
I got up and dusted myself off. Isn't that technically harming me?
No.
He gave me a hard look.
It's training. Everything I teach you will keep you alive that much longer, if you listen and learn.
Fine. I began the footwork again. He pushed me a few more times, but I only fell once. It was tricky trying to move without placing my feet in one wrong spot. The terrain was uneven, and it was even harder when I crossed the gravel road. Aiden stalked me, forcing me into different directions.
Good. You're getting better,
he said after his latest shove failed.
I want you to practice everything you've learned over the next few days.
I stopped. When should I come back again?
Return on the 4th day. That should be enough time for you to improve your strength and technique.
Okay. I looked up at the sky and saw there were still a few hours until sunset. At least I've got time to do a little scavenging.
You will look for food now.
I have to have some excuse for why I've been gone so long, I explained. He cocked his head.
How many others are in your group?
It varies each day, I answered vaguely. There was only so much I was willing to share with him.
But your supplies are low,
he pressed. They're always low. Everyone in the city is competing for what's left of the resources. He handed me his canteen of water.
This is spelled so that it will replenish with water once an hour. You may have it, but keep it to yourself.
I stared at it amazed. If I were careful, I could save enough each day for a small bath. Thanks, I said, taking it. Is that some other kind of magic your kind can do? Aiden shook his head.
No, dragons cannot do such things.
Then who?
Others,
he answered.
Now go and take care on the way back. I expect you to return here on the 4th day.
Chapter 19. Bailey. A breeze swept through the parking garage, cooling my skin. After more than an hour of sword exercises and climbing temperatures, I'd worked up a sweat. My arms ached to the point I didn't know how much longer I could keep it up, but I could feel myself getting stronger. Training on my own for the last 2 days had also provided a distraction from worrying about my parents. The sound of scraping footsteps came from below, growing steadily louder as they moved toward the ramp. I'd chosen to train on the second floor to prevent anyone from sneaking up on me, but there weren't a lot of places to hide with the early morning light filtering inside. I moved to a corner where Justin let his SUV collect dust and crouched behind it, waiting to see who came. It could be someone from the library checking on me, or not. A man with a heavy gray beard emerged at the top of the ramp.
"Bailey, I know you're in here. One of your friends told me."
I'd recognized that gruff voice anywhere. "Hey, Earl." I stood up and came out from behind the car. I almost didn't recognize you without a gun in my face. He glanced down at the rifle he held in his right hand.
"Thought I'd be polite this time."
"Which one of my friends told you I was here?" I asked, stopping in front of him. The only people who knew about Earl were Conrad and Trish. I told them if he ever came looking for me, it was okay to talk to him. Trish didn't know about my practice sessions in the garage, though.
"I believe his name was Conrad."
His eyes narrowed on my sword.
"Where'd you get that?"
I shrugged. Found it while I was scouting around for supplies. He took out a pack of smokes from his front pocket.
"What are you doing with it now?"
"Practicing."
"For what? I thought I gave you a gun."
Earl lit a cigarette and blew a puff of smoke above our heads. "Yeah, but bullet supplies won't last forever and they don't work against dragons anyway. I might as well start learning how to use a sword now." I spoke the truth, if not the whole truth.
"You do realize you're gonna have to get close to a dragon for the sword to do any good."
He gave the weapon a critical look.
"Even then, you'd have to avoid getting burned."
"I know."
"But that ain't gonna stop you."
He shook his head. I leaned against the wall. "Why are you here?"
"Well, I felt bad about not having any news on your family yet. Finally got hold of them today and they're doing all right. I guess after you got cut off from them, the military showed up and drew the dragon's attention away. I ain't seen any more of them since."
A weight lifted from my chest. I'd checked in with Earl a couple of times in case he had any word from my parents. It had been killing me not to know, considering how my last call with them ended. I'd feared the worst and hardly slept at night. "Thanks, Earl." I gave him a relieved smile. I needed to hear that. He took another puff of his cigarette.
"You're welcome. I'm off. Gotta tend the garden before it gets even hotter out."
"I'll stop by to see you again soon," I said, giving him a wave as he headed back down the ramp.
"You do that,"
he called back. As soon as he was gone, I went over to my truck and locked the sword inside. It was about time to get to the library for our next group meeting. Justin had made a big deal about everyone being there for it. The day was clear and sunny as I headed across campus, steering around the rubble from the tornado damage. Without anyone mowing the lawns, the grass was growing high. I stayed on the sidewalk, trying not to think about the fact the campus might never again look like it did before. What would things be like a year from now? 10 years from now? Conrad opened the door for me when I reached him. We'd voted to reduce it to 1 guard on each entrance from dawn until noon, since not much seemed to happen during that time. Plus, people were up and around then anyway. There were still 2 guards on each end of the library the rest of the time. All other entrances were locked and barricaded with bookcases and anything else we could find.
"Have fun practicing?"
he asked. "A little sore," I replied. "By the way, thanks for sending Earl my way."
"No problem. He said it was important."
Curiosity lit in his eyes. It was. I gave him a wave and continued toward the stairs. He didn't know I'd been in contact with my family, and I wasn't going to tell him. If people found out I knew someone with a working satellite phone, I'd be bombarded with requests. Earl had said no one else was welcome over there. It was better to keep my calls to myself, especially since it wouldn't help most people anyway. They'd need to know someone with a sat phone, or else it would most likely be a waste of time and battery charge. "What took you so long?" Trish asked when I walked into the Learning Center, which we'd recently renamed the Common Room. "I was enjoying the fresh air and sunshine. It's gotten crowded and rank in here." I wrinkled my nose to emphasize the smell. We'd pilfered tons of deodorant for people to use, but either people weren't using it, or it didn't seem to help much when you didn't bathe regularly. "You shouldn't go out by yourself," she scolded. "It's too dangerous." "You're beginning to sound like your boyfriend." Whatever. She rolled her eyes. We settled in seats near the door. Justin was already standing by the circular desk at the center of the room with a notebook in his hands. Miles stood next to him, surveying the crowd like he expected an enemy to jump out any second. I like to spend my spare time imagining the pranks I'd play on him to get him to loosen up. Compared to him, I looked like the more sociable one. "Do you think the shaving cream and feather trick would work on him?" I asked Trish. She followed the direction of my gaze. "Nah, he probably sleeps too light for that. I've got some spare Tabasco sauce bottles downstairs, though. We might be able to sneak some into his canteen when he's not looking." Ooh, good idea. It might have seemed a little immature for us, but after all the trauma we'd had lately, it helped to find things to lighten the mood. You could only stay tense and serious for so long before the stress would overcome you if you didn't do something to relieve it, and I'd grown up with 3 brothers where pranks were a regular occurrence in our household.
"Listen up, everyone,"
Justin said, raising his voice to be heard over the chatter. The room grew quiet.
"I know there is some concern over continuing to stay here after the last attack,"
he continued.
"If you've got anything you want to voice on the matter, now is the time to do it. The floor is open."
A guy in his early 40s stood up. His brown hair was a little greasy, and he had the beginnings of a beard. I'd seen him around with his wife and 2 kids, but like me, they mostly kept to themselves. He shifted on his feet and glanced down at his family. His wife gave him an encouraging nod. He cleared his throat.
"I think we should stay here. The library is still in good shape, and we've got a nice setup. It's going to be hard to find anything better that hasn't already been taken over by some other group."
An older woman with graying hair got to her feet. "And moving will be dangerous. We've only got a few hours in the morning to transport people and supplies while the dragons are sleeping. Assume that's why they're not out during that time, but that's when the gangs are out on the streets roving around. I vote for staying here."
"We're sitting ducks in this place,"
a young guy spoke up.
"Between the other night and run-ins with them during patrols, I think it's only going to get worse as resources spread thin."
"I say we should move to somewhere at the edge of town where there are fewer people," a young woman offered. She had a point. During my drive to meet Aiden, I'd been thinking it was quieter in the countryside, and we could plant a garden for food, assuming the high heat didn't last for long. Maybe get some chickens like they had in Earl's neighborhood. We might even find a place with a well to get fresh water. Justin nodded.
"Those are all good points." "How are we going to move everything?"
someone asked.
"Only a few of us have vehicles. We won't do anything without a solid plan in place first,"
Justin reassured him. A chorus of voices went up.
"I think we should move as soon as possible."
"No way, I say we stay here."
"What about the restrooms? All the toilets are clogged now."
"Let's find a place near the river, then we'd at least have a steady source of water." Justin put his hands up.
"I appreciate all your feedback. I propose we send out a team to scout potential locations. After that, we'll look at the pros and cons for each one, including any hazards that may come while moving to them. Everyone will get a vote on what we decide to do. Most important thing is to weigh our options." "Sounds good to me,"
Miles said, crossing his arms. He'd been standing next to Justin the whole time, but had remained quiet until now. As soon as he spoke, everyone else's voices faded away and the room turned silent. He had an impressive way of intimidating people without saying much.
"Any other issues someone wants to bring up?"
Justin ran his gaze across the room. "We really need to deal with the toilet situation," Danae said. I wasn't surprised she was the one to ignore the glower Miles had cast around the room. "Maybe we can dig a trench outside and put some tarps up for privacy."
"Put a team together and let me know where you'd like to put it,"
he instructed her. She nodded. On it. The library had enough bathrooms and toilets that even with so many people around, we'd been able to last a while before things got bad, especially after the guys started pissing outside. Except the ones designated for bathing only, the rest were nearly impossible to enter without choking on the noxious fumes. Some of us had started sneaking off to nearby campus buildings to do our business.
"One last item to discuss,"
Justin said, his fingers tapping against his notebook.
"I know we've been keeping pets out of the basement until now, but a new arrival came today with her late husband's police dog. He died on the day the dragons attacked, and she doesn't want to be apart from the animal. She's agreed to work night shifts with it and take it out on supply runs. In exchange, the dog will be allowed to stay down here."
Murmurs went up across the room. Anyone who'd come with a pet before had to either leave it outside or confined on one of the upper floors. Justin and Miles felt there were enough hygiene problems without adding animals into the mix. Those who had pets also had to provide the meals for them separate from our rations, though a lot of us grabbed cat and dog food if we saw it while we were out.
Let's vote on it. Those in favor of the dog being allowed to stay in the basement, raise your hands,"
he said. Trish raised hers. I put mine up too, thinking a retired police dog might be a good thing. A lot of other people must have thought the same. I counted at least 20 hands raised out of the 30 people present.
"That's a majority," Justin announced. "The dog stays."
He nodded at Miles, who hurried off to let the owner know. A few minutes later, a curvy woman with short brown hair, who looked to be in her late 30s, came down the corridor. She had a black and tan German shepherd by her side on a leash. He wagged his tail and looked happy to see everyone. "What's his name?" someone asked. Justin nodded at the woman.
"This is Jennifer, and her dog's name is Bomber. Please don't rush up to them right now. Give them some time to get settled in, and then you can all meet Bomber one at a time later. Remember, this is a trained dog. He should be treated with caution and respect."
Trish looked over at me with a big grin. I love dogs. Justin has been driving me crazy by not letting them down here. I missed having animals around, too, though Trish had been more vocal about it. "Maybe we can convince him to let a cat in later to balance out the animal population," I suggested. "We can argue they keep the mice away." She sighed. "I already tried that, but he says until he sees a mouse problem, he's not going for it." Figures. Justin addressed the crowd, most of whom were still eyeing the dog.
"If there's nothing else, you're all free to leave. Let Danae know if you're willing to help with the trench project. Those who do will get extra rations."
People started filtering out of the room. "So what do you think about leaving here?" Trish asked. "Should we stay or move?" I shrugged. "This is a good location, but if we find someplace better, I'd be fine with that too." "I want to stay," she sighed. "Then you better go help with that trench." I bumped her in the shoulder. "Me? Digging? I don't think so." Chapter 20. Aiden. Aiden made his way through the great hall. It was a massive room filled with chairs and tables carved from stone on one side, and a large open space at the other. At night, they lit torches, placing them at regular intervals along the walls. For the moment, it was late afternoon, and the high windows provided all the light they needed. Most of the time, dozens of clan members gathered there to socialize or hold meetings. On Judgment's Day, it filled to capacity. The Pendragon held it once a month to rule on criminal and civil matters. More often than not, it ended with a body or two taken away and spilled blood on the floor. It was a miracle the stone wasn't stained red. Aiden stepped outside to a crowded courtyard filled with dragons in human form. It took a moment to adjust his eyes to the brightness of the sunlight. A few children ran by, almost knocking him down in their race to find treasures that had been hidden around the fortress that morning. Humans carried jugs filled with ale fire, a favored drink among his clan. They replenished the mugs of anyone who thrust theirs out. The largest open space in the keep was directly in front of the castle where he stood. To prevent any attacking dragons from landing there, stone obelisks with spikes protruding from them were spaced out from one end of the castle to the other. It made it easy enough to move around them on foot while discouraging flight. Between the obelisks, humans tended fire pits where they roasted cows, pigs, deer, and other animals the clan's hunters had captured over the last few days. The meat would have to feed nearly 700 clan members who'd come and go well into the night. There wasn't enough room for them to visit all at once. Between dragonfolk and humans, there must have already been 200 people crowded in the courtyard. Aiden would have to fight his way to the fire pits. "I was beginning to think you skipped the celebration," Phoebe said, walking up to him. "You're late." He glanced at his sister. She'd let her long, wavy black hair fall freely down her back and put on a low-cut red cambrium tunic that hugged her figure like a glove. He half expected to find a pack of eager dragons trailing at her heels, but she appeared to have come alone.
"Any surprises you?"
he asked. Amusement glinted in her yellow eyes.
"Not really, but Zoran has been complaining about your absence to Father." "I'm certain he has."
She moved to stand at his side and gazed at all the revelers.
"I've never seen the clan this happy." "They're celebrating our return to Earth. Of course they're pleased."
She passed her mug over to him.
"Then drink and join them."
He took a swig, enjoying the burn as it went down his throat. Ale fire was thick and potent with a spicy aftertaste. He could feel it settling in his stomach, warming him inside. No one who wished to think clearly or stand without assistance consumed more than 2 mugs. The last time he'd overindulged, he'd awakened on the fortress wall with one leg dangling over the side. He handed the drink back to her.
"I'll see you later, sister,"
he said, clasping her arm before he left. The scent of roasted meat called to Aiden. In all his life, he'd never seen this much available for consumption at one time. He pulled his dagger from his belt and walked up to a fire pit with a cow suspended over it. Much of the belly was already gone, but he was able to carve away pieces from the haunches and ribs. He chewed, savoring the flavor.
"You've come after all,"
Zoran said, walking up behind him. Aiden refrained from growling, but his inner beast did enough for both of them inside his head. It was just like his eldest brother to interrupt him during a perfectly fine meal. He carved off another bite and finished chewing before turning around.
"I've been here for a while now,"
he lied. Zoran snorted, letting out a billow of steam.
"I'm sure you have. Father has been looking for you."
"Why?"
"The contests are about to begin. He wants his sons to fight first."
Zoran's eyes gleamed.
"Especially since you proved yourself so well during the attack a few days ago."
Aiden tensed. He'd hoped his brother wouldn't find out about that, but had suspected some of the guards might spread the story. Perhaps Zoran would think it a fluke.
"I should go out on patrol. Some of us need to keep an eye on things while others enjoy the celebration."
That excuse had worked more than once for Aiden when these contests occurred, though usually he ended up in his room with a female shapeshifter.
"Not this time, brother."
Zoran put an arm over Aiden's shoulders and guided him along.
"We can't have our great savior missing a chance to show his battle prowess."
This was Zoran's doing. He must have impressed it on their father that Aiden should participate.
"Who is fighting whom?"
Aiden asked. They passed through the front gates and onto the open fields surrounding the fortress walls. The grass was beginning to wither out there due to the lack of rain, contrasting with their gray stone walls.
"I'll be fighting Ruari first. You'll go after that."
Aiden clenched his teeth.
"With who?" "You'll see."
Zoran gave him a self-satisfied look. They reached the edge of the onlookers and his brother left him, heading for the field. Ruari was already out there waiting. Zoran took his position about 100 paces away. The Pendragon came to stand in the space between them.
"In celebration of our return to Earth, I've called for a contest,"
he called, loud enough for everyone to hear.
"My two eldest sons, Zoran and Ruari, will go first."
Cheers went up through the crowd. This was the first time the Pendragon had ever allowed his sons to fight each other in a contest. Usually, they took on opponents from outside their immediate family. No one from the clan would want to miss this match. Even Aiden was curious how it would go. Zoran was large and strong, but Ruari had cunning on his side. It would be an interesting fight.
"Zoran, as the eldest, you choose which form to take for battle,"
the Pendragon said. It was a contest rule that the older of the two opponents always got to decide, regardless of rank or station. He dipped his chin.
"Dragon."
Excitement rose in the crowd.
"Very well. Prepare yourselves."
Ruari's face was a granite mask. He couldn't have been happy with his brother's selection, even if it was the most common. It was much easier to use cunning and trickery in a human body. He wasn't as well practiced in his dragon form. The brothers released their fire, allowing it to engulf their bodies. In less than a minute, they reappeared as red dragons. Ruari had silver tips on his scales, and Zoran had black. The elder brother was larger and more heavily muscled, with thicker horns on his head. He snorted and huffed, scraping at the ground with his claws. Ruari stood on all four legs, perfectly still. He was no doubt concocting some sort of a battle plan. The Pendragon glanced between them and raised his arms. When he dropped them, a roar of fire came from his mouth. It was louder than thunder and echoed off the mountains behind him. His flames extended so far they nearly reached the spectators, not an easy thing to do in human form. It was the traditional sign to charge into battle. As soon as the Pendragon left the field, the brothers charged forward, shaking the ground with their heavy steps. Dirt and grass flew up behind them. They collided, teeth and claws cutting through the air as they fought for the best position. Aiden wasn't certain who he wished to win. They were both thorns in his side. Rather than cheering them, he watched how each of his brothers moved. Though he'd watched them fight before, It never hurt to keep up with their latest strategies. Someday, he'd likely have to fight at least one of them. Zoran swiped his claws across Ruari's face, catching him on the soft tissue at the tip of his nose. It was hardly a mortal wound, but it would hurt enough to be a distraction. Ruari shook his head and pulled back a step. So far neither had come off the ground, exposing their bellies. A smart dragon wouldn't unless forced into it. A gleam came over Ruari's eyes. In the next moment, he opened his jaw wide and let out a bellow of fire. While Zoran was blinded by it, Ruari spun around and swung his tail into his brother's head. The spikes at the end caught in one of Zoran's eyes. He bellowed in pain and backed up a few feet. Blood filled his right eye socket and dripped down his snout. Smart. Ruari had limited his brother's vision. He charged Zoran next, angling his jaw to chomp at his throat. A heartbeat from being struck, the older brother ducked his head low to the ground. As Ruari stepped over him, Zoran dug his horns into his belly and lifted the younger dragon, sending him catapulting through the air. Ruari landed on his back, flailing his legs wildly. Cheers rose up from the crowd. Zoran circled around and leaped onto his younger brother before he could get himself turned over. He scraped his claws along Ruari's belly in a move no one could mistake for anything but a kill strike, if he dug deeper. As it was, the soft scales had deep gashes with blood oozing from them. Dragon claws were sharp as razors, but they could only penetrate easily at the center of the stomach.
"Finished!"
the Pendragon called out. That had ended even faster than Aiden expected. He'd thought Zoran would win, but he had hoped Ruari would come up with something more creative to draw the battle out. In fact, he'd been certain of it. Had his brother lost the match so quickly on purpose? Zoran marched off the field with his head held high and his tail swishing. It annoyed Aiden to see him that smug and arrogant. He was half tempted to go over and knock him down a peg or two, give him a real battle. His inner dragon agreed.
"The next match will be between Falcon and Aiden,"
the Pendragon announced.
"Take your positions."
Aiden froze. Falcon was one of the strongest warriors in the clan, possibly the strongest. He'd had over 5 centuries to hone his battle skills. Even in contests among clan members, most of his opponents had to be carried away. Falcon stepped onto the field, his light olive skin shining in the sun as if he'd already fought a battle or two and had the sweat to prove it. His brown hair was loose and curtained his face. He wore the same type of black pants and vest that Aiden did, but he filled his with larger muscles, ones that took centuries to develop. The shapeshifter was in his prime, and a warrior that few had ever bested. Winning against a lesser opponent wouldn't have been a problem. Aiden could do that without drawing too much attention, but fighting someone with Falcon's reputation, whether he won or lost, this would be a bloody battle. Chapter 21. Aiden. His mind raced as he considered the best course to take. He could feel the spectators' eyes on him, boring into his back. Murmurs of doubt about his prowess mingled with skepticism that such a match should even take place. But above all else, everyone wanted to know how long he would last against Falcon. Coin exchanged hands as they placed their bets. Aiden had avoided most of these contests since he'd come of age at 25. It had been important that no one know how well he could truly fight. During real battles, he'd always held back if he suspected others were watching. One more layer of protection while he plotted ways to ensure his long-term survival. He stepped onto the field, taking measured steps toward the position where his father indicated. Aiden didn't look at anyone and kept his face an emotionless mask. Whether he liked it or not, this battle would happen. And damn his dragon's pride, he'd give them a good show.
"Falcon, do you choose dragon or human form for this battle?"
Throm asked. Aiden refrained from tightening his fists.
"Human,"
he almost growled. What was Falcon up to? Most contests were fought in dragon form, the same as real battles. Whispers spread across the crowd as they pondered the choice. Falcon had taken everyone by surprise. It didn't matter. Aiden and Donar practiced regularly away from the clan where no one could watch. Their skills were far greater than anyone knew. They'd also been out killing the occasional pure dragon with swords to assess strategies for Bailey's training. The Pendragon nodded.
"Very well. Prepare yourselves."
Aiden pulled his sword from Shigara, feeling it take shape in his right hand. Falcon tied his hair back before producing his own blade. It had a jagged edge that could cut through dragon scales if angled just right. They lifted their swords and positioned their feet, ready to advance once the Pendragon gave the signal. Aiden caught Falcon's gaze. There was no arrogance or mockery in the warrior's eyes. He fought in these contests for the challenge and to keep his skills up. Falcon didn't care about glory, only protecting his clan. Aiden respected him for that. His inner dragon, on the other hand, saw this as an opportunity to prove his prowess against a great fighter. The Pendragon gave the signal, sending his heart racing as a roar of fire filled the air. In the next moment, he was running toward his opponent with his sword held high. Aiden felt the balls of his feet strike the ground with each step and push harder to gain momentum. Falcon lowered his blade a few inches, a small tell that he planned to thrust upward. Good, he'd taken the bait. 2 paces before they reached each other, Aiden angled his body sideways and slid to the ground, continuing feet first toward his opponent. Gasps came from the crowd, and Falcon's eyes widened. He twisted around, but the maneuver didn't help him. Aiden raised his right arm, aiming his sword at his target's side as he swept past him. The tip of his blade cut into Falcon above his hip in the small space where his protective vest didn't quite meet the waistband of his pants. The gash wasn't deep, but enough to rattle his opponent and everyone watching. It had been a calculated move, and one Aiden didn't use often. He didn't want to give away his best tactics today, but he did want his future opponents guessing which opening move he might make next time. Winning a fight didn't happen only by being the fastest or the strongest. A smart warrior had to keep his opponent guessing. Play with his mind so that his reaction time slowed, because he couldn't decide on the best defense. Aiden barely got to his feet before Falcon went on the attack. The older warrior slashed downward with a determined glint in his eyes and a battle cry on his lips. The sword glided toward Aiden's head in a blow that would crack his skull. He pulled his blade up and blocked it a hair's breadth before it reached him. The muscles in Aiden's right arm strained against the force of the blow. It was all he could do to keep the sharp edge from cutting into his scalp. The sword slid closer. He angled his head to the side, but the blade bit into his ear with a sharp sting. The wetness of blood trickled down onto his neck. The beast inside begged to take over, but he ignored it. Aiden locked eyes with his opponent. Falcon bared his teeth and pushed harder. Struggling against the force coming down on him, Aiden sidestepped and got out from underneath it. The blade came crashing down where he'd just stood. That had been close. Too close. Heaving a breath, Aiden pulled his weapon back up and went on the attack. Thrust, block, swing, parry, and they did it all over again as long minutes passed. Their dance across the field thrilled the spectators. He could feel their excitement thrumming through him, urging him to keep going. It was a heady feeling, and yet he hated it. Aiden didn't like performing for anyone's pleasure. If he was going to fight, he damned well wanted it to be for a good reason. Falcon thrust forward toward Aiden's chest. He spun to the side to avoid the blade, getting sliced in the forearm instead. The pain was sharp, but better that than his heart or lungs. The vest he wore protected his skin, but if the sword point found its way through the front laces, it could severely wound him. His opponent was giving him no quarter, not that he'd expected any. They resumed their dance across the field, matching thrust for thrust. Sweat poured from their bodies due to the unusually high heat. It mixed with the blood of the many cuts and gashes they'd given each other. He could hardly find time to catch his breath, and Falcon was beginning to struggle for air as well. Matches usually didn't last this long. If Aiden were smart and able to overcome his inner beast's need to prove itself, he'd let his opponent claim the win. The clan would admire him for lasting nearly 20 minutes against such a strong warrior, but his pride wouldn't let him give up, even if it could mean his eventual downfall. He swung his sword out to Falcon's neck. His opponent's blade blocked it a hand's breadth away. Sparks flew as the swords slid together, bringing the 2 men closer.
"I knew you were better than you let on,"
Falcon said. Aiden gritted his teeth.
"Or test me."
Falcon pushed away, breaking them apart. Then he went in for the attack again. He fought so hard Aiden was forced to give ground as they moved farther and farther away from the crowd. What was he doing? None of his moves were difficult to block, but they were forceful. He'd tire himself out faster battling this way. They were nearly 60 paces from the onlookers when their swords locked once more. Both men struggled for breath, staring at each other. Falcon's yellow eyes narrowed on him.
There will come a time when clan members must choose a man to support. Zorin is an oaf and Ruari is treacherous. I still haven't decided about you.
He paused.
There are those who believe you are staying out of the way, biding your time.
Aiden almost winced. That was a little close to the truth.
Perhaps I plan to support my sister's claim.
It was something he'd considered more than once. Falcon's lips twitched.
There's a thought.
It wasn't unprecedented for a female to lead a clan, but it was very rare. Phoebe had many of the right qualities, strength and wisdom among them. She only lacked the drive to fight for the position. Falcon might have made a good Pendragon as well, if he'd been eligible.
Are we going to finish this, or are you going to keep talking?
Aiden asked. Amusement glinted in Falcon's eyes.
By all means.
They pushed off each other. Taking a deep breath, Aiden went on the attack. There were no particular rules on how they fought, except they weren't supposed to kill each other, only simulate a fatal blow. Aiden swung his sword at Falcon. The older dragon blocked it and returned the favor. Aiden parried the thrust. Slowly, they worked their way back across the field toward the crowd. When they were less than 20 paces from the onlookers, Falcon shocked Aiden with a cutting blow to his left shoulder. The blade tore through his muscles and tendons, grazing the collarbone. A roar rose up in his ears as intense pain coursed through him. He resisted the urge to let go of his weapon and apply pressure to the injury. Fighting through the agony, he kept his sword arm up. The fight wasn't over yet. The beast inside him wouldn't let one deep wound be the end of the match. Falcon came at him again, raising his sword high and coming down hard. Aiden lifted his sword one-handed and barely managed to block it. But his opponent wouldn't let up. His strength was too much. Aiden shook and struggled as the blade edged closer. His knees weakened and he fell onto them, kneeling before his opponent. Falcon lifted his blade and went into a clockwise spin. It was one Aiden recognized. Anyone who had ever watched the warrior in battle knew he only used the spin when he was certain his opponent was too weak to fight anymore. But he was wrong. As Falcon came back around with his sword out and ready to administer a final blow, Aiden ducked his head. Then he kicked his right leg out. His foot hooked at the back of his opponent's knee. He used the momentum Falcon had already generated to send him tumbling onto his back. He hit the ground with a hard thud. Still on his knees, Aiden brought his sword down onto his opponent's neck, cutting down the side of it. Falcon winced as blood trickled down his neck. It wasn't too deep, but it had to hurt. Aiden hauled in deep breaths as he looked down at his opponent and waited for Throm to make the call. His inner dragon purred in contentment. Perhaps the beast would give Aiden a break for a while now that he'd given them a win.
Well done, young warrior,
Falcon said.
I don't need your praise. No, you don't.
The Pendragon walked up.
Finished.
Aiden lifted his sword and struggled to his feet. Cheers went up through the crowd. The excitement was palpable. As he made his way off the field, he overheard members of his clan chatting amongst each other. They remarked on his shocking win. Numerous men clasped his arms as he passed them, giving him congratulations. A few women tried to plant kisses on his cheeks and lips, but he turned his face from them. Bloodthirsty wenches. A self-respecting female dragon made the male chase after her.
I'm proud of you, son.
The Pendragon joined him. Aiden sent his sword back to Shigara.
What was this about, father?
The Pendragon cast him a look. There was more than a millennia of living and experience in his eyes, but he was getting too old. The skin under his eyes sagged, and wrinkles lined his forehead. His hair had begun graying in the last few years, prompting him to cut it short. Once a shapeshifter dragon reached full maturity, they aged very slowly. They didn't truly begin to look old until near their end.
I needed to know,
his father answered.
Know what?
They reached the clan healer, an older man with a stooped back, scraggly hair, and a long beard. He waited within a circle of 17 gray standing stones that rose high enough Aiden couldn't quite touch the top of them with his arm extended. Along with the fortress, they'd crossed over from the other realm and appeared just outside the walls. The smooth-faced rock was rare and precious to the dragons for its innate powers, if one had the ability to draw from them. Less than a handful of his clan members could do it. They had a few sorcerers there who were capable, but they were kept cloistered out of sight.
"Whether or not you have what it takes to lead,"
his father replied. Aiden scowled at him.
"You've got 2 other sons vying for your position. I want nothing to do with it."
The Pendragon put a hand on his shoulder.
"We must think of what is best for the clan, and rumor has it you were the one to lead our defenses during the last attack."
Back to that again.
"I knew what to do, that is all. Which is exactly my point,"
Throm said.
"No one else did. Good day, father."
Aiden spun on his heels and entered the stones, leaving the Pendragon to growl at him. A moment later, Throm left. He'd have to return to the contest and announce the next participants. Aiden had counted on that.
"Sit,"
the healer ordered. He sank onto the grass and crossed his legs. This wasn't the first time Aiden had visited. He usually came when his injuries were great enough it would take more than a few days to heal. Dragons recovered much more quickly than humans, but wounds such as his shoulder could take almost a week. He didn't want Bailey concerned over him when he saw her tomorrow, especially after the way she'd behaved with the stomach wound she'd given him. She needed to focus on her training. The Slayer was too soft and caring for the job she had ahead of her.
"I heard you fought well. Don't start on me, too,"
Aiden said, scowling as the healer put his hands on him. A vibration of power filled the circle, and colorful sparks shot off around them.
"You've given us hope,"
Aiden snorted.
"I have no aspirations beyond living another day, if you say so."
The pain in Aiden's body eased. Tingles raced over him as his wounds knitted back together and his skin became whole again. There would be a price for this. He'd have to sleep soon, and he wouldn't be able to wake up for at least 18 hours. It would leave him vulnerable. If he hadn't needed to go out tomorrow, he might have waited for the wounds to heal naturally.
"Fortune go with you,"
the healer said, removing his hands. Aiden bowed his head.
"And to you."
He exited the circle of stones to find his eldest brother waiting for him. The muscles in his neck bulged and his eyes were filled with rage. Aiden suspected this might happen. It was one of the reasons he'd wanted to avoid the contest in the first place.
"That was quite a show you put on out there,"
Zoran said, crossing his arms. Aiden stopped before him, ignoring the beast inside who begged for another fight.
"What has you so angry, brother? You. No one beats Falcon, and you shouldn't have either."
"I'm sure it was only luck."
Aiden shrugged.
"Next time I'll likely lose."
Zoran took a step forward and put a hand on his chest.
"If you challenge me for father's position, I will not go as lightly on you as Falcon did."
They both knew the great warrior had done no such thing. Aiden lifted his brows.
"You know I have no aspirations to become the Pendragon."
He couldn't count the number of times he'd told his brother this.
"Keep it that way,"
Zoran said. Aiden watched as his brother stomped off. The one thing he could say for him was he attacked from the front. There would be no surprises from him. But as his gaze moved toward the fortress entrance, he caught sight of Ruari standing there, staring at him with a malevolence he didn't bother to hide. A cold shiver ran down Aiden's spine. Now that was the brother who'd attack where you least expected it.
"Come,"
Phoebe said, walking up.
"I'll watch over you while you sleep."
He nodded at his sister.
"That would be appreciated."
Chapter 22. Bailey. "What are you doing?" I asked. Conrad leaned against the side of my truck, picking at the dirt beneath his fingernails. As usual, he wore khaki pants and a t-shirt, both of which were clean and free of wrinkles despite our living conditions. I couldn't figure out how he was doing it, and he refused to tell me. He lifted his head and met my gaze.
"You're not going out there by yourself."
I put my hands on my hips. "What makes you think I'm going anywhere?"
"Girl, don't be trying to play that game with me."
He straightened.
"I'm the one who has to run interference between you and the rest of the group."
Damn. I forgot I told him my next training session with Aiden was today. It was nice having someone in on my secret, but it also meant I had to deal with his concern about what I was doing. To say he didn't like it would be an understatement. "You can't come, it'll just provoke him." He shrugged.
"The dragon will just have to deal. Shit's getting dangerous out there, and you can't be driving across town by yourself. If you want me to keep covering for your ass, you gotta let me ride along."
I was tempted to shake some sense into him, but by the looks of it, he wanted to do the same to me, and it wasn't like I couldn't see Conrad's point of view. Driving around town was dangerous, especially after my close call with the guys shooting through the streets last time. Who knew what would have happened if they'd seen me? Fine. I gave him a warning glare. But once we get there, you have to hang back. No provoking the dragon. He pushed off the truck. Whatever. Something told me this wasn't going to go well. Neither of us spoke as we drove through town. It was mid-afternoon and the traffic was pretty much non-existent, unless you counted the occasional crashed or burned car along the way. We passed a shopping center with a few people dashing out of a store with armfuls of clothing in their hands. I picked up speed, wanting to get as far from them as possible.
Damn, I never liked this part of town,
Conrad said. I peeked up through the windshield, checking for dragons. Nothing but a clear blue sky and blazing sun. We'll be all right.
If you say so.
He took my gun from the console and checked the clip.
Word from some new arrivals at the library is that it's getting bad over here.
My fingers tightened on the steering wheel. Just keep an eye out for trouble. He leaned forward.
What the hell is going on up there?
It looks like a row of cars blocking the road. They were lined up bumper to bumper across all 4 lanes of Lindsay Street. Too perfect to be an accident, and no people stood near them.
Yeah, that's exactly what it looks like,
Conrad said, twisting around to search the area.
Fuck, let's turn back. I think we better take a different route.
I slowed down and spun the wheel, making a quick U-turn. No sooner had I started back the other way than a semi-truck with a long trailer pulled out from a side street. It kept going until it took up the whole road, almost reaching the curb at the other end. I slammed on my brakes, stopping about 100 feet from it. 3 guys with rifles hopped out, aiming them straight at us.
Get out of the truck, now!
One of them shouted, his voice filtering through my partially open window. Shit, 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 I cursed. What do we do? Conrad looked back.
Turn around again.
What? I gave him an incredulous look.
Turn around. We're going to have to break through that barricade back there.
Had he lost his mind? I'm not wrecking my truck.
Would you rather fucking die? Because that's what's going to happen if we don't get the hell out of here.
Conrad's nostrils flared, and he rushed out his next words.
Look, when I was 12, my parents got stationed at the U.S. Embassy in Jordan. One of the things we were told is if you get blocked on the street by terrorists, you have to get out of there or they will kill you. Better to risk dying while fleeing than sitting around waiting for your death like an idiot.
I stared at our attackers and had to admit Conrad was right. No way were we going to make it easy on these jackasses. Whatever they wanted, they were going to have to fight for it. I threw the truck into reverse and spun back around, peeling my tires as I went. Okay, how do I break through the cars? I pushed on the gas pedal, heading straight for them. Please, God, don't let me end up doing one of those crazy flips like I'd seen in the movies. Gunshots rang out, one of them pinging against my back bumper. Conrad and I ducked down low. With his head barely higher than the dashboard, he pointed ahead.
See where 2 of the cars are facing away from each other with their trunks touching?
Another round of gunfire erupted with a couple bullets shattering my back window. I cringed as they zinged over my head. Damn, if it was the truck they wanted, there wasn't going to be much left after they finished shooting at it. I see them, I replied, peeking over the steering wheel.
Aim for the trunks,
he yelled, trying to be heard over the cascade of bullets coming at us.
That's the lightest part of the vehicle and the easiest place to break through.
I pushed harder on the gas pedal and tightened my hold on the wheel. We barreled through the cars, crunching metal against metal as we spun them out of the way. Conrad hit his chin on the dashboard and cursed. I winced at the damage I must have just done to my truck, but didn't slow down. The shooting hadn't stopped. Conrad rubbed his chin and cast me a sideways glance.
Damn, girl, that worked better than I thought.
A bullet hit my side mirror, breaking it. You had doubts?
I knew it'd work in theory, but it's not like I ever tried it.
A loud pop sounded and the wheel jerked beneath my hands. I gripped it harder, fighting to keep control. Damn it, they hit one of their tires. Conrad's eyes widened and he glanced back.
Don't stop.
What's going on? We'd reached the end of the business district and were heading into a residential area.
They're following us in a damn car.
Then shoot the bastards, I urged. Until now, I'd been more concerned with getting away than firing back, but we needed to lose those guys. Conrad grabbed the Glock and rolled down the window. Leaning out of it, he fired a couple rounds at the car. With all the gunshots going around, my ears were ringing. I drove as straight as I could, trying not to mess up his aim. The blown tire wasn't making it easy.
They're getting closer,
he yelled over his shoulder. Keep shooting! My heart raced. We were in deep shit if we didn't get rid of them. I wasn't sure how much longer I could keep the truck going while driving on a rim. Conrad popped off a couple more shots.
Got him!
Tires screeched behind us. I glanced up at my rearview mirror, watching the car spin around sideways before running off the road into a light pole. The front end caved around it and smoke spewed from the engine. I let out a breath I hadn't even known I was holding. The road was clear and no one else was following us.
Keep going a little farther and we'll find somewhere to stop,
Conrad said, settling back into his seat. He didn't let go of the pistol. Okay. The steering wheel shook hard as I continued driving. My poor truck had taken a beating. I passed through an intersection and looked for someplace with a decent amount of cover where we could change the tire.
Up there, Conrad pointed. Go to that building on the left.
We were almost out of town. The houses and occasional businesses were spaced farther apart, with thick rows of trees separating them. There weren't a whole lot of other options for where we could stop. I turned into the parking lot. There was a long white building made of corrugated metal with a row of closed bay doors on the side. It was an automotive place, but other than a few empty cars collecting dust, it didn't look like they were open for business. "Do you think anyone is in there?" I asked, stopping next to the building. Conrad dropped the magazine and loaded more bullets from the box of ammo I had in the glove box.
"Give me a minute."
"Wait," I started to say, but it was too late. He shut the door and headed toward the front entrance. I lost sight of him when he made it around the corner. Drumming my fingers against the steering wheel, I debated whether to follow him or stay in the truck. As far as I could tell, we'd lost our attackers, and no one appeared to be around this place either, but that didn't mean we were out of danger. Dragons or more humans could show up to cause problems. I chose to stay in the truck and keep a lookout, but I listened for any sign of him being in trouble. One of the bay doors lifted a minute later, making me jump. Conrad popped out from under it and waved at me to pull inside. After a last check of the sky, I drove the truck through the opening into the dimly lit garage. It made good cover. It was doubtful anyone would find us in there while we fixed the tire. As soon as I turned the vehicle off, Conrad pulled the door down more than halfway. We needed some sunlight to see while we worked, but we couldn't risk making it too obvious we were in there. I hopped out of the truck. Going around to the front, I found the bumper and grille dented up badly and hanging a little crooked. Around the sides and back I counted at least 8 bullet holes. My back window was broken out and glass covered the back seat. I had the ridiculous urge to hug my truck and apologize for putting it through so much trauma.
"Gotta make this quick,"
Conrad said, giving me a sympathetic look. "Yeah, okay." I crawled under the truck to get the spare tire. Between the two of us, we had it on in less than 10 minutes. The vehicle might not look that great anymore, but it was still drivable. That was what counted the most. As much as I wanted to cry over what happened, I had to remember that we'd come out of the ambush alive.
"How you doing on gas?"
Conrad asked. I sighed. There's only about a quarter tank left. He nodded at a van parked in the next space over.
"Want to see if we can get any out of that?"
I nodded and opened my back door, pulling out a hose from under the loose glass. I'd found it while out scavenging for supplies and had cut it to a workable length. With the electricity down, I had no idea how to get fuel out of the service station pumps, but living on a ranch had taught me how to siphon gas. "Would this help?" I held the hose up. He grinned.
"That's perfect."
I searched for a funnel while he found a clean bucket to empty the fuel into. When we had everything in place, Conrad and I looked at each other. "I'll do it," I said. He cocked his head.
"You sure?"
"I've done it a few times. It's no big deal."
"Then go on with your bad self."
He gestured toward the van. After removing the gas cap, I fed the hose inside the tank and positioned the bucket underneath. The container could hold at least 5 gallons. We had to hope we could get that much out. I sucked on the hose. As soon as the fuel started coming through, I quickly removed my mouth before I could get a taste of it and lowered the hose over the bucket. We watched as gasoline poured inside. It didn't stop until 2 inches from the top of the rim.
"Well, it's not a lot, but at least it will keep you going a little longer."
I nodded. We hauled the bucket over to the truck and used the funnel I'd found to pour the gasoline into my tank. Every so often, one of us would glance at the bay door. We'd already been there too long. It was time to go. We finished with the fuel, and Conrad put all the supplies in the back of the truck, while I swept the glass off the inside seats. How often would I have to keep stealing gas from other vehicles? The question made my chest heavy. Was that how the world would work from now on? Would I never be able to go out again without risking getting attacked by humans or dragons, not to mention having to forage for supplies just to survive for the rest of my life? I started the truck. Conrad lifted the bay door and gestured for me to drive through before shutting it. He pulled my gun from the back of his pants, where he'd stuffed it earlier, and did a quick scan of the area. Once satisfied we were clear to go, he joined me in the truck. "Do you ever get frustrated with how things have been going?" I asked, pulling onto the road.
"Are you kidding?" He let out a low chuckle. "All the damn time."
"How do you deal with it?" A lot of people around the library had had their freak-out moments. Either they went into a rage, throwing things and shouting, requiring Justin and his guys to calm them, or they broke down in tears that didn't stop for hours. I couldn't stand to watch. Whenever anyone lost it, I hid in my room or went outside.
"Music?"
Conrad answered.
"Music? Yeah."
He stared out the window.
"I won one of those wind-up radios that don't need batteries in a poker game. If shit gets too tough, I go listen to it for a couple hours. It took me a while to get used to those oldies songs Hank likes to play, but they're growing on me."
I turned on the radio. American Pie by Don McLean flowed out of the speakers. "You like this?" A slow smile spread across his face.
"Hell yeah! Why not? It's a classic."
The two of us started singing along with it as we made our way down Lindsay Street. It was far enough out of town we didn't worry too much about any threats. We just needed to have a moment of fun for ourselves. The weight in my chest lifted. Tough times could take a lot from you, but they couldn't take your soul if you didn't let them.
Chapter 23. Bailey.
Aiden waited near the red sign when we arrived. His yellow eyes focused on me as I parked off to the side. I reached into the back seat and grabbed my sword, brushing aside a piece of glass I'd missed during my earlier cleanup job. On the way back to the library, Conrad and I would have to see if we could track down some plastic to cover the back window. "Stay here and let me talk to him," I said, opening my door. Conrad worked his jaw.
"All right, but if you need me, I'm coming out there."
That was the best I could hope for. I hopped out and came to stand in front of Aiden. His gaze shifted to Conrad in the truck. A low growl rumbled in his chest, and he took a step forward. I sidestepped to block him. "Leave him alone."
"What is he doing here?"
"He didn't want me coming out here alone." Aiden tried to move around me, and I put a hand on his chest. "It's not a big deal. Conrad already knows about you and what we're doing." He looked down at my hand, and a shudder passed through him.
"Send him back."
"No." Warmth radiated over my palm. "Pretend he isn't here."
"I don't want a human involved in this."
Aiden glared at me. Even with his strange yellow snake eyes, he wasn't as intimidating when we were this close. I knew I should have removed my hand, but my touch seemed to be keeping him calmer. Not to mention he hadn't tried moving it, which had to be a good sign. We simply stared at each other in one of those games where you knew the first to look away would lose. The truck door opened, and the hard muscles beneath Aiden's vest tensed. I begged him with my eyes not to do anything drastic. If only Conrad could have trusted me and stayed out of it.
"Look, man, I get that you don't want me here, but you're not seeing the big picture."
His footsteps crunched in the gravel as he came toward us.
"This girl is risking her life every time she comes out here. Did you even notice the damage to her truck?"
Aiden's gaze jerked to the vehicle in question, finally breaking the lock we'd had on each other. He studied it for a moment before returning his attention to me.
"What happened?"
I let my arm fall away from him. Damn Conrad for interfering. I hadn't wanted to make a big deal out of it since Aiden expected me to become some kind of tough dragon slayer. There were some men who set up an ambush on Lindsay Street. They shot at us, but we got away. We're fine. To my surprise, Aiden let out a low growl. Flames licked across his skin as he brushed past me toward the truck. I jumped back, not wanting my clothes to get singed. Did that happen when he got really upset? He wasn't changing form or anything. Aiden stopped at the front end, leaning down to study the bumper before circling toward the back to graze his fingers over each bullet hole. When he finished his examination, he looked me up and down.
"Are you injured?"
I shook my head. "No." The flames on his skin died away.
"Those men will not attack you again. I will take care of them."
He headed toward the side road where we'd conducted our last practice session.
"Come, you must train."
I sighed. At least he'd let the issue of Conrad go. I had to consider that a win as I raced to catch up to Aiden. "How do you plan to take care of those guys?" His strides lengthened, forcing me to jog to keep up.
"How do you think?"
he asked, not looking back at me. "You're going to kill them?" Conrad followed behind me.
"No, Bailey, he's going to call the police and have them arrested. He's a fucking dragon. Of course he's going to kill them.
But... Aiden stopped and spun around.
If they are a menace to you while I'm still trying to train you, then they must die.
I opened my mouth and shut it. What was I supposed to say to that? It wasn't like there were a whole lot of other options, as Conrad had pointed out. So why did the idea of Aiden killing them bother me? Maybe because the Dragon Slayer part of me was dismayed at the idea of letting a dragon kill my human enemies. I didn't try arguing any further, though.
You,
Aiden addressed Conrad.
Stand by the trees over there and do not interfere.
No problem, man. He gave me a be careful look and walked off.
Begin your exercises,
Aiden ordered. I moved over to the open field. The grass was dying from lack of water in the sun's relentless heat. It wouldn't make as soft a cushion anymore. I started with the cutting motions. Aiden watched for a few minutes, not saying anything, then told me to switch to the circles. I did them smoothly, grateful the soreness in my muscles had faded, and it had become easier.
Stop.
I dropped my arm, allowing it to rest. He pulled his own blade from Shigara and demonstrated another exercise. It involved swishing the sword side to side in windshield wiper motions.
This will build your strength and help you with increasing your blocking range,
he explained. I tried it out. My arm, unused to the new type of movement, tired almost as fast as it had when I'd begun the other exercises. Aiden had me raise my arm higher to work my shoulder muscles. I had to do it 100 times before he let me switch hands. From the corner of my eye, I caught Conrad swatting at a bug flying around him that was almost the size of my fist.
What the hell are these things?
He yelled. Aiden ignored him. Conrad let out a yelp and ran toward us.
Fuck! They blow fire!
The bug followed him, allowing me to inspect it closer. I frowned. It looks like a miniature dragon.
Most humans say that when they see them,
Aiden replied. He swiped his hand through the air and caught it in his fist.
But we call them petros.
I finished my count and dropped the sword. Can I see?
They are easy to kill,
he said, opening his hand. Conrad and I leaned forward to gaze at it. The petro was smashed, but I could make out wings that looked similar to a dragon's, and bits of the tiny scales that had covered its body. It might have been cute alive, if not for the small flames it could blow out.
That damn thing can seriously injure a person.
Conrad held out his arm for me to see. He had red splotches on his skin where the petro had burned him. Nothing alarming, but I imagined it hurt quite a bit. Will that burn cream you gave me help him? I addressed Aiden. He nodded.
Yes, and I'd advise you keep it close at hand. The petros will be starting their mating season in a month or so. Once that begins, you'll see them out in large swarms, sizable enough they could kill a person who is not immune to fire.
Oh, that's just great. Conrad threw his hands up in the air.
As if we don't have enough problems to deal with already.
What are the chances we might run into one of these swarms? I asked. Aiden dropped the petro on the ground and pulled a cloth from Shigara to wipe off his hand.
They prefer open spaces away from people, but occasionally a swarm flies into an inhabited area. When that happens, they become disoriented and attack anyone they see. At least a few swarms wander into the fortress each summer.
Conrad let out a string of curses.
And the mating season ends when? It varies each year.
Aiden shrugged.
Perhaps a month or so after it starts.
It was nice to see the two men holding a civil conversation, even on such a dire topic. After that, will they be gone until the next year?
No,
Aiden answered me.
There will always be solitary petros such as today flying around. Not that you need to worry, since their flames cannot harm you.
I glanced at a burn hole in Conrad's shirt where the bug had gotten him in the chest. They can still ruin my clothes, though. He studied me for a moment, rubbing his chin.
We'll worry about that later. For now, you must resume your training.
Of course, I sighed. Conrad walked back to his spot by the trees. Aiden demonstrated a new exercise where I had to stand sideways and do a large circle with the sword, where I cut forward, then brought the sword back around. It took a few tries to get it right. How long will this take for me to get good at this?
For dragons, we spend years training to become proficient,
he said, watching me as I practiced.
Slayers are naturally inclined toward fighting and tend to pick up their skills quickly. My hope is within a few months you'll be at a level where you might survive if a dragon attacks you.
You really know how to make a woman feel good, don't you? He lowered his head and cleared his throat.
You have a way with words, Bailey,
says the man who took what I said the wrong way. Who knew dragons could have such dirty minds? I just meant you could be a little less dire about my survivability. He met my gaze, back to being serious.
You are the first slayer I've trained. I have no way of knowing for certain how quickly you'll learn. It could take less time or more, depending on how hard you practice.
Oh, I'm practicing, I reassured him.
Switch arms,
he commanded. Relieved, I did as he asked. I'd never guessed doing simple exercises with a sword could be so exhausting. Would it ever reach a point where it became easy? I have a question, I said a couple minutes later. Actually, I had a lot of them, but I figured it was best to space them out or he might get tired of answering.
Ask.
I took a deep breath. Do your females lay eggs or do you have live births?
What?
He looked at me incredulously.
I told you not to ask that one,
Conrad shouted. He had, but for some reason I couldn't let it go. Do shapeshifter females lay eggs or do they have babies like humans? He was quiet a moment.
We are not pure dragons. Our births are similar to humans.
Oh, good. Aiden narrowed his eyes at me.
What is that supposed to mean?
I shrugged, not wanting to get into the dirty details. I was just having a hard time picturing it.
The dragon is inside us from birth, always there. But we favor the human form. It is more practical in day-to-day life, but we do enjoy letting the beast out as often as we can.
His eyes turned to a dark gold. The wild and untamed side of him he usually kept at bay showed through.
Start your exercises over, beginning with the cutting motions.
I was covered in sweat. We were in the hottest part of the day. Don't I get a break first?
Very well,
he said impatiently.
Drink some water and then begin again.
I looked back down the road, realizing I'd have to run down there to get my canteen. It would make Aiden even more impatient.
I got you, girl,
Conrad said, holding it up. I decided right then he could come to my training sessions any time he wanted. We met halfway across the field and I grabbed the canteen from him. I took several long swallows before handing it back. Thanks, you're a lifesaver. He shrugged.
It's hot out here and I was thirsty too.
I went back to Aiden and started the drills all over again. About the time I was on the last exercise, a red dragon appeared in the sky. I almost dropped the sword.
Dragon!
Conrad called out. Aiden followed our gazes.
It is only Donar, the one you saw before.
Your friend?
My cousin,
he replied. The red dragon landed about 50 feet away. He lit up in flames and changed to human form before walking stiffly toward us. I was surprised to find him good-looking. He had short, spiky black hair and light olive skin. His chin was strong and he had a long nose. While his eyes matched Aiden's yellow, he didn't appear as animalistic or intimidating, just serious. His arrival still sparked my natural instinct to attack, but something about being around shapeshifters in their human forms made them a lot easier to tolerate.
This is the Slayer,
Donar asked Aiden.
It is.
Donar circled around me, poking and prodding.
Too small.
What the hell? I shoved him. He flew back about 6 feet and landed on his ass. My jaw dropped. Had I just done that? Aiden let out a deep laugh.
I told you, she is stronger than she looks.
How could he have possibly known that? I hadn't even realized.
Holy shit,
Conrad said, coming up next to me.
How did you do that?
I shook my head. I have no idea.
The presence of dragons is starting to bring out your other side. With time and training, you will continue to grow stronger than a normal human.
Aiden explained.
Damn, Bailey. Have I told you you're my new best friend?
Conrad put his arm around me. Aiden glared at him until he dropped his arm and stepped away.
You cannot rely on that strength to be there whenever you need it. Until you undertake the rite of passage, it will come and go intermittently.
My shoulders sagged, and here I'd started to feel some hope for myself. Donar got back on his feet and dusted himself off.
She is not why I came here. Has something happened?
Aiden asked.
No, nothing serious, but it is Judgment's Day. Your father wants you there.
A frustrated look came over Aiden's face.
Give me a moment.
He turned toward me. What's Judgment's Day?
It is the one day a month when the Pendragon rules on civil and criminal matters,
he replied. Conrad frowned.
So what do you do with criminals until that day?
Hold them in the dungeon,
Aiden said.
Is it cold and dark like the ones we used to have? Do people get tortured in there?
Conrad asked. It appeared he was taking this opportunity to get his own questions answered.
It is worse than you can imagine. Would you like to visit and see for yourself?
Aiden growled. Conrad put his hands up.
No, I'm good. I'll take your word for it.
Aiden looked at me.
Continue practicing. We will meet again in 4 days at the same time.
Okay, I nodded. When Conrad looked like he might ask some more questions, I grabbed his arm and dragged him down the road. Behind us, I could hear the sound of flames licking the air as the shapeshifters changed to dragons.
Hey, I just wanted to ask if they capture and eat their food alive,
he complained.
Maybe next time.
Chapter 24. Bailey. We stopped under a copse of trees and stared in astonishment at the duck pond. Danae cocked her head.
The water is a lot cleaner than I remember it.
Yeah, it is, I agreed. With the extreme heat and lack of rain, no one had bathed in weeks. I had my canteen water, but I had to limit my use of it to avoid anyone noticing. The irritability of people in the library was growing steadily worse each day. Some of the women had decided to organize a trip to the nearby pond at Brant Park. It only took about 5 minutes or so to walk there, but we figured we'd have to be desperate to use it. The pond should have been a lot murkier. Well, I'm not complaining if it's sparkling clean, Trish said. She pulled everything but her bra and underwear off, revealing pale skin, and waded into the water. A few other women followed suit. Jennifer wavered for a moment and then let Bomber jump into the pond as well. The poor dog deserved it. He'd had to suffer through this heat the same as the rest of us. I guess we'll pull guard first, I asked Danae, who stood next to me.
Yeah, let them have their fun.
We checked our guns and went in opposite directions to inspect the area. It wasn't quite 7 in the morning. Dragons wouldn't be out yet, leaving only gangs to worry about, none of whom had been around lately. It had only been a week since the attack, but Aiden had kept his promise and dealt with them. Conrad and I hadn't had any problems getting to my last training session, other than stopping to hide when a dragon flew overhead. I could only hope no innocent people got caught up in Aiden's anti-gang campaign. The thought of it was enough to keep me up at night. I made my way across a carpet of dying grass, searching for any sign of movement. The birds sang as if they didn't have a care in the world, and squirrels raced across the ground searching for food. I envied them. Their life was simple, and they didn't have to go far to find everything they needed. A female figure came into view within a small thicket of trees. I gripped my gun, moving cautiously toward her. It was a middle-aged woman. She wore khaki shorts and a red t-shirt. Her brown hair was pulled back in a braid with a few gray wisps framing her face. No one looking at her would have given her a second thought, and yet she had an aura of power surrounding her. Memories of who she was came flooding back. How could I have forgotten her, and why was it I could remember her now? "Verena," I said, coming closer. "You can put that away." She nodded at my gun. "I'm not here to hurt you." "I'll be the judge of that." She gave me a patient smile. "Your friends seem to be enjoying the pond." I didn't dare look back at them. She might appear harmless enough, but she'd messed with my head somehow. I couldn't let that go. "Why would you care?" She lifted her brows. "How do you think that murky old water became pure enough you could drink from it?" "We could drink from it?" I risked a glance back. The women were fully submerging themselves and washing their hair. It looked rather inviting. My body itched from layers of sweat and dirt, especially after training with Aiden. "Are you saying you know how it got that clean?" Amusement danced in her eyes. "I do?" Danae started heading our way. I half expected Verena to disappear, but instead she stared at the group medic. There was so much knowledge in her hazel eyes I wished I could figure out what was behind them, and how she was screwing with my head. "Who's this?" Danae looked from Verena to me. She still had her gun out, but she kept it down at her side. "I'm still trying to figure that out," I replied. "I'm Verena." She took Danae's free hand and gave it a brief squeeze. "It's very good to meet you." Okay." The medic took a step back. It was time for the woman to explain herself. "So what do you know about the pond water?" "I purified it for you," Verena said, as if that was an easy thing to do. Never mind the logistics of it. And how would she have known we'd be using it? Right, I scoffed. If not for her somehow tampering with my memories and the things she'd said the last time we saw each other, I would have written her off as crazy and left right then. But I knew I had to take her seriously. She'd even known about me going to see Aiden and my Dragon Slayer status. No one except Conrad should have known about that. Danae put a hand up. Wait, you purified the water? How? I don't see any pumps or filters around here, and there's no electricity to power them. I did it with magic. Verena took hold of my arm. The same way I can do this. My body shook with the effort to jerk from Verena's grip, but I couldn't move. She'd done something to keep me still, just like she'd manipulated me last time by forcing me to pull up to her house. From beneath her breath, she muttered words in a language I didn't understand. Tingles raced along my skin and up to a small gash on my arm from my last training session with Aiden. I'd fallen on my side and hit a rock. It wasn't deep and didn't hurt much, but it had been tender. A moment later, the gash was gone. I stared at the unblemished skin and my jaw dropped open. How? Verena let go of me. Dragons aren't the only magical beings who return to Earth. Danae grabbed my arm and studied it. You're totally healed. I was as dumbfounded as her. With one brief touch from Verena, the wound had disappeared. Despite the heat outside, I felt chills across my body. I was only starting to get used to all the new changes in the world, but now something else. What are you? I demanded. For the past 20 years, Verena shrugged. Nothing, but as of a few weeks ago my powers as a sorceress returned. Danae frowned. Wait, you look like you're about 40, no offense. Why only 20 years? That is a story for another time. I'm much older than I look, I'm afraid. She held up a hand when I started to say something else. Wait. The ground beneath us began to shake. Danae and I grabbed a nearby tree for balance while Verena closed her eyes. A serene expression overtook her, as if the earthquake was a pleasant thing for her. It passed a moment later when the shaking stopped. Ah, she opened her eyes. Every one of those brings us closer to the dimensions reforming as one, and bringing the rest of the magic back. I let go of the tree. What do you want from us? Nothing, for now. I simply wanted to give you a gift. She reached into her pocket and pulled out a gold pendant with a quarter-size ruby set in the middle. I don't need jewelry, I said. She took my hand and pressed the pendant in my palm. It occurred to me then that I'd put my gun away, and so had Danae. When in the hell had she made us do that? It's not just jewelry. Verena's expression turned sour. I spent days spelling it to be a talisman for you. A talisman for what? She shook her head. The better question is against what? This can temporarily stun a dragon. Only for a minute, but it's enough time that you can get your friends to safety. Danae took it from my hand and examined it. Why would you give her this? As a show of good faith. Good faith my ass. There was no way she was giving me a talisman against dragons without expecting something in return. I searched her eyes, looking for some hidden agenda, but she wasn't easy to read. I took the talisman back from Danae. How do we know this will even work? For all I know, this will draw them straight to me. My young slayer, I need you alive and well. She cupped my cheek, and once again I couldn't bring myself to pull back. There is no way I would do anything to cause you harm. Slayer? Danae gave me a quizzical look. I shook my head. No idea, she's crazy. The sorceress moved closer to the medic and ran a finger down her arm. There is power inside of you. It has slept for all your life, but it is almost ready to come out. When the time comes, I will help you learn how to use it. Verena stepped back, and Danae's eyes seemed to snap back to attention. What are you talking about? Don't pretend you don't feel it at all. The sorceress clucked her tongue. Danae and I exchanged wary glances. I think it's time for you to go, I said, giving Verena a warning look. She sighed. Very well, but keep the talisman with you always, and don't forget, it will only work for 1 minute. You must use that time wisely. I'll think about it, I replied. Verena bowed her head. I wish you both well. We watched as she went back through the trees and disappeared. I couldn't be certain if she actually vanished, or just moved to a point where we couldn't see her anymore. The farther she went, though, the less my mind focused on her. It was like trying to grasp something that was slipping away. All that was left was that I should keep the talisman on me. Where had it come from, and how had I gotten it? "We should get back to the pond," Danae said, looking as confused as me. "I really want to take advantage of that clean water." "Yeah, me too." Chapter 25. Bailey.
"All right, everyone,"
Justin said, pacing around the center of the common room.
"We're down to two possible choices for where we can go if we choose to leave the library. Miles will recap the pros and cons of the ranch."
Danae, Trish, and I sat on one of the couches beneath the windows. We exchanged looks and leaned forward. It was all we could do to keep straight faces when Miles grabbed his canteen for the first time since the meeting started. Of course he'd want to relieve his dry throat while talking. We'd counted on that. He spoke in a loud, clear voice.
"The ranch house is just south of Norman, not far from the Canadian River. The pros are it's got a water well, a barn, and a couple other outbuildings for storing supplies. It's sitting on about 5 acres with trees nearby, but not so close to the house that anyone could sneak up on us. There's also a long road leading to it, which will give us some privacy."
He stopped to unscrew the cap on his canteen.
"And now a few of the cons. The first is that there is no generator. If there was one, somebody already stole it. There isn't any food in the kitchen either. It could be that whoever lived there before took it all with them when they fled, or it was stolen. The place did look a little ransacked when we went through there."
Miles lifted his canteen, and Trish had to cover her mouth to stifle a giggle. He drank deeply before spitting it out. The spray went all over a couple of young guys sitting close to him. His face went red, and he stared at the canteen.
"What the hell?"
he yelled. Then his gaze shot straight to us. The outraged expression on his face was priceless. We broke out into laughter so hard we had to grip our stomachs. Miles marched over and waved his canteen before our faces.
"You know how it's going to be to get the taste of Tabasco sauce out of this?"
"Oh, please," Danae said, grinning at him. "You'll survive." He pointed his shaking finger at her.
"You're going to pay for this. I know it has to have been your idea."
Actually, it wasn't, but she'd been the one to pour it in there while Trish and I had distracted him. Danae had wanted to take the blame when he figured it out. She jutted her chin. "If you loosen up enough to get me back, then it would be worth it. Everybody here knows you're too much of a stick in the mud."
"Oh, really?"
Miles looked at his canteen, and a slow smile spread across his face.
"Then tell me what you think of this."
He raised the canteen and poured it out over her head. Rather than jump up in outrage, Danae lifted her face and stuck her tongue out to catch the water. "Miles, you're so thoughtful. It was getting hot in here."
"Can you take nothing serious?"
He withdrew the empty canteen. She shrugged. "Not as long as you're serious enough for the both of us." He grunted and spun around, going back to his spot in the middle of the room. Justin patted his shoulder and handed him his own canteen. Then he gave Trish a warning look that promised a long discussion later. I was suddenly glad to be single and answerable to no one. If you didn't count my dragon trainer, who could probably use a little Tabasco sauce in his water as well. What would it taste like to Aiden? Maybe I'd have to give him a bottle to try sometime.
"Sorry for the interruption, everyone,"
Justin said, his expression apologetic.
"I'll let Miles get back to recapping the ranch house."
The man in question finished drinking his fresh water.
"To finish with the cons, there are only 4 bedrooms and an office. Even with doubling or tripling the occupancy, a lot of people would have to stay in the outbuildings, not to mention the logistics of moving that far from here. It would require several trips to get all the people and supplies relocated. There's also the issue of the underground tornado shelter, which wouldn't be big enough to hold everyone. We've been over this once before, so I'll just stop there."
Justin nodded.
"Thanks, Miles. Now I'll cover our second option."
A few people murmured. He'd waited for them to quiet down before continuing.
"You all have heard about the church that will receive the deceased and to give them a proper burial. I visited with them a few days ago. They've expanded to include most of the neighborhood around them now, and they're looking to fill it with more able-bodied men and women. Our group fits what they're looking for. They've got plenty of food and supplies, places for us to sleep, underground shelters. The only catch is they have a lot of rules."
An older guy raised his hand.
"What are their rules?"
Justin glanced at Trish before answering.
"Generally what you would expect from a church. Attend religious services twice a week. No unmarried couples sleeping together. Alcohol is forbidden. Everyone must work. No fighting amongst each other. That sort of thing.
Trish leaned over to whisper in my ear. I haven't had the chance to tell you, but Justin wants us to get married if we go there. Yeah, I'll bet he does, I said, grinning at her. Lately, Justin had been joining the prayer group that met each day in the common room. It wasn't too far-fetched that he'd consider joining a church congregation. But he was still a guy. Anyone who watched closely would notice him dragging Trish off at least once a day for a little action, and probably stress relief. She'd said that ever since the dragons invaded, he'd wanted sex even more. Being in constant danger had a way of messing with your hormones, which was the crappy part about not having a partner.
All right,
Justin said, smoothing down the button-up shirt he wore.
Let's put it to a vote between the ranch and church before we decide whether to stay in the library or go. All those in favor of the church, raise your hands.
Most of the prayer group members sat at the other end of the room. I was surprised to discover a few of them didn't raise their hands. Most of them did, though, including a family with 2 young children. Some of the non-religious people raised their hands, too. I counted a total of 15 votes. There were 29 adults eligible, not counting Justin, who abstained.
You may lower your hands,
he said after he finished his count.
Now raise them if you prefer the ranch house.
My arm shot up, and Danae raised hers, too. She glanced over at me and whispered, There is no way I'm joining a church. What are you doing? I asked when Trish didn't raise hers. I can't decide. She gave me an apologetic look. I like the idea of the ranch house better, but Justin and I can marry if we go to the church. I sighed. It didn't matter anyway, since the ranch votes couldn't be as high as the ones for the church. I counted a total of 12. A couple people had abstained.
You may put your hands down, Justin announced. It appears that if we choose to leave the library, we'll be going to the church. Please raise your hands if you'd rather not move anywhere.
Danae and I shot up our arms again while Trish continued to abstain. I glared at her. Has it occurred to you that you can still get married even if we don't join the church? I can't imagine they'd refuse to do the ceremony if you're serious. I hadn't thought of that. Her brows furrowed. A moment later, her hand shot up and she joined in the vote. When Justin reached us for his count, he paused on Trish for a few seconds. I couldn't be sure what was going on behind that serious expression of his. Annoyed? Surprised? He had a knack for hiding his true feelings. I got my own count and was relieved to find it at 17.
It appears we're staying here,
he announced. A few people let out excited shouts and a couple others groaned. I was relieved. Not that I had anything against religious establishments, but something told me it would be a lot harder to get away from there during times I had to train with Aiden. When it came down to it, that was my priority. I'd made a deal with the shapeshifter, and he was my only chance of getting back to my family.
What if some of us want to go to the church anyway?
Justin gave him an understanding look.
I'm sure they'll be glad to have you if you choose to go there instead. We don't require anyone to stay here, but you can only take what you brought with you. All other supplies must stay with the group. Then we'll go there.
The man grabbed his wife's hand and led his family out of the common room.
That vote was close,
Conrad said, coming over to me. You didn't want to go live with the church people? I teased.
Fuck no.
He shook his head.
That shit's reserved for Sundays so I can do my sinning the rest of the week.
He'd mentioned once that he used to attend services with his grandma. Miles walked up and grabbed Danae's arm.
You and me need to talk.
Ooh, kinky. She gave him a saucy smile. He just glared at her and dragged her along. Scream if you need backup, I called out to her. Danae looked over her shoulder. Don't worry, I've got this. Chapter 26. Bailey.
Damn, girl, you're getting good,
Conrad said, coming up the second level of the parking garage. I was going through a series of sword strokes as I moved across the floor. Aiden had started me on combinations that seemed complicated at first, but got easier after a lot of practice. Had it really been almost a month since we first started training? According to the calendar we kept in the library, it was already the end of June. Sometimes it felt as if the dragons had just arrived yesterday, and at other times it was as if they'd been here for years. Yeah, I just wish I could nail Aiden during training, I said, finishing my set. Conrad smiled, flashing his white teeth.
You almost got him last time.
Almost only counts with horseshoes and hand grenades. He snickered.
True.
For the last few training sessions, I've been practicing with my sword against Aiden. He moved faster than any human and could anticipate my every move. It was frustrating, especially to my bruised body. One day I planned to knock him down the way he'd done to me dozens of times. The man was a brute when it came to training. "So what's going on?" I asked. Conrad shoved his hands into his pockets. He'd made it into an art keeping his khaki pants clean and wrinkle-free, despite the lack of modern conveniences.
"Justin wants a couple of guys to go with us in your truck to scout for supplies. We're running out of batteries, bandages, and a bunch of other stuff. He's got a list of what to look for."
Damn, I sighed. I was hoping we wouldn't have to get any more gas before my next training session with Aiden. We found a car dealership to meet our needs. Most of the vehicles didn't have much, but if we took some from a few at a time, it was enough to fill up the tank. Conrad had wanted to steal one of the trucks. We spent a couple hours searching for the keys, but the owners or managers must have hidden them. Neither of us knew how to hotwire, and we weren't desperate enough to learn yet. My truck might be banged up, but it still ran fine.
"I'm with you on that. It's my turn to siphon."
Conrad wrinkled his nose. Poor guy had the worst luck with getting gas in his mouth. It was part of the reason I made him do it. I put my sword in the truck behind the back seat. "When do we go?"
"As soon as possible."
It was almost noon. We'd have to make the trip quick, and even then it would be risky. "Bomber coming with us?" He shook his head.
"Nah, he got a cut on his paw this morning while out on patrol and needs a few days for it to heal."
Well, that sucked. All right, go get the guys. I'll wait here. Conrad took off at a jog down the garage ramp. I tucked the sword behind the back seat and grabbed a washcloth from one of my bags, using the canteen to pour some water over it. My face and arms were covered in sweat. The storms had been inconvenient when they came almost every day during the spring, but I would have gladly taken them over this crazy heat. I wiped myself off and put on a fresh shirt before the guys returned. "Where should we go?" I asked after everyone piled into the truck. The two teenage guys who'd come along weren't ones I knew well other than their names. Freddie had red hair and Nate had brown. They appeared to be about 16 or 17 years old and looked nervous. Not surprising, considering they'd only joined our group a few days ago and hadn't left the library since. What the hell had Justin been thinking to send them with Conrad and me? He should have kept them close to the library and let them pull guard duty. They looked too young to be going out on a supply raid. Then again, what was the appropriate age for kids to start stealing from abandoned stores during an apocalypse? I would have guessed 18, but I had a younger brother close to Freddie and Nate's age I wouldn't want to see out on this mission. Maybe I was biased.
"Our fearless leader suggested we check out that outdoor supply store over on 24th.
Conrad answered. I started the truck. All right, but I'll be surprised if there's anything left in there. We made our way across town, using the neighborhood roads where there was less clutter and damage to the street. I caught glimpses of a few people working on gardens by their houses. They'd seen my truck go by a few times and didn't hide from me anymore. I slowed down for a stop sign.
"What are you doing?"
Conrad asked when the truck came to a halt. "There's a stop sign," I said, but then it hit me. Oh, right. Old habits die hard.
He snickered. "Worried the cops might pull you over?"
I haven't seen any police since D-Day. That was our new term for the day the dragons invaded. Miles had been the one to coin the term, borrowing it from its original meaning.
"Can't believe I'm saying this, but I'm beginning to miss the cops. Can't tell you how many times in the last 6 weeks I started to reach for my phone and call 911.
Seriously? I glanced over at him. I thought that was just me.
Nah, it ain't just you.
He stared out the window.
I wonder where all the cops went. Except for Jennifer's husband. I haven't seen or heard about them since after this started. Not that there's much they can do to help us anymore."
The brown-haired guy behind us cleared his throat.
"My dad was a Norman police officer."
There was something in his voice, a sadness layered underneath that let you know he was revisiting a tragic loss. Checking the rearview mirror, I caught him looking out the window, hiding most of his face. "What happened?" I asked.
"He tried to fight the dragons when they came to our neighborhood,"
he said, his voice raw with pain.
"My mom stood out there with them holding a shotgun.
They managed to fire a few rounds, but it didn't go so well. They made me stay in the house. I should have gone out there with them, but I didn't.
Listening to his story distracted me so much I almost hit a huge pothole in the road. I quickly veered around it. I'm sorry to hear that. How long ago did it happen?
A couple of weeks,
he answered. I didn't know what to say. There were no adequate words to make someone feel better when they'd just lost both their parents. Not to mention he'd had to abandon his home soon after to stay with a bunch of strangers in a library. I was amazed he'd been holding up as well as he had. He'd been helpful since he first arrived. Maybe that was his coping mechanism, staying busy. It worked for me.
That's the place up there,
Conrad said, pointing at the store. I'd never been in there, but I'd driven past it a few times in the past. If memory served, it had once been a large box store with a fenced outdoor area on one side for garden supplies. That part was gone, along with a third of the building. It looked like it had been hit with a huge wrecking ball a few times, if you ignored the scorch marks at the edge. A dragon had burned a hole large enough for a semi-truck to drive through. At least it could if not for all the debris piled in the way. I pulled the truck up, getting as close to the opening as I could. Conrad pulled out the gun he'd gotten from Justin.
Freddie and I will go check it out first. You two wait here.
Be careful, I warned. They stepped over the debris and disappeared into the store. Nate and I got out to stand next to the truck. I checked my gun, making sure it was ready just in case. Satisfied it was locked and loaded, I scanned the area for potential threats. Something about this place bothered me, but I couldn't put my finger on what triggered my internal alarm. Maybe it was the silence. Not even the birds chirped, and I couldn't see any squirrels around. That was never a good sign.
We're clear, and there's plenty of stuff in there,
Conrad said, coming out 10 minutes later. He made his way over the rubble while gripping plastic bags filled with batteries, flashlights, and other miscellaneous items. I nodded. I'm going to stay here and keep an eye out. The rest of you should hurry up and grab everything you can. I don't want to stick around long. After Conrad and Freddie dumped the first round of their loot in the back of the truck, Nate followed them inside. I watched with growing trepidation as the guys kept coming out with sleeping bags, lanterns, clothing, cookware, and even food. Something was wrong. This place shouldn't have so much stuff left 6 weeks after D-Day.
Just one more trip,
Conrad promised, noticing the worried look on my face.
This is too good an opportunity to pass up.
The back of my truck was overflowing. One of the guys took out some rope they'd found and started tying it all down. I checked the nearby woods, the street, and the sky. Nothing. Prickles began to form at the back of my neck and the hairs on my arms rose. We needed to go. I felt like a bank robber who'd spent too much time collecting the cash. A distant roar came over the trees, sending my heart racing. To hell with a gun that would just get burned. I pulled the truck door open, tossed the Glock on the seat, and went for my sword. Damn it, this was going to be bad. I wasn't ready to take on a dragon by myself, but what choice did I have? The guys came running out with their hands full of more stuff. They heard the next angry roar and froze. All their gazes turned to the sky where the dragon had yet to appear, but would any second. Conrad moved first.
Come on, let's go.
Take the truck, I said, holding out the keys for him. He dumped the bags and turned to face me.
I'm not leaving you.
There's nothing you can do other than get yourself killed, and you know it. I forced the keys into his hands. You have to get these guys to safety while I distract the dragon. It's the only way any of us survive. Nate and Freddie still hadn't moved from the gaping hole in the store. They stared up at the sky with their mouths hanging open. Oh, for crying out loud, now was not the time to freeze up. The dragon roared again, this time much closer. Both guys dropped their bags, and I was pretty certain Freddie pissed himself, considering the spreading stain on his pants. Start the truck, I urged Conrad. I'll get the guys.
He worked his jaw. Fine, but you better not get yourself killed.
While he dashed toward the driver's door, I went for our frozen companions. Did they have no sense of self-preservation? I screamed at them, "Get in the truck!" Nate started backing up. I grabbed him first and dragged him over the debris. Halfway to the truck, his common sense finally took over, and he ran the rest of the way himself. You too! I went for Freddie. But it was too late. A green dragon came over the trees not more than 100 feet from us. I pushed him face first to the ground and covered him as best I could with my body. A moment later, flames engulfed us. I closed my eyes against the intense heat and tried to shelter the kid under me. He screamed and thrashed, trying to buck me off. Then he stopped, and so did the flames as the dragon passed us to fly over the store. It'd be back in a minute once it circled around. I needed to get him out of the way before then. Ignoring the state of my clothes, which hung in tatters at the front, I scrambled off of Freddy. It took a moment to see him clearly, and then I jerked a hand over my mouth. Silent screams ran through my head. I hadn't covered him enough. Parts of his body were ash, including half his head. I swallowed back the rise of bile in my throat and blinked away tears. Had I made his death more painful by not letting him get burned all at once? Why hadn't I considered I was much smaller than him, and that it wouldn't help? It took everything in me to look away. If the dragon hadn't roared in the distance, I might have stayed there staring at Freddy longer. Maybe even begged for his forgiveness, but I didn't have the luxury. Conrad and Nate still waited in the truck, and I needed to get them out of there. I went to push off the ground, and my hand landed on something sharp that dug into my palm. Lifting it up, I realized it was the gold pendant. It must have fallen out of my front pocket after most of my clothes got burned off. The ruby set in the middle shined in the sunlight. I still couldn't remember where I'd gotten it, but I did know what it did. "Go!" I screamed, standing up. They lifted their heads from where they ducked down in their seats. The dragon was coming back around. There might not be enough time for them to get away, but they had to try. I waved my arms and yelled at them again, "Get out of here!" Conrad stared at me. Though we were separated by nearly 30 feet and a pile of debris, I couldn't miss his expression. He was giving me one last look, a goodbye. He didn't think any of us was going to survive. I flashed the pendant at him and saw his nod of understanding. We talked about it and how I was certain it could ward our dragon off for a little while. He'd been skeptical, but he'd seen enough crazy things lately that he couldn't completely discount it. The pendant would buy us time if he'd just believe. The dragon came over the trees, and I lifted the talisman to let it shine in the creature's eyes. Bursts of red light shot out of it. The dragon let out a loud scream and flapped its wings, holding back from going any farther. With my free hand, I made a shooing motion at Conrad. We had less than a minute. Someone had to keep the creature distracted once it came out of the spell. Conrad gunned the truck, racing out of there. It was then I realized I'd dropped my sword in my attempt to protect Freddy. I found it on the ground next to him and grabbed it, leaving the pendant in its place. The dragon inched closer, the talisman's magic slowly letting go. I had seconds left before the creature would be entirely free. The interior of the store beckoned, and I raced inside, hurrying toward the opposite end. I was surprised I didn't trip over anything along the way. The path was clear in the middle. All the shelves had been shoved or knocked over to the sides of the store. Even in the dim lighting, it was easy to avoid the few small things scattered on the floor. No flames followed me as I made my way deeper into the building. I glanced back and caught sight of the dragon landing on the rubble. It poked its head through the opening, searching for me. Why didn't it just burn the place down instead? I tripped over something soft just before reaching the back wall. My body plummeted, and I fell face first into a pile of blankets, almost losing my grip on my sword. It was so dark I hadn't seen anything on the ground. I reached out, trying to work my way back to my feet. My hand landed on a roundish object that cracked against my weight. A gooey substance seeped out to cover my fingers. Oh, God, please don't let that be a dragon egg. Chapter 27. Bailey. I sucked in a breath, running my fingers over it. I found the shape was about right, and the texture was only a little rougher than an egg. Overall, it was about 2 feet tall. Checking around, I found one more just like it, minus the cracks. Holy shit. That had to be why no one had raided the store before. A dragon guarded it most of the time, and we'd probably shown up during a food run. But where was the dragon's mate? Wouldn't one have stayed while the other hunted? Or had a missile killed it during one of the military campaigns? I had no way of knowing why it was alone, but there was definitely only one outside. Crashing sounds came from behind me as the dragon made its way closer. It huffed and snorted, sending chills down my spine. I couldn't see anything now except its glowing red eyes. The dragon blocked all the light from the opening of the store. I was trapped right next to its eggs with nowhere to run. What to do? I gripped my sword as an idea formed in my head. It was a long shot, but it had a better chance of working than just sitting there. I watched the dragon, waiting for it to come closer. The eggs were right next to me. It wouldn't do anything rash if it didn't want to risk hurting them. The dragon had already proven it smart enough to think of that, or else it would have burned the place down. When it reached 5 feet away, I leaped up and raised my sword high above my head. I ran toward the creature, aiming the sharp tip towards its face. The dragon huffed out a stream of flames, but I was too close for the creature to hit anything more than my chest. My blades sunk into its left eye with a sickening squish. The creature roared. It jerked its neck to the left, sending me and my sword flying through the air. My back crashed into a display. Plastic water bottles came tumbling down on top of me. I shoved them off and rose to my feet. Between my flight across the store and the darkness, I'd become disoriented, but I located the dragon. It was about 10 feet away and pawing at its injured eye. The dragon was no longer blocking my path. I scrambled through the various shelves and products strewn across the tile where I'd landed. Before I got far, a tail swung around. It crashed into my legs and upended me. I landed hard on my butt with half the breath knocked out of my lungs. Snarls had me jerking my gaze in the dragon's direction. It had almost gotten itself turned around and would be on me any second. I scrambled to my feet and raced for the door, skidding to a halt just before reaching it when 2 more dragons appeared in the opening. For crying out loud, couldn't I get a break? It took me a moment to realize they were both red. One of them glowered at me with familiar eyes. I could have sworn there was annoyance in them, but I was no dragon expert. Maybe it was happiness. He jerked his head in a very human gesture that said to get out of there. Not one to argue with perfectly good advice, on most occasions, I dashed out past him. Let Aiden and his cousin handle this one. I swiped the talisman off the ground where I'd left it and reached the rubble before looking back to watch them go inside. It was too dark in there to make out more than large moving shapes, but random objects flew out from the opening. Occasionally I saw a burst of flames. One of them lit up the green dragon's face as it roared in pain. I backed up a few more steps, starting to feel guilty. If that was the mother in there, then she was just trying to protect her young. It wasn't her fault humans had stumbled into her nest. At the same time, she wouldn't hesitate to kill me regardless of where she found me. Not to mention her offspring would grow up to be monsters just like her. My slayer instincts told me she had to die, even as visions of cute baby dragons flitted through my head. Ugh, I wasn't supposed to find anything I should kill as cute. A light breeze brushed against my skin, reminding me I pretty much had no clothes left. There were a few tatters hanging from my legs where the fire hadn't touched, but not much else. Unless you counted my shoes, which hadn't been burned this time and remained on my feet. I could take some comfort in that. A large blue shirt caught my eye, lying among other random objects strewn across the ground. Checking to be sure the dragons weren't too close, I scooped it up and pulled it over my head. It was a man's extra large and reached to my knees. The bigger the better under the circumstances. Flames caught the corner of my eye. One of the dragons released a breath of fire that burned a hole in the front of the store. I shifted on my feet, debating what to do. Did I stick around and wait for Aiden to finish, or did I get the heck out of there? There were already 2 dragons on one, so they didn't need my help. I'd only get in the way. Plus, we'd be meeting again tomorrow and could talk then. The dragons rolled out of the new hole and into the front parking lot about 50 feet from me. Aiden and Donar tore gashes into the larger one, each taking a side of her. I took that as a sign I should go and dashed toward some trees behind the store. It was a shortcut and safer than running along a main street. When I hit a row of fences bordering people's backyards, I followed alongside them. My body ached as I pushed myself to run faster. It was less than 3 miles to the library. I could do it. Lindsay Street appeared up ahead. I turned and raced across the parking lot, praying no one noticed me in my disheveled state. My back protested the pace I set and let me know with every step I took. I'd made it about a half-mile down the road when a car came from the opposite direction. A man waved his arm out the driver's side window and yelled.
"Bailey?"
I squinted at him. Was that Earl? He pulled into the parking lot as I slowed to a walk. Yep, that was definitely Earl's old Monte Carlo he refused to sell, no matter what anyone told him. He pulled it up next to me.
"What are you doing out here?"
he asked, giving me a horrified once-over. Long story. I hopped into the passenger seat and laid the sword in the back. He cleared his throat.
"Long story that involves you losing most of your clothes, carrying a sword, and being miles from campus?"
He guided the car back onto the road.
"You know my imagination is going about 100 directions right now."
My adrenaline was coming down, and all I wanted was to catch my breath, not explain myself. I pushed my tangled hair from my face. My group and I were out looking for supplies and ran into a dragon's nest. It turned ugly, and I got separated from them.
"It still don't explain the clothes or the sword."
He gave me a disgruntled look. Couldn't the damn man just leave it alone? I thought maybe if I flashed the dragon with my tits, it would distract it long enough for the others to get away. Then I poked it in the eye with my sword. There. Does that explain it well enough for you? He let out a chuckle.
"Bailey, that is about the biggest bullshit story I've ever heard, and I've heard a lot."
Take it or leave it. I crossed my arms. At this point, I just wanted to put it behind me. I needed time to process Freddie's death and everything else that had happened. If Aiden hadn't showed up when he did, I might have ended up dead too. How had he known I was in trouble? Had he been watching me, or was it a right place, right time sort of thing? He had found me through scent before.
"You want to head back to the library?"
Earl asked. The tension in my shoulders eased. He was letting it go. I nodded. Yeah, they're going to worry if I don't get there soon. Poor Conrad was probably convinced I was dead already.
"All right, I'll take you there,"
he said in a gruff voice.
"Seems to me you need some time to deal with this, but I'm warning you, we will be discussing it again soon. Your parents would have a fit if they saw you now."
My lips twitched. Grady would probably chain me down in the basement for my own good. Earl barked out a laugh.
"Lord knows I'm half tempted to do that myself."
Thank you for picking me up, Earl. He flexed his fingers on the wheel.
"I was just going to check on a friend. Ended up finding you instead. It's no skin off my back."
Still, I'm glad you saw me. I'd never dreamed I'd need him for anything. But since the apocalypse began, he'd done whatever he could for me. It meant a lot. Even if I didn't know how to say that to him, I really wasn't very good at the mushy stuff.
"I'm here, Bailey, anytime you're in trouble."
He paused.
"And if things get too hot, we can take you and a few of your friends in our neighborhood. Just can't handle the whole group."
My gaze jerked toward him. Really?
"Foraging for food, keeping the looters out, and building defenses takes a lot of manpower. Plus, we've lost a few along the way. As long as you don't bring too many, you'll be welcome if you get tired of that musty library."
Thanks. I'll keep that in mind. It would be a good backup plan if nothing else. Though we'd lost a handful to the church, there were still too many of us for Earl's neighborhood. New arrivals tended to show up every few days, like Nate and Freddie. God, poor Freddie. I sucked in a deep breath. If only I'd remembered the pendant before the dragon first attacked. His dying was on me for not thinking of it soon enough.
"Here's your stop,"
Earl said, turning onto Elm Avenue. I thanked him again and got out. As soon as his car disappeared around the block, Conrad came running toward me through the parking garage. He pulled me into a hug and lifted me off the ground.
"Bailey, you made it!"
Yeah, but please don't squeeze so hard.
"Oh, right."
Conrad set me down.
"You're probably injured. Sorry about that."
I rubbed my aching ribs. Don't worry about it.
"You want to change your clothes before you go inside?" he suggested. "I haven't gone in yet, so Justin doesn't have the full story. We can work on it if you want."
That was part of the reason I kept half my stuff in the truck. Leaving it all in one place under the circumstances didn't seem like a good idea, and it came in handy to have extra clothes with me when I went out. You never knew when a dragon might burn the outfit you were wearing. My mother would have been horrified to see me now. "What about Nate?" I asked. He could make things difficult for us, since he might have seen that I didn't get burned like his friend.
"That dude is freaking out. He's sitting in a corner of the garage right now, rocking back and forth and muttering to himself. I doubt he remembers what happened, and even if he does, no one would believe him. We should be all right."
Conrad and I started walking toward the garage. "Good," I said. Not that I didn't feel for Nate, but we needed to keep my Slayer status a secret for as long as possible.
"So how did you get out of there alive?"
Conrad asked. Aiden and his cousin showed up. I left while they were fighting the mother dragon.
He stumbled. The what?
Yeah, jackass. I shook a finger at him. You failed to notice the dragon egg nest at the back of the store? That's why no one had raided the place yet.
He rubbed his face. Shit. I had no idea they'd use a store. That explains why everything was knocked down or pushed off to the sides to clear a path. I just figured things got shifted during the earthquakes.
Lesson learned.
Yeah, too late, though,
he said quietly. Chapter 28. Bailey. The following afternoon, Conrad and I pulled up to the training area. We cast each nervous glances. Aiden and Donar stood at the end of the road with thunderous expressions on their faces and hands on their hips. Both had deep gashes on their faces and arms.
They looked like something tore them up,
Conrad said. Probably because something did. He reclined back in his seat.
I'll be in the truck if you need me.
Coward, I glared at him.
Hey, you're the slayer. I'm just the sidekick who points and laughs when you do something wrong. No way am I facing those two giants out there.
They did look larger than normal. Kind of like how cats fluffed out their fur to make themselves look bigger when they got angry. Except these guys didn't have fur. It had to be some sort of illusion they cast. It's your fault they're pissed off, I said. Conrad gave me an affronted look.
How was I supposed to know a dragon would lay her eggs in a store? It's like that movie where the woman had a baby in Walmart. That's just weird.
I could point out that not fully checking the store resulted in people getting hurt, and one guy killed, but I didn't want to bring up that sore topic again. It had only hurt Conrad if I reminded him. Neither of us had known Freddie that well, but we both felt guilty about his death. The best thing we could do was learn from it and try not to let the same thing happen next time. Well, wish me luck. I grabbed my sword.
Break a leg.
I let out a heavy sigh. I probably will. The two shapeshifters watched me approach with predatory eyes. You'd never guess they'd just saved my life the day before. They were so utterly still I kept expecting them to leap on me any second. Gripping my sword tighter, I came to stand before them. Thanks for, yesterday, I said, figuring that was the appropriate thing to say. Aiden looked down on me.
You could have gotten yourself killed.
The mother was gone. We didn't know there was a nest in there.
Donar growled. You didn't think to check.
I could have given them the excuse that I was just the lookout and didn't step foot in the place before the dragon arrived, but I doubted they'd care to hear that part. We didn't know dragons would lay eggs in a building.
Where do you think they lay them?
Aiden asked. That was actually a good question. In a cave?
And what do you think that building looked like to a mother who needed a place to lay her eggs?
He said in a deadly cold voice. The last thing I needed was another lecture right now. I straightened my back. Have you considered this is all new for me? The only source of information I have on dragons is you, and you didn't tell me anything about dragon nests. Aiden looked at Donar, and they had some kind of wordless conversation while I stood there wondering what I was missing. Then he returned his attention to me.
I had hoped to spend more time enhancing your skills with the sword before having you face a dragon, but I can see we must speed up your training. Go to the field and begin your exercises. We will join you in a moment.
Fine. I headed down the road, not looking back. Reaching the open space where we usually trained, I stretched for a moment before beginning the series of exercises he insisted I do every day. It involved various sword strokes and fancy footwork that helped build muscle memory, strength, and agility. I had done it hundreds of times already, and could work my way through the pattern with my eyes shut. The fluttering of wings drew my attention. A petro hovered a couple of feet away and let out a small burst of fire. The damn wannabe little dragon. I swung my sword, killing it before the flames could do any damage to my clothes.
Enough,
Aiden said in a booming voice from the edge of the clearing.
Now you will practice defending yourself against a real dragon.
Donar stood next to him on his hind legs with his wings folded behind him. He'd shifted while I'd been practicing. His dragon form triggered my slayer instincts. My senses heightened, and a buzzing rose in my ears. Why hadn't this happened yesterday when I needed it most? Aiden had said my slayer abilities would come and go until I got through the rite of passage, But couldn't it spark up while facing an enraged mother dragon? "Any tips?" I asked. A sly grin formed on Aiden's face.
"Avoid his teeth and claws."
"Yeah, because I would never have thought of that." "Gee, thanks." Donar scraped at the ground with his back left foot, digging up dirt and grass with his claws. He reminded me of a raging bull ready to charge. If only I'd one of those red capes on hand. I spread my feet apart and brought my sword up to the ready position. Let him bring it. After yesterday, I needed a good fight to get my confidence back. He lowered himself, setting his hands with their frighteningly long talons on the ground. With the power of his larger hind legs, he dashed toward me. I shifted my weight to the balls of my feet, watching him as he closed the distance. "Come on, you little bastard. Come and get me." My plan was to rake his face with my sword, but at the last moment, instincts took over. I kicked my leg out and slammed my foot into his jaw. He went flying sideways, rolling around once before stopping. I gaped at him, amazed that it actually worked. Donar got back to his feet and shook his head. Then he turned his rage-filled eyes toward me and charged again. His wings snapped open as he leaped into the air. I dropped onto my stomach and let him sail right over me. His talons raked across my back. I cried out as instant pain engulfed me. He landed a few feet away with a thud.
"After you went to the ground, you should have rolled,"
Aiden said, coming over to stand over me. I lifted my head and scowled. "You think?"
"The wonderful thing about pain is that it teaches you a lesson you'll never forget."
He crossed his arms, not a hint of sympathy on his face. I didn't want it anyway. Pushing past the pain, I slowly got to my feet. This wasn't the first time I'd ever gotten hurt, and it wouldn't be the last. How many times had a horse bucked me off and sent me flying onto the ground or into rocks? Too many to count. Unless I broke a bone, I never let it slow me down. "How very prosaic of you, Aiden," I said, dusting myself off. "I'm glad you find my pain useful." The skin on my back tightened where the claws had shredded through my t-shirt. Small trails of blood ran down my sides. The gashes weren't very deep, but they were enough to hurt like hell and slow me down for the rest of the training session. I needed to get better at fighting and do it quickly.
"If it's any consolation,"
Aiden took my chin.
"I don't like seeing you injured, but it is going to happen whether we like it or not."
I lowered my lashes. "What do you care?"
"Each lesson I teach you could save your life. I can't be there every time you're in danger."
He dropped his hand away. "How did you know I was in danger yesterday?" I asked. That had been bugging me since last night.
"I have my ways,"
he said, "but—" Before I could finish asking him what he meant, he held his hands out. A moment later, a set of clothes made from the same black material as his pants and vest appeared.
"These are for you. They are cambrium, and will act as armor against claws and other weapons. You will also find they do not burn like your clothes do."
I ran a hand over them, marveling at the foreign texture. It was rough and yet smooth. There was nothing quite like it on Earth that I'd ever seen. "Thanks." I took the clothes from him, which included a set of boots. I couldn't help feeling a thrill of excitement that he'd brought me a gift, one that I really needed. "But are you sure they'll fit?" He gave me an arrogant smile.
"They will."
"Okay, well, I'm just going to go to those trees over there and put them on." I started to move away. He grabbed my arm.
"You have nothing left to hide from me, Bailey. I saw it all yesterday."
I blushed. I'd nearly forgotten he and Donar had showed up after most of my clothes had been burned off. How kind of him to remind me. "I'd still prefer to change in privacy," I said, holding my chin high. "So what if he'd seen me naked?" He lifted his brows.
"Will you also tend to your own back?"
"Don't tell me you have a first aid kit in Shigara, too." Aiden glanced down at one of the healing wounds on his arm. It was knitting together a lot faster than it would have for me. How quickly could dragons recover from injuries?
"It is necessary to always keep a few things with me,"
he replied.
"Now sit."
With some reluctance, I cradled my new clothes and settled on the ground cross-legged. Donar waited nearby, watching us, but keeping his distance, to my relief. Aiden got on his knees behind me. He ripped through the back of my tattered shirt, opening it up further. A moment later, a cool cloth touched my skin. I bowed my head, amazed that it barely hurt as he wiped the blood away and cleaned the wounds. His ministrations were light and gentle. I'd expected him to be a lot rougher. Once in a while his breath stirred across my back, sending chills down my spine. When he finished with the cloth, he began rubbing cream into my skin. It reduced the pain even more. "What is that?" I angled my head around. His yellow eyes were focused on my back. When he looked up to meet my gaze, there was something unfathomable in his expression. He placed a hand on my shoulder and squeezed lightly.
"This will prevent infection and ease your suffering."
I sighed. "So you let Donar wound me and then you fix me?"
"It is the way it must be. My cousin and I will hold back from causing you severe harm, but it is the way of the dragons to train hard. We learn faster by that method, and so will you."
He paused, and his voice with its husky accent flowed over me.
"But I will always tend to any of your wounds."
I couldn't decide whether his ways were a good or bad thing. Would they really make me a strong fighter, or would they only make me weak because I'd be wounded all the time? I supposed I'd find out when I fought the next pure dragon. Aiden stood.
"I'm done. You may go change now."
"Thanks." I hurried off to the nearby woods. They were thick with vegetation and mosquitoes, but I needed my privacy too much to care. Not to mention being near Aiden was causing conflicting emotions. I wanted to hate him and all of his kind, but the way he'd tended my back had been caring and gentle. A part of me wished he'd been rough so I could keep looking at him as nothing more than a necessary evil. Seeing him as a person with emotions messed with my head. Finding sufficient cover, I tore off my clothes. After setting them aside, I shook out the cambrium pants. They looked like they'd be a little too big. As I slid them up my legs, they felt loose, but as soon as I started to lace them up, they shrank to a perfect fit. I let out a startled yelp. Were these things spelled with magic? They had to be. The top he'd given me appeared to be too big as well. It was a little stiffer than the pants, with laces on the back and buckles on the front. As soon as I put it on, it tightened to the right size, though my wounded back protested at the new pressure. It took a few moments for the pain to return to a dull ache. Moving about, I found the clothing didn't restrict me at all. The 1-inch-wide straps for the shoulders allowed free range of motion in my arms and kept my shoulders bare enough that I could stay cool during the summer heat. I slid the boots on last. The material felt the same, but it was tougher and thicker. They reached to just above my ankles. There was something about putting on the cambrium outfit, like I was stepping into my true role for the first time. No more trying to fight in clothes that didn't hold up against dragons. This would work a lot better. I'd just have to throw on a t-shirt outside of training so I didn't draw too much attention to the strange clothing. I stepped out of the woods and found Aiden waiting for me. He looked me up and down, his gaze analytical. I swaggered toward him, holding my sword in my hand and feeling more confident than ever. He nodded.
"Much better."
"Yeah." I glanced down. "It is."
"I've got a few more things for you,"
he said. A pair of black bracers, made of thicker cambrium, appeared in his hands. After I set my sword aside, he helped me slide them onto my arms and tighten them. "Wow, these are great." I marveled at how they protected my wrists and forearms without reducing my mobility. No matter which way I moved my arms, they didn't get in the way. He produced a black leg harness next.
"This goes around your waist and legs."
I put the belt on first, then buckled the straps around my legs. Aiden helped me attach a sword sheath he'd also brought.
"You can fix other weaponry to this as well if you like, but anything that is not made of fireproof material will burn in dragon flames."
"You didn't have to give me all of this," I said, feeling a little guilty about getting him into the dragon fight yesterday. Here he was with injuries all over him, including a nasty cut on his face, and he was worried about making sure I had the gear I needed. He gave me a solemn look.
"If it keeps you alive when I'm not there, it will be worth it."
"Okay."
"Move around and check that everything feels right,"
he ordered. I made a circle, rotated my arms, and did a few kicks. Compared to wearing jeans, a t-shirt, and running shoes, it wasn't too bad. Everything was light and flexible. I picked up my sword and tried moving with it, too. I'm good, I nodded.
Donar, hakamha.
I tensed, unsure what he'd just said. Aiden was already out of the way by the time I saw the dragon coming. I didn't even have time to lift my sword before he leaped onto my chest, knocking me to the ground. The blade fell out of my hand and massive jaws lowered toward my throat. I grabbed them and tried to push them back, but my strength was no match for his. Teeth grazed my neck.
You've got her, and now get off,
Aiden commanded. I took in deep gulps of air as the dragon pulled away.
Don't get cocky. The clothes won't make you a slayer. They will only help you.
He took my hand and pulled me up. I wasn't ready, I said, giving him an annoyed look. What the hell did you say to him?
I told him to attack you. Do you expect dragons to ask permission before they rip your throat out?
He asked, his tone disapproving. My hands turned into fists. No.
Donar,
he called out, backing away.
Akima, Margania.
I scrambled for my sword. This was going to be a long training session. Chapter 29. Bailey.
You know, there used to be support groups for this sort of thing,
Conrad said dryly. I stretched my neck left and right while keeping my eyes on the road. What sort of thing?
For people with masochistic tendencies.
I rubbed at my ribs, which felt like I'd been stomped on by an elephant. I don't have masochistic tendencies.
Yeah, which is why we have to keep coming up with more excuses for why you look beat up all the time.
Conrad rubbed at his recently shaven head.
People are starting to look at me like I'm the one doing it.
I flexed my hand on the wheel, noting how calloused my palms had become. They're totally buying our excuse about almost getting eaten by a dragon. Again. You're just being paranoid.
Right.
Conrad wasn't entirely off. We just left after my last training session, and my body felt like it had been through a train wreck. Every other day for the past 2 weeks, Aiden had me come out and train against Donar in his dragon form. If I'd thought the first time was tough, it had gotten steadily worse since then.
What are you doing?
Conrad asked. I'd gone into a daze. Huh?
Why are you slowing down?
There was a brick house up ahead with a garden in the front. For some reason, I felt an overwhelming urge to visit it, and the woman standing in the yard. I don't know, I answered, pulling into the driveway.
What the fuck? Do you even know this lady?
Yes, I said, shutting the truck off. The memory of her was slowly resurfacing.
Damn it, Bailey,
he cursed as I opened my door.
Let's get back on the road.
I can't. Something had fogged my mind so that I couldn't think clearly.
Damn it, you are a pain in the ass.
He hopped out and joined me in my walk across the lawn. Verena smiled.
It's nice of you to stop by. And with a friend.
The fogginess in my mind cleared, and I glared at her. Stop using that magic crap on me.
For the past 2 weeks, I've waited for you to stop by for a visit, but you drove past my house every time.
She clasped her hands in front of her.
You left me no choice.
Did it ever occur to you that I might not want to come here? I could never remember the sorceress until I got close to her house. Then the memories resurfaced while I drove by, only to disappear again once I got farther away. Knowing she was messing with my mind was enough to keep me from visiting her willingly. She could go to hell for all I cared. Her expression was serene.
I'd thought the gift I gave you might have been an incentive. Okay, time out, Comrade said, looking at us bewildered. What the fuck is going on?
Verena lifted her brows.
What a lovely foul-mouthed friend you have, Bailey.
He grows on you.
Conrad's expression hardened. Still not getting an answer.
I took pity on him. This is Verena. She's a sorceress who likes to manipulate me, though I've yet to figure out why.
A sorceress?
He asked. I nodded. Yep. He turned his attention to Verena.
Can you make a rabbit pop out of a hat?
That is a parlor trick. I use real magic. For instance, I put my hands on my hips. She can do some kind of mind manipulation, where I can't remember her unless she wants me to, and she can force me to do things. That's how she got me to come here. Verena cleared her throat.
I've prepared beef stew.
Why don't you two come inside and enjoy a hot meal?" "I don't think so," I said in a tight voice. Sure, I was hungry after training all afternoon, but I wasn't falling for the hot meal trick. Conrad moved a step closer to me. I'm with her on that. "Has the shapeshifter told you the story of how dragons were banished from Earth long ago?" she asked. Not really." Aiden had told me they'd been banished, but he'd avoided explaining how or why it happened. "Join me for dinner, and I'll tell you the story." I wavered. It had been nearly 2 months since the dragons arrived, and I still didn't know much about them. Finding out their past would go a long way to understanding how they worked, maybe even help me to deal with Aiden better. "Don't fall for it, Bailey," Conrad warned. "She just did the equivalent of offering candy to a kid." I gave him a frustrated look. "I know, but aren't you curious?" He shook his head. "Not enough to go in that house." "No." Verena looked at him and smiled. Conrad started walking toward her front door. I tried to grab his arm, but my feet wouldn't move. They might as well have been cemented in place. "Stop it!" I ordered. Verena ignored me, her brows drawn in concentration. Her body shook a little as she compelled Conrad to go inside the house. Something told me trying to control both of us was taking a toll on her. A moment later, the hold on me lifted. I ran after Conrad as Verena followed behind.
"How in the hell did I end up in here?"
he asked, looking around the sorceress's living room. It didn't fit with the modern exterior on the outside of the house. The wall closest to the front door had a massive fireplace with a small cauldron hanging over the flames. The floors were untreated wood that creaked when you walked on them. A rocking chair sat in the corner, and a bench with cushions sat under a window that was covered with lace curtains. There were a few small wooden tables dotted around the room, as well as oil lamps to complete the rustic look. An open doorway led to the kitchen. It was set at the back of the house and lacked modern necessities as well. There was a large basin sink against the far wall and freestanding cupboards on either side. A tall rectangular table took up space in the middle, with several stools around it. Half a dozen crates of fruits and vegetables lined the side of the wall, as if the sorceress had stocked up in preparation for the apocalypse. The whole place looked like she'd hardly let the modern world into it. A few small things gave it away, such as light switches and pipes under the kitchen sink, but mostly it could have been a home from centuries ago. "Please," Verena said, "take a seat." Conrad and I exchanged wary glances.
"Well, fuck. We're already inside and it don't look like she wants to let us go any time soon."
He plopped down on the bench and slouched, stretching his legs out.
We might as well hear her damn story.
"You've got the manners of a toad," Verena said scathingly, moving toward the fireplace. The strong aroma of stew was coming from the cauldron. I hadn't smelled anything that good since I'd last been home visiting my parents. My mother could make a killer stew.
"Right back at you, old lady," Conrad replied. "I'm not the one forcing people into their houses."
Verena ignored him, taking one of the ceramic bowls off a nearby table and ladling stew into it. She hummed as she worked. I sat next to Conrad. "Don't piss her off, she might spit in your food."
"Yeah, 'cause that's what I'm really worried about while we're in a witch's house."
Verena's shoulder tensed. "I'm not a witch."
"Can you fly on a broom?"
he asked. "Don't be ridiculous." She glanced over her shoulder and scoffed. "Of course I can't." He snorted.
"Well, that's one point in your favor."
She carried 2 steaming bowls across the room and set them on the small table in front of us. "The stew is hot. Might want to wait a minute for it to cool." "What's in it?" I gazed into the bowl. "Vegetables and beef," Verena replied, returning to the fireplace to ladle more stew for herself.
"Any particular poison?"
Conrad asked. "I might add some if you keep asking ridiculous questions." She settled into the rocking chair. "But it would be counterproductive for me to kill or harm you, since I need Bailey's cooperation." I studied her as she swirled a silver spoon through her stew, attempting to cool it. "What do you want?" "For now, nothing except your ears."
"I knew it,"
Conrad said, cupping the sides of his head with his hands.
"My grandma always said I had nice ears." Not so sure about yours, Bailey. They're kind of small and puckish.
I rolled my eyes. Shut up, you know that wasn't what she meant. If your friend will remain quiet for a few minutes, Verena interjected, I'll tell you the story about the dragons being sent away. Okay, I agreed. Let's hear it. She took a bite of her stew. Conrad and I watched as she chewed and swallowed. I suspected we'd both been paying attention while she'd served ours to be sure she didn't put anything extra in the bowls. When after a minute she didn't fall over dead, we grabbed ours. The only kind of meat we'd had in recent weeks was Spam and beef jerky. We reserved the canned soup for kids and sick people. More and more often I'd been eyeing the squirrels outside, thinking they'd make a good meal. It was almost exactly 1,000 years ago when the dragons were banished. There had been a terrible war between them, humans and sorcerers. Many lives were lost. The dragons were controlling too much territory, leaving little resources for the rest of us. She made a tisking sound. As you can imagine, they eat a lot. What about the shapeshifters? I asked. They were divided. Some clans worked well with humans and others did not. In the end, it didn't matter. We couldn't choose which ones we banished. If they had the soul of a dragon, they had to go.
Now here's where she's going to tell us how they did it. Conrad paused from eating his soup. I'm willing to bet it involved sacrifices.
Verena's lips thinned. For all that your friend lacks in manners, he is smarter than he looks.
I get that a lot,
Conrad said with a mouthful of food. I barely managed to swallow my last bite. What kind of sacrifices were there? She looked at me. To rid ourselves of the dragons and send them to an alternate dimension, we had to sacrifice many humans and sorcerers, 1,000 of them, to be exact. My own mother gave up her life for the cause.
Conrad's expression turned accusing. You just dragged them kicking and screaming up to the altar, didn't you?
I did not, Verena scowled. Every one of them volunteered. They were willing to give up their lives to save their families and give them a future. And this somehow created enough magic to send the dragons away? I asked. She nodded. There were 5 powerful sorcerers, including my grandfather, who could draw from the magic the sacrifices made. Even then, it took all their powers to do it, and they fell dead afterward. It was a difficult time for all of us, and a decision not made lightly.
Well, damn, woman. You're looking good for being over 1,000 years old.
There was a hint of skepticism in Conrad's voice. She let out a loud sigh. 50 of us were chosen to go into a deep slumber before the sacrifices began. Our bodies were preserved in a secret chamber until the walls between our worlds began to crumble. Some of us who'd lived during that time had to be here when the dragons returned. The remaining sorcerers left us written accounts of what happened afterward. So you would have woken up around the time the crazy weather and increased earthquakes started 20 years ago? I mused. Over the past couple of months, I'd been piecing some things together. That is correct, Verena agreed. Conrad rubbed his chin.
Why haven't I seen any magic until recently?
Because we bled the world of magic to send the dragons away. What little of it was left went with them. It is why I had to be put under the sleeping spell beforehand. It was designed so that I couldn't wait until the walls began to come down. Okay, but why did my immunity to fire not start until after the dragons arrived? Conrad and I had been musing on that for a while. Verena set her empty bowl down on a side table. For your abilities, you still had to come face to face with a dragon before they could be triggered?
Ha! I knew it!
Conrad snapped his fingers. Whatever. I elbowed him. I'm the one who suggested that might be it. He gave me a triumphant look.
I was still right about it being magic that caused the dragons to show up.
Fine, I'll give you that, I conceded. But my dimension theory wasn't that far off either.
If you say so.
He finished the last bite of his food. At least it hadn't been poisoned. I'd only gotten through half of mine because I kept fearing the worst, until it soured my appetite. Anyway, we need to get going. I stood up. Thanks for the food and the story, but I'd appreciate it if you wouldn't use your magic on us again. Promise to return within the next 2 weeks and I won't. You can even keep your memories, though you can't speak of me with anyone," Verena replied. She wasn't leaving me much choice, but I'd worry about visiting again later. "Fine, I'll come back soon." Her eyes lit up. "Would you like a crate of red apples to take with you?" "No!" Conrad and I shouted at the same time. She looked taken aback. "Why not? You'd share them with your friends." "Clearly you need to read up on your fairy tales," I said, heading for the door. Chapter 30. Aiden. Aiden reclined his head against the pool edge, letting the steamy water soothe his inner dragon. This was one of his favorite places in the castle, a room with a rectangular bath spacious enough for 20 men and women to sit in comfortably. The water was purified each day and kept hot enough even he couldn't stay in it too long. There were several more like it around the fortress. Dragons had an affinity for water and enjoyed bathing daily. In the evening hours, it could get quite crowded in the baths. Aiden had risen early and come down just before noon, allowing him to have the place to himself. Most of his clan would just be beginning to rise. Donar burst through the door.
"I just saw Ruari coming from the apothecary."
"And?" Aiden lifted a brow. He was not getting out of the bath for any reason.
"I saw him carrying a vial out. It had a yellowish color to it,"
Donar explained.
"That could be several things."
Aiden ducked his head under the water, scrubbed at his hair, and came back up. The dragon in him calmed even further.
"It was a small vial that fit in the palm of his hand. There was a red cork in the top."
He knew of only one thing that could be.
"Banewort." "Exactly."
Donar crossed his arms. Mixed in small amounts with other herbs, it made an excellent pain reliever for those who did not wish to seek a healer. On its own, it could be deadly to shapeshifters. Ruari had no reason to take an entire vial from the apothecary unless he had malicious intent.
"Did you see where he went after that?"
Donar frowned.
"He was heading toward the Great Hall."
The afternoon meal would be served there with the food laid out for passers-by to take on the way to their day's labors. Surely Ruari wouldn't try poisoning the whole clan. Only humans sat down to eat with their fancy plates and forks. Shapeshifters preferred to eat standing without implements, except a knife. Zoria wouldn't have given them hands and teeth if she didn't intend for them to be used.
"We'll see what he is up to."
Aiden stood, letting the water slough off his bare skin. He climbed out of the pool and grabbed a fresh cloth from a nearby stand. Normally he preferred to air dry, but that would take too long. Once he finished with the cloth, he pulled his clothes from Shigara. They fitted to his body without him having to dress himself, the same as when he switched from dragon form to human. He pulled his weapons belt and sword as well.
"Let's go,"
he said to Donar. The bath was at the back of the castle. They had to navigate several corridors before reaching the Great Hall at the front. Humans scurried past them as they performed their daily chores. He had to sidestep around one, sweeping the cobwebs from the ceiling. A dragon could have burned them away in seconds, but it gave the humans something useful to do. They entered the Great Hall and found it already crowded. Before coming to Earth, the selection had been limited to fruits, grains, and perhaps bits of meat from whatever small animals they could catch. Now the long stone table running the length of one side of the room was filled with a variety of offerings. Shapeshifters lingered around it, unable to decide which foods to take. Someday the task would not seem like such a complicated decision.
"He's over there,"
Donar whispered, nodding toward a corner of the room. Ruari was standing at least 10 feet from the table, chatting with a female warrior. Both of them were smiling and laughing with each other. It was as if his brother didn't have a care in the world.
"Are you certain of what you saw?"
Aiden asked. Donar's expression hardened.
"Yes."
They waited a few more minutes, standing near the far wall. Ruari didn't notice them. If he was up to something, he would have at least looked around once in a while. There had always been certain tells his brother would give if he were about to do something he shouldn't. Such as during Aiden's warrior training when he was young, Ruari would hide his sword in the morning. Then Aiden would be forced to search for it and show up late for practice. He was punished numerous times over that. None would believe that his brother, who was 135 years his senior, would do such a thing. They didn't consider that Ruari wanted to disgrace Aiden and make him look foolish to the clan. He'd never been happy with gaining a younger brother. Eventually, it stopped when Aiden gained the ability to use Shigara, but he'd been 25 by then and almost finished with warrior training. There were other things Ruari had done back then as well. Forced him to eat tainted food the night before his skills test, tripped Aiden at clan gatherings, and locked him in the dungeon whenever their father summoned him so that he wouldn't make it. With time, he learned Ruari's tricks and how to avoid them, but by then many in the clan saw him as clumsy and incompetent. Aiden hadn't tried to dissuade them, letting them think what they would if it would keep his older brothers away. It was only his inner dragon's pride that suffered, and that had been the most difficult part to control.
"Whatever he plans,"
Aiden said, working to keep his tone level. He had to hide the anger that rose up whenever he recalled old memories.
"It isn't here and now."
"Agreed," Donar said.
"Excuse me, sir," a young woman said from behind him. Aiden turned to find the teenage girl he'd rescued during the missile attack. She bowed her head, not meeting his gaze. A lot of humans did that despite the shapeshifters' rules against harming them. It wasn't to say incidents didn't happen, but they were rare. Why most humans continued to show fear of them, he didn't know.
"Yes?"
She shuffled her feet. "I just wanted to thank you for saving me the other day. I thought I was going to die, but then you came and rescued me." The girl could stand to gain some weight, but she looked a lot better than the day of the attack. All of her wounds had been healed, and she had a fresh set of green cambrium clothes, including a tunic, pants, and boots. She'd left her red hair loose to hang down her back.
"What's your name?"
Aiden asked. "Kayla," she answered.
"You have no need to thank me, Kayla. I only did what was right."
She lifted her head, revealing green eyes. "If that were the case, then someone would have helped me before you. I know you're the one who figured out how to save us from the missiles."
Donar leaned toward her. "Don't tell him that. He doesn't like to think of himself as a hero."
"But he is," she argued.
"Hardly,"
Aiden said, giving Kayla a stern look.
"You should not judge a man by his actions on one day. They might differ on the next."
She straightened her back and jutted her chin out, getting braver in their company. "If I can ever repay you in any way, let me know."
Aiden shook his head. "I assure you there is nothing you can do for me." "There might be."
Donar rubbed his chin, ignoring Aiden's elbow when it struck him in the ribs. The girl's eyes lit up. "Anything." His cousin considered her.
"How old are you?"
16.
Donar nodded. "For a human, that is old enough. Would you be willing to keep an eye on someone for us? Don't get too close to him, but let us know of anything he does. It's that man over—" "I don't want her involved in this,"
Aiden interrupted. Kayla gave him a determined look. "I can do this." Donar nodded toward Ruari, making certain she saw the right man.
"It is too dangerous."
Aiden spoke again.
"I don't want her getting hurt if he catches her."
"He won't catch me, and I'll get some friends to help," Kayla insisted.
"This is foolish."
Aiden rubbed his face.
"Perhaps," Donar said. "But if we're going to figure out what he's up to, then we need all the help we can get. Ruari won't expect us to use human spies." "Do not get caught,"
Aiden warned the girl. He had to hope to Zoria nothing happened to her. Kayla smiled. "I won't." Chapter 31. Bailey. Miles pulled his truck into a shopping plaza. We decided to check out an area north of campus in the hope we'd find someplace that hadn't been totally cleaned out yet. It had been 2 months since D-Day, and it was getting more difficult to find the things we needed, but not impossible.
"This store ain't gonna have anything left in it,"
Conrad said, shaking his head. I shrugged. "Even if all they have is some fresh socks you can put on your nasty feet, I'd call that a win."
"Yeah, 'cause you smell like sunshine and roses."
He huffed.
"I'd toss you into that park pond when we get back."
"As if you even know where it is," I retorted. "Are they always bickering like this?" Jennifer asked from the passenger seat. She and Balmer had come along as well. Miles parked the truck.
Yes, that's why we usually let them go out on their own to hunt for supplies. We're hoping they'll just off each other, or someone else would do the job for us. They always come back, though, like a bad habit.
Don't listen to him, Jen.
Conrad leaned forward.
Miles is just mad because his razor mysteriously went missing this morning and he can't look like a proper Marine.
I held back a snicker. That had been Dwayne's doing. Once again, Trish and I had been on the lookouts while she snuck into Miles' room to take it. There weren't any more spare razors left, so unless we found some while we were out hunting for supplies, it would be a few days before his reappeared. Miles turned and shot me a dirty look.
Don't think I don't know you were involved again.
Hey, Jen, I said, ignoring him. How about we go inside with Bomber and let the guys stand watch? Sounds good to me, she agreed. We got out and she called the dog to her. Bomber hopped out of the back of the truck and followed us inside. The place was huge. One of those stores that had groceries, home furnishings, and clothes. We pulled our guns out and walked the length of the front, letting the dogs sniff around. I ran my flashlight down the aisles and looked for anything suspicious. Since there weren't any big holes in the walls, I assumed we didn't have to fear a mother dragon and her eggs being in there. I'm not seeing anyone. How about you? I asked. Jen glanced down at Bomber, who swished his tail. No, I think the coast is clear. We grabbed a cart and passed through the food aisles. Most of the shelves were empty, but I found a few cans of vegetables and some dry noodles. There were a couple bars of soap and a bottle of shampoo in the beauty section, too. The biggest find was some leftover feminine products that I happily packed into the cart. Oh, look, there's a pack of razors over here, Jen said. Mile would be glad to get these. Put those in your cargo pocket and don't let anyone see them for now, I whispered, as if the Marine might hear us all the way outside. You never knew with Miles. It'd be a waste not to take them, but I didn't want to risk them being discovered yet. Luckily, Jen tended to wear cargo pants, which had big pockets to hide things. If he wondered why one of them bulged, we could always claim they were spare tampons. That'd shut him up. She looked at me aghast. Why? Because not shaven for a few days will do him some good. Like make his face itchy. Jen shook her head and stuffed the razors in her pocket, snapping it shut. All right. There were a lot more clothes left than I expected. We loaded up on the ones we knew would fit people until the cart was almost full. Then we scanned the hardware aisle. I spotted a shovel and grabbed that. You never knew when you might need one of those, such as once a certain man figured out who'd taken his razor. We left the light bulbs and other useless products that required electricity. Most of that stuff was still around. See anything else? I asked. Nope. Then let's get out of here, I said, pushing the cart toward the front of the store. I wish I could find a pair of pants like that, Jen said, shining her flashlight on my legs. You said you found them while out looting? Yeah, I got lucky they were in my size. It was the last pair in the place, I lied. I couldn't help but wonder what she'd think if I told her the truth that a dragon gave them to me. Nah, there were some things people were better off not knowing. That's too bad. I'd definitely get a pair if any were left. She held the front doors open for me. We were making our way down the sidewalk toward the truck when Bomber began growling. Jen gripped her gun tightly and looked around. I let go of the cart and did the same, but neither of us saw anything. Then the sound of running footsteps came from the end of the building. Two grungy-looking men with numerous burn holes in their clothes emerged, screaming and waving their arms. Behind them, a swarm of Petros followed. What are those? Jen squealed, eyes widening. Insects from the dragon world that can blow fire. Damn, mating season must have begun. Maybe we should get inside. Jen started backing toward the doors. Bomber was barking loudly beside her, straining at his leash. I shouted at Conrad and Miles. Hide in the truck. There was no need to tell Conrad twice after his experience with them. He hopped inside right away, and I overheard him tell Miles to roll up the windows. I grabbed the shovel from the cart, brandishing it in front of me. The one good thing about Petros was that they were easy to kill, unlike dragons. Go in, but be ready to open the door when I tell you to, I told her. Concern filled her gaze. What are you going to do? Try to save these guys if I can. Don't worry about me. I'll be fine. The Petros could burn the t-shirt I had over my Cambrian top, but that was it. Not that she knew that. "But what about Balmer? Take him with you," I said. She went through the door and shut it behind her. Through the glass I could see her gripping the handle, ready to shove it open when the time came. "Hey guys, run this way!" I screamed at the men still racing around the parking lot. One of them heard me and glanced over. I beckoned with my hand for him to come. There was no telling if he could hear me over the buzzing of the Petros. He grabbed his friend's arm and started running toward the store. I kept shouting for him, wincing every time they got burned. As soon as they reached me, I yelled at Jen, "Open the door!" The men went running through, but the dog escaped and went for the swarm. Damn it. Balmer was going to get the crap burned out of his fur. I started slamming the shovel into the Petros, smashing as many as I could. The dog bit and pawed at the insects, twisting and turning to reach the ones who attacked his tail. I reached down and grabbed his leash, dragging him with me toward the door. He nipped the lower ones and I smashed the higher ones. We killed at least a dozen of the insects by the time Jen opened up for us. Once we were inside, she slammed it shut. A few Petros made it in with us. The dog and I worked together to finish them off. By the time I crushed the last one, my shovel was covered in brown Petro blood and guts.
"I ain't never seen anything like those,"
one of the men said, heaving for breath.
"They look like tiny dragons."
The other guy had collapsed on the floor, laying on his back. Shock filled his features, but a quick check of his body revealed he just had a lot of minor burns. They were similar to how Conrad's neck looked when Aiden had touched it. The men could have been a lot worse off. "They're leaving," Jen said, staring outside. I turned my head toward the doors. The swarm was heading across the parking lot to somewhere across the street, no doubt looking for fresh victims. I wondered if bug spray would work on them. We had a lot of it back at the library. "You two going to be okay?" I asked the men. The ones still standing nodded.
"Yeah, might just stay here for a bit."
I nodded. Probably not a bad idea. "Check if there's any bug spray left inside. You might see if that will hold those things off if you run into them again."
"We'll do that,"
he agreed.
"Thanks."
I checked myself over and found only 3 holes in my t-shirt. Balmer sat on the floor with singe marks in about half a dozen places. His tongue lolled out of his mouth and his gaze was focused on Jen, full of adoration. Yeah, the dog would be okay. "Good luck to you guys," I said, giving them a wave. Jen and I headed out the door, keeping a close eye on the swarm that had moved across the street. We grabbed the cart and quickly wheeled it down the sidewalk. Conrad and Miles helped us dump everything into the truck bed. When we finished, I let Balmer sit in the back seat with me. The dog had earned it. Chapter 32. Aiden. Someone pounded on his bedroom door. Aiden cursed, rolling off his bed and getting to his feet. He'd just returned an hour before from his latest training session with Bailey. It had been his hope to get a little rest before he went to Donar's place to help with more masonry work that needed to be done. Some of the tunnels underneath the castle had caved during a recent earthquake and would need new stone to rebuild them. Donar and Illene were working late into the night to get the first order finished. He opened the door. A young warrior Aiden had only seen in passing stood outside it. His expression was blank. There was a nervous tick in his jaw. Whatever this was about, it couldn't be good.
"What?"
Aiden bit out.
"Zoran wants you in the courtyard."
He put a hand on the doorframe.
"What for?"
"He hasn't said yet, but it's not just you he wants out there,"
the young warrior replied.
"I'll be there in a minute."
Aiden slammed the door. For Zora's sake, his oldest brother was up to something. He'd felt it in the way Zoran acted the last time he saw him. Too much restless energy. Aiden knew from experience that always resulted in battles and death. The only questions remaining were the who, what, where, and when. He went to the basin to wash his face. Aiden wasn't dirty, but he needed the cool water against his skin to calm his dragon. The beast clawed at his mind. Suspecting whatever was going on in the courtyard would send his temper rising, and he'd need to hide the anger as he always did. Once he felt calm and collected, he headed out, passing through the maze of corridors and down the stairs. Just before Aiden reached the great hall, Kayla stopped him. He waved her over to an empty antechamber. "I've been watching Roari like you asked," she said.
Aiden nodded. Has he done anything suspicious?
Her brows drew together. Not that I can tell. The only people he's spoken to have been Zoran and that woman he was with when you pointed him out to me.
You mean Ember?
Yeah, that's her.
Kayla agreed. Ruari's involvement with that particular shapeshifter woman had been a recent development. She came from one of the lesser respected families, meaning they had few warriors among them or professions useful to the clan. Several of her relatives, including her father, were known to be lazy or to gain their coin by ill-gotten ways. Ember must have kept a low profile since Aiden hadn't even known her name until he discovered Ruari's interest in her. That had been enough incentive to find out.
How often is he with her?
She asked. Most of his free time, and she spends the mornings with him.
He stared up at the ceiling, considering Kayla's report. What would cause a Pendragon's son to sleep with one of the lowest women in the clan? Was there something special about her, or was he using her?
Thank you, Kayla.
Aiden smiled at her.
You've been helpful.
Her brows drew together. Should I keep watching him?
I wouldn't want you to risk yourself further.
Her face fell. But I wouldn't mind. He doesn't pay any attention to humans. Aiden didn't like using the young woman. It was dangerous and it felt wrong. Why did she persist in wanting to help him? Did she actually enjoy it?
If you have the time and do not fear for your safety, then you can continue watching him. The moment he notices you, though, you stop. Do you understand me?
Aiden gave her a stern look. She bobbed her head. Absolutely.
Good. Now go.
Kayla gave him a bright smile before rushing off. Aiden shook his head, mystified by the young woman's behavior. Did humans enjoy spying? Perhaps he should have befriended some of the older ones if they could be this eager to help. Aiden made his way out to the courtyard and found 20 warriors waiting there, as well as his brother. Zoran stood before them, with hands on his hips, scowling in his usual fashion. His brother spotted him a moment later, and his expression hardened.
Good of you to join us, Aiden. We wouldn't want the clan hero to miss the biggest battle yet since our return to Earth,
Zoran said, speaking loud enough for half the fortress to hear him. Inside his head, Aiden's dragon roared. He tamped the creature down and moved to stand beside the other warriors. He was sick to death of his brother's taunts about his recent show of prowess. If only he could dissuade him from the idea he'd done anything all that notable.
I'm here, in whatever way you need me,
he responded, giving a courteous bow of his head. A few of the nearest warriors cast Aiden curious glances. He pretended not to notice. Zoran folded his arms.
That's rather generous of you, considering what we are about to do. It is time for us to expand our territory. Today we'll take the eastern part of the city the humans call Norman and claim it for ourselves, freeing it of the pure dragons.
Warriors shifted on their feet. A few coughed, but none cheered. What Zoran proposed would require a good deal more fighters than 22. Even 50 might not be enough.
Do you have a plan for this?
Falcon asked in a gruff voice. Aiden was relieved to see the warrior present. They'd need him if they were to have any chance of succeeding in the day's battle. It was too bad Donar couldn't join as well, but it was best not to bother him when his father needed his assistance.
Yes,
Zoran answered, pacing before them.
I've sent scouts over the last few days to locate all the dragons' dens. There are only 3 we must strike to accomplish our goals. If we hit each one hard and swiftly, we can win this. And how will we hold it after we've taken it?
An older warrior questioned. Zoran's yellow eyes darkened with annoyance.
The same way we have always held territory, by patrolling and defending it.
While their clan was capable of holding a lot more land, they weren't ready to do so. At least, not until the earth tremors stopped damaging the fortress and the human forces quit attacking them, or bombing them, as Bailey had explained when he'd asked. Expanding their territory before they were ready was foolish. Aiden couldn't imagine why the Pendragon would authorize it.
When do we leave?
Falcon asked.
In half an hour. Everyone should meet outside the fortress gates.
Zoran gave them a few more instructions before dismissing them. Aiden wished he could stop by Donar's place and at least let him know where he was going. But he didn't have time. Instead,
He hurried to his father's chambers. He had to find out for himself if the Pendragon knew what his son planned. Thrum usually made his presence known before a battle as big as this one, whether he joined it or not. Going through the great hall, he caught sight of his sister. Aiden grabbed her arm and pulled her to the side.
Do you know what Zorin is up to?
You mean his idiotic idea for attacking pure dragon territory? Her lips thinned. I just heard.
Father can't have authorized this.
She shook her head. I don't know. No one has seen him today. That didn't bode well.
Do me a favor and let Donar know what is going on. He's busy helping his father and probably hasn't heard.
Not to mention they'd be expecting Aiden to come by. I can do that. Phoebe agreed. Then she clasped his arm and gave him a solemn look. Be careful, brother. He clasped her arm as well.
I will.
Aiden continued his journey through the fortress to his father's upstairs rooms. When he reached them, he found 2 guards outside the doors. He frowned. His father rarely bothered to keep guards around him. It was a dragon's pride to need no help defending himself.
I need to see the Pendragon,
he said, stopping before them.
Is taken ill,
one guard informed him. Aiden's gut churned. Had Ruari poisoned him without Kayla knowing? The clan healer couldn't use the stone's magic on illness, only injuries. He had to rely on herbs and other remedies in the rare times shapeshifters became sick.
I'll see him anyway.
He pushed through, ignoring the guards' protests. As the son of the Pendragon, they couldn't stop him. He entered the room and found his father lying on his bed. It was large and made entirely of stone, with stuffed cambrium cloth for cushioning. Such a setup was not as comfortable as the human versions, but some shapeshifters were known to belch an occasional breath of fire in their sleep. They couldn't risk lying on burnable materials, since not everything could be made fireproof.
Father, how are you?
Aiden came to the side of the bed. Thrum's gaze moved toward him.
Just needing a little rest. Not to worry, son, I'm not dying yet.
The Pendragon went into a coughing fit. Aiden waited for him to finish, noting the sound of his breathing was raspy and his face was flushed. His father showed no signs of poison. Rather, he was exhibiting signs of the dragon version of the flu that went around each year. Some of the weight lifted from Aiden's shoulders. It would take Thrum a few days, but he'd recover from the illness.
Are you aware of Zorin's battle plans?
Aiden asked.
Yes, he wishes to prove himself to the clan.
The Pendragon answered, letting out another cough.
You've inspired him. This is too dangerous. We are not ready to expand our territory.
His father let out a ragged sigh.
If you believe that to be so, then point it out to him. It should come from you,
Aiden insisted. They both knew if he questioned his brother, it would cause problems.
Son, you have one of 2 choices. Lead or let someone else do it. You must decide which you prefer.
The Pendragon waved a hand at him.
Now go and let me rest.
Aiden tried to argue further, but Thrum wouldn't listen. With a heavy heart he walked away. How could his father let Zorin make such a grave mistake? This was the time to fortify their defenses and study the new land where they now lived. Attacking the pure dragons this soon would only weaken them. Aiden knew it, even if his father and brother did not. He found several men and women passing out drinks to the warriors gathered outside the gates. When he joined them, Ember brought a cup of mead for him. What was she doing here? Ruari wasn't even taking part in the battle. Here. She held the cup out. He took it.
My thanks.
There was something in her gaze when it met his. A flash of malevolence she quickly hid. He stared down at his cup and suspected drinking it would cause his death, one way or another. His dragon roared in his head, cautioning him further. It wouldn't be a poison that killed him right away. No, it would be one that weakened him just before the battle, so that he could not fight at full strength. Considering it further, Aiden wondered if it wasn't how some of the other candidates for Pendragon had died. It had also been in battles, but in ones where they should have prevailed against their enemies. Aiden looked up and found that Ember had moved away, heading for the gates. He had no way of being certain the poison was in his cup. If he called her out for it, they'd require the mead be tested on someone less important. Either someone else would become sick, or he'd look like a fool for being paranoid, should the mead prove untainted.
"A toast for the upcoming battle,"
Zoran announced, raising his cup. It was a tradition for warriors to drink together before heading out. Aiden checked to be sure no one was watching and poured his in the grass. While everyone else gulped theirs down, he pretended to drink his. The superstitious part of him was bothered that he couldn't drink with his clan members. It was considered bad luck not to do so. He gritted his teeth as he realized Ruari had won this round, whether Aiden consumed the meat or not. Servants took the cups away. The warriors spread out and let the fire consume them as they shifted to their dragon forms. There was no time to waste now that they'd had their pre-battle drink. The 22 of them headed into the sky in a V formation, going northwest. Zoran gave instructions telepathically, letting them know what to expect at their first stop. Aiden recognized the den his brother described, having noted it before. It was near the area where Bailey had been attacked by humans and damaged her truck. He'd known there was a nest there, but with 10 dragons living there, he and Donar couldn't take it out on their own. They came upon 2 large green dragons shortly before they reached the den. Zoran and another warrior, known for his prowess, attacked them. The rest of the group kept watch in case more showed up. In the air, there was little else they could do to help him. When one green dragon fell from the sky, Aiden hurried down to check it. The dragon's wings and stomach were cut badly, but it wasn't dead yet. It lay there heaving for breath with its legs twitching. He bit into its neck and broke it. He didn't believe in letting an opponent suffer through a slow death, not when he could end it quickly. Another dragon landed a handful of paces away. Zoran's kill. Aiden didn't need to finish it off. The dragon had landed at a bad angle and broken its neck. He flew back up and joined the formation as they finished the journey to the first dragon den. 6 of them were already taking to the air, having seen the red dragons coming. Their formation swooped low and they worked together to knock their targets to the earth. Zoran had been showing off by fighting in the air, but a shapeshifter's advantage was below. Their bodies were better designed than pure dragons for ground combat, since their arms and legs were shaped more like humans. Aiden joined Falcon in tearing one opponent apart. They made quick work of him and searched for another after they were finished. 2 more dragons were approaching from the west, the remaining 2 for the den. They hovered in the air over the battle and blew streams of fire below. It was meant to provide cover so that their brethren could attempt to get away.
"Let's take them down,"
Falcon said. They flew up together with 2 other shapeshifters going through the fire. Each warrior grabbed a green dragon leg and forcefully pulled the new arrivals to the ground. They struggled and fought the whole way. Once they had them on their backs, they tore into them with teeth and claws until no pure dragon moved.
"On to the next,"
Zoran announced to the group. The second target was farther to the north. Aiden had not spotted it before, having avoided that particular section of town because the pure dragon patrols were too numerous for him and Donar to circumvent.
"We don't have an accurate account of the number who stay in this den, but we estimated it at about 20.
His brother briefed him. Aiden didn't trust Zoran's information. Based on what he'd seen by watching from the outskirts, the numbers had to be higher. He could only hope most of them were away. They ran into a patrol of 4 well before reaching the den. A handful of warriors who had not fought yet surged ahead to prove their prowess. Aiden and Falcon watched as they took the dragons down. There had been no need for assistance. 2 more dragons appeared before they could move on. He and Falcon were the closest and flew to meet them. Aiden slashed at his opponent's eyes and narrowly avoided getting bit in the neck. He went for his enemy's wings next, tearing gashes into one of them. The green dragon flapped heavily, trying to stay aloft. Aiden wasn't large or strong enough to pull him down, but he kept slashing at the wings. His opponent sliced into his belly in return, sending fiery pain through him. Aiden's inner dragon roared with anger. He punched his opponent in the nose and went for his neck next, sinking his fangs deeply into the larger creature's throat. Claws ripped at his back, but it didn't damage his scales. Aiden eased his teeth and bit down harder. Bones crunched as his jaw clamped tighter. His opponent went limp, and he had to let go before getting dragged to the ground with him. There was no need to check. The dragon was dead. Their formation flew on. Zoran's head swung back, letting Aiden see the seething anger in his eyes.
"Well done, brother. I hadn't thought you could win a fight in the air."
His tone had been mocking. Aiden had no doubt Zoran brought him on this mission thinking he couldn't fight as well in his dragon form. He and his brother rarely fought battles together, and Zoran never invited him on select missions such as this. The den came up ahead, a set of large buildings where they'd burned holes for access. At least 24 dragons came pouring out of the structures. The tension within Zoran's formation grew heavy. There was no way they could fight that many without losing at least a few of their own, but it was too late to turn back. Zoran shouted encouragements in their minds as they drew closer and met the dragons in the air. Roars and snarls rose up as green against red collided. Aiden took on a dragon at the edge of the formation. It was even larger than the last one he'd fought, and better at dodging his attempts to slash at its wings. He went to punch it in the nose, but it used its stubby front legs to swipe his arm away. Aiden leaned back and struck out with the claws at his feet, managing to get a tear in the dragon's belly. It thrust forward, going for his neck. He grabbed the dragon's mouth and held it open, then roared blue and purple fire down his throat. Aiden couldn't have said why he used the flames that were meant to fireproof. No one ever used them in battle, but it worked. The pure dragon gurgled and clawed at his throat as if he couldn't catch his breath. Aiden took the opportunity to rip his opponent's wings to shreds. The creature plummeted to the earth. He headed to the ground and found the dragon still struggling for air. Perhaps it would recover with time. He didn't know. Aiden avoided its flailing legs and ripped into its belly, tearing it wide open. He reached within and found the heart. With one claw he pierced it. The light went out in the dragon's eyes and his body slackened. Aiden's inner beast growled in satisfaction at the kill. He gazed around and found all his brethren caught up in battles. 3 green dragons lay dead aside from his own kill, but he also caught sight of a red dragon down. It was one of the youngest warriors in his group. Aiden searched for who needed his help the most, but movement in the sky caught his attention. Another 20 pure dragons headed toward them. Whether they came from the same den or another, Aiden couldn't have said. They swooped toward the ground, roaring out red and orange flames that filled the air. Aiden lost sight of his group with all the fire surrounding them. He reached out and caught an arm, a scaled shapeshifter arm. The flames lit up enough for him to see it was Falcon standing before him. His eyes had a grim look about them.
"We are outnumbered, and many of us will die this day,"
the older warrior said.
"Let us take as many of the pure dragons down with us as we can."
Aiden dipped his muzzle.
"I would gladly die in battle with you at my side."
They entered the fray together, each grabbing an opponent. The green dragon he fought swiped at him, slashing into Aiden's chest. The wound was deep, and it took a moment to catch his breath. He punched his opponent in the nose. It sent the dragon back a step, but then he swung around to lash out with his tail. Aiden leaped up to avoid it, spreading his wings just enough to slow his descent back down. His feet touched the earth, and he tackled the dragon. His legs straddled his opponent on either side, and he used his arms to keep flailing legs from striking him. Aiden bit down on the dragon's throat, but didn't get a good hold and was shaken off. He blew the purple and blue flames over the opponent's face. Nothing happened. It must not work on anything except the soft tissue inside the body. Unless he got the dragon's mouth open, the tactic wouldn't be usable. A set of claws tore his left wing, sending shrieks of pain through him. It felt similar to cutting one's finger on parchment paper, except his wings were larger and the slices much longer. Another swipe tore into his other wing. It was all he could do to hold the dragon beneath him down, but a backward glance let him see his second opponent. Giving the beast inside him full rein, he let go of the human side of himself. He roared and bit down as hard as he could into the neck of the dragon beneath him. His sharp teeth crushed the throat. As he waited for his opponent's struggles to stop, He lashed out with his tail at the one behind him. The spikes at the end caught on the soft scales of the dragon's stomach. Aiden jerked them out. The struggles below him stopped. He leaped off his dead opponent, spun around, and went after the one who'd been tearing into him from behind. They tumbled to the ground, rolling across it as they fought for the higher position. Their struggles were halted when they crashed into the body of a red dragon. It wasn't the same one he'd seen before. Though he couldn't glimpse the face from where he lay on the ground, the scent was of an older warrior. Aiden pulled his leg up to his chest and kicked his opponent off of him. The dragon sailed back a few feet, giving him room to stand. He was jostled about as other fighters ran into him. There was hardly any room to move. Aiden leaped forward and went after his opponent again. The dragon lashed at his belly, tearing into it. He wanted to roar at the pain wrenching at him, but his inner beast helped him fight his way through it. Rage unlike anything he'd felt before ran through him. He would not die this day, and certainly not for his brother's benefit. As he ripped and tore into the dragon before him, he caught glimpses of the battle around him. At least 5 from among his clan were dead, and most others faced 2 opponents. The odds were against them. They'd have to fight like they never had before to make it out of there alive. Chapter 33. Bailey.
Damn, this is crazy,
Conrad said, gazing out the passenger side window. I drove the truck down Alameda Street, moving at about 10 miles per hour. Dead dragon bodies littered the area. They were on the road, in the parking lots, and one on a roof. Stray animals and birds fed on the guts spilling out of them as if they were at a feast. Between the corpses, carrion, and scorched pavement, I could hardly get through. The dragon slayer in me cheered at the sight, but the human in me found it appalling. So much loss of life. We'd come to the east side of town to search for supplies and found this instead. My gut churned as I counted at least a dozen red dragons in the mix. This hadn't been caused by a military strike, but a battle between clans. I hope Aiden wasn't a part of this, I said. Surely he would have said something if he planned to participate. At least given me some kind of warning in case he didn't come back.
Would you recognize his body?
Conrad asked. I don't know, I replied, rubbing at my face. They're all so torn up that even if he is out there, I might not know it. The thought terrified me because I still needed him, and I'd begun to care about him. He couldn't be out in this mess. He just couldn't. Conrad frowned.
And let's worry about finding food. You'll be meeting Aiden for training tomorrow, and you can see for yourself if he's okay.
He was right, though I hated to admit it. Getting upset when we didn't have all the facts would be pointless. I'd learned enough from Aiden in the past couple of months to know there were at least a few hundred shifters in his clan, probably more. What I saw on the road was only a tiny portion of that number. He was most likely alive and doing fine while I worried about him for nothing. There's a grocery store up there. Let's check it out, I said, pointing toward it. Maybe all these dead dragons have kept other looters away.
Let's hope so.
I pulled into the parking lot and drove around another body. It was a green dragon taking up 4 parking spaces with its wings crumpled open. A pink tongue lolled out of its mouth, and a dog pulled at its intestines, growling when a crow came nearby. I almost gagged at the sight. Guiding the truck up to the front of the building, I pulled to a stop. There was no movement through the windows, but the morning light didn't let me see very far back. With all the death around me, I was feeling jittery, like I shouldn't be there.
Come on,
Conrad said, beckoning with his hand. It'll be all right. We climbed out of the truck. I was heading around the vehicle to meet him at the door when gunfire erupted. The zing of bullets flew past my head. Get down! I screamed at Conrad, dropping down behind the back tire. I ran my gaze around the area, searching for the source. A moment later, Conrad cried out and fell to the pavement. From underneath the vehicle, I could see him lying on his back, his face turned toward me. Oh, God, my heart skipped a beat. He'd been hit on the right side of his stomach. Blood coated his fingers where he held the wound.
They're in the store,
he wheezed out. The shooting continued with no signs of stopping. I crawled toward my back bumper and peeked around it. One guy stood at the entrance, only the upper part of his body visible. He was shouting at someone else inside. I aimed my Glock toward the part of him I could see, took a deep breath and fired. He let out a yell and grabbed his chest before crumpling to the floor. Another round of gunfire erupted from inside, breaking the storefront windows. One bullet whizzed by too close. I hunkered behind my black wheel, waiting until they stopped to reload before rising. There were 2 men inside, jamming fresh magazines into their pistols. I fired at the one on the right and hit him in the neck. He went down, disappearing from my sight. The other one finished reloading his weapon and got a shot off at me before I could take cover again. A sharp pain hit my chest. I stumbled back, falling to the pavement. For a moment, I struggled to breathe. With shaky fingers, I felt for the wound, but all I found was a hole in my t-shirt. The cambrium top had stopped the bullet from going any farther. It was only the impact causing me pain. Footsteps came from the other side of the vehicle. More gunfire erupted, and my heart nearly stopped. Conrad. Ignoring the ache in my chest, I crawled to my feet, ready to shoot the attacker. No one was there. I took cautious footsteps around the truck and found the third guy lying on the ground with a bullet hole to his head.
Got him,
Conrad said, his pistol falling from his hand. Relief filled me that my friend was still alive, but then I saw the huge red spot on his gray t-shirt, the kind that usually landed a person in the operating room at a hospital. How do you feel? I fell onto my knees beside him. Conrad winced.
Not good. Not good at all.
I thought over my options quickly. Danae was a great medic, but I didn't think she could do much for Conrad. We were nearly out of antibiotics, and what we had might not be strong enough to help. Not to mention there had to be some organ damage. Conrad's normally dark skin was paling by the second. I'm going to have to take you to Verina's, I said. He gasped.
The witch?
Even in pain, Conrad couldn't help himself. His snarky attitude was part of what endeared him to me. I'd do anything to keep him alive, and that included making a deal with the devil. The sorceress, I amended. She healed my arm once, so I think she can do more for you than anyone else can.
Don't want to owe the bitch,
he mumbled in a whisper. Then his eyes shut and he went limp. I checked his pulse and found it weak and thready. Taking off my shirt, I pressed it against his wound, tucking part of the cloth under his belt to help keep it in place. He wasn't going to die on my watch if I could help it. I opened the door and then bent down to pick up Conrad. My muscles strained, but they managed to take on his full weight. It had to have been pure adrenaline that allowed him to get settled in his seat. Once I got his seatbelt over him, I got into the driver's seat and tore out of there. It took some maneuvering to get back around all the potholes and dragon bodies, but I made it out a lot quicker than when I'd come in. I raced through town muttering prayers under my breath as I veered around wreckage, debris, and other damage in the road. Some by the earthquakes and some by dragon fire. Conrad sat slumped in his seat. His breathing was getting so shallow I could hardly see the rise and fall of his chest. I pulled into Verina's driveway and shouted her name while coming around the truck to get the passenger door open. She rushed out of the house about the time I had Conrad laid out on the grass. "What happened?" she asked, eyes wide in surprise. "We were attacked. He's been shot." She peered closer. "I can see that. What do you want me to do about it?" "Heal him," I urged. Verina clucked her tongue. "After the way he acted the last time he was here." I ground my teeth and held back a string of curses that popped into my head. "That's just the way he is with everyone, including me. He doesn't mean any harm by it. Please help him." "You're going to owe me for this," she said, pointing a finger. Of course I would. I'd known that as soon as I decided to come to the sorceress, but it was my friend's life at stake. The regret I'd feel at letting him die would be worse than whatever she could ask of me. At least I hoped that was the case. "Fine, but he will owe you nothing," I stipulated. I had to at least keep him free and clear of any obligations to her. "This young man has nothing to offer me anyway." She knelt down next to me and peeked around the shirt I'd stuffed over Conrad's wound. "Oh, this is bad." "Can you fix it or not?" I demanded. She pursed her lips. "I can make certain he lives, but it will take time for him to recover." That was good enough for me. "Then do it. Let's get him into the house," she replied. I held his upper body while she handled his legs. We carried him through the front door toward a spare bedroom she had down the hall. The bed inside was antique with a brass frame, a little more modern compared to when Verina was born, but old by my standards. We set Conrad on top of a patchwork quilt covering the mattress and worked to pull his clothes off, leaving only his boxers. He moaned once but didn't resist. "Take a seat,"
the sorceress ordered. "I'm going to need you out of the way for this next part." I found a wood chair in the corner and settled into it. At this point, I'd do whatever she asked as long as it helped Conrad. Seeing him lying there wounded and helpless killed me. I kept running the scene of him getting shot in my mind over and over, thinking of ways I could have done something differently to prevent this. That didn't stop the guilt, though. I was going around in bulletproof clothes while he was completely vulnerable. A glance down at my top revealed an indent similar to the ones Aiden had when I'd shot him. Since I'd started wearing the outfit, I'd never considered how it might protect me in that way. It seemed like ages ago when I had fired at the shapeshifter. Verena put her hands around Conrad's wound. Her face scrunched up tightly and her hands shook. Under her breath, she muttered words I couldn't understand. Nothing else unusual happened, such as weird glowing or flying sparks. For what must have been an hour, I waited with growing trepidation to see some kind of change in Conrad. Nothing. All he did was lie there deathly still. Verena eventually pulled back and grabbed the nightstand for support. She looked almost as ashen as her patient. I got up and helped her take a seat next to Conrad on the bed. He was still in a deep sleep, but his chest rose and fell more deeply. "How did it go?" I asked. "My healing powers are limited compared to my mother's," she said shakily, "but I managed to repair the worst of the damage to his organs and stop the bleeding. I'll need to rest for a day before I can do more." "Will he survive?" That's what I needed to know more than anything. "Yes," she nodded. "Okay." Verena rose to her feet. "I'll get you some bandages and alcohol to clean his wound. You'll need to watch over him for the night. I must sleep without interruption if I'm to regain enough powers to do a little more in the morning. I'll take care of him," I promised. She shook her head and sighed. "He's lucky to have you as a friend." I wasn't so sure about that. Chapter 34. Bailey.
"Where am I?"
Conrad asked, squinting against the morning sunlight. Verena had performed a shorter round of healing on him compared to last time. After that, she'd gotten something to eat and went back to bed. That was 3 hours ago. I almost felt guilty for using her after seeing how much healing took out of her. Almost. Conrad was more important than her. "At the sorceress's house," I answered, moving to sit on the bed beside him. His gaze jerked around and he started to sit up. "What?" "Settle down." I put a hand on his shoulder. "She's already drained herself with 2 healings for you. Don't undo all her hard work." His wound was still raw and swollen, but it was starting to knit back together. She'd said that it was all she could afford to do, and I'd just have to be satisfied with it. Conrad would have to recover from the remaining damage on his own. That included getting his strength back up from blood loss.
"Tell me you didn't sell your soul to her,"
he said, giving me a reproving look. I smiled. After a long night where I only dared sleep for 2 hours, it was good to see him awake. He'd moaned and shifted around a lot in the early hours, worrying me that he was getting worse. His skin had felt a little too warm for my liking as well. A part of me had feared Verena's healing wouldn't be enough, but then she'd come in a little after sunrise and worked on him again. That time I could see a difference in him. "Nah, not my soul." I shook my head. "Just a couple of toes and one of my ears."
"Ain't nobody wants your ears, Bailey."
He rolled his eyes. "Okay, fine, you got me. It's my nose she wants." He studied my face.
"Yeah, I can see that. It's a cute little thing."
"So how are you feeling?" I asked. He glanced down at his stomach and the fresh bandage over it.
"Like a bullet hit me, but probably better than I should."
"You have Verena to thank for that. There's no way you would have made it without her." It was important to impress that on him in some faint hope he'd be nicer to her. Until he got better, it wasn't a good idea to move him anywhere. Plus, Verena had put some nice even stitches in him after the last healing, better than I could ever do. He really didn't want to mess that up by trying to relocate just yet.
"How long have I been here?"
I glanced out the window, gauging the sunlight. "Almost a full day."
"Folks at the library going to worry about us,"
he said. "Yeah," I rubbed my face. "I was waiting until you were strong enough before going back to check in with them." His eyes were starting to drift shut.
"I'll be all right. If the witch wanted me dead, she could have just refused help. You go back and let Trish know we're okay. I gotta get some more sleep.
He was being brave for me. I knew damn well he didn't want to stay wounded and vulnerable here, but I really did believe he'd be safe. Whatever Verena wanted, she wouldn't risk losing it by letting anything happen to him. All right, I'll go now and come back later. I rubbed his arm.
Don't return until morning,
he said, his voice fading as sleep pulled at him.
I don't want you driving to see me in the afternoon when the dragons are out.
Conrad, you are the most considerate jerk I know. His lips twitched.
Don't you forget it.
The library was gone. Completely gone. I slammed the truck to a stop on Elm Street, my heart thumping rapidly. Maybe my lack of sleep was causing delusions. It couldn't be true. I grabbed my keys as an afterthought and ran up the sidewalk, stumbling a couple of times along the way. My gaze kept searching for the building where it should have been, but it didn't appear. When I reached the edge of its foundation, I fell to my knees. Tears streaked down my face. I searched for any sign that someone had survived, but the area was empty. There were even huge holes in the floor, providing a graphic view of the basement level. Crawling closer to the edge, I looked down and saw scorch marks where furniture had once been. The dragons had missed nothing. No, no, no! This can't be happening! I cried, shaking my head in denial. Maybe they'd hidden the second lower level. The holes going down that far were smaller. I headed over to where the stairs had once been and discovered them gone. The shaft had been burned all the way to the bottom. Still, I didn't want to believe it. "Is anyone down there?" I called out, my voice catching. No response. I cupped my hands around my mouth. "Hello?" A bird flew down and landed 10 feet away. He tweeted at me, pranced around for a minute, and flew off. That was the only sign of life the place had. A random bird. I curled into myself. Maybe they'd come back if I just waited for them. They had to know I'd return and find the damage, even if I were a full day late. So I sat there, for hours, unwilling to leave. Not so much as a car drove by during that time. I considered going over to Earl's place, but didn't feel up to seeing him right then. The smarter thing to do was check out the other places we'd found when we'd talked about relocating. If there were any survivors, they might have gone to them. Forcing myself to get to my feet, I walked back to the truck. Between the severe heat and all the tears I'd shed, my mouth was dry. I grabbed my canteen and gulped down half of it. That gave me time to collect myself before driving. I went to the church first, since it was the closest. The folks there said they hadn't seen anyone from my group, but they said they'd pray for them. Next, I went down to Highway 9, where the ranch house was located. A man I didn't recognize stepped out of it when I pulled up and pointed his shotgun at me. "Sorry," I shouted out the window. "I was just looking for my friends."
"This is our place now,"
he yelled. Despair gripped me as I pulled away. They couldn't be dead. They just couldn't. The idea of never seeing Trish again to laugh and joke with her was too much. I'd even missed the antics between Danae and Miles. Justin wasn't exactly my favorite person, but I couldn't stand to think of him dead either. I drove to a couple other places we'd considered and discarded, but they were empty or otherwise occupied. Despair flooded me so badly I stopped at a small park where there was little chance of being bothered. I drank more water and wished it was alcohol instead, anything to dull the pain. Going back to Conrad right now with this news wouldn't help his recovery process at all. What was I supposed to do? Then it hit me that Aiden expected me at our training area in less than an hour. I still didn't know if he'd been involved in that deadly dragon battle Conrad and I discovered. After everything else that had happened, I needed for him to be alive. I'd already lost too much in one day. I glanced at my gas gauge and discovered it was down to just over a quarter tank. Damn. Conrad and I had gotten it almost full before going out scouting for food yesterday. Wait, yesterday? It seemed like weeks ago. How in the hell had everything gone from okay, or at least getting by, to worst-case scenario? I drove down Lindsay Street, praying with everything I had that Aiden would be there waiting. Along the way, I passed Verena's house, but she wasn't outside, probably still resting. The first time she'd healed Conrad, she'd slept for 12 hours straight. It hadn't been that long yet since the second time. The familiar red sign came up ahead.
I didn't see Aiden standing there, but that didn't mean anything. According to the dashboard clock, I was still a little early. I pulled the truck into my usual spot under the trees. Then I gulped more water down because it was satisfying, and lucky for me, the magic canteen refilled itself regularly. Donar came walking down the south gravel road a few minutes later. I tensed, seeing the grave expression on his face. He never showed up without Aiden. When he came, it was always with his cousin. Still clutching my canteen like a life preserver, I got out and met him at the gate. Chapter 35. Bailey. "Please don't give me bad news. I can't take any more today," I said, giving him a pleading look. He bowed his head.
"I wish I could tell you something good."
"I saw the dragon bodies." I swallowed. "Was one of them him?" Donar didn't look up.
"We picked up our dead yesterday evening and buried them. Aiden was not among them, but I found him later badly wounded. It's a miracle he survived."
"Don't you have healers or something?" I asked, raising my voice. This couldn't be happening. Not to Aiden, too. I had to grab hold of a nearby tree to keep from crumbling to the ground. Donar let out a sigh and met my gaze.
"After the battle, he didn't return to the fortress. When we didn't find his body, I went out searching for him. Eventually, I found him in a house down the road from here, covered in blood and wounds. My guess is he didn't feel safe enough to come back."
"Why would that be? And how could Aiden possibly not feel safe in his own home?"
"It's complicated."
Donar glanced back down the road.
"I need to get back to him before he wakes."
"I want to see him," I demanded.
"He's vulnerable right now."
He shook his head. I stepped up to Donar and clenched my fists. "You're just going to have to trust that I wouldn't hurt him. I've lost enough people in the last couple of days. I can't afford to lose him, too." Donar stared at me. I could sense he was deciding on my sincerity and whether or not he could trust me. We'd beat up on each other often enough that we'd built up a sort of friendship. As odd as that might sound.
"All right,"
he relented.
"But if he demands you leave, then you leave."
"Fine." We started walking down the road. "Can you please explain why he doesn't feel safe at home?"
"I said it's complicated."
I resisted smacking him. "Yeah, I got that, but why?"
"His father is the Pendragon, our clan leader, and isn't expected to live out the year."
Donar was quiet for a minute before saying more.
"Competition for who will replace him is fierce, and Aiden has the potential to be one of the top candidates. There are some who would take advantage of him being down at the moment."
My brows drew together. Who would try to hurt him?
"His older brothers."
Aiden had older brothers? This was the first I'd heard of them. Wouldn't that be even more reason to go to a healer? If there's a way to recover faster, why not use it? I asked. Donar sighed.
"With injuries as grave as his, the healer can't fix everything all at once, and each time he works on him, Aiden will be completely unconscious for about 18 hours. It is the price we pay for using healing magic."
That could explain the reason Conrad hadn't stayed awake longer earlier, though I didn't know how much of a difference there was between dragon and sorcerer magic. So if he allows himself to be healed, he wouldn't be able to defend himself if anyone attacked him while he's asleep?
"Exactly. And his sister and I can't stay with him all the time. We've got other responsibilities at the fortress. At the place here..."
He nodded at a white 2-story house up ahead.
"No one will bother him."
It occurred to me then why Aiden had sought me out. If he was to survive the succession for Pendragon, he was going to need as many allies as possible, and somehow I factored into that plan. It couldn't just be that he wanted my help clearing out the pure dragons from the area. There had to be a lot more to it. Hearing about it now, I couldn't help but feel sympathy for him. I couldn't imagine my brothers trying to kill me just to get my stepfather's ranch to themselves without me competing for it. If I'd heard about his problem when I first met him, though, I might have told him to go to hell. It wouldn't have mattered as much to me then. He has a sister, too? We stepped onto the porch. Anyone else I should know about? Aiden had kept more of his life from me than I'd realized. Of course, I hadn't told him much about me, either.
"No one's significant,"
Donar replied. We entered the house and I took a look around the living room. It was clean and cozy with brown leather couches, black end tables, and a huge flat screen anchored on a beige wall. I tried not to think about who lived here before and where they were now. I glanced at Donar. "Did you put Aiden in one of the bedrooms?"
Yes.
He looked up.
You'll find him in the first room on the right upstairs.
"Was he up there when you found him?" I asked.
Donar snorted. No, he made it as far as the kitchen. It took me hours to clean up all the blood on the floor.
It was good to know shapeshifters were the clean types. "I'm going up there," I said, hurrying up the stairs. I needed to see for myself that he was alive and well. All I had left was Aiden and Conrad, both injured to the point they nearly died. There was something driving me to hold close those who remained, focus on them and not what I lost.
"I'll join you."
Donar followed close behind. "You still don't trust me, do you?"
"Perhaps more than I'd trust his brothers,"
he responded. "Somehow I don't think that's much of a compliment." I entered the room and found Aiden lying on a queen-size bed. A blanket made of black cambrium cloth lay beneath him, but nothing covered his skin except a bunch of bandages wrapped around his arms, stomach, shoulder, and legs. I averted my gaze, seeing a whole lot more of him than I expected. One important part of him hadn't been damaged at all. Clearing my throat, I looked at Donar. "You didn't cover him up?" His brows furrowed.
"Why?"
"Because he might get cold or something?"
"Bailey,"
Aiden said in a raspy voice,
"stop giving my cousin trouble."
Relief filled me at seeing him awake, gazing at me with those strange yellow eyes. I glared at Donar. "Did you give him anything to drink?" He worked his jaw.
"I hadn't had a chance since I returned here."
I looked around the room and spotted the dresser in the corner. Pulling a middle drawer open, I found a bunch of men's shirts. I took one of them and walked over to Aiden, dropping it over his manly bits.
"What are you doing?"
he croaked out, attempting to lift his head. I hated to bother him, but I couldn't concentrate with so much of him exposed. Even with all his injuries, it was distracting. "Preserving your dignity."
"My what?"
He frowned. "Shut up and drink." I helped him lift his head further and held my canteen to his lips. Annoyed yellow eyes stared at me while he gulped down the water. I was impressed he was able to finish it off. Maybe with his body running super hot, it meant he needed more water than humans.
"My apologies, cousin,"
Donar said after Aiden finished.
"She insisted on seeing you."
Aiden lay his head back down.
"It's fine."
I sat on the edge of the bed next to him. "How are you feeling?"
"I've been better,"
he said, taking a shuddering breath. Now that his annoyance had passed, I could see the pain in his eyes. All his wounds were covered, hiding the damage, but he definitely didn't appear to be in good shape. His skin was paler than usual, and some of the bandage had a bit of blood seeping through. That couldn't be good, considering he'd stopped bleeding fairly quickly when I'd wounded him. Had that really been 2 months ago? It was already early August. "We need to change these bandages," I said. He closed his eyes.
"Are you volunteering?"
"Would you let me?" Aiden lifted his lids. His gaze dropped to my wrist where I had a birthmark there. It was rather disconcerting the way he stared at it. Then he looked up to stare into my eyes for more than a minute. I couldn't imagine what he was thinking.
"If you wish to do it, then you may,"
he replied. I swallowed. "You're trusting me?"
"Yes."
And in that moment I realized he'd just decided to put his life in my hands. A strong man who'd been gravely injured and couldn't be more vulnerable than he was right now. That couldn't be easy when your own brothers wanted to kill you. How could he trust a dragon slayer to take care of him? I felt the gravity of his decision deep inside of me. It was more than a little humbling. This was my chance to prove to him I'd never hurt him.
"You cannot be serious,"
Donar said, outraged. Aiden glared at him.
"It is my decision. I'll get the bandages and cream,"
he said, shaking his head. I was rather certain he was cursing in the dragon language as he left the room.
"There is despair in your eyes, Bailey,"
Aiden said, stretching his hand to put it over mine.
"That can't be for me."
He'd noticed. I'd been trying to hide it and not think about it. The last couple of days have been tough. Aiden lifted a shaking hand and wiped away a tear on my cheek I didn't even know I had.
Tough enough to make a hardened slayer cry?
I almost laughed. We both know I'm not that hardcore yet.
You will be.
Someday. I averted my face.
Tell me what happened,
he said. I took a deep breath and relayed the past 2 days' events, except for Verena, which I literally couldn't talk about. My voice caught a couple of times, but for the most part I got through it. Even with Aiden injured, he had a calming influence on me. His eyes had far more sympathy in them than I ever would have expected.
Then you came here?
He asked. Yeah, I answered, toying with my leg harness, the one he'd given me not all that long ago.
And you believe they are dead?
My throat was too swollen to respond, so I nodded. He gently took hold of my shoulders and pulled me down next to him. It was so unexpected that I didn't think to protest. You're going to hurt yourself, I said, eventually finding the strength to speak.
I don't care.
My back was facing him. I couldn't see his face or his expression, but I could feel his fingertips running lightly up and down my arms. He was trying to comfort me when he needed to be recovering from his injuries. Why are you being nice? I asked.
Would it do any good for me to be cruel to you right now?
No, I huffed.
We made a vow to help each other. I'd like to think that covers more than just training and battles. If I'm going to let you rebandage my wounds, then you will allow me to comfort you.
He was being far too sensitive for a man who was technically supposed to be my enemy. Aiden, I'm glad you're still alive. When I saw the dragon bodies in town, I'd worried.
Many good warriors died in battle that day.
He ran his fingers through my hair, pulling it away from my face.
All for my brother's foolish pride and greed.
Donar cleared his throat from the doorway.
I've got the supplies for you here. Set them on the table and go,
Aiden ordered.
But you need to get back to your father,
he said, his tone coming out stronger than I would have expected under the circumstances.
Bailey will stay with me tonight. I'm not leaving you alone with a dragon slayer.
Aiden pulled himself up a little higher on the bed, grunting from the effort.
I suspect if you truly had a problem with her, then you wouldn't have brought her here in the first place.
I turned to look at Aiden. Don't move, you're going to reopen those wounds.
He already has more than once, if you haven't noticed the blood on the bandages,
Donar said, annoyed.
The idiot insists on getting up whenever he needs to relieve himself.
I shot Aiden a warning look, then focused on his cousin. I'll watch over him. You can go do whatever it is you need to. Donar stood in the doorway a moment longer, glaring at us both. Eventually he let out a string of dragon-language curses and stomped away. I jumped when the front door slammed shut. He's a moody one, I said.
Always has been.
Feeling awkward, I scooted off the bed and went to inspect the first aid supplies. The bandages were a lot like the ones humans used, and the cream looked sort of like an antibiotic ointment, except a bit thicker. It was the same stuff he'd put on me when I got injured during training. Donar had also left a basin of water and a cloth to wash the wounds. I spent several minutes sorting through it all, though the supplies were fairly self-explanatory.
Bailey.
What? I answered, not looking at him.
Are you going to change my bandages, or do I need to do it?
He asked. That galvanized me to get moving. I'd been okay with my close proximity to Aiden until his cousin left, but now I didn't know how to act. He did need his bandages changed, though. I could concentrate on that instead of the random thoughts that popped into my head, due to his mostly naked state. Settling on the bed next to his legs, I carefully removed an old bandage on his left calf. There was a puncture wound there, as if a claw had dug into him. I sucked in my breath. Even if that were his only wound, it would have hurt like hell. Not to mention how bad it must have looked 2 days ago when he'd first received it. Did you have to fight in that battle? I asked. I could feel Aiden's heavy gaze on me.
Yes. My brother commanded it, and my father supported him.
I dabbed at the wound with the clean cloth before putting the ointment and a fresh bandage on it. How many from your clan went?
22.
My head jerked up. That's it? There's got to be at least a few hundred of the pure dragons around Norman these days. I'd never been able to get an accurate count, and speculation varied widely, but that was about what everyone guessed. In Oklahoma City, they suspected there were at least 2,000. The most I'd spotted in the sky at one time was about 20, but I usually didn't stay outside long once that many were out and about. Aiden scowled.
My brother has a lot of pride. He wanted to be able to say he took a large piece of land with only a few warriors.
I suppose he survived the battle, I said, working on a wound in Aiden's thigh next.
Yes, he did. Only 10 of us remained at the end.
I shook my head. I must be the worst dragon slayer ever because it pisses me off he sacrificed that many of you for bragging rights.
There will be a selection process to choose the next Pendragon after our father dies. The elders look at each candidate's feats to help them decide. Zoran chooses the battlefield to prove himself.
Aiden winced when I put the ointment on his thigh wound. There was a deep gash there that ran from one side of his leg to the other. Sorry.
You're doing fine,
he reassured me.
I'm afraid you're going to have to adjust this shirt to get at the wounds on my stomach.
I'll work around it, I said, bandaging his thigh.
Surely I have nothing you haven't seen before.
There was a teasing expression on his face. Do you really want to go there? I narrowed my eyes at him. You left me wondering for all this time about what you did or didn't have. Now I know I could have made good on my threat about your balls. He let out a short laugh before wincing.
You looked. I'd suspected as much.
Shut up. I edged the t-shirt down a few inches to reach his stomach wounds.
Would you threaten me in such a way now?
I concentrated on cleaning his wound. There were several long slices across his stomach that appeared to have come from dragon claws. They weren't as deep as the ones on his legs, but they were swollen at the edges, and there was fresh blood seeping from them, probably from him trying to sit up. I don't know, I finally answered.
That's not very reassuring, considering I'm at your mercy.
I looked up and found amusement in his eyes. The damn man was messing with me while I was trying to take care of him. My brothers and stepfathers had always been the cranky types if they were stuck in bed because of an illness or injury. Who knew Aiden could actually be easier to deal with when he was confined to bed? Minus his teasing, anyway. If it helps, I'd never hurt you while you couldn't defend yourself. He appeared to consider it.
That's good to know.
Aiden remained silent while I worked on his arms. He even rolled over to his side to let me work on his back without comment. There were horrible slashes up and down his skin there. I couldn't imagine how he'd managed to lay on them without being in agony. Don't these hurt? I asked.
Yes, very much.
I frowned. Weren't you in dragon form when you fought?
I was,
he replied. What about your wings?
Those slashes are from the wounds to my wings,
he said, sucking in a breath as I washed them. Oh, so that's how they transfer over when you shift? He shut his eyes.
Yes.
I tossed the cloth into the bowl and began applying the cream. How much of these wounds healed since you got them?
A considerable amount,
he said through clenched teeth. I felt awful for causing him pain, though I tried to be as gentle as I could. There were just too many slashes, and they all needed the cream. Aiden didn't make a sound, but the expression on his face told me all I needed to know. At least there weren't any bandages covering them before, so I didn't have to worry about putting those on. I'm done now. Aiden didn't move. He lay there taking deep breaths as he pushed the pain back down to a manageable level. I reached out and ran my fingers through his hair. His shoulders relaxed a fraction. I kept doing it until he was able to lie on his back again. This outfit you gave me saved my life yesterday. His eyes popped open.
How so?
The same guys who shot Conrad also shot at me. One of the bullets hit me in the chest, but the cambrium shirt stopped it. Aiden shot up from where he lay.
Let me see.
I tried pushing him back down, but he grabbed my hand to stop me. There's nothing to see. I gave him an imploring look. He was going to hurt himself. Obviously I'm fine or I wouldn't be here. He reached for the t-shirt I put on before leaving Verina's house earlier.
Take these off.
It's really not a big deal. You've wounded me worse in training than this, I pointed out. When he just stared at me, I pulled the shirt off. No use in losing a perfectly good shirt over a dragon's temper. He grazed his fingers over the cambrium cloth where the bullet had struck. finding the crease without me having to show him. The spot was close to my left breast and rather awkward for him to be touching me there.
"It would have killed you,"
he stated. Yeah, I said that already. We stared at each other. When had I become used to his yellow snake eyes? I didn't fear them, and they didn't make me want to kill him any more either. He lifted his hand to caress my cheek. My lips parted, and a light breath escaped me. Keeping his gaze on me, he leaned closer. Despite all my instincts telling me I shouldn't, I met him halfway until our lips touched. My eyes closed. A part of me that I'd tried very hard to ignore had wanted to kiss him for a long time now. Aiden didn't deepen it. It was more like he was testing my reaction to such an intimate touch. I felt none of the revulsion I should have, only a thrill of pleasure. His hand crept behind my back and he pulled my body closer to him. Our mouths melded and our tongues touched. He tasted like mint, the fresh kind, as if he'd chewed on some earlier. I enjoyed the slide of his tongue against mine and never wanted it to end, but a minute later he pulled away. Disappointment ran through me. I couldn't remember ever enjoying a kiss that much. He studied me.
"You shouldn't have let me do that."
I know, but I didn't regret it. He settled back on the bed, laying his head on the pillow. His eyes drifted shut as exhaustion lined his features.
"We always want what we can't have."
I'll go downstairs," I said, getting up. "You can call me if you need me." His hand snaked out to grab my wrist.
"Stay. My wounds will keep me from acting further."
"But you just said—"
"I know what I said. Rest here with me tonight."
He pulled me toward him.
"Tomorrow, we'll pretend this never happened."
"Okay. Just tonight." Giving in to him, I lay down on my side. Aiden pulled me closer until I could feel the heat from his chest warming my back. His arm looped over my waist in a move that felt oddly possessive. Having had little sleep that night before, my eyes drifted shut. For the first time since the dragons had arrived, I felt no fear. Ironic, since I was sleeping with one. Chapter 36. Aiden. A mixture of tension and excitement filled the Great Hall. It was Judgment's Day, and the last case, always the most anticipated, was about to be heard. The Pendragon had recovered from his flu several days before, emerging stronger than he'd been in a while. Aiden had returned to the fortress to his brother's disappointment. Many speculated on where he'd been for nearly a week, but none other than Donar knew about the house where he'd stayed, or that Bailey had visited him regularly during that time. He should have pushed her away, but the deep sadness in her eyes had gotten to him. For a few hours each day they'd talked, and she'd tended his wounds. They didn't kiss again, though. He couldn't handle it. The intensity had been far greater than expected. The noise in the hall died down, and Aiden looked up. Guards hauled a naked shapeshifter toward the dais. The man was bound in chains at his hands and feet. His hair hung in oily strands around his face, and he had a rancid odor coming from him. He'd been accused of his crimes several weeks ago, but he'd had to wait in the dungeon until Judgment's Day. The amenities down there left something to be desired.
"Gade of Stalked," the court clerk announced. "You stand accused of rape and mutilation of a human. Do you understand the gravity of the charges set against you?"
The man growled.
"It wasn't rape. We love each other."
The clerk glanced at the Pendragon, who nodded.
"Bring her forward."
Shocked gasps went around the room as a human woman was carried inside through the castle entrance. She had burn scars on her cheeks, neck, arms, and legs. Her brown hair stuck out in patches where only small sections of it still grew. The rest of her body was covered by a loose black cambrium dress, hiding the rest of her skin. Aiden remembered seeing the young woman around the keep. She'd been pretty before, but now only her fathomless blue eyes hinted at that beauty. The human man holding her brought her to the dais where she was given a chair next to the Pendragon. She winced as she lowered onto it. Shapeshifters across the room stared at her in horror. There'd been some talk going around about a human woman who'd been raped by one of the clansmen, but she'd been kept out of sight until now. Aiden felt his own anger rising at the thought any man could do such a thing to her.
"Noelle,"
the Pendragon said, leaning toward the young woman.
"I thank you for coming here today. This must not be easy for you, but it will serve as a reminder to others so that it won't happen again."
The woman nodded meekly. "Of course, my lord." Throm stood and ran his gaze around the room.
"Everyone should look their fill of her now, because if they ever see her again, they're not to make her feel uncomfortable. It is one of our own who caused this, and we should be ashamed. We are not pure dragon filth given to harming innocent humans."
Shapeshifters around the room let out a shout of agreement. Aiden noted the only ones who didn't join in the chorus were the accused and Ruari. Cade stared at Noel, and Ruari stood in the corner with his arms crossed. His brother's mind appeared to be elsewhere, undoubtedly hatching some new plot. He had not been happy when Aiden resurfaced 2 days ago. The Pendragon lowered his hand, indicating he wanted silence.
"Now we will hear the victim's story first, before allowing her to return to her home."
Noel shifted in her chair. "Where should I begin?"
"From the beginning,"
the Pendragon answered.
"But you must speak up so everyone can hear you."
Aiden noted there were quite a few more humans in the audience than usual. They rarely attended Judgment's Day unless it was one of their own involved. He could only recall a handful of other instances in the past 20 years, 3 in which the humans had committed a crime and were banished from the fortress, considered a death sentence. 2 other cases where shapeshifters had either killed or harmed a human. The punishments either way were so severe that the crimes rarely occurred. "I used to work in the laundry," Noel began, "and met many shapeshifters while there." Most of the clan dropped their clothes off there to be washed, except for the few who preferred to do it themselves. That's where Aiden remembered seeing the woman before. She'd crossed over from Earth 3 years ago and began working in the laundry shortly afterward. He believed she'd been about 20 years old then. "Cade brought his clothes by even more regularly than most." Sadness filled her eyes. "We talked every time he visited about all kinds of things, what my life was like back on Earth, his work as a gardener, the birds, the weather, anything." For a moment she was silent as she collected herself. Noel had yet to look at the accused. "I didn't think much of it for a long time, because everyone knows a human could never be more than friends with a shapeshifter. We're just not," she swallowed, "compatible." The Pendragon nodded.
"Go on."
"A couple of months ago we met outside the laundry for the first time. It was at the celebration for returning to Earth. Cade spent the entire evening with me while we drank, ate, and talked. It was perfect." Tears filled her eyes. The human man who'd carried Noel inside handed her a tissue. She dabbed at her eyes before continuing. "We started meeting more often after that, whenever we both had free time. I admit to falling in love with him." Murmurs spread across the room. There were so many differences between humans and shapeshifters that most never even considered it. Aiden would have been shocked by the revelation if he hadn't found himself beginning to care about Bailey. He didn't love her, but he'd gone past being only her trainer. They'd grown close in a way he hadn't thought possible. If for no other reason than his inner dragon should have rejected her. Instead, the infernal beast enjoyed her company. There was a spark between them that was becoming difficult to ignore. Aiden couldn't harm Bailey the way Cade did Noel, but once she became a full-fledged dragon slayer, she could turn on him. He was more than a little nervous about how the rite of passage would affect her. Even if she managed to overcome her instincts, neither of their societies would accept them being together. Their relationship was doomed before it could even start. Aiden glanced at the accused and saw the man shaking with tears running down his cheeks. There was only one reason a dragon would ever cry: the loss of a loved one. They rarely opened their hearts, but once they did, the bond was nearly unbreakable. Cade had made the mistake of falling for a human, and now he'd lost her.
"Tell us about the night you were injured,"
the Pendragon said. Noel blinked back her tears. "I remember it was soon after the last Judgment's Day, because there was all the talk going around about the man who beat his mate and the punishment he got for it." Aiden recalled that incident as well. The man had too much ale-fire, came home and beat his mate within an inch of her life. Their marriage was forced upon them due to family interests, a rare but not unheard-of occurrence. As punishment, The husband was strung up between 2 obelisks, and the wife was allowed to whip him 10 times. Shapeshifters could take a lot of punishment. She'd had to use a whip with barbs that cut deep into the flesh and ripped at it when pulled away. He was sent to the dungeon for 2 weeks afterward, without a visit to the healer. The husband was told that if it happened again, the punishment would be double. As of yet, it hadn't reoccurred, and the wife smiled everywhere she went. One thing Aidan could say about his father was that he didn't tolerate the strong preying on the weak.
Anyway, Noelle continued, we met that night in Cade's hut near the vegetable garden. We hadn't planned on doing anything more than talk as usual, but we'd been testing kissing each other. If we kept it brief and he only touched me where my clothes protected me, it went okay.
Murmurs spread across the room. Aidan scowled at people from where he stood next to the dais. They died down so that he could hear the rest of Noelle's story.
Given him permission to go further if he just made it quick, except I didn't feel the pain right away. I was so excited to be with him that it felt good at first. Then it didn't, and I began to scream, but he was too far gone by that point. I beat on his chest, but he couldn't hear me anymore. His body smothered mine.
She broke off, choking on tears. That was the way it went with shapeshifters. Once their passions rose too high, they lost themselves in the moment. There was no way Cade could have stopped even if he'd heard her screams, which was why it should never have started in the first place. The Pendragon smiled at her gently.
You've done well, my dear. Why don't you skip to the reason we didn't discover you for a week?
Okay.
Noelle dabbed at her face with her tissue.
After it was over, Cade felt horrible. He apologized to me dozens of times and ran to get burn cream, but the apothecary was closed by then. We were afraid to tell anyone what had happened, since we knew the punishment would be bad, so he took care of me the best he could that night.
What happened the next day?
The Pendragon asked.
There was work to be done in the garden. Without an excuse, he couldn't get to the apothecary until later that night. They were out of the burn cream when he got there. Someone had just taken the last bottle, and they said it would be a few days before more could be made, unless he had an emergency case. Of course, telling them about me would get him into trouble, so he didn't.
And before you knew it, nearly a week had passed and you fell ill with a fever.
The Pendragon prompted.
Yes, Noelle agreed. By that point, Cade knew he had no choice. Burn cream wasn't going to be enough anymore. He carried me to the healer, and then the guards came to arrest him. I learned at that point my wounds had been allowed to fester too long and couldn't be fully healed.
Do you have anything else you want to add?
Throm asked.
Only that Cade made a mistake. We both know now that we should never have let it go as far as it did. I still love him. Maybe I always will.
She paused to look at the accused with a heartfelt gaze, then turned to the Pendragon.
Please, don't punish him too badly.
Thank you,
Throm said. He nodded at the human man beside Noelle, indicating he could take her away. A few minutes later, after she'd left the room, the clerk had called for silence, and the Pendragon studied the accused. Everyone waited to see what would happen next.
Cade of Stalked, after hearing the victim's story, do you have anything to say for yourself?
Throm asked. The accused hung his head in shame.
I do not. Very well.
The Pendragon leaned forward in his seat.
I hereby sentence you to 20 lashes and 2 years in the dungeon. Be grateful your victim spoke so highly of you to me in private, or I might have considered banishment as well.
Everyone started talking at once. Anything beyond 6 months in the dungeon was considered a fate worse than a death sentence. The cells were too small for a shapeshifter to take his dragon form. At the very least, they needed to change once every 3 days, or the beast inside them would scratch at their mind incessantly, begging to be let out. Those who stayed down there for even 6 months came out half-mad and had to be watched closely for months afterward. Who knew what Cade would be like at the end of his sentence?
Before the lashings begin,
the Pendragon shouted to be heard,
I will tell all of you now that relationships with humans are forbidden. If this happens again, the sentence will be worse.
Aidan caught Donar staring at him from across the room. There was a warning in his eyes, and it wasn't difficult to discern the meaning. His cousin was telling him to keep his distance from Bailey. Aidan knew he was right, even if his inner dragon didn't agree.
Chapter 37. Bailey. I tossed a pair of khaki pants in Conrad's size into the shopping basket. It was already full of clothes for the both of us, but I wanted to be sure we'd have enough outfits to last for a long time. The thrift store I'd located hadn't been hit too hard by looters. I'd counted on that, figuring there'd be more stuff left there than going to the mall or any place else obvious. Safer for me, too, since I was on my own. After finishing off my selections with a couple of suitcases, I wheeled the cart out the store. Once again, it was sunny and hot. The early afternoon sunlight almost blinded me after being in a dimly lit building. I loaded up the clothes and bags into my truck, keeping an eye out for anyone nearby. So far it had been quiet. I left the cart with a group of others along the wall. Just as I was about to start my truck, I caught sight of two men in an SUV pull up to a place across the street. They got out, holding rifles in their hands. Damn, they could kill me from across the road if they wanted. I ducked down low and prayed they didn't notice me or my truck. There were a couple other vehicles in the lot, but none of them were parked in front of the store entrance. The men cast their gazes around, one of them pausing briefly on my truck, and headed into the building. I put the key in the ignition, but before I could start the engine, a huge green dragon appeared in the sky. I'd never seen one that big except for Marich, the man-eater. Where in the hell had the creature come from? It couldn't have been far, or I'd have noticed it flying this way sooner. The dragon hovered in the air high above the store where the men had gone inside, staring downward with its beady red eyes. Even with my windows partially rolled down, I couldn't hear it. The creature flapped its wings in a way that was nearly soundless. It had gone into predator mode. Dear God, it had to be waiting for those men to come back out. I inched my hand toward my sword where it rested on the floorboard. My slayer instincts were kicking into gear, but the rational part of me didn't know if I could take a creature that big as a first kill. Aiden had cautioned me not to make a move against a dragon until he gave the go-ahead. I'd improved considerably since that first fight against Donar, but this one wouldn't hold its punches. The fight would be to the death. A moment later, the men came out of the store. My sense of caution fled as the dragon swooped down. I jumped out of the truck with my sword in hand and screamed a warning at them. They looked at me instead of the beast coming straight for them. I pointed and screamed again. Finally, one of them looked up. He stumbled back a step and grabbed his friend's arm. I started running toward them, dashing across the street. The dragon didn't pay me any attention as it went down for the two scrambling men. It sent a stream of flames at the entrance, blocking the men's chance to hide in the building. They turned in another direction, but it was too late. The dragon reached them. It picked them up with its massive talons and lifted them into the air. I only had 50 feet to go. Putting on a burst of speed, I raced toward them. The men flailed around as the creature flapped its wings hard to get up higher. Their added weight was slowing it down. Wind whipped against my face. I held my sword in front of me and dashed the last 20 feet. With my free hand, I reached out and almost caught one of the men's feet, but missed by inches. The dragon picked up its speed and flew higher, going beyond my reach. "Come and get me, you mangy bastard!" I screamed, still running. "Help!" one of the men called out, his eyes wide with desperation. The dragon turned its head and looked down at me. I could have sworn it had a mocking expression in its eyes. It let out a brief roar and continued on its way. No matter how fast I ran, I couldn't keep up. It sailed across the street and over to a neighborhood. I slowed to a walk, sucking in gulps of air. My instincts pushed me to keep going, but it was pointless. I watched it fly for another minute before it descended, disappearing from my sight. Could it have landed already? That would explain how it had appeared so suddenly before. If the dragon's nest was nearby, it was worth checking out. Maybe I could still save the men. Turning around, I ran for my truck. The driver's side door was still open when I reached it. In my hurry to go after the dragon, I hadn't even thought to grab my keys. I jumped in and drove the truck down the street in the direction I'd seen the creature disappear. After a few blocks, I spotted a large building with a huge hole in the side. I pulled into an empty parking lot down the street. There was no sense in risking my truck by driving right up to the place. Plus, I needed to watch the area for a few minutes to see if the dragon was alone. Aiden had told me they rarely nested by themselves. The one I'd found at the outdoor store had been a fluke. It killed me to wait, but I couldn't go rushing in there. I'd learned my lesson on that already. For half an hour, nothing stirred. I couldn't see any movement in the dark interior from my vantage point.
Then I was rewarded when 2 dragons flew up to the building. A third, smaller than the one who took the men, poked its head out. Even my natural instincts balked at those odds. Tired and frustrated, I forced myself to leave. I'd have to wait until I met Aiden for training the next day and tell him what I'd found. Maybe if we worked together and brought Donar as well, we could take the nest out. I returned to Verina's place and found her out front tending her garden. Every day she drew from the well and watered her plants, fighting against the drought that threatened to kill them. She wore a floppy straw hat over her brown and gray hair. It was hard to remember she was a sorceress when she was dressed that way. She didn't acknowledge me when I got out of the truck. I opened one of the back doors and started stuffing a suitcase with clothes for Conrad. The poor guy had been wearing the same outfit for over a week. I'd washed his pants for him a couple times and given him one of my larger t-shirts since his was ruined from the gunshot, but he'd been getting grouchier by the day. He didn't know why I couldn't bring him clothes from the library. I'd been putting off giving him the bad news until he got better. Verina lifted her head and scowled at me. "Your friend is becoming a nuisance. I believe he'll be ready to leave tomorrow." "I'm sure he'll be glad to hear that," I said. "You'll owe me for this," she warned. I stopped on the porch. "What do you want?" "Nothing yet." She returned her attention to her garden. "I'm waiting for you to get stronger first." "And when I get stronger?" I asked. Verina didn't look up. "You'll see." I hated owing her a favor, but it was even worse not knowing what she wanted. "It better not involve human sacrifices or something." She snorted. "Hardly." Well, at least I could mark that off my list of possibilities. I grabbed hold of the suitcase handle and wheeled it inside the house, finding Conrad in his bed. Verina had healed the worst of the damage, but with how much the process debilitated her, she'd refused to do more beyond that. He'd been relegated to resting as much as possible while it healed further on its own. Conrad could move around the house now for short periods, but it would wear him out quickly. I supposed it was similar to how he might have been if he'd gotten surgery instead. "Is that for me?" he asked, nodding at the suitcase. "Yep." I wheeled it next to the bed and opened it for him to see inside. Pants, shirts, shorts, and shoes. He stared down at the selection. "Not bad. I just wish you'd bring me my other stuff. Can't you give Justin some kind of excuse for why you have to take them?" I stiffened. It was time to tell him, but I still didn't know how to break the news. Talking to Aiden about it had been easier. During the week while he'd recovered from his injuries, he'd asked me for more details. I told him the whole story and all about my friends from the library. With them gone, it didn't matter anymore if he knew about them. It had been comforting, despite the fact they had died because of another dragon. Since he'd gone back to the fortress, he'd become distant and acted as if that week had never happened. I didn't mind entirely. We could never be anything more than friends, and even that was pushing it. I needed to focus on my training and not get entangled in something that couldn't end well. "There's something I need to tell you, comrade," I said, focusing on shutting the suitcase. My chest tightened as I prepared to give him the news. "What is it?" he asked. "The library is gone." There was no easier way to put it, and even that much brought tears to my eyes. He sat straight up. "You're joking." "No." I shook my head, giving him a mournful look. "The day after you were shot, I went by there and found it burned to the ground. No one was there, and I couldn't find them at the other places we talked about moving to." He stared at me for a moment. "You think everyone is dead?" I don't know where else they could be," I said, choking on the words. "Fuck! I don't even know how to take this. Why didn't you tell me sooner?" He gave me an accusing look. "I couldn't. You were shot, and it didn't seem right to dump bad news on you." He buried his face in his hands. "Damn it, Bailey. Those were good people." "I know." I got up on the bed next to him. He sucked in a ragged breath. "You gotta kill the dragons who did it." "I will," I promised. We sat there for a long time in silence, remembering them and mourning our loss. Chapter 38. Aiden.
"Don't force it. Relax your body and let your inner dragon help you,"
Aiden instructed Ultan. The 10-year-old boy's face scrunched up. "But it hurts."
It always hurts in the beginning, but it will get easier with time.
Aiden didn't normally help children learning to shift, but Altan was his cousin on his father's side. The child should have been able to do it by now. If the delay continued, he'd become an embarrassment to the Pendragon's family. Aiden understood how difficult that could be, and didn't want that for him. Altan kneeled on the ground and squeezed his eyes shut. Once again, he was trying too hard. The child was going to make himself sick again if he kept it up. He'd already lost his afternoon meal in the grass nearby.
"Stop,"
Aiden said, and waited for the boy to open his eyes.
"Now come here."
Altan took a few steps until he was standing right in front of Aiden. "Are you going to punish me too?" Aiden frowned.
"No, why would you ask that?"
"My father punishes me every time I can't do it," the boy said in a low voice. Aiden's dragon stirred. He didn't like it when younglings were hurt because of something they couldn't help. You couldn't beat a child into shifting. It didn't work that way, but he doubted Altan's father considered that.
"Sit with me,"
Aiden said. He lowered to the ground with the boys so that they sat cross-legged, facing each other.
"Now take my hands."
Altan reached out his tiny hands. Shapeshifters didn't grow as fast as human children, and his young cousin appeared to be slower than most, much like Aiden had been. If Bailey saw him, she might think he wasn't more than 6 or 7 years old.
"Now I want you to think of your dragon,"
Aiden said, watching as Altan closed his eyes.
"Focus only on him, but don't try to shift. Until you accept your dragon and bond with him, you will not succeed at changing your form."
"Okay," the boy said.
"Speak to your dragon in your head. Get to know him,"
Aiden suggested. Altan licked his lips. They couldn't stay out for much longer in this heat before the child would need a break. It was almost too hot for Aiden in his human form. He'd even told Bailey to come to her training sessions in the late evening when it was cooler. The afternoon high temperatures were slowing her down, which did neither of them any good. Aiden squeezed the boy's hands.
"Do you feel your dragon?"
"Kind of," Altan answered. That wasn't a good answer. Most shifters could feel their dragon spirit inside them from the beginning of their life. Altan had been avoiding his. Aiden suspected it was because the boy had seen his mother killed by a pure dragon when he was 5. She'd taken him and several other children outside the fortress to play. No one had expected the attack. While another adult shifter herded the young ones inside, she'd stayed and fought, buying them time to get away.
"Your mother was one of the bravest dragons I ever met. Don't you want to be like her?"
Aiden asked. Altan's chin trembled.
"Yes, she accepted the dragon inside of her. Now you must do the same,"
he said in a calm voice.
"Take a deep breath, then let it out, along with all your fears."
The boy did as Aiden instructed, and a moment later a smile formed on his face. "I feel him."
"Good, very good. Now talk to him."
For long minutes, Aiden waited while Altan got to know his dragon. He could sense the change in the child. The more he accepted that part of him, the more the beast surfaced at the edge of his skin. Tiny flames began to lick across Altan's arms. Aiden felt a thrum of excitement for the child. This was going to work.
"That's it, you're doing well,"
he said, squeezing the boy's hands. Altan gasped. "The dragon wants to shift."
"Are you going to let him?"
You mean, I can choose?" the boy asked, surprised.
"Yes."
Altan took a deep breath and let it out. More flames licked up his skin until Aiden was forced to let go and move away. The child would need room to complete the transition. He stood up and watched as the fire grew large enough to engulf the boy's body. Altan screamed and whimpered for many long minutes before the sound transitioned into a weak roar. Aiden winced at the discomfort the child must have been feeling. It was easier when the change happened quickly. Nearly 20 minutes passed before the flames died back down, revealing a tiny red dragon whose head didn't quite reach Aiden's waist. It stretched its fledgling wings, unsure what to do with them. They would need years to fully form for flight, and many shifts during that time to build their strength. At Altan's age, they mostly got in the way.
"You've done well. Congratulations,"
Aiden said, leaning down to rub his nose against the little dragon's snout. It was a form of affection for children.
"Is this my son?"
Alten's father came running across the field.
"It is,"
Aiden answered.
"By Zorya's grace, you did it!"
The large man stopped before the little dragon, checking him over. One would have thought he was seeing his son for the first time. Aiden cleared his throat.
"No, your son did it." "I was beginning to lose hope,"
he said, shaking his head.
"You can leave the rest to me. I'll help him shift back. There was an accident in the keep, and they told me to come get you." "An accident?"
Aiden asked, stiffening.
"Your cousin Donar has been badly injured. He fell from the castle parapets."
Aiden glanced at the fortress and back at Alten. He hated to leave the boy without helping him to return to his human form, which could be just as difficult. But he had to check on Donar. His cousin wasn't the clumsy type to fall from the parapets. He'd worked up there several times before without incident.
"Thank you for telling me,"
Aiden said. He made a dash for the fortress, running through the gates toward a gathering crowd. Pushing his way through, he found Donar lying on the ground. Blood seeped from his head, and his leg bent at an odd angle. Illene hovered over his son, gently trying to wake him.
"We must get him to the healer,"
Aiden said. Donar's father lifted his head up.
"He hardly breathes."
It took a lot to damage a shapeshifter's skull, but a fall from the parapets could do it. Aiden leaned down and helped Illene pick up his son. They worked together to move him out of the keep and toward the healing stones beyond the walls. Donar didn't stir even when they accidentally jostled him. Aiden feared the worst. If his cousin was too close to death, the healer wouldn't be able to help. His spirit had to still be close enough to the surface for the stone's magic to help. There was no way to know for sure until they got there. They made it through the gates and followed the fortress wall around to the south side until the stones came up ahead. Aiden wished they could move faster, but didn't want to risk Donar any further. He was almost certain his cousin's neck had been damaged, though not enough to kill him, yet. They set his body down in the middle of the stones. "Go," the healer ordered. "I will call you back when I am done." And so the wait began. Donar's mother arrived an hour later. She was a warrior and had been out on patrol when she received the news. Mates rarely showed affection in public, but she took Illene's hand and stood at his side as 2 more hours passed. He'd never seen a healing take this long. Kayla appeared nearby and beckoned to Aiden. She gave a worried glance at the stones as he approached. It turned apologetic when he reached her.
"What is it?"
he asked. "I'm sorry. I just found out, or I would have told you sooner." She bowed her head. "I watched Ruari and didn't notice anything, but a friend of mine followed Ember." Aiden tensed.
"What did Ember do?"
"Some of the servants were asked to bring drinks up to the masons working atop the castle. Donar was working in a different section than the others, and he was given his drink separately. Ember was close by when the drinks were prepared, and my friend thinks he saw her drop something into his mug." Aiden's dragon raged inside him.
"Is he sure?"
"It happened so fast he doubted what he saw until Donar fell from the parapets," Kayla said. She looked like she was ready to burst into tears.
"This is not your fault,"
he said, resisting the urge to take her arm.
"I thank you for telling me, and for thinking to have Ember followed. That was very smart of you."
Aiden wanted to grab something and break it, but he couldn't lose control now. He needed to see what became of Donar first. He prayed to Zorya that his cousin did not die.
"Is there any chance the mug can be retrieved?"
he asked. She shook her head. "They've all been taken for washing already." Which left no proof of what had happened. It was against their laws to accuse someone of murder or attempted murder without evidence. And if Donar was healed by the stones, then they would say it couldn't have been poison that harmed him. Aiden suspected Ember would have just put enough in his drink to dull his senses and make him clumsy. Why Ruari had gone after Donar, he didn't know. His cousin was technically eligible to compete for Pendragon, but he would be very low on the list. Ruari must have done it in order to strike a blow at Aiden for surviving the recent battle. He'd probably hoped it would take Zoran out as well, but Ruari had lost on both accounts. Now his brother was just being petty. Aiden's inner dragon roared and demanded he attack his brother now, but he couldn't. He'd have to bide his time and wait for the perfect chance to get his revenge on Ruari. Acting in haste wouldn't be the way to do it, even if the beast inside him thought otherwise.
You should get back to the castle,
he told Kayla.
I should not need to tell you to be careful if you choose to continue watching my brother.
She nodded. I will. A shout of joy came from behind him. He turned and found Donar's parents rushing up to the healing stones with relieved expressions on their faces. The tightness in his chest eased.
It appears that Donar shall live,
he said. Kayla smiled. I'm glad to hear it. He's nice. Aiden left her and went to the stones, going between them. Donar's eyes were open, but glazed over. It looked like he was still in some pain. The healer was hunched over, tired from working his magic for such a long period.
Your son's injuries were severe and he was close to death, he informed Donar's parents. I've repaired the worst of the damage to his spine and skull, but he will need to return tomorrow after he's rested.
Of course, they agreed. It was a rare occurrence for a shapeshifter to need more than one visit to the stones for their injuries. Aiden was grateful the magic had been able to save his cousin after all. He couldn't imagine life without Donar in it. They'd been close since they were children.
Thank you for your trouble, healer,
Aiden said, giving a respectful nod. The older dragon nodded.
Fortune go with you.
Olin and Aiden picked Donar up and carried him back to the fortress. Chapter 39. Bailey. You know, you're being kind of grouchy today, I said, glaring at the red dragon before me. Aiden spun around, sending his tail flying my way. I did a backflip to avoid it. All through elementary school, I'd taken gymnastics. Then my parents had some financial trouble, and I'd had to quit. By the time things got better a couple of years later, I wasn't interested in starting up lessons again. I still remembered a few moves, though, since I'd enjoyed doing flips on my parents' lawn while growing up. Most of the time I didn't find it all that useful while fighting a dragon, but when a tail came flying out at me, I instinctively drew upon those old skills. I dodged another tail strike. Would it have been that difficult to shift long enough to at least say hello when you arrived? And where is Donar? The dragon's yellow eyes blazed. He roared and leaped straight for me. I swung my sword at him, but he knocked it away with his talons and crashed into my chest. We went tumbling to the ground with me falling on my back. He rose up on all fours and stared down at me. The hot breath coming from his snout fanned my face, tickling my skin. He'd taken me down enough times before it no longer frightened me, but I considered it a small miracle I'd been left without a scratch this time. In the past, he hadn't been as careful. What was going on with him today? I reached out and gently touched the side of his face. He lowered his head and snorted steam at me. There was no denying it was strange. I had the huge, scary-looking beast pinning me down, and yet I felt no fear or urge to kill him. Had I worked past my slayer instincts when it came to Aiden? Months of training with him had somehow changed things between us. I think I found Mirach's nest, I said. Aiden snarled. I lifted my hand higher to caress his horns, and his chest rumbled. It was the dragon equivalent of a purr. I had set rules for myself about doing this sort of thing, but I could tell something was wrong. He'd purposely stayed in dragon form to avoid talking to me, yet he was letting me comfort him, so that was something. I was out looking for some clothes for Conrad. All his got destroyed, I said, telling him the story in a soothing voice. Then this huge green dragon showed up and took 2 men from across the street. I tried to stop him, but I didn't get there fast enough. When I realized he didn't go far, I followed him. There's at least 3 other dragons in the nest. Aiden jerked away from my hand and roared at me. I had to turn my face away from the intense heat he breathed out. His body went up in flames even as he continued to hold me down. Unlike the first few times I'd seen the transition, it didn't scare me anymore, and the fire didn't hurt. Squinting through the flames, I could watch the dark outline of his body as it shifted to human. It looked painful the way his body morphed from one form to another. Muscles contorted and bones crunched. How did he stand it? The fire died down and the dragon was replaced with a man who glared at me.
What were you thinking, following a man-eating dragon to his nest?
That he was taking 2 humans to snack on and maybe I could stop him, I replied, lifting my chin.
You will not go back there.
Aiden ordered. He was straddling my hips and his hands rested on the ground on either side of my head. If he didn't move soon, we were going to be in trouble. The heat from his body was affecting mine. Maybe I can catch him alone or pick one dragon off at a time as they leave, I suggested. Between losing my friends at the library and seeing those 2 men taken yesterday, I couldn't stand to sit around anymore. I needed to do something. He leaned even closer.
You're not ready.
We've been training for almost 10 weeks, I argued, staring into his intense eyes. We'd started at the beginning of June, and now it was mid-August. I've gotten a lot better.
Not good enough,
he growled. My temper rose. Aiden was deliberately trying to distract me, staying this close. I put my hands against his chest and shoved him. He went flying back to land on his ass. I scrambled to my feet and jumped on top of him, pinning his arms to the ground. Maybe I'm not great yet, but I think I can take one dragon at a time, I said, settling on his chest. You can't stop me from doing this. Aiden broke my hold and flipped me over, now holding me down.
You will stay away from that den until I tell you otherwise.
I struggled, but he pressed his weight down on me until I couldn't move. Unless I did something to seriously hurt him, which I couldn't bring myself to do, there was no breaking away from him. Where's Stonar? I asked, hoping to throw him off. Aiden's expression hardened.
Not here.
Seriously? I narrowed my eyes at him. You can't even trust me enough to say where your cousin is? He stared down at me, silent for several long moments.
Donar was injured yesterday. He is still recovering.
Injured? What happened? I might not be that close to Aiden's cousin, but I didn't want to see him hurt either.
He was conducting repairs on the castle roof when he fell. The healer is treating him, but his injuries are severe enough it will take a couple of days.
Aiden was trying to hide his emotions, but I could see how much the incident bothered him. I'm sorry to hear that, I said.
Why should you be?
He leaped to his feet and put several feet of distance between us.
He is a dragon, and it is your duty to kill dragons.
What the hell was wrong with Aiden? He usually didn't act this way around me. I wouldn't kill you. Ever.
And that is your problem.
He gave me a pitiless look.
You're still too soft. We may have an alliance, but you should never forget who your enemies are.
But
go tend to your friend Bailey, and stay away from that den,
Aiden ordered. He lit up in flames before I could argue further. I shook with anger. Seeing a rock on the ground, I reached down and grabbed it. While Aiden was still shifting, I threw it at him. The fire ate it up, but I felt better for doing something to get back at him. Before the flames died down, I turned and walked back to my truck. It was getting late anyway. With Conrad finally strong enough to travel, I wanted to get him over to Earl's place. It had been weeks since I'd last checked in with him. He'd be glad to see me, and I was sure he'd let Conrad stay there as well.
Chapter 40. Bailey.
Man, am I glad to get away from that witch,
Conrad said. He took a big gulp of water from my canteen. I was running the air conditioner in the truck, but it wasn't working as well as it used to, especially not in the high heat. It only cooled the air enough for us not to sweat. I glanced over at him. You should like Earl's place better. I'd have brought you there sooner if I could have. He rubbed at his side.
Yeah, getting shot sucked. I was glad when I could finally go to the bathroom by myself.
I turned the truck onto Berry Road. We had less than half a mile to go before we'd be there. Earl would probably be pissed at me for not coming sooner, but I needed time before coming back to this side of town. It reminded me of Trish, Danae, and the others at the library. I'd never imagined losing them all at once. Every time I thought about it, I wanted to curl up in a ball and cry, but I couldn't do that. I had to find a way to avenge their deaths by killing any of the dragons in town who might have done it, starting with the nest I'd found. That's what would keep me going each day, along with the hope of eventually getting back to my family. The sky was beginning to darken as sunset approached. I gazed up through the windshield and caught sight of a dragon flying over the neighborhood. He was descending straight for the area near Earl's house.
Shit, do you see that?
Conrad said, leaning forward. My grip on the steering wheel tightened. Yeah, I do. Gunshots erupted as the dragon swooped down closer. Damn! It had found a target, and it was right where Earl's neighborhood had set up a security blockade. The last time I'd been there, I'd seen it at the end of the street. I hit the gas pedal and raced down the road until I was a few hundred feet away from the fighting. "You stay here," I ordered Conrad, jerking the gear shifter into park. "Don't get out for any reason and drive away if things go bad." He grabbed my arm, his gaze intense.
"Don't get yourself killed."
"I'll do my best." I grabbed my sword and jumped out of the truck. As I ran up the road, the dragon, who had to be Mirach based on his huge size, released a roar of flames. They obliterated the barricade the neighborhood had set up to keep intruders out. Gunshots continued to hit the beast as he landed with a heavy thud just past the blackened ground. He folded his wings behind him and stomped forward just past my line of sight. I put on a fresh burst of speed. Aiden had told me that while bullets couldn't penetrate wings, their force could fracture the small bones inside. Break enough of them, and it could be quite painful to maintain flight for long. The dragon released another roar of flames and the gunshots stopped. My heart raced as I got closer. Please don't let it be Earl the creature was targeting. I reached the neighborhood street and skidded to a halt. The dragon wasn't facing anything except an empty front lawn with scorch marks running through it. Had he already burned everyone to death while I was still coming to help? Then a patch of dirt slid across the ground and 4 heads popped out. The barrels of pistols and rifles came out with them. They opened fire on Mirach, spraying him with enough bullets to send him jerking around like he was getting stung by a swarm of bees. Mirach opened his jaw, preparing to release another fiery round. I'd learned dragons needed at least 10 seconds to build up the flames between bouts. The 4 heads in the foxhole ducked back down and covered themselves with the patch of earth. They must have put it on a board they could slide back and forth as needed. I was willing to bet that had been Earl's idea, being a Vietnam veteran and all. The dragon shut his mouth. He began stomping forward, getting closer to where the 4 people hid. With his claws, he could dig them out of there in less than a minute. I dashed toward him. His tail swished back and forth as he walked, catching my attention. The scales were thinner there. I closed the distance and struck my sword straight down, burying the tip into the meaty portion of Mirach's tail. The blade sunk halfway in it. A surge of Slayer's strength burst through me, creating a hum in my body. For once, it came when I needed it. The dragon roared, spinning around. I jerked my sword out and leaped about 5 feet back. "Bailey!" A female called my name. I could have sworn it sounded like Danae. "Get out of there! He'll kill you!" I didn't dare look to see if it was her. "Come on, you slimy bastard! Get over here!" The dragon lumbered toward me, eyes glowing an angry red.
"Bailey, go!"
Earl yelled from the foxhole. I still didn't turn my attention away from the beast before me. Power continued to thrum through my veins. All the anger, hurt, and anxiety I'd been holding back for months fueled it. Fuck this scaly bastard and all the dragons who flew with him. I was taking him down. Mirach roared out a plume of flames, engulfing my body. I reveled in the heat and didn't let it stop me from moving through them. Aiden had taught me well. I slashed my sword across the dragon's nose just as he released the last burst of fire. He shook his head and swiped his talons at me. I jumped back, but they ripped across my belly, dragging along the cambrium top. It protected my skin, but one of the buckles came loose in the process. I sidestepped across the street, trying to move the fight away from the people. The dragon stalked forward, steam puffing from his nostrils. I kept moving without taking my eyes off of him. Unless I wanted to strike at his nose again or make an attempt for one of his eyes, I had no easy points I could attack yet. It would have been easier if he'd just leaped at me. Then I would have had several options, but maybe he knew that. He was so much larger than Aiden and Donar that part of me was terrified to be taking on such an opponent. I shoved my doubts back down where they belonged and gripped my sword. An opening would come. I just had to be ready for it. Mirach leaped forward. A scream tore through the air that sounded a lot like it came from Trish. It pulled at my heartstrings. The dragon's jaws went straight for my throat, and I dropped to my knees. Thrusting my sword upward, I pushed the blade tip into his throat. It didn't quite break through the scales, but his muzzle stopped inches from my face. My arm shook as he pressed a little closer. His feral red eyes stared into mine. I spit into his face. The dragon blinked and I dove away, taking the sword with me. When in doubt, do something the enemy doesn't expect. I crawled across the ground, hurrying to put some space between us. As soon as I straightened, Mirach's tail slammed into my back. It sent me flying to the ground. I hit my forehead against the street curb and instant pain engulfed me. Stars twinkled across my vision. I dragged in a gulp of air and crawled to my feet, not ready to accept defeat yet. Mirach went after me again, barreling forward this time. I'd barely finished standing before he crashed into me like a bulldozer. There was no time to duck or leap out of the way. I hit the ground hard on my back. His momentum kept him going, with one of his back feet stomping on my right arm, crushing it. I screamed as the worst pain imaginable ran through me, and my vision began to blacken. I contained a whimper and rolled to my side. In the nearly dark sky, I saw a second green dragon approaching the neighborhood. Mirach must have called in reinforcements. Aiden had told me they could do that if another one of their kind were nearby. I rose onto my left elbow and waited for my vision to stop spinning. How in the hell was I going to take on two of the creatures when I was already getting knocked around badly by one? My right arm was bent out of shape and hung limply, but with each moment that passed, my adrenaline dulled the pain to a tolerable level. I had no idea if that was normal or part of my Dragon Slayer abilities. Reaching over with my left hand, I took hold of the fallen sword. Aiden had taught me to fight with both arms for a reason. I wouldn't give up until there wasn't a limb left to use. The green dragon landed a short distance down the street. Mirach roared at him, his attention momentarily diverted. His buddy roared back and headed toward a house where several people were skulking in the dark around the side of the house. One of them had a dog who pulled on its leash and started barking loudly. I squinted. Was that a German shepherd? As the snarling creature approached, a man lifted something on the ground and his companions scrambled into what appeared to be another foxhole. Grunting, I forced myself to get up. I had to do something to save them. Just as I was halfway to my feet, a red dragon arrived. I recognized him right away. Aiden. He leaped onto the green one, wrapping one of his scaly arms around its neck. With his other arm, he clawed at its eyes. I wanted to watch him fight, but Mirach was coming for me. Feeling a sharp pang in my ankle where I must have twisted it, I settled for crouching low. The dragon thundered toward me, shaking the ground with every step. I narrowed my eyes and pushed all the pain away. Maybe I was beaten and broken, but I wasn't dead yet. He opened his jaw and let loose a roar of fire. It engulfed me so completely I couldn't see anything through it. Not knowing if he'd attack me from high or low, I made a quick judgment call. I angled my body sideways and thrust my sword straight out to where the dragon had been. My fingers gripped it as tightly as they could, preparing for impact. Mirach ran right into it, jerking the blade. To my surprise, the sword sank into soft flesh. My vision returned as the flames died around me. I looked over and found my hand nearly in the dragon's mouth. The blade had gone straight into his throat. Mirach gurgled. I twisted the sword and a stream of blood spilled from his mouth. The light wasn't out of his eyes yet. I kept twisting and digging deeper until almost half my arm was between his teeth. The gurgling stopped, and I jerked my sword out just before he fell over. He stared at me and dug his talons into the ground in a weak attempt to get up. I crawled around his legs and stabbed him forcefully in the stomach. It took all the strength left in my good arm to tear it open. I dropped the sword and shoved my hand through to the part where Aiden had told me the heart would be located. He'd said with the older, more powerful dragons, destroying it was the only certain way to kill them. Digging around, I hunted for it. There was a lot of icky stuff to get through first. I told him once that there was no way I was digging through a dragon's stomach. He'd laughed and told me I'd better get over it. Now that the time had come, I wanted to finish the man-eating dragon off in whatever way it took. His legs still twitched and one of his back paws inched toward me, its claws fully extended. I needed to get this finished. The pain was starting to return, and black dots were beginning to cloud my vision again.
A little more to the right,
Aiden said, coming to my side. Was it pathetic that I was glad to see him even after our little argument earlier? I moved my hand to the right and felt it, the erratic beating of a heart in distress. I closed my fingers around it, dug my feet into its belly, and pulled with all my might. With only the briefest snag, it came straight out, and I fell onto my back. Lifting my arm, I held it up. "Got it," I wheezed. Aiden's face appeared above me.
I see that. Now eat it.
Was he joking? After everything I'd just been through, I was hardly in the mood for dinner and certainly not a dragon heart. "I'm not hungry." My gut twisted at the very thought of it.
You must eat it.
His expression turned grave.
You cannot complete the rite of passage without doing so, and your arm will never heal properly otherwise.
I didn't want to look at my arm. Once had been enough for me. If my choices were to stay disfigured for the rest of my life and never become a full slayer, or eat a heart, I knew what I had to do. That didn't make it any easier, though.
Why didn't you tell me this before?
I asked, my voice getting weaker as the pain in my body flooded back.
Because we both know you wouldn't have wanted to hear it.
I lifted my head and stared at the bloody red heart that was almost the size of my head. It didn't look appetizing in the least. All of it?
No.
He shook his head.
A few bites should suffice.
Closing my eyes, I imagined it was chocolate cake and bit into it. The taste wasn't at all what I expected. It was like eating chicken giblets, which I actually enjoyed. I swallowed and felt the lump go down to my stomach. To my surprise, it didn't upset it, and instead I felt a surge of power run through me. That was strange. I took a couple more bites until Aiden said I'd had enough. He took what was left and tossed it aside with a faint look of disgust. Odd sensations ran through my body as I laid my head back on the ground. Dizziness came next. Something was going on inside of me, but I couldn't figure out what it could be through the pain. Nothing else seemed to matter now that the fighting was over.
Bailey! Oh my God!
Trish said, crouching over me with a horrified expression on her face.
Are you okay?
I blinked, unable to believe my eyes.
How did you get here? We've been here since the attack on the library, she said, squeezing my good hand. I'm so happy you're alive.
More familiar faces popped up, including Earl, Justin, Danae, Miles, and Jennifer. I wanted to feel excited that they were alive and well, but the pain coursing through my body made that difficult. A dog licked at my face, and I managed to pet its fur with my good hand.
I'm glad to see you all are alive, too,
I said weakly. Justin kneeled next to Trish.
How in the hell did you survive the dragon fire?
Of course, he'd be more concerned about that than my injuries.
A banana a day will do the trick.
He frowned.
Bailey was born a dragon slayer,
Conrad explained. He was standing at my feet, gripping his wounded side.
She can't be burned by fire. And what about this one? I saw him go from dragon to human,
Earl said, pointing at Aiden.
Don't concern yourself with me, human,
the shapeshifter growled. All their faces were turning fuzzy. I wasn't sure I could hold on for much longer.
Aiden, I'm not feeling that good.
Forcing everyone aside, he gently lifted me into his arms. I snuggled into his heat, and he cradled me closer. When his face gazed down at mine, I could see the concern there. Had he feared for my life? Would it have upset him if something happened to me, aside from his needing me for his plans?
Show me somewhere I can take her,
he demanded.
Forget it,
Earl snapped.
I ain't letting no dragon man handle my girl. Give her here.
He stepped closer as if he intended to take me from Aiden.
Leave him alone, Earl,
I managed to whisper.
Aiden is scary, but he's a good guy,
Conrad confirmed.
He just wants to help Bailey. But he's...
Justin began.
If any of you care about her at all, you'll show me a safe place to take her now. Can you not see she's wounded?
Aiden shouted, shutting everyone up.
Listen to him,
I said with the last of my strength. Earl cleared his throat.
Fine. You can bring her to my house.
People moved out of the way as Aiden carried me past them. I was surprised to find several more familiar faces in the crowd, ones I had thought died in the library. I might have thought I'd died and gone to heaven if not for all the pain. Aiden moved carefully across the street, trying not to jostle me, and into a dark house I knew well.
Bring her back here,
Earl directed. A minute later, my body was lowered onto a soft bed.
Rest, Bailey. The next 2 days are going to be difficult,
Aiden said in as gentle a voice as I'd ever heard him speak. I shut my eyes and drifted off. Chapter 41. Aiden.
Let me look at her,
Danae demanded, glaring at Aiden. He crossed his arms and blocked the bedroom door. The blonde woman was getting on his last nerve. For the past 2 hours since he'd put Bailey to bed, Danae had been demanding to see her. He'd learned her name and several others as he guarded the room. Though the Slayer had talked about them before, he didn't know these people or trust them. He would have flown Bailey to the lake house if her injuries weren't so severe, but if they were attacked along the way, she wouldn't be able to defend herself. He couldn't risk that, not to mention Mirach was highly respected in his clan, and there would be those who would seek revenge for his death. His scent was all over Bailey at the moment, especially since she ate his heart. That would take days to pass. Aiden had already told Earl he needed to dispose of the dragon remains, otherwise it would attract attention to the neighborhood. If the humans poured some of their strange chemicals on the street, that would help cover the scent of blood as well. Just to be safe, though, Aiden would have to remain close until Bailey recovered.
She needs rest,
he said, glowering right back at Danae. The woman stepped closer. Several of us saw you change from being a dragon to a human, and your eyes give you away. I don't know what is going on, but that's my friend in there, and you have to let me help her. There was something off about her scent, causing his inner dragon to roar inside his head. He leaned closer and took a whiff. The faintest hint of magic surrounded her. Aiden drew back and snarled.
Sorceress!
What? Her jaw dropped. Conrad poked his head through the bedroom door.
Nah, she ain't no sorceress. I've never seen her do any magic.
Aiden had allowed the dark-skinned man to see Bailey since he knew Conrad would not harm her.
What do you know about sorceresses?
He grimaced. I can't say, but I can tell you Danae isn't one.
Aiden wasn't all that surprised Conrad couldn't talk about it. Sorcerers were a treacherous race of beings who manipulated people's minds. Most of them couldn't be trusted, except for a few at the fortress, but they were confined to a tower where only a few shapeshifters with resistance to their magic interacted with them. Somehow, Conrad had run into one recently. Aiden had to hope Bailey didn't come into contact with the sorcerer as well. His resistance to their magic was weak, and he would have trouble helping her.
This woman smells like one,
Aiden said. He took a few steps closer to Danae, forcing her to retreat farther from Bailey's room.
I do not!
She appeared outraged. Aiden cocked his head, finding her response too genuine to be faked.
Perhaps you haven't realized it yet.
He had heard Earth had been without magic since sending the dragons away. It only started coming back with their return. If all the magic had been gone, it served the sorcerers right for banishing them in the first place. Look, Danae said in an appeasing tone. I served as a combat medic in the army. If you just let me see Bailey, maybe I can help her. Conrad stepped up next to him.
Come on, man. It's cool and all that you're being protective, but Bailey needs help. You saw how bad she looks.
Aiden wavered. Soon Bailey would begin the 2-day transformation process that would make her body stronger and more resilient. He'd heard it was very uncomfortable. She would heal as part of the process, but it would add to her pain. He didn't want Bailey to suffer any more than necessary.
You may see her on one condition,
he said, staring down at Danae. She wasn't as short or small as Bailey, and looked strong for a human woman. What? She asked. Aiden bared his teeth, allowing them to extend to sharper points.
I will go in there with you, and if I don't like anything you're doing, I will rip your throat out. Do you understand me?
Miles came rushing down the hallway, holding up a gun.
Don't you dare threaten her! Come one step closer and I'll kill you, human.
Aiden snarled. The beast inside him roared. He did not like so many strange people surrounding him, or the vulnerable woman lying in the bedroom. The dragon clawed at his mind and urged Aiden to get rid of them all. Miles took a step closer. Aiden decided the man must not value his life much, and reached out to grab his throat. Conrad jumped in front of him, knocking his arm away.
Don't! He's just protecting his girl.
He growled.
Move.
She's not my girl,
Miles denied.
I just won't let you hurt her.
Danae came around to face Aiden. I'm sure as hell not, but you better not touch him or I'll be the one killing you. He resisted the urge to grab both their heads and smack them together. Aiden could smell their attraction to each other a mile away. The humans he knew in the fortress were more obvious in their affections, but perhaps these two were different. That might explain the reason they denied their attraction. Dragons loved a good game of hard-to-get as well. It was time for Aiden to end this argument.
Send this man away, and I'll allow you inside to see Bailey.
Done, Danae snapped. Miles, go away. The man's lips thinned.
That's the last time I come to your defense.
Miles turned and stalked off. As soon as he was out of sight, Aiden motioned for Danae to enter the bedroom. Conrad joined them as well. The young sorceress went straight to the bed where Bailey lay and began examining her. Aiden settled on the opposite side. He wanted to touch the Slayer's hand, but he feared disturbing her. As it was, Bailey was moaning in pain. He did not like to see her this way, and his dragon agreed. How could he and the creature inside of him have both come to care about a woman who was born to kill them? It made no sense. Once she was stronger, he would have to keep his distance, or else he wouldn't be able to use her anymore. Putting her in danger was already bothering him. That had certainly never factored into his plans. The bones in her right arm have been smashed, Danae said, grief on her face. Without major surgery, she's never going to heal right. Aiden met her gaze.
In 2 days, her arm will be back to the way it was before. It is the suffering she'll face until then that worries me.
Danae shook her head. It isn't humanly possible she'll be better in 2 days.
For a human who has no magical assistance, that would be true. But soon she won't be human anymore.
And that was another thing that worried Aiden. The power Bailey would feel after she came through this could change her feelings for him. Would she still accept him after that? He'd known it would be a risk all along, but one he had to take.
There really is magic?
Danae asked. Aiden couldn't help but be amused that a young sorceress would question such a thing.
After all you've seen in recent months, you deny it?
That's the point, she sighed. None of us understands what the heck is going on.
Can you make Bailey more comfortable or not?
It wasn't Aiden's job to teach Danae the ways of the world. She'd need to seek out one of her own kind for that. She nodded. I can at least splint her arm so she doesn't injure it further, and clean her up. We should probably find some more comfortable clothes to put on her, too. He gazed down at Bailey. She wore the cambrium clothing he'd made especially for her. It was only his second successful attempt at doing so, though she had no idea he was behind the design. That was his secret to keep.
Do what you can.
He leaned over the bed and glowered at Danae.
But do not do anything to harm her.
A soft knock came at the door. Aiden was sitting on the carpet and resting his head on the mattress close to Bailey's shoulder. The night had passed with her only waking once for 5 minutes. Soon after that, a fever had started, and her face had become flush. If he hadn't gone through the fortress archives and studied the process of how dragon slayers changed after the rite of passage, he might have been worried, but this was supposed to be normal. Conrad got up from his chair. He opened the door and poked his head through the opening.
What's up, Trish? Did you finally get permission from Justin to come here?
No, he's still being a pain in the ass, but I came as soon as he fell asleep, the young woman's voice answered. Now that I'm here, he can't make me leave.
I tried telling him Aiden won't hurt you, especially since you're Bailey's best friend. He didn't want to hear it.
Conrad shook his head. Is she doing okay? Trish poked her head around the door. Conrad took a quick glance back at Bailey.
Not great, but Aiden says she'll be better in a couple days. She's got to go through some kind of transformation process first.
How long did you know what she was up to? Trish whispered accusingly. And why didn't she tell me I'm her best friend?
I only found out because Aiden showed up while I was around,
he explained, lowering his voice as well.
Bailey didn't want you looking at her differently. She's still not comfortable with the idea of being a dragon slayer. Don't be mad at her for it.
Aiden caught the expression on Trish's face. It was a mixture of hurt and betrayal. He could understand her being upset, but he was also pleased Bailey had kept the secret. And Conrad was softening the blow for her. The man was young, but he could occasionally show signs of intelligence. Even in the dragon world, handling females could be a delicate process. Many male shapeshifters lacked the finesse needed to handle a mate without enraging her. Can I come in to see her? Trish addressed Aiden, stepping into the doorway.
You may,
he answered. In the few minutes Bailey had been awake, she'd made one thing clear to him. Under no circumstances was Aiden to stop Trish from seeing her. Whether he liked it or not, he'd honor her request. Trish had curly red hair unlike anything he'd seen before. Not even Kayla's had such a fiery tint to it. Shapeshifters tended to have darker colors. He'd only heard of one family line whose offspring tended to get red hair, but they were in the Stalked clan in the eastern part of America. "How is she?" Trish kneeled on the opposite side of the bed from Aiden.
"Changing,"
he answered. Her brows knitted. "Danae said something about that. What does that mean?" Aiden was growing tired of giving explanations. He'd do it one more time because it was Bailey's best friend who asked, but after that the rest of them would have to inform each other.
2 mornings from now she will wake fully healed. Bailey will be physically stronger and less prone to injury. She will no longer age, either."
"Seriously?" Trish lifted a brow. He nodded.
"Yes."
She stared down at Bailey, who shifted in her sleep. "But what's the catch?" Aiden gave her a grim smile.
"She already had immunity to fire, and an instinct to fight dragons. Once she has changed, the urge to fight and kill will grow even stronger. She's had a taste of it now, and her ability to resist will be difficult. As long as dragons are present, she will feel the need for battle."
"So she'll be putting herself in danger all the time and risk getting killed," Trish surmised, worrying her lips.
"Yes. She will be able to sustain injuries far worse than any human could survive, but the risk of being killed is high. Her race exists only to protect humans. Most of them die young fulfilling that duty."
Aiden traced a finger over Bailey's cheek, unable to help himself. She turned her head toward him as if she sought him out. His dragon was gratified to see it, but he was not. Every moment he spent with her was only making his life more difficult. "You care about her," Trish said, her gaze softening. He grunted.
"More than I should." "Help me hold her down," Aiden shouted. "She has not finished healing."
Conrad, Trish, and Danae each took a corner of the bed and pushed Bailey's limbs down. Aiden had the side with her injured arm and held her shoulder instead. She was struggling in her sleep, screaming and fighting invisible enemies. Already her strength had increased dramatically in the first day that had passed. He could have held her down on his own, but he would have risked injuring her further to do it.
"Her skin is burning up,"
Danae said.
"I told you this is normal,"
Aiden replied.
"She's not going to burn us by touching her, is she?"
Conrad asked. Aiden couldn't exactly blame him for asking.
"No, her body does not run as hot as mine."
Bailey's struggles ceased. They waited a few minutes to be sure before letting go. An hour later, her skin turned cold and she began shivering. Her teeth started to chatter as well. It was the last stage and would continue until morning.
"So cold,"
Bailey moaned. She'd been sweating so much they'd removed everything except her underclothes. Only a sheet covered her for modesty, at Trish's insistence. Silly humans and their shame of their bodies. Aiden took one of the blankets they'd set aside and laid it on top of Bailey. When that didn't help, he added another. Still, she shivered and her lips were turning blue. Trish rubbed her face. "It's almost 100 degrees in here. How is she this cold?" They watched Bailey helplessly, unsure what to do to make her more comfortable.
"I can't believe I'm saying this," Conrad said, shaking his head, "but Aiden should get under the covers with her. He can warm her up better than anything else we can do."
It wasn't a bad suggestion. Aiden had been stifling the urge to hold her since the change had started. He'd wished he could make it easier for Bailey somehow.
"I'll do it."
He lifted the blankets and crawled in next to her. She immediately burrowed into him. Her smashed arm was beginning to improve with the bone taking proper shape again, but he was still careful not to jostle it. Aiden held her as closely as he dared, relieved when the shivering died down. The day and night passed with him only getting up once to eat and drink something. By the time he returned, she'd begun shivering once more, and it took him nearly 30 minutes to warm her back up. The following morning she woke. Her brown eyes were clear as they opened to stare up at him. He stiffened, unsure if he should move away and give her space. Then Bailey smiled. "I killed a dragon."
"You did?"
he said cautiously. She lifted onto her elbows and leaned toward him, giving him a brief kiss on the lips. "Thanks, Aiden. I couldn't have done it without you." He didn't know what to say. Her reaction to his presence was the last thing he'd expected. Aiden had almost been certain she'd attack him the moment he woke, though that hadn't stopped him from holding her until then.
I really didn't need to see that, Conrad commented from his chair in the corner. That is just so wrong.
Chapter 42. Bailey. I stepped outside for the first time in days and was surprised to find the air cooler than it had been in months. Dark clouds brewed to the west, threatening to bring rain with them. Thunder rumbled in the distance as well. I'd never been happier to see a storm coming.
Looks like we're finally going to get some rain,
Earl said. He was sitting on a chair he'd put out on the front porch. Yeah, it does, I replied.
Glad to see you up and about.
He looked me up and down.
And in one piece.
Thanks. I wasn't sure what else to say to that. Everyone was acting strange around me except Conrad, who had been retelling the story of me killing the dragon with great embellishment. To listen to him, you'd think I took it down with a fingernail file. Earl scowled.
Were you planning on telling me you could slay dragons any time soon, or was killing one in my neighborhood your way of announcing it?
I shrugged. That was the first one. It wasn't exactly planned.
But that's why you were practicing with that sword, wasn't it?
He asked, gripping the arms of his chair.
You were getting ready for it, but couldn't be bothered to tell anyone else.
I gazed down at him. Would you have believed me if I'd told you? He was silent for a moment.
I guess you got me there.
Some of the tension eased between us, and he relaxed his shoulders. I had a feeling I'd be hearing about this for a long time to come, though. You'd think people could have been a little happier to have someone around who could fight dragons. Justin came walking up the lawn.
I see you've returned to the land of the living.
I could say the same about you all. How did you guys get away? I asked. It was still a shock to find so many people from our group still alive and living in Earl's neighborhood. I could have kicked myself for not coming here sooner. All that time I'd suffered thinking they were dead. There was still a lot of people missing, including some of Justin's comrades, but everyone I cared about was here. He worked his jaw.
When they attacked the south entrance, we escaped through the west side. It wasn't easy getting away, and we lost half our group. But Earl found us in the neighborhood when he came looking for you. We kept expecting you and Conrad to show up soon, and worried when you didn't.
He was shot, I began. Justin put up a hand.
Conrad already explained it all to us while you were changing, or whatever it was you were doing.
You don't look too pleased about it, I noted. He frowned.
I never took you for the warrior type, until recently.
I shrugged. It surprised me, too. Earl stood and put a hand on my shoulder.
Well, we've been looking for a defense against him, and now we found one. Just not sure I like it.
Are you going to tell my parents? I asked. He shook his head.
No. Just talked to them a few days ago, and they're doing fine without having me worry them with that kind of news. You'll need to try calling them later, though. They've been asking for you.
I will, I promised. It was a relief to hear they were still doing okay. They were the main reason I'd chosen to become a full dragon slayer, to find a way to save them. Aiden stepped out of the door, squinting in the sunlight. It was still too early for a dragon to be up, and I doubted he'd gotten much rest while he was watching over me. I couldn't believe he'd willingly stayed among humans for 2 days, just to be sure I changed over safely. When I'd woken, I'd caught the guarded look in his eyes and the tenseness in his body. He'd worried I'd attack him. My slayer instincts were stronger than ever. I could feel them urging me to hunt even now. But he was safe. While I might have been mostly insensible for the past 2 days, I'd known he was there. He'd been my rock, the person who'd helped me get through the process. The urge to kill him was back when I stared into his yellow eyes, like an itch under my skin, but I could resist it. I worried more about how I'd handle him in his dragon form. Are you leaving? I asked. He looked good, even with his black hair tousled and circles under his eyes. His cambrium vest and pants did an amazing job of highlighting his muscles. I could sense the power he kept restrained inside himself. It was in the way he moved, as if he could defeat any enemy who got in his way, no matter their size. For some reason, he'd decided not to be my enemy.
Yes.
He took a step closer to me.
It's better if I return before they wake at the fortress, and I must check on Donar. Well,
Earl said, stepping off the porch.
Justin and I need to organize a group to put out containers to collect the rain that's coming soon. We'll leave you two to talk.
Justin gave Earl a grateful look.
That's an excellent idea.
I waited for them to leave before turning my attention to Aiden. I'd forgotten about his cousin. You shouldn't have stayed with me. Now I feel bad about Donar.
Don't.
He took hold of my chin.
My cousin was already improving when I last checked on him. It was you I was worried about.
Trish and Danae came out of a house down the street holding buckets. They noticed us and stopped to stare. Aiden saw them and dropped his hand. I was disappointed, but I understood. He told me after I'd awakened that morning that we needed to keep our distance from each other. Our relationship had to be about getting rid of pure dragons and nothing else. Aiden was right. Our worlds could never mesh well together. It would only end in heartache and resentment that we could have prevented. For us, we could never be intimate without our feelings becoming so strong they'd overrule our judgment on anything else. I felt that every time I was close to him, and he did too. I took a deep breath. So where do we go from here?
Meet me at the training site in 1 week. We'll discuss it then.
I nodded. Okay. He clasped my arm. I could see in his eyes he wanted to do more, but he held himself back.
Take care until then, Bailey.
I nodded, forcing myself to keep my arms at my sides. It took everything I had not to grab him and hold him like he'd done to me just that morning. I'll try. Aiden hesitated for a moment before letting go and walking away. He'd only made it halfway across the lawn when the ground shook. It was a light tremor that wasn't even enough to unbalance me. Then the sky lit up in a brilliant array of colors, much like the northern lights I'd seen the day the barrier between our worlds began to fall. Aiden stopped and lifted his head to watch. The shaking ended a moment later. "What is it?" I asked. He looked back at me with a smile playing at his lips.
It's done. Our worlds are reunited once again.
How do you know? Aiden shrugged.
I can feel the balance has returned, and there's a sense of wholeness in the world I didn't realize was missing.
Now that he mentioned it, I understood what he meant. For the past few months, the world had felt fractured. It had given me a constant sense of doom, but now that was gone, like it had disappeared in an instant and left me feeling lighter, hopeful. This is a new beginning, isn't it? He stared at me for nearly a minute before replying,
Yes, it is.
This concludes Stalked by Flames by Susan Illene, narrated by Marguerite Gavin. Copyright 2015 by Susan Illene. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Susan Illene and was produced in the year 2015 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks and to take advantage of special offers.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.